Cataclysm. After the sudden catastrophe, the land lay in utter ruin. Species mutated, food became scarce, living conditions turned harsh. The old era was completely destroyed and civilization vanished without a trace. 300 kilometers to the left of the 9th Special Zone, in an unplanned anarchic district awaiting development, a nameless street lay under the dim sky. A 23-year-old young man walked quickly with his head lowered, one hand pressing against something hidden in his coat. The street was dilapidated and ugly. The underground sewage system had completely collapsed. Who knew how many years ago? Rows of makeshift outdoor toilets, crudely assembled, reeked of stench and were attached to lines of ramshackle storefronts. Light was rare throughout the entire area. Along the roadside, small groups of people could be seen standing together from time to time, most of them women, with only a few men scattered among them. The young man walking quickly without glancing to either side was named Qin Yu. Standing at 1.82 m, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, he had just lost his job that day. He was planning to purchase an official resident identity for the 9th Special Zone, the first step in a plan of his own. Qin Yu had once possessed fine brows and clear eyes, his features upright, the type of sunny, handsome young man who drew the eye. Now, however, he looked somewhat slovenly. His beard was unshaven, his slightly long hair clumped together in greasy strands, and his clothes were smeared with oil and grime. In a crowd, he was utterly inconspicuous. Keeping up his brisk pace, Qin Yu lifted his head to glance at the crossroads ahead, intending to turn left and return to his dwelling. "Little brother, little brother." A clear, crisp voice rang out. A woman in a faded dress, washed so often its color had turned pale, with a coat wrapped over it, stood by the roadside and lightly tugged at Qin Yu. Qin Yu paused in surprise and turned his head. "What is it?" 30 yuan, the woman said, raising 3 slender fingers. She glanced back at the dilapidated storefront behind her and whispered, "We can go in there." "Hey, I can't afford to play," Qin Yu replied with a faint smile, stepping forward to continue on his way. "Wait," the woman reached out and tugged him again. 25 will 25 do?" Qin Yu turned back to size her up, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "I have no money." "You don't fancy me?" "There are others inside," she murmured. "I really have no money." Qin Yu shook his arm to free himself. "Let go, I'm in a hurry to get home." The woman bit her red lips, her small hand gripping Qin Yu tightly. After a long silence, she added softly, "2 bowls of rice will do, as long as we use my bowl to measure." Qin Yu frowned. "I said I don't have any. Get lost." Still, she did not let go. With pleading eyes, she glanced toward a group of 7 or 8-year-old children beside the storefront and said, "I have 3 kids. If I don't get any business tonight, I can't keep them alive. Little brother, please help me just this once. Even 1 bowl of rice is fine. I'll kneel to you." Qin Yu gazed at her and said coldly, "How many years has the world been like this already? In an environment like this, if you can't feed them, why did you give birth to them?" The woman froze. Qin Yu yanked his arm free, pressed at his coat again, and walked on. She stood there for a long moment, then suddenly turned and ran back into the storefront, panting as she blurted, "He has it, he does. When I grabbed him, I saw what he was carrying in his coat." About half an hour later, Qin Yu returned to a crumbling 6-story building. He climbed the old dust-covered stairs and entered the home he had set up on the 5th floor. Only Qin Yu and his friend Xiao Zhuan lived in this building. Large sections of the outer walls had already collapsed. In the old days, it would have been deemed a condemned building awaiting demolition. But in this era, the meaning of home was reduced to wherever your body happened to be. It had nothing to do with the building itself. Qin Yu chose this place because there was no electric lighting and no water supply, meaning he bore almost no living expenses. The room was simple, a single bed, 2 broken cabinets, no entertainment of any kind. The only reading material was a military enthusiast magazine, its pages worn thin from repeated reading. Its publication date was still 2019. After entering, Qin Yu took off his filthy coat, reached into his chest and pulled out a canvas bag polished smooth with age. Handling it with extreme care, he went to the bedside, picked up a chipped bowl and began ladling out enticing white rice. "Xiao Zhuang, is the food ready?" he called out. "Not yet, I just got back to," a voice answered from the inner room. A young man about the same age as Qin Yu emerged, his skin dark, his features stern. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak with Xiao Zhuang, deafening footsteps suddenly erupted from downstairs. He froze for a moment, then immediately hid the bag and bowl inside the cabinet and strode to the doorway, where only a single shabby wooden plank served as a door. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 children under 10 led several dozen men and women into the stairwell. The staircase was on the outside of the building, its concrete cracked and its iron railing corroded. So many people rushing up at once, their footsteps frantic, made the entire fragile structure seem to sway. Qin Yu immediately reached out a hand. Don't rush up like that, damn it, the stairs are going to collapse." "Uncle, we're hungry." "Uncle, I want to eat," the children cried. Each child held a small bowl standing on the stairs, filthy faces turned up toward Qin Yu. "Uncle is hungry too. Have you eaten dinner at home?" "If not, we can all eat together," Qin Yu replied with a forced grin. The children's gazes were clear, their minds simple. But the adults behind them had already torn away the most basic human facade. A burly bald-headed man was the first to shout, "Bring out the grain. If you don't, you're not getting past us." "I don't have any," Qin Yu said, waving his hand. "Really, I don't. We're all starving ghosts in this unplanned district. It's not easy for any of us. If I really had any, maybe I couldn't feed you all, but I'd at least." "Cut the crap. We saw you stash food," the burly man interrupted. He continued, "Hurry up. Once we take our share, we'll leave. We're not asking for much, just half." "I don't," Qin Yu said, shaking his head. "Go into his room," the burly man ordered in a deep voice. "Uncle, I want food. Give me something to eat." The children's cries swelled again. The crowd surged forward as one. The staircase bolted to the exterior wall shook once more as if it might collapse at any moment. Facing the surging crowd, Qin Yu's eyes flushed red. He lifted his right leg and with his right hand he pulled a dagger from his dirty trouser leg, pointing it at the crowd. "Damn it, you think you can bully me just because I'm a lone wolf? Who here is afraid of death in a place like this? I have grain. If you can snap this knife in half, it's yours," he snarled. The crowd faltered for a moment. The burly man coldly called out, "The kids are in front. Go ahead and stab them first. You son of..." Qin Yu choked on his words. "Get inside and bring out the grain," the burly man shouted again, gesturing. At his command, the people on the steps pressed forward, the children swarming up as well, tugging at Qin Yu as they cried, "Uncle, give me something to eat. Uncle, I haven't eaten in days. Get out of here." Qin Yu, dagger in hand, shouted helplessly at the children, "Or I'll really stab you, I'll..." Inside the room, seeing the conflict at the door, Xiao Zhuang rushed forward to block Qin Yu and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone calm down, we can talk this out." The children were starving and feared nothing, now they clung to Qin Yu. The adults behind them were already pushing through the gaps, forcing their way up. Broad-shouldered and strong, Qin Yu took a step sideways, blocking the doorway with his body as he glared. "I only live for myself. Don't you dare push me." The mob continued to squeeze madly toward the door. No one paid any heed to Qin Yu's words. Shorter children kept tugging him toward the side of the doorway. He could not bring himself to actually stab them, so he could only twist and struggle, bracing himself for the adults forcing their way up. "Uncle, just one bowl of rice. Get away." A boy of about 10 clung to Qin Yu's arm with all his strength. Qin Yu jerked his arm hard to shake him off, not expecting the child to be flung forward into the rushing crowd. The boy stumbled, lost his footing, and fell backward through a gap in the iron railing. "Ah!" A terrified child's scream echoed, lingering in the air. A heavy thud sounded from the ground below. Qin Yu and Xiao Zhuang were stunned, breathing hard as they stared at the iron railing, momentarily at a loss. The crowd fell silent and the staircase stopped shaking. The child fell," Xiao Zhuang cried out urgently. Dozens of people turned their heads to glance downstairs. Their expressions were blank. After barely 2 seconds of silence, they all turned back again. The boy's mother stood stupefied, then suddenly let out a wail and rushed down the stairs. Qin Yu stood motionless. "Grain," someone muttered. "The child's already fallen. If he doesn't hand over the grain, they won't let him go. Take it from him." Shouts shook the air, fierce and overwhelming. Not one of them turned back to check on the child who had fallen. They continued to pack together and surge inward. Standing in the doorway, eyes wide, Xiao Zhuang stared at the pressing crowd. He understood perfectly that if he did not shed some blood today, he would have to gamble his life instead. Licking his lips, he shouted, "Fine, you're all tough. I'll back down. I admit it. I'll get you something." At his words, Qin Yu immediately grabbed Xiao Zhuang's arm and whispered, "You can't. Not a single grain." Xiao Zhuang glared at the sea of people outside and replied, eyes wide, "The grain's already exposed. If we don't give them a taste, they'll never leave. Giving them a taste will only make it worse." Qin Yu answered, his tone deadly serious. "Better to fight than to yield." "Nonsense." Xiao Zhuang disagreed. "Only you have a gun, but look how many there are. Can you really be sure you can keep them all in check? If you can't, we'll definitely be robbed. They've already lost their minds, can't you see that? Just do as I say." "I'll go get the gun," Qin Yu replied. "Xiao Yu, didn't you see? The child fell and they still didn't leave. These people have lost all reason," Xiao Zhuang said, pulling his arm away. He lowered his voice. "We already have enough to eat. We've traded away what needed trading. Giving them one bowl of rice isn't much of a loss to us. I don't want to gamble our lives. That grain is partly mine. I have the right to decide how to use it." Qin Yu had no answer to that. Squaring his shoulders, Xiao Zhuang glared at the crowd and shouted at the burly man in front, "Even an unplanned district has its own rules for survival. Take the rice and don't cause any more trouble. Get out fast. We won't starve to death, we'll leave right away." The burly man nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuang stepped back into the room, returned with a large bowl of rice and set it heavily on the floor. "Now get out." Dozens of people stared at the rice on the ground, their eyes all gleaming with greed, yet none of them moved to take it. After a few seconds of silence, the burly man unfastened the cloth bag tied at his waist and poured the bowl of rice into it in one motion. "Get out!" Xiao Zhuang snapped impatiently. The crowd remained at the doorway. The burly man looked the two of them over, sweat beading on his forehead as he tied the bag of grain at his waist, yet he still did not leave. "I told you to go. Don't you understand?" Xiao Zhuang repeated, frowning. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn it, if he can spare one bowl, he's got at least a whole sack of rice." Bang! A gunshot cracked through the air. Instant silence fell over the crowd. Qin Yu raised his pistol, stepped forward, and called out, "Chief Yuan, this isn't over yet." Shouts and curses once more filled the six-story building. This time some in the crowd quietly drew knives and other weapons, their eyes dark as they stared at Xiao Zhuang, their faces devoid of gratitude. The burly man spread his hands and said in a low voice, "You see it too? These people are starving mad. I can't control them. Why don't you just bring out the sack of rice and we'll take half?" "You bastards!" Xiao Zhuang snapped, pulling a knife from his coat as well. "What, you want to fight? You think we're scared? We're already starving to death. Why would we fear knives or guns?" Someone retorted. The crowd did not fear Xiao Zhuang in the least. They followed the burly man as he charged into the room. Xiao Zhuang stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. He wanted to strike but lacked the confidence that he could subdue this crazed mob. If he did nothing, he knew he could not possibly protect what was his. Click, click. At that moment, Qin Yu pulled from the cabinet a large caliber revolver with a barrel nearly 20 centimeters long and 3 rotating chambers. He immediately turned the cylinder, loading a round. The moment they saw the gun, the crowd instinctively halted. Expressionless, Qin Yu dragged out a full sack of grain from the cabinet and tossed it onto the floor. "All the grain is here. Anyone who wants to eat can come and take it," he said. Silence fell over them. "Who are you trying to scare?" The burly man snarled, eyes bloodshot. "If we don't eat, we're dead anyway. You think we're afraid of your damn gun?" Qin Yu tilted his head, staring at him. With his left hand he pointed at the sack. "The grain is right here. All you have to do is reach out and take it. Go on, step up," he said. The burly man hesitated for only half a second before turning to shout, "There are so many of us and only one gun. I don't believe he can shoot us all." Then he stepped forward and reached for the sack. Bang! The gun roared, gears spinning. The burly man was flung half a meter back, blood spraying across the floor. A gaping hole had been blasted in his chest. Gun in hand, Qin Yu's face remained impassive. "Without grain, some of you might starve to death in a few days. But whoever reaches out first, now I'll kill him first," he said coolly. At his words, they all looked at one another, speechless. "I've got 2 bullets left. Are you going to take it or not?" Qin Yu suddenly barked. At that, everyone took 2 steps back. Qin Yu strode forward, bent down, and untied the bag of rice from the dead man's waist. "Xiao Zhuang, grab our stuff. We're leaving," he said in a low voice. Xiao Zhuang hurried back into the room. With the gun still in his right hand, Qin Yu barked, "Line up in 2 rows and make way." No one moved. Qin Yu lifted the gun and aimed it at the person closest to him. "Will you move or not?" he shouted. That person hesitated for half a second, then stepped aside at once. The others followed suit, opening a path down the stairs. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu reached the ground floor and saw the boy's mother cradling her injured child, sobbing uncontrollably. Qin Yu fell silent for a few seconds, then tossed the bag of rice he had taken from the burly man toward her. "They'll be coming down any moment. Hide the grain," he said. The woman froze, then hurriedly caught the bag. Thank you. I'll kneel to you. With grain we don't have to die," she babbled. Qin Yu led Xiao Zhuang away, disappearing swiftly into the night. Around 3 a.m. in the boundless Gobi desert, Qin Yu divided the grain and tossed Xiao Zhuang's share to him. "Take your share. From here we part ways," he said. Xiao Zhuang stared, puzzled. "Is it really necessary? We just disagreed back there, that's all. I don't think I..." Qin Yu waved a hand, cutting him off. "Xiao Zhuang, when 2 people aren't walking the same path, they shouldn't force themselves together. That only harms you and me both. I'm heading to the 9th district. Take care of yourself." Without a trace of reluctance, Qin Yu turned and left, setting off toward the first stop of his new life, the 9th Special Zone. In the military camp to the left of the unplanned district, a black soldier bared his bright white teeth and asked in fluent Chinese, "There was gunfire just now inside. Should we go take a look?" "Take a look at what?" "There are grain robberies and deaths here every day. They even dare ambush army vehicles." "Who do you think we are?" someone replied lazily from inside. Inside the room, an old veteran lay sprawled on a broken wooden bed, smoking cheap dry tobacco as he spoke. In the northern part of Asia, in the 9th Special Zone, Songjiang City, Qin Yu stood inside the office building of the Black Street District Police Division under the city police department, smiling as he asked a middle-aged man, "Is it done?" "Come in." The middle-aged man waved his hand and turned into the office on the left. Hearing this, Qin Yu straightened his clothes and followed him inside. The office was not small, around 60 square meters, yet only one person sat behind the desk. He looked to be about 40 with a handlebar mustache and thick flesh on his face, his features giving him a fierce look. The middle-aged man walked up to the desk, set down 2 stacks of documents in front of the mustached man and said softly, "Director, this is the last one." "Did he pass the physical exam?" the man with the mustache asked as he picked up the file. "Yes." "All right, you can go." "Okay." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man left. Qin Yu took 2 steps forward, stopping in front of the desk without speaking, simply watching the mustached man review his information. Behind the desk, the mustached man frowned at the file, reading softly, "Qin Yu, 22 years old, 75 kilograms, 1 meter 82, born before the epic ancestral home J City H province." He chuckled. "That's not far from Songjian now. Lived in the unplanned zone before joining, parents missing, presumed dead, no relatives, huh? Why is your work history blank?" "I don't have a work history," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "It's hard enough just to stay alive in the unplanned zone. I did whatever put food on the table. Who has the luxury of a resume there?" The mustached man laughed. "You could at least have scribbled something before you came. An empty record doesn't look good in the system." "All right, I'll fill in a bit later," Qin Yu agreed without arguing. The mustached man studied the file again. "No work history, so no military service either. Have you ever used firearms?" Qin Yu shook his head without hesitation. "No." "Any criminal record or disciplinary issues?" "None." The mustached man pondered for a moment, then slowly set the file down and looked up at Qin Yu with a smile. "In a lawless, unchecked place like the unplanned zone, you managed to scrape together enough to buy yourself a work permit and residence in the 9th Special Zone. Kid, you've been through some things." "Not really." Qin Yu bared his teeth in a grin. "I just got lucky and met a few benefactors." The mustached man lifted his water cup, looking Qin Yu over as he took a sip, then gave a token nod. You look quite spirited." Qin Yu pressed his lips into a brief smile and did not reply. Setting down the cup, hands clasped, the mustached man regarded Qin Yu and spoke in concise admonition. "The situation in the 9th Special Zone is rather special. Though it is under the administrative framework of the United Government, it enjoys a high degree of autonomy and is fundamentally different from the 8 major districts. Here many ethnicities are mixed together. Besides us Asians, there are plenty of black and white residents as well. The social environment is extremely complex. In some areas there are chaotic phenomena we want to change, but for now simply cannot. As police personnel, you must adapt to this environment on every level." "Understood," Qin Yu replied, his expression solemn as he nodded. "Also, I don't care what you've been through before, but if you eat at my table, whether you're a dragon you coil up, whether you're a tiger you lie down. If you stir up trouble or create problems, I'll deal with you immediately." Arms folded, the mustached man spoke in a flat tone. "Director Lee, I'm here to help lessen your troubles." Qin Yu chuckled. The mustached man laughed, then tapped a few times on the touchscreen phone on his desk and lowered his head toward the microphone. A man's voice sounded a few seconds later. "Hello, Director, this is the 1st Criminal Investigation Squad." "Where's Yuan Ku?" Director Lee asked. "Captain Yuan isn't here, he just stepped out. You've got a new man. Come over and take him back to the squad." "All right, understood. That's all." Director Lee stroked his mustache, then pressed the hang-up key. "Go wait at the entrance. Someone will come for you in a bit. You can learn the specific rules once you're with the squad." "Okay, Director Lee." After answering, Qin Yu immediately stepped forward, took a small black pouch from his pocket and set it on the desk. "Xiao Qi specifically told me that the Special Zone police system is the hardest job to get into right now. Without your help, I'd have no idea how long I'd be stuck in the queue for a position. So I must not forget proper courtesy." Director Lee picked up the pouch and opened it. Seeing a diamond inside about the size of a soybean, he paused in surprise. "There are some capable people in the unplanned zone, huh? You can even get hold of something like this. I haven't seen one of these in years." Qin Yu merely smiled and said nothing. Director Lee slipped the pouch into a drawer, locked it, then looked up and pointed at Qin Yu. "You're not that old, but you've got some substance to you." "That's all I've got to my name." Qin Yu scratched his head in feigned simple-mindedness. Seeing that Director Lee was not rushing off to lunch, he stayed and chatted a few more minutes. A few minutes later, a slightly fat young man about the same age as Qin Yu strode into the room, back straight, and saluted. "Reporting Director Lee, 3rd Grade Officer Qi Lin from the 1st Squad, here to escort the new colleague back to the team." Hearing this, Director Lee patted Qin Yu's arm. "Work hard. Strive to show up in the year-end evaluations for me." "All right," Qin Yu nodded. "All right, head to the squad." Director Lee pointed casually at Qi Lin. "Tell Yuan Ke to look after this young man." One small diamond earned Qin Yu less than 10 minutes of extra conversation with Director Lee and a single sentence about being looked after, and that seemed to be the limit of it. In the corridor, the chubby Qi Lin walked on Qin Yu's left, chatting eagerly. "Where you from, brother?" "The unplanned zone." You came from that hellhole. Qi Lin was taken aback. That's not easy. I had a bit of luck, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Qi Lin nodded and didn't keep probing. In these times food and drink were scarce and survival was hard. Almost everyone carried a few secrets no one talked about. As they walked quickly, Qi Lin began explaining the basic structure of the police division. This department was mainly responsible for criminal work within its jurisdiction, including public order and case investigation, but not household registration issuance or cancellation of residency permits or immigration procedures and other administrative matters. Put simply, it was a bit like a district police sub-bureau from before the epoch, except its functions were not as clearly subdivided. For instance, the department Qin Yu was joining not only handled major criminal cases but also basic public security. After roughly an hour, Qi Lin had taken Qin Yu through all 5 floors of the police division, introducing him to the armory, interrogation rooms, shared case handling area, training room and the cafeteria, among other functional spaces. During their time together, Qin Yu realized that Qi Lin was an extremely smooth person, always able to strike up a few words with anyone wherever they went. He was also very patient. Whenever Qin Yu had a question, he gave detailed answers. At least on the surface, he seemed warm-hearted. A little after 2 in the afternoon, Qi Lin took Qin Yu to the communications department so he could buy an internal-use phone. But when Qin Yu glanced over the counter, he saw only a single model on offer, outdated in design and unreasonably priced. What brand is this? I've never even heard of it, Qin Yu said, scanning the phone before turning to Qi Lin. Forget it, I'll wait until I'm settled and buy one outside. It's too expensive here. Qi Lin chuckled, glanced at the young man behind the counter, then leaned toward Qin Yu's ear and whispered, "You'd better buy it here." Why? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. No special reason. The communications department belongs to the police division, but the phone counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of Captain Yuan, so all new recruits buy their phones here, Qi Lin said, blinking. You're new, best not to make yourself an exception. The phones aren't very durable, but at least you won't have to go through the communications department again to link up with the system. Once your info's in the main database, just enter your name and badge number and it'll work. Qin Yu had lived for years in the lawless unplanned zone. He was no stranger to basic human relations and unspoken rules. So once Qi Lin hinted at it, he stopped insisting. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he turned to the clerk. All right, give me one. Thanks. Why grit his teeth? Because Qin Yu was extremely stingy and obsessed with money. He would have asked for a warranty card even on a pair of socks if he could. It was precisely this temperament that had allowed him at critical moments to produce the money to keep himself alive and to save enough to buy a job in the 9th Special Zone. After picking up the phone, Qi Lin led him out of the police division and across the street to a general goods store. It was already August, the sky was clear, yet the air was still as cold as winter and specks of white snow dotted the street. Does it snow all the time in the Special Zone too? Qin Yu asked. It's been snowing for 3 years, Qi Lin replied. Damn, they really don't want people to live, Qin Yu muttered with a sigh. Talking as they went, they stepped into a large general goods store. Qin Yu glanced around, patted the mud splatters on his pants and said with a smile, this place is big but not many customers. Take your time, buy whatever you need, Qi Lin said, taking a drag on his e-cigarette. Qin Yu wandered around the shelves, but the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. After 10 minutes of circling, he hadn't picked up a single item. Why aren't you taking anything? Qi Lin came over from the counter and asked. Qin Yu frowned at him and blinked. Brother, are you a shill or something? What's wrong? The stuff here is at least 30% more expensive than outside, and a lot of it is fake. I squeezed one of the quilts and it feels like it's stuffed with steel wool. It actually pricks, man. The goods aren't great, true, but all the new guys in the division buy here. Why? Qin Yu asked, baffled. Because this shop belongs to Captain Yuan's older female cousin, Qi Lin said quietly. It's the division's designated supplier, so to speak. Qin Yu's expression collapsed at that, and after a moment he squeezed out, then I want to ask, does Director Li also shop here? Now you're just arguing for the sake of it. Even if Director Li dared buy here, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare sell to him. Qi Lin rolled his eyes. The only customers are rookies. You buy here a couple of months and then there's no need to come again. I wouldn't buy here for even a day. This is treating people like idiots to be fleeced, Qin Yu said without hesitation. Come on, take me somewhere else. Qi Lin froze. You've already spent so much, does this bit really matter? Listen to me, everyone buys here. Don't make yourself stand out. Buying the phone was more than enough to give the captain face, Qin Yu said, striding straight out. Hey Xiao, you just listen to me. Do you get a commission or something? Trust me, it's fine, just buy a few things. Buy my ass. The toilet paper in there feels like razor blades, one wipe and I'd need a bandage, Qin Yu said, not negotiating in the slightest as he walked straight off. At 4:30 in the afternoon, outside dorm room 2 of the 1st Criminal Investigation Squad in the police division's dormitory building, Qi Lin smiled and called into the room, "Third brother, I brought the new guy back." Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. The one leading them looked up at Qi Lin's voice, glanced at Qin Yu and said, "Come in." The 2 of them stepped in. Qin Yu quickly scanned the room. Less than 30 square meters, 6 bunk beds, 12 beds in total, 2 shared metal cabinets and all sorts of personal belongings scattered around. It looked extremely crowded but overall still reasonably tidy, at least without any particularly bad smell. Qin Yu, let me introduce you. This is third brother, the leader of Action Group 1, Qilin said, tactfully underlining his status. Third brother has been here 3 years, outstanding in his work, Captain Yuan's right-hand man. Third brother, this is Qin Yu, our new brother. Nice to meet you, third brother, Qin Yu said with a smile, extending his third brother, hair cropped in a flat crew cut, turned his head slightly, gave Qin Yu a glance and merely nodded symbolically without putting down his cards. Where are you from, he asked. From the unplanned zone, Qin Yu answered truthfully. Third brother paused. The unplanned zone. What did you do there? I delivered goods for a boss, mostly daily necessities. Running deliveries on the street. That's no small thing. No, I just drove, Qin Yu said quickly. Driver, third brother replied, the surprise gone from his eyes, his tone turning lazy again. Whose connections got you into the police division, he added. A friend put in a word. I paid my own way into the division, Qin Yu replied. So you bought your way in, third brother chuckled, eyes now fixed only on his hand. Alright, wait until Captain Yuan comes back to assign you. Qilin put him in the bed by the window. Got it. Qilin turned to Qin Yu. You'll take the inner bed by the window. Sure. Carrying the luggage he had left at the gatehouse and his newly bought supplies, Qin Yu started toward the back of the— Hey, hold up, third brother called out when he noticed what Qin Yu was carrying. What is it, third brother? Qin Yu turned around. Third brother looked at the plastic shopping bag in Qin Yu's hand. Where'd you buy your supplies? Can't remember the name, just some shop next to the division, Qin Yu replied casually. Still holding his cards, third brother asked without changing expression, his back to Qilin. Qilin, didn't you tell the new guy where we buy our— Qilin's face tightened with embarrassment. To say in front of Qin Yu that the kid hadn't listened to advice would make him seem disloyal, but if he didn't say anything he would take the blame himself for no reason. After 2 seconds of silence, Qin Yu quickly spoke up. Qilin did tell me to buy at the shop opposite the division. But their stuff was expensive and I'm short on cash, so I went next door instead. Pair of twos, third brother said as he played his cards, leaving Qin Yu hanging for several seconds before finally replying, it's fine. Go make your bed. All right. Qin Yu nodded and went to the inner bunk, opening his bag to start making up the bed. Qilin stood beside him, diligently helping to straighten things while whispering, new guys always sleep in the upper bunk by the window. It's drafty there and gets really cold at night. Later throw your coat over the blanket. Stick it out for a while and once someone newer comes in you can move. No big deal, I've spent months sleeping outdoors, Qin Yu said casually. He opened his travel bag and with a hidden motion pulled out 2 packs of Zhenghua cigarettes, slipping them into Qilin's hand. What's this? Qilin froze, looking at the cigarettes. I saw you smoking an e-cigarette earlier, Qin Yu said with a smile. I don't have much else, so I'll give you these 2 packs as thanks for looking after me all day. In an era when even food was a problem, tobacco was a luxury, especially flue-cured cigarettes like these. And these were an old pre-epic brand, most smokers had never even seen them, let alone had the chance to smoke one. Qilin stared at the 2 packs, eyes wide. You managed to get this in the unplanned zone. Zhenghua, how many years has it been since anyone saw these? Poor places have their advantages too, Qin Yu grinned. I'll finish up here myself, you go do your thing. I'll treat you to something later. Thanks, brother. Qilin said, not standing on ceremony, as he tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. While the two were talking, third brother suddenly turned around, tilting his head as he looked at Qin Yu with a smile. Well, now you've got some real goods on you, huh? Qin Yu hadn't realized the man had been watching him all along and froze for a moment before replying, a friend gave them to me. Nice stuff. None of us have ever even seen that brand, third brother said with a cold little laugh. Qilin hesitated, then quickly took out the 2 packs of Zhenghua, stooping toward the card table. We're all brothers here, let's share them. Come on, everyone have one. Qin Yu had given the cigarettes to Qilin because the man had spent half the day showing him around and he felt obligated to show some thanks. He didn't feel he owed anyone else in the room anything. But since third brother had seen them and made a point of mentioning it, Qin Yu considered that he'd be living here and didn't want outright conflict, so after a moment's thought he took out another pack of Zhenghua from his bag. At the card table, third brother pushed Qilin's arm away. These are too good. I've never smoked them and wouldn't know how to handle it, he sneered. Qilin froze, cigarettes still in hand. Hearing the barb in his words, Qin Yu frowned, put the pack back into his bag and went on calmly arranging his things. Third brother tossed his cards onto the table and turned around with a smile still on his face. We've got a rule here, newcomers pull 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that you'll be on street duty. Any problem with that? Qin Yu looked over at Qilin, who avoided his gaze. In that instant Qin Yu understood. Third brother, what do 3 shifts mean exactly, he asked. Back to back. Daytime with the squad, nighttime on the streets, third brother said, lifting his cup for a sip of water. There's overtime pay for that, right? Qin Yu asked with a slight smile. This is our internal squad rule, what overtime pay? Third brother replied without even looking up. Shall you just take the 3 shifts, Qilin said after a long hesitation, glancing down at the zhanghua in his hand before forcing himself to speak. I'll find someone to switch with and do 2 days with you. You're really loyal, Xiaoqi, joked the young man sitting on third brother's left. We're all brothers, we help each other out, Qilin answered with a smile. Third brother set down his cup and pointed at Qilin. Once he gets his uniform you tell him how the shifts work. Alright, Qilin nodded. Third brother, I can't take this shift, Qin Yu suddenly said. The words dropped and the room fell silent at once. Third brother licked his lips and tilted his head, fixing Qin Yu with a look. All the new guys can take it. Why can't you? My heart isn't good. I can't handle staying up all night, Qin Yu replied. No problem, I'll get you some quick-acting heart pills. You're the only one doing 3 shifts, third brother said. I said I can't take it, Qin Yu answered with a smile still on his face. Mother, third brother's face darkened after being rebuffed twice. You got 2 more fathers than everyone else or what? They can all take the shifts, why can't you? Third brother, we're all brothers here, what are we doing? Let's talk it out. Qilin stepped up to smooth things over, forcing a laugh. With a thud, third brother punched Qilin in the shoulder. You're a piece of crap. Who said you get to talk? Who's your brother? Qilin, clutching the cigarettes, lowered his head and stood there, unable to continue talking yet unable to simply walk away. Third brother led 4 others forward, stopping in front of Qin Yu, head cocked. Next week the whole week is your shift. It ends when your heart finally acts up. Got it. Inside the dormitory. Qin Yu squinted at the old third and others in front of him, responding succinctly, I understood what you said, but it's not my responsibility. I can't do it. What's wrong? Do you have a relative in a high position at your department? The old third grinned widely, reaching out to grab Qin Yu by the collar. Just arrived and already want to climb up, are you capable of that? Don't touch me. Haha, are you a cactus? I'm touching you, what are you going to do about it? The old third, also quite robust, raised his right arm and threw a punch at the side of Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu sidestepped and pulled back, clamping his hands down on the old third's wrist with a loud clap while his right leg made a small horizontal swing. Bang, crash. With a deafening sound, the old third was hurled onto the bed, his head striking the iron railing directly. Beat him, the old third yelled, covering his head. Qin Yu bent down, leaning into the lower bunk, grabbed the old third by the collar with his left hand and instantly lifted his right leg, driving his knee towards the old third's temple. Bang. The old third's head was knocked back and the back of his skull hit the wall with a thud. Hit him hard, if anything happens it's on me, he said, and everyone rushed in. Meanwhile, Qin Yu nimbly darted out from the bunk, retreating 2 steps, pressing himself against the dead angle between the windowsill and the bed, his body slightly hunched. The old third got up casually, pulling a retractable baton off the wall, taking steps towards Qin Yu while muttering, you little brat, you want to make waves just after coming in. At that moment, the slightly ajar door was pushed open and a woman in a light green police uniform shouted loudly, what's going on? Everyone turned around in unison at the sound. The old third was taken aback, wiped the blood off his forehead and immediately smiled, saying, Sister One. I heard you all making noise in the corridor, what's going on? Are you trying to kill someone? The woman, probably in her early 30s and slightly shorter, had a beautiful appearance with an oval face and big eyes that looked very clear. It's nothing, a new kid came and we were just chatting. The old third grinned and replied. The woman glanced around the room, her expression slightly annoyed as she looked at the old third and scolded, why are you so domineering? Did you offend someone just because they just arrived? No, I asked him to schedule but he wouldn't and he cursed at me. The old third casually put down the baton, baring his teeth as he explained. You guys have played cards while on duty, I've caught you a few times already. Sister One shot the old third a glare, reminding him with an impatient tone, if you make too much noise again don't blame me for keeping a record of it. Got it, Sister One. The old third nodded repeatedly. Sister One didn't bother to enter the dormitory, standing at the door shouting at Qin Yu, you're the new guy, right? Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Why haven't you gone to get your uniform? I just went but there was no one there. Qin Yu replied innocently. Sister One glared, nonsense, I've been in the office the whole time. Qin Yu was taken aback, oh then I just didn't find it. Come with me to get your uniform. Sister One tossed this out and turned to leave. Okay. Qin Yu immediately nodded, bending down to pick up his luggage and walking out while also calling out to Qilin, come with me will you? At this moment Qilin was unsure how to face the old third, so upon hearing this he immediately followed him out. Inside the dormitory, the old third sat up, rubbing the large bump on the back of his head and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, saying, this bastard can throw a punch, he hits pretty hard. You okay, third brother? The old third didn't respond, lowering his head to take out his phone and dial a number. Hello, are you in the office? It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if the new guy entering the records today, Qin Yu, has any connections up there. No. Are you sure? Okay, I got it. In the corridor. Sister One asked Qin Yu, hands behind her back, do you have someone up there? Qin Yu was taken aback. No. If not, just be honest, the environment here is quite complicated. Sister One reminded him, her tone warm despite her cold demeanor. Try to avoid conflicts with them and do more work, it won't kill you. Thank you, Sister One. Qin Yu nodded. Sister One didn't say anything more, leading Qin Yu to the first floor storage room, where she picked out a set of standard police uniforms, a set of tactical training gear, a pair of handcuffs and a baton before floating away. In the first floor hall, Qi-Lin glanced at his watch and said, I need to deliver some materials in a bit, so I can't accompany you. When you go back, say something nice, don't stir up trouble. The old third has Captain Yuan backing him. If you offend him, you won't have any good days ahead. Haha, sure, I got it. Qin Yu laughed and nodded. If you're free tonight, let's grab a meal together. If I'm free, I'll come find you. Qi-Lin readily agreed. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu picked up his things and returned to the dormitory. However, by this time the old third and the others had already left and only 2 people remained in the room. They glanced coldly at Qin Yu before continuing to chat on the bed. Qin Yu scanned the 2 of them, swaggering back to his bed, swiftly organizing his belongings, completely ignoring the 2. Time quickly passed to around 7 in the evening. After packing up, Qin Yu noticed that Qi-Lin hadn't come to find him, so he decided to take a walk outside, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and having dinner. Qin Yu rolled out of bed, pulled out a waist pouch from under his pillow, strapped it on and stepped outside. Oh, excuse me. As soon as Qin Yu stepped out, he ran into a hurried Qi-Lin walking toward him. The 2 exchanged surprised looks and the latter immediately explained, I had an impromptu meeting and came late. What are you doing? I thought you weren't coming. I was just about to go out for a stroll and grab something to eat. Qin Yu greeted with a smile. Let's go out and eat together. I have a friend who happens to want to discuss something today. Are you okay with that? Can we go together? Qi-Lin asked. Sure. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before replying, whatever, let's go together. All right. After a brief exchange, the 2 headed downstairs together and met another young man at the entrance of the dormitory. Qi-Lin's friend was named Li Fugue, nicknamed Old Cat. According to the veterans in the police department, he had some connections with Officer Li, yet the 2 rarely interacted, so their exact relationship was unclear even to outsiders. Moreover, this guy was usually quite unreliable. The most outrageous thing he ever did was to get drunk and openly hit on someone while on duty, insisting on a public audition, only to be caught by the inspection team. However, the one who orchestrated this incident only received a reprimand and was administratively suspended for half a month, while 2 colleagues who usually didn't get along with him ended up in trouble, directly getting kicked out and stripped of their uniforms. Despite the somewhat silly name, Old Cat was actually quite handsome. If Qin Yu had a rugged appearance exuding a spirit of determination, Old Cat was the kind of handsome with a bit of a rogue vibe reminiscent of the popular Zhang Yishan from the past. When the 3 met, Qi-Lin made a brief introduction. This is Old Cat, a friend who usually takes good care of me. This is Qin Yu, our new intern police officer in the squad. I heard you got into a scuffle with the old third as soon as you arrived. Old Cat, hands in his pockets, asked with a sly grin. Got a bit of a temper, huh? Not really, we just had a bit of a disagreement. Qin Yu thought Old Cat's personality was a bit blunt and responded vaguely. I find them annoying too, just do what you need to. Old Cat scoffed. The whole squad is full of losers, always doing pointless things. Qin Yu felt a bit speechless at this remark and turned to look at Qi-Lin, who scratched his head and explained, that's just Old Cat's personality, he says whatever comes to mind. Where are we eating? Old Cat asked. I just arrived and don't know where the good food is. Qin Yu said quietly, you guys choose. Who's treating? Old Cat asked with a clever look in his eyes. I'll treat, ha. Qin Yu chuckled. Oh, you're treating. Old Cat waved his hand. Let's go to the second sister's place. Don't go there, it's pretty expensive, Qi-Lin advised. Are you paying for it? Old Cat shot back with a sideways glance. It's fine, I still have some change and it should be enough for a meal. Qin Yu actually felt a bit pained inside, because in this day and age resources were extremely scarce, especially for vegetables and grains that needed a lot of land to cultivate, which were especially luxurious items. For those compatriots in the unregulated areas, getting a meal was a tough battle. Therefore, going to a restaurant might happen only once a year for most poor people. However, while Qin Yu felt pained, he also understood that as a newcomer he needed to make some friends, and unavoidable expenses for necessary socializing were part of it, especially since he had a stable job now. After discussing where to go, the 3 walked along the road for about 2 kilometers and found a restaurant called Little Tavern. Qin Yu stood by the roadside glancing at the restaurant's facade, subconsciously touching his waist pouch, feeling a wave of heartache again. Let's go. Old Cat called out and stepped onto the stairs. The room. At that moment a loud engine roar suddenly sounded from the roadside, followed by an old-looking SUV stopping right at the entrance. The 3 turned around at the sound and Old Cat, with a shocked expression, commented, what kind of family drives a gasoline car? In this time, gasoline cars had become a rare mode of transportation because most of the land had turned into no man's land, either cold or dangerously radiated, with oil extraction being impossible. Thus it had become a very scarce resource, which is why Old Cat was so surprised. After the SUV parked at the roadside, 4 men and a girl got out and walked towards the restaurant. Let's go. Qin Yu had seen some sights in the unregulated areas. He only stared at the gasoline car for a moment before turning and heading towards the restaurant's main entrance. However, old cat stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the girl among the four men, grinning and saying, "Pretty beautiful." Qin Yu turned back upon hearing this, glanced at old cat's overly eager expression and immediately responded, "Let's go." She came with the Among the four men, the girl blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked around and then lowered her head, saying, "I need to go to the restroom." "Don't cause any trouble, hurry up and go." A very short middle-aged man scolded, his accent thick with a hint of Japanese. "BZZ BZZ." At the same time, Qilin's phone rang twice from his pocket. He took out his phone, glanced at a text and suddenly looked at Qin Yu with a complex expression. Inside a restaurant. After Qin Yu and the other two settled at a table, Lao Mao ordered 3 traditional Chinese dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, as well as a half-gin bottle of the cheapest baijiu. "No need to skimp on me, order 2 more dishes," Qin Yu said, feigning modesty. "Forget it. You've just arrived and haven't drawn a salary yet, this is plenty." Though blunt in speech, Lao Mao was clearly kind-hearted. He rubbed his slightly dry cold palms and looked up at Qin Yu. "I heard you're from the pending planning zone." "Mm." Qin Yu nodded. "Must have been tough over there." "Not especially. People fear only habit." Qin Yu smiled faintly. "Once adapted, anywhere feels the same." "True enough." Silence lingered briefly, 3 young men, no generational gap between them. Lao Mao and Qin Yu were both outgoing and fond of banter, so conversation soon warmed into easy camaraderie. As they chatted, Qin Yu noticed a subtle detail. Qilin's posture, both in gesture and tone, was deferential toward Lao Mao almost. Once the food and wine arrived, Qin Yu raised his glass. "Now that we're seated, we're friends. I'm new here, I hope we'll stay in touch and look out for one another." "Nothing much to look after. These days if you've got talent you feast wherever you go, if not no one's help will save." Lao Mao replied with refreshing candor, then grinned as he lifted his own cup. "Still staying in touch is only right. Anyone brave enough to stand up to Lao San and his crew earns my friendship." "Ha ha." Qin Yu chuckled. "Cheers. Cheers. Cheers." All 3 raised their glasses and drained them in unison. "Here, let me pour you another." Qilin wiped his mouth and reached for the bottle, refilling Lao Mao's cup. "Brother, about that matter I mentioned last time, can it be arranged?" Lao Mao rolled his eyes, then skewered a tiny sliver of beef with his chopsticks and teased, "You're slight. Qin Yu's treating us, yet you're already angling for favors. Did all the cunning grow on you alone?" Qilin didn't flinch, merely scratching his head. "Well, I'm tight on cash." "Damn, when aren't you broke?" Chewing thoughtfully, Lao Mao frowned. "I asked around about your request, but there are no openings in the administrative division right now. If you want in, you'll need divine intervention. But you can't afford the bribe, so wait it out." Qin Yu blinked in surprise. "Why must it be the administrative He's timid," Lao Mao scoffed. "Last year the precinct filed reports. In 6 months 35 officers died in our jurisdiction. The world's gone lawless. He lacks confidence serving in Unit 1, he wants something lighter, safer." "Oh, I see." Qin Yu showed no astonishment. The local security situation was tranquil compared to the pending planning zone. Lao Mao turned to Qilin, his gaze edged with disdain. "Qilin, you must grasp this truth, times have changed. If you won't fight, won't risk everything, how will you ever rise? Even if I get you into administration without connections above you, won't you simply be pushed out again? There's an old saying. Circumstances forge heroes. Let's not dwell on distant examples. Take Yuan's elder brother. Before the 9th Special Zone was established, what was he? A nobody. Yet chaos rose, and so did he. Now no one dares cross him in Blackstreet. 6 wives, tell me who backed him. No one. Just himself. I could never compare to him." Qilin grinned wryly. "I only wish to live quietly, earn enough to feed my mother and sister." "That's all the ambition you've got?" Lao Mao sighed, exasperated. "I pulled strings to get you into Unit 1, hoping you'd seize opportunity, carve your own path. Instead you spend your days washing socks and fetching tea. No wonder others punch you for sport when idle. Without equal standing, how can you build genuine relationships? Is that truly how friendship begins?" Qilin lowered his head, silent. "Sigh, what a spineless name your father gave you." Qilin, and I, brilliant as I am, was saddled with Li Fugue. Where, pray tell, does justice reside? Lao Mao shook his head in weary resignation. "Enough of this, let's talk of something else," Qin Yu interjected smoothly, easing the tension. At that, Qilin dropped the subject of reassignment. The 3 drank and chatted idly, time slipping away unnoticed. Approaching 9 p.m. Qilin glanced once more at a new text message, then announced abruptly, "Something's come up at home, I need to leave." "See you tomorrow." "Not staying for another round?" Qin Yu asked. "No, I must go now." "I'll walk you out." "No need, I'll manage on my own." "Take care." "No problem." A few perfunctory farewells, and Qilin hurried off, phone in hand, while Qin Yu remained seated with Lao Mao, who showed no intention of leaving. "Lao Mao, we're sharing wine tonight, so we're friends," Qin Yu urged, gently, cheeks flushed. "Please spare Qilin some dignity going forward." Am I scolding him? I'm trying to awaken him. Lao Mao tapped the table emphatically. A man who kneels forever forgets how to stand, do you understand? Qin Yu pondered the words, unconsciously nodding. He's my only friend in the force, I watch him and ache with impatience. Lao Mao waved it off with a shake of his head. Enough. Let's drop it, I've urgent matters to attend to. What matters? Qin Yu asked, startled. I observed that young woman earlier, she shares no romantic ties with those four men, Lao Mao whispered, blinking knowingly. I think it's time to act. Qin Yu blinked, bewildered. Which young woman? Damn, how dense can you be? The one who got out of the car by the entrance. Grinning, Lao Mao added, what presence she has, tall, long-legged, doesn't she remind you of the actress Quan Jishen? Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat. Mate, go easy. It's not like the old days, things are volatile now. No worries, just watching how it plays out. Lao Mao rubbed his palms together, then sprang up with a mischievous swagger, striding toward the windowside table. Outside, standing roadside, Qilin took 2 sharp drags from his e-cigarette, then hesitated long before pulling out his phone to call Qin Yu. But his thumb hovered over the screen. He recalled Qin Yu's newly purchased phone hadn't yet synced with the communications network. He switched instead to Lao Mao's number. Inside the restaurant, Lao Mao smoothed his neatly parted hair and approached the windowside table, smiling warmly at the young woman. Excuse me, miss, are you dining with family? She had been glancing repeatedly out the window. Hearing Lao Mao address her, she turned back, puzzled. You need something? Well, haha, I'm a director for the TV station Star Anchor Talent Search. We're holding open auditions, would you like to learn more? Lao Mao improvised glibly. At his words, the short middle-aged man across from her exchanged a suspicious glance with his companions and murmured in Japanese, is this the delivery? His companion glanced at Lao Mao, eyebrows faintly furrowed. That's not the code phrase. By then the young woman had regained her composure and responded brightly, are you really from a TV station? How fortuitous, I'm actually studying broadcasting. Lao Mao hadn't expected such eagerness, his eyes lit up instantly. Perfect. May I have your contact details? Just leave a number, I'll reach out privately later. As he spoke, he already held out his pre-prepared mobile. It was his personal device, not the mandatory police-issued model. She accepted it and bent her head to enter her number. Snap. The short middle-aged man rose abruptly, gripping her wrist firmly. His expression tightened. Return the phone. Eat? Uncle, I'm genuinely interested, she replied, smiling upward. I said return the phone, he repeated, voice low and unyielding. Lao Mao tilted his head, eyeing the man coolly, then offered a dazzling smile. Truly, I work for the station. No ill intent, please don't worry. She paused, then handed the phone back with a polite apologetic smile. Never mind, I'm sorry. Lao Mao had nearly burst with delight until this uncouth goblin barged in, spoiling the moment. Flustered, he opened his mouth to press further. Thank you, but no need, she insisted firmly. Lao Mao froze, studied her for 2 seconds, then flashed a grin. If that's your choice, my apologies for the intrusion. 1 minute later, Lao Mao slumped into the seat opposite Qin Yu, his expression oddly strained. Got shut down. Ha? Qin Yu asked, lifting a morsel with his chopsticks. Lao Mao blinked rapidly, then nudged Qin Yu's ankle under the table. Look down. Qin Yu blinked, glanced beneath the table, where Lao Mao, holding his phone in his right hand, whispered, check the screen. Qin Yu followed his gaze. On the dial pad the digits 959595 were entered. What does that mean? Qin Yu asked, baffled. Lao Mao rubbed his cheek with his left hand, lowering his voice. Hell, we've stumbled into something. You mean? Those 4 men aren't with her, she kicked me under the table just now. Lao Mao pocketed the phone and took a slow sip of wine. Their affiliation? Unclear, but something's deeply wrong. She's asking us to save her. At the window table the short man checked his watch, his face grim as he murmured to his companion, was that man's arrival coincidence, or a... Hard to say. His companion shook his head. He seemed foolish. The short man scanned Lao Mao uneasily. Time's up. Let's go, no more waiting. Agreed. His companion nodded, then spoke to the young woman in a voice like ice. Don't cause trouble, come with us now. She swallowed hard, fine beads of sweat glistening on her pale forehead, stealing one last glance at Lao Mao before nodding silently. Nearby, Lao Mao rubbed his burning cheeks, whispering urgently to Qin Yu, what do we do, intervene or not? Screech. At that very moment a sleek electric vehicle pulled to a stop before the restaurant entrance. Qin Yu initially had no interest in the 4 men and 1 woman, but upon the old cat's mention he glanced towards the window. The 4 men were uniformly dressed in fur coats and work pants, wearing worn-out leather boots, their sharp gazes and exposed skin slightly reddened. They don't look like they're from the special zone, Qin Yu said, looking down to remind. How can you tell? The old cat asked, somewhat curious. They're too heavily dressed and have frostbite, Qin Yu replied succinctly. They seem like they are from the planned area's bandits. What's a bandit? Those who eat by the blade, Qin Yu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this the old cat felt a bit uneasy. Then how can the 2 of us possibly compete with them if we go charging in? Did you bring a sidearm? Qin Yu asked. I came here to eat, of course I didn't bring one, the old cat shook his head. Then I suggest we don't act just yet. Qin Yu frowned and replied, let's call the team first. As the two conversed quickly, the four men had already stood up with the girl and began settling the bill in preparation to leave. Damn it, they're leaving. The old cat trembled slightly as he raised his glass, nervously stammering, shouldn't we follow them? What are you, Neza? Do you have a windfire wheel or something? Qin Yu replied speechlessly, they drove here and you want to chase them on foot. Are you joking? I forgot. Qin Yu stole a glance at the four men, furrowing his brows as he added, if those four bandits are really up to something, they definitely have something on them. Even if we leap out, we wouldn't be able to stop them. The old cat was actually quite nervous, as although he was also on the frontline task force, those men were of a celestial level and dangerous jobs were not meant for him. Thus the guns below were much more effective than the ones in hand, and he had never participated in any large-scale real combat capture. Yet even so, he still said to Qin Yu, if we were ordinary people it would be fine, but dressed like this we can't just stand by if we encounter. Think of something fast. With nothing on us and not having the numbers, and now it's too late to notify the team. I can't think of anything. Qin Yu was in a cold sweat, unless a miracle happens otherwise. Just then the restaurant door opened and 6 sturdy young men walked in, glancing around before the leader shouted, Qin Yu. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu and the old cat turned around in surprise, their eyes wide as they exclaimed in unison, holy shit, a miracle has happened. The leader, dressed in a light green police uniform, approached with 5 brothers from his team, tilting his head and puffing an electronic cigarette as he scolded Qin Yu, you just got here and you're already dining out, you've got some good stuff in your pocket, huh? Come on, step outside, I need to talk to you. Old 3, are you here to follow up on the case? Before Qin Yu could speak, the old cat stepped forward, pulling on the other's arm to ask. Old 3 looked confused, what do you mean follow up on the case? Didn't you come here with us? The old cat asked, puzzled. Yes. I heard he was here, Old 3 replied. So how many people did you bring? Are there any brothers from the team outside? Old 3 grew increasingly confused, what are you talking about? Are you stupid? I ran into him too, why are you hiding this from me? The old cat slapped his arm and urgently asked, are we catching him here or going outside to catch him? No, it seems we're not talking about the same thing. Old 3 pointed at Qin Yu and said, I'm here to find him. The old cat froze, subtly indicating the 4 men at the bar, aren't we catching those guys? Catch them. What's wrong with them? The old cat, sweating nervously, whispered, those 4 have taken a girl hostage and we just happened to run into them. I was just discussing with Qin Yu how to handle this when you showed up. There's no need to say anything else, let's pin them down here, we have enough people. Old 3 looked bewildered, stammering, what the hell, I'm here to find Qin Yu. Isn't this place outside your team's jurisdiction? Why are you still talking about finding Qin Yu at a time like this? The old cat said quietly, you decide how to catch them. I can't even see anything. I wasn't prepared for this. Old 3 was feeling despondent, looking up again at the 4 men, I don't even know what they're doing. As soon as Old 3 and the others entered, the 4 men had already noticed them. Seeing the group in police uniforms and realizing they had encountered Old Cat and Qin Yu, the 4 men felt a bit uneasy. They exchanged glances, quickly positioning the girl in the middle, and lowered their heads to make their way outside. Don't dawdle, see how to catch them and give a plan. The old cat's heart raced as he urged Old 3 and the others. Old 3 took a step back, feeling utterly defeated. You two ran into this, how am I supposed to come up with a plan? You're the main force, we don't have anything on us. Main force my ass. Old 3 exclaimed in a cold sweat, turning to his police brothers, and said if we run into them we can't just ignore it. Old Cat is a fool, if we bail he might report us. What should we do? Shall we notify the team? Everyone else spread out a bit. Old 3 instructed, lowering his head, go up and check, ask them for their residence permits. If they don't have it they need a special zone entry permit. If they show any intent to attack, open fire. Am I going to check? The young man named Guayer almost cried, let Old Cat do it. They aren't in uniform, you go. Damn, this is so frustrating. Guayer cursed, steeling himself as he stepped sideways to block the path of the 4 men. Blackstreet Inspector, show me your residence permit. The 4 men paused at the sound, their expressions flat as they looked at Old 3 and the others. The girl stood among them, sweat pouring down her temples, fists clenched tightly. I'm talking to you, show me your residence permit. Guayer repeated. We're from the planned area here to make a purchase, the short middle-aged man said quietly, we don't have a long-term residence permit. Show me your entry permit. Guayer reached out his palm. Okay, the short man lowered his head and began to rummage through his pants pocket. Old 3, being an experienced veteran, noticed the opponent's attire and instinctively stepped back, pretending to reach behind him while actually wanting to grab his gun. Just as the short man had his hand in his pocket, the girl suddenly screamed, help me, they are kidnapping me. Don't move. As soon as the words were spoken, the companion next to the short man swung his sleeve, gripping a T-34 military grenade tightly in his right hand, shouting, pull the pin, move and everyone dies. Ah. Instantly chaos erupted in the restaurant as dining patrons covered their heads and scattered in all directions. The short man yanked the girl back, his expression unfazed as he said, cover me, you'll go through the back door. Old 3 sweating profusely placed his right hand on his holster pointing at the middle-aged man with the grenade shouting, "Don't get excited, brother. If this goes off it's one thing, if it doesn't it's another." Bang. As soon as he finished speaking the old cat suddenly sprang up grabbing a wine bottle from the table and smashing it down onto the opponent's wrist with a loud crash. Whoosh. The middle-aged man stepped back, his expression fierce. Without a moment's hesitation he hurled the grenade into the crowd. Qin Yu suddenly leapt forward grabbing the old cat by the collar and pulling him back several steps. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted creating a massive crater and sending countless bricks and debris flying into the air. 2 tables were blown apart and 3 police officers fell injured by shrapnel and debris. Old 3 lying on the ground shouted loudly, "Duck! Shoot that guy with the grenade!" Bang! Bang! Crap crap! Old 3 frantically checked his backside, seeing blood streaming down. His eyes widened as he cursed, "I swear to God, old cat. Are you really a dead man?" After the explosion Qin Yu collapsed to the ground and shook his head, then slurred a question toward Lao Mao, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Are you alright? Thank goodness Lao San and the others arrived, otherwise we'd both be finished." "Don't even get me started. Lao San and his team, they're true iron-blooded warriors." Lao Mao wiped sweat from his brow, still trembling with shock. Seeing that the man was unharmed, Qin Yu immediately shoved him aside, pivoted sharply, scanned the surroundings, then whispered urgently to a colleague crouching nearby, "Give me your gun." The officer huddled behind a wooden table, his face pale with terror as he glanced at Qin Yu, his eyes dazed, unfocused. "Give me your gun." Qin Yu growled again, voice low and commanding. Snapping back to awareness, the man didn't hesitate. He slid the weapon across the floor toward Qin Yu, then ducked lower behind the table and froze. It was an A2911 model, based on the M1911 frame but extensively modified, in large magazine capacity holding 9 rounds, a standard-issue sidearm for frontline tactical units. Qin Yu had never handled this specific variant before, only seen it in firearms magazines. Yet the fundamental mechanics and ergonomics were universal. He gave it 2 swift glances, instinctively ejected the magazine for inspection, then racked the slide, fluid precise practiced. Gun in hand, Qin Yu rose low and cat-like sidestepped twice to widen his firing angle, braced his left forearm across his chest as a stable rest, and fired decisively with his right hand. Kong! 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 3 shots rang out. The middle-aged man who'd thrown the grenade crumpled forward, his skull shattered at the back, life extinguished instantly. Yes, Qin Yu hadn't aimed to wound. He aimed to end. All suspects were armed and ruthless. Mercy here meant blood on someone else's hands. Without glancing elsewhere, Qin Yu dropped into a crouch the moment the 3rd round left the barrel. Pung! 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 A burst of gunfire slammed into the wall, spraying plaster and splinters. Qin Yu tracked the sound, leaned forward sharply and snapped off 2 return shots into the open, but missed. The 2 assailants reacted with startling speed and discipline, one laid suppressing fire while the other kicked open a window and vanished out. They avoided the door, not knowing whether officers still surrounded the building, while the window offered tactical surprise. Seeing them flee, Qin Yu chose not to pursue. Instead, he sprinted up the stairs, weapon raised, heading straight for the 2nd floor. In the lobby, Lao San sat slumped on the floor, clutching his left buttock, staring wide-eyed at Qin Yu, who hadn't blinked before pulling the trigger. Stunned, he looked utterly dazed. "Damn, Xiao Qin's that fierce." Lao Mao leapt up and shouted toward Lao San and the others, "Go. Back him up, he's alone." Lao San shot him a sideways glare, fury boiling in his chest. He was convinced his misfortune stemmed directly from this Li Fugue. If trouble followed one person, it was always him. 2nd floor. Qin Yu rushed to the rear exit, peered down through the window, and through the glass saw the shorter middle-aged man dragging the young woman across the street, vanishing into a narrow alleyway between crumbling, weathered apartment blocks. He hesitated, then cursed under his breath, "Damn it. No backup. Just one left. We can take this risk." Clang. He threw the window open, plunged headlong into the icy wind gusting inward. Landing hard, Qin Yu surged forward with explosive speed, crossing the street in under 3 seconds, then stood alone at the alley's mouth, raised his aim by 3 degrees and fired. Kong! Kong! 2 sharp reports echoed. Nearby, the shorter man jerked at the sound, yanked the woman behind the alley wall into shadow, and furrowed his brow in grim concentration. "You're from the pending development zone," Qin Yu called out. The man checked his weapon, then replied haltingly in Mandarin, "Yes. The roads outside are starving men's graves. We came into the city just to survive." "Where did you spot us?" "We didn't spot you. We walked straight into it," Qin Yu answered truthfully. "Can't you ease up? I've got cash in my bag, say the word and it's yours." The man licked his dry lips. Qin Yu blinked slowly. "The streets outside are cold, I understand that. But I'm wearing this uniform and fate brought us face to face. That means I must act. I don't want your money. I want you." The man's gaze flickered with uncertainty. "I've got a goldfish pendant in my pocket, take it and the cash. I'll take her and leave both with you." "No. I won't lower my weapon." "Fine. I'll stay." After a pause, the man shoved the woman forward. Walk ahead, slowly now. In 3 seconds, move faster. Disobey and I'll put a bullet in you. Qin Yu moistened his lips, leaned slightly into the alley and said simply, come here. She hesitated, then broke into motion. Inside the alley, footsteps scattered, uneven and frantic. 3 seconds later, she quickened her pace. Qin Yu paused, then stepped into the alley, waving urgently. She lifted her eyes to him, voice raw with panic. He hasn't left. Her words hadn't faded when the man lunged from the shadows, raising his weapon squarely at the alley entrance. Kong! 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 Gunfire erupted violently in the night. The woman screamed, clutched her ears and dropped to her knees, shaking uncontrollably. A second later, a heavy muffled thud echoed from within the alley. The man collapsed. Qin Yu stood before the woman, refusing to advance further. Instead, he raised his arm and fired 2 more rounds, cold precise, into the fallen assailant's head. Ah! She continued screaming, hands locked over her ears. Qin Yu ignored her. He strode forward, nudged the man's head with his boot, then glanced at the graze wound on his own shoulder, exhaling sharply, clever bastard, too damn close. Shit, dead. A familiar voice boomed from the alley mouth. Qin Yu turned, saw Lao San still clutching his injured buttock, standing beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, where are Lao Mao and the others. They're chasing too. The gunfire scattered them, they veered left. Lao San gasped for breath, then asked, did you take down the suspect? Qin Yu blinked once, stepped forward, glanced around, then suddenly seized Lao San's arm with his left hand and yanked him deep into the alley. What the hell are you doing? Lao San stammered, bewildered. So, you do want to settle things with me? Qin Yu asked, expressionless. Lao San froze, then remembered he'd come to the restaurant to teach Qin Yu a lesson. You wanted to talk earlier, talk now. Right here. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. What exactly did you mean? What are you getting at? Qin Yu raised the gun and pressed the barrel against Lao San's temple. Fuck you, have you ever been to the pending development zone? Military grain trucks passing through Sangkanzi must stop. Even the king of hell dismounts to burn incense and pay homage. I fought my way out of there alone, and now you think you'll lecture me on rules? Ha! Lao San stared, stunned. Kong! A single gunshot cracked the air, shattering his composure utterly. Seconds later, he collapsed, breath ragged, eyes bulging in disbelief. Qin Yu tossed the weapon onto Lao San's chest. From now on, dangerous jobs, we do them together. Don't provoke me again. Next time I'm scared, I might not know where this barrel's pointing. Then he turned to the woman crouched beside her and asked quietly, what trouble did you fall into, sister? An hour and a half later, at the police chief's direct hospital. Lao San lay on the operating gurney, phone to his ear. Chief Yuan. Where are you? Chief Yuan Ke's voice was crisp, detached. At the hospital. You encountered an incident at the restaurant earlier. Yes. Lao San launched into a boastful monologue, spittle flying. We were on routine patrol, stopped at Urji restaurant, and spotted several desperate outsiders from beyond the district. I sensed something wrong instantly, moved in for inspection. Next thing I knew, they drew weapons. Realizing this was a major case, I coordinated my team and engaged them. Hedon. Heavily armed ringleaders and accomplices were neutralized on site, but 2 escaped. No problem, the district has already issued a full-scale manhunt. Hey Chief, I heard from HQ that the main suspect's name is something like Matsushita. A notorious fugitive flagged in our system for 4 years, multiple homicides on his record. Doesn't that prove how capable we are? Not only did we stumble upon him, we ended him ourselves, cracking a cold case in 1 stroke. Chief, you have to recommend me to the director. Men like him don't settle in one place. Who else could have caught him? I've held the rank of second-class police inspector for 2 years, time to ascend. Ascend your mother's ass. Chief, why are you cursing? Cursing? I swear I'd shoot you myself if I could. Lao San was dumbfounded. That Matsushita. He was sent by my brother. The operation was nearly complete and you played hero and ruined everything. You're utterly worthless. Wait, Chief, let me explain. Stunned, Lao San scrambled to backtrack, talking fast. I exaggerated earlier. I'll tell you the truth. I went there to beat up Qin Yu, then ran into that idiot Lao Mao who claimed there was a case. Beep. Beep. Chief Yuan had already hung up. In the police headquarters, a team is present in the inquiry room. Qin Yu was twirling a pen in his right hand and softly asked the girl in front of him, are you feeling better yet? The girl brushed her hair tips, her eyes slightly dazed and a look of lingering fear on her face. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded. Qin Yu glanced at her state, got up, walked to the water dispenser, poured her a cup of hot water and placed it on the table. Drink some water. If you feel unwell, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. Thank you, but I don't need to go to the hospital. I have no external injuries. The girl picked up the cup, politely thanked him and took a deep breath. You can ask me anything. Okay, then I'll ask. Qin Yu sat down again, took out the inquiry notebook and began to make notes. Name. Lin Nianlei. Age. 20 years old. Gender. Lin Nianlei looked a bit confused. Can't you tell? There is a law enforcement device recording I have to ask. Qin Yu explained with a smile. Female. Residence location. Upon hearing this, Lin Nianlei hesitated for a moment. Fongbei City. You came from the capital of the special zone. Yes. Then what are you doing here? Work or residence rights relocation. Although Qin Yu had never done inquiry work before, the notebook had simple and clear forms that were easy to understand. Work. After verifying the basic information, Qin Yu began to prepare to inquire about the case details. You were kidnapped. Where did the incident occur? Do you know who did it? I'm not sure. I just came from. Just as Lin Nianlei was about to answer the questions about the case, the office door was suddenly pushed open and Director Li entered with Old Cat and others. Qin Yu turned to take a glance and immediately got up to greet Director Li. How's it going? Director Li asked casually. I'm confirming the basic situation. Hello, Miss Lin. After nodding to Qin Yu, Director Li extended his hand politely to greet Lin Nianlei. I am the police chief, my surname is Li. Hello. Lin Nianlei nodded and shook hands with him. Someone from the internet broadcast is here to pick you up, you can leave now. After some consideration, Director Li said with a grin, we will handle the case. The remaining two suspects definitely won't get away. Qin Yu felt a bit curious upon hearing this, as Director Li had not been in the room earlier, yet he knew the girl's name and seemed to have no intention of continuing the inquiry and wanted to let her go. For this reason, Qin Yu scrutinized her a few more times. She was about 1.7 meters tall with a graceful figure. Although her face was somewhat dirty and her hair a bit messy, it could not hide her exquisitely beautiful features. Old Cat said Lin Nianlei looked a bit like the previously popular Jun Ji-hyun, but Qin Yu thought she was even more attractive than Jun Ji-hyun, as her eyes were larger and more spirited and her body proportions were better. Most importantly, this girl had very fair skin, crystal clear and delicate like a porcelain doll. In this era, what kind of family could raise their child like this? Could she not do any work at all? Clearly, Director Li's sudden visit and his decision to let her go without even an inquiry must have a significant reason behind it. After a brief exchange between Lin Nianlei and Director Li, everyone went downstairs together. 5 minutes later, downstairs, a few middle-aged men got out of a pure electric car, chatted with Director Li cheerfully for a few moments and hurriedly took Lin Nianlei away. Qin Yu glanced at the pass on the windshield and saw it was a vehicle from the publicity department of Songjiang City. After everyone watched Lin Nianlei leave, Director Li walked aside, made a few phone calls and turned back to shout, "Come to my office." What's going on? Qin Yu turned to ask Old Cat. Old Cat scratched his nose and quietly replied, "You've really stepped into a heap of trouble. You just arrived and already caught the attention of the higher-ups." Well, it's normal. Capable people won't have a hard time anywhere. After hearing this, Qin Yu felt a little more assured. A few minutes later, in the office, Director Li patted Qin Yu's shoulder and sighed. I said you have a bit of character, but I didn't expect your brilliance to shine so It was just a coincidence. Qin Yu grinned. You've really brought honor. Director Li, unable to conceal his joy, turned around in the room and jokingly scolded, "This Songxia has a lot of major cases and he is someone the headquarters specifically wants to catch." But he had been in the planning area for the past 2 years, so even if the higher-ups wanted to catch him, they lacked the ability. However, as soon as he returned, he fell into your hands. Tomorrow at the meeting, I can boast at the bureau. You've given me a boost right after you arrived, and that's commendable. Qin Yu quietly listened without responding. Alas. Director Li leaned down on a chair, took a cigarette that Qin Yu gave him and continued with a somewhat regretful expression, "If this matter were to happen to someone else, they could jump directly from a level 3 officer to a level 1. With the corresponding rank coming down, there would be no problem for them to be a team leader. But it's a bit difficult for you. You just arrived and the data entry system hasn't even been up for 24 hours. If I promote you hard, it might cause some rumors." Upon hearing this, Old Cat immediately defended Qin Yu, saying achievements are not just handed out, they are earned through hard work. Who captured Songxia? Who killed him? Who rescued the hostage? It's all evident. What rumors are you afraid of? If you're worried about others saying something, how can you be the chief? Use your brain when talking to me. The usually composed Director Li glanced awkwardly at Qin Yu and then scolded Old Cat. Old Cat blinked his eyes and fell silent. "Xiao Qin, the credit is yours, no one can take it away. But the situation at the department is a bit complex, and since you just arrived, I really can't promote you too quickly. It would indeed reflect poorly." Director Li looked at Qin Yu expressionlessly and said, "But we still have a long way to go, let's take it slow. Director, you've helped me a lot, I'm content." Qin Yu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Within a month I'll promote you from intern officer to level 3. Tomorrow we'll have someone write up a case report and send it to the police department. I estimate it won't be a problem for you to receive a 3rd-class merit. Once the award certificate comes down, it will be logical for you to be promoted to level 2 by the end of the year. After some thought, Director Lee continued, for now I can't make you a team leader because your time here is too short and you don't even have a familiar face in the team. Suddenly becoming a team leader would make no one respect you. How about this? I'll talk to Yuan Ke later and let you serve as the deputy team leader. This position is decided by the department and won't go through the system, so there's no title. But once you get familiar, I'll find a vacancy and promote you formally. Additionally, for this case I'll give you a bonus of 3,000 and at the end of the month I'll also give you a recognition as an outstanding individual. Thank you, Director. Qin Yu was actually very pleased with this outcome and immediately saluted in thanks. Alright, let's leave it at that. Director Lee waved his hand. You two go ahead. You should rest early. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu and Old Cat left together. Director Lee took a sip of water and was just about to get up to go home when the phone rang. Hello. Director Lee, I want to ask. In this case report, how should we write about the situation on the third side? Should we consider Captain Yuan's perspective? After pondering for a while, Director Lee said, I've heard some things about his situation. This kid didn't go to the restaurant to catch people. How about this emphasize? The next day at noon in the hospital. What did the higher-ups say? The third guy asked a colleague while lying on the hospital bed. The medical expenses for the injured are fully covered by the department and they will also apply to the police department for a collective third-class merit for our team. In terms of financial rewards, each person who was severely injured in the case will receive 5,000 and those who were not injured will receive 3,000, the colleague replied with a gloomy expression. The third guy was stunned for a long time upon hearing this. What about Qin Yu and Old Cat? I don't know about Old Cat. The colleague shook his head and replied, but I heard that Director Lee has already promised Qin Yu that by the end of the year he will definitely promote him to a level 2 officer and also apply for a personal third-class merit for him. Haha, and the office has already notified the team that he will be made the deputy team leader. The third guy's head buzzed as he asked, is there still law and order? Is there any fairness? Is this Qin Yu really Director Lee's illegitimate child? I contributed the most, took the hardest hits, and when a bullet came I thought we would meet in the martyrs' cemetery in the future. But in the end the one who benefited was a rookie who just arrived. Why? Why is the department applying for a personal third-class merit for him while giving me a collective third-class merit? Look at this bullet wound on my butt. If I hadn't dodged quickly the bullet would have gone straight into my rectum. In the end the department only gave me a bonus of 5,000. What does this mean? I'm just asking you, what does this mean? What use is it to ask me? The colleague rolled his eyes. Someone in the team spoke up for you, but Director Lee shot it down with a single sentence. Samxia is a hard target, whoever kills him gets the credit. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't even shoot him on the spot, he chased him down and killed him. And what were we doing at the restaurant? The upper management is also aware. Don't say any more. The third guy, too tired to listen, lay on the bed and murmured, my mom always said since I was little. My fate is not good. The third guy was quite indignant. He felt that Qin Yu had snatched away the credit that belonged to him. However, in reality Qin Yu also felt a bit wronged because the biggest beneficiary of this matter was not him but Old Cat, whom Director Lee had not even mentioned. The level 1 officer directly turned into a level 3 section chief. At the same time, internally he quietly became the deputy head of the third team, and the application for a personal third-class merit was approved within a day. Not many people at the department knew about this, but those who heard about it were privately speculating about Old Cat's relationship with Director Lee, including Qin Yu. They also lamented that hard work cannot compare to good fortune and good fortune cannot compare to controlling one's fate. The day after the little storm ended, the third guy's support Yuan Ke boarded a train back to Songjian City. Although Qin Yu had tasted some success with the case under Song, earning praise from Lee Si, his status in the team did not improve. In fact, the majority of his 45 colleagues treated him as if he were invisible. Aside from Qilin the Old Cat and a few marginalized colleagues who were somewhat close to him, the core members of the team mostly faced him with cold expressions. If it were only the outsiders treating Qin Yu this way, he might be able to endure it. However, even his roommates with whom he had to spend every day were playing cold violence against him. These people did not confront him, but they also did not speak to him. Whenever Qin Yu entered the room, everyone either fell silent instantly or collectively left, and as soon as he was gone they returned to their previous activities, playing cards or chatting. The way everyone treated Qin Yu was simply because he had offended the third one, appearing as a thorn, and he had taken credit right upon his arrival, inevitably inciting jealousy in some. If it were someone else they might regret offending the third one, but Qin Yu felt none of that, as his personality was somewhat cold and not everyone could enter his heart. Moreover, he did not believe that by fawning over others and ingratiating himself he could integrate into any circle. He felt that living in such an environment, if one were excessively weak, it would only cultivate an insatiable mindset in others. If the third one could suppress him once, he could suppress him 100 times. If he stayed silent after being scheduled for 3 extra days today, the third one might well push him to be scheduled for 4 days next time. If things continued in this manner, even the hygiene in the dormitory and washing others' clothes would fall to him, which Qin Yu absolutely could not accept. Faced with his colleague's cold violence, although Qin Yu felt indifferent inside, it was indeed somewhat awkward to continue staying in the dormitory. After all, everyone lived under the same roof, and if no one looked down on anyone while facing each other coldly every day, it would surely affect their— The case under song earned Qin Yu a bonus of 3,000 yuan, a windfall he had not budgeted for before. So once the money arrived, he decided to rent a place of his own. Since everyone couldn't get along, it would be better not to see each other. However, Qin Yu was unfamiliar with the local situation and could only ask the old cat to help him find a place. The conditions were that the price should not be too high, there should be electricity supplied, and it should be livable. The old cat thought Qin Yu was tough and straightforward, and since he got along well with him, he agreed immediately. The next day, as Qin Yu entered the office preparing to find someone for a handover and officially start work, someone suddenly shouted from outside, "Qin Yu, team leader Yuan wants you in the cafeteria." Qin Yu turned back at the sound, just about to ask the person who called him, but found that they had already left, clearly not intending to continue the conversation. He. Qin Yu chuckled, picked up his coat, and walked out of the office. In the cafeteria, after inquiring with the staff, he looked up and saw team leader Yuan sitting by the window. Yuan Ke was about 1.78 to 1.79 meters tall, with a slim build, fair skin, and handsome features. Adding to this, he had a pair of peach blossom eyes with the inner corners slightly downturned resembling a crescent moon and the outer corners slightly upturned, giving the impression that his eyes could smile, which made a good first impression. "Hello, you must be team leader Yuan. I am Qin Yu." Hello, nice to meet you." Yuan Ke smiled and stood up to shake hands with Qin Yu. "Actually, I should have come to pick you up the day before yesterday when you arrived, but unfortunately I was not in Songjiang a few days ago and just returned today. I heard about it. I know you went to Fongbei for a meeting. Have you settled in?" Yuan Ke waved his hand signaling Qin Yu to sit down. All the necessary procedures have been completed." Qin Yu sat across from Yuan Ke. "That's good." Yuan Ke personally poured a glass of water for Qin Yu and smiled, saying, I heard about the kidnapping case. You really gave the first team a good name. It was just a coincidence, there's a bit of luck involved." Qin Yu grinned. "As soon as I came over this morning, I had a chat with Director Li and he mentioned your situation to me." Yuan Ke casually continued, "Originally, if criminals like those in Song had been caught, the main investigators would definitely be recognized and everyone below the rank of captain would at least move up a level. So Director Li meant to have you directly become the team leader, promoted to a second-level officer. However, since you have only been here for less than a day and coincidentally encountered this incident, it does seem a bit too coincidental, and if we were to push it too hard it would inevitably lead to speculation. So Li Si and I considered it and decided to let you wait a bit longer. There's no rush, we have plenty of time ahead. Yes, Director Li told me about this situation. I am not anxious." Qin Yu responded to the other party in agreement. "I just arrived, so I should adapt to the environment first. No worries, what is meant to be yours I will definitely fight for you." While the two were exchanging pleasantries, the cafeteria staff brought out 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, including beef and some very expensive green vegetables. This made Qin Yu feel that Yuan Ke was quite generous and at least appeared to be an open-minded person. "During work hours we can't drink, let's just have a simple meal." Yuan Ke refilled Qin Yu's glass of water. "This is just fine. Don't just look at it, eat it while it's hot." "Sure." As they spoke, both began to use their chopsticks while Yuan Ke sneaked glances at Qin Yu. He noticed that the young man who had rushed out from the planning district was not intimidated. He did not wolf down his food but also showed no signs of restraint. "Little Qin Yu will go to the third group in the team." After a moment of silence, Yuan Ke suddenly said, "The team leader of this group has been dealt with internally for dereliction of duty and embezzlement, and no one is managing it now, so it's just right for you to act as the interim leader." Qin Yu was taken aback. "Isn't that inappropriate? Director Li said I was supposed to be the deputy leader." "The interim leader is actually at the deputy leader level, and Director Li's original intention was to promote you to a second-level officer. Once your title is confirmed, we will remove the interim designation." Yuan Ke responded with a smile. "It's easier to handle matters within our own team." "Then thank you for your support, team leader Yuan. Little Qin, this police station isn't something I run myself, but this team leader was supported by everyone. Without the 40 to 50 brothers in the first team working hard on cases behind me, how would I, Yuan Ke, have anything to talk about with Director Li?" Yuan Ke spoke succinctly, filled with enthusiasm and righteousness. "Since you are here, you are my person. You support me and I will take care of you, that's only right. We don't need to be polite. If you have any matters in the future, just bring them up to me and I will do my utmost to fight for what you deserve. We are all eating from the same pot, only the roles are different, but the essence is the same, which is to live slightly better in this chaotic environment." Qin Yu initially thought that since he had offended the third one, he would be seen as a thorn in Yuan Ke's eyes. Even if they wouldn't explicitly target him, they would still throw him a pair of shoes to wear to assert their dominance. But unexpectedly, Yuan Ke's words today were very down-to-earth, showing no airs of authority or any convoluted speech, which warmed his heart. "Team leader Yuan, since you put it that way, I will raise my glass in place of wine and toast to you." Qin Yu was not someone who was oblivious to kindness. He lifted his glass and said seriously, "In the first team I will do my utmost to get the job done." As the words fell, the two drank it all down. After putting down the cups, Yuan Ke wiped his mouth, looked up at Qin Yu and said, "Alright, the greetings are done, let's talk about work matters." "Okay, go ahead." This morning the police department issued a wanted notice. A few big criminals have appeared in the planning district and may show up in the black market. This task has been assigned to the first team. I came back to organize personnel and prepare to set up a surveillance operation for them, Yuan Ke said, frowning at Qin Yu. "But I still have an important case that needs manpower to handle." "What kind of case is it?" Qin Yu asked. "It's a drug trafficking case." Yuan Ke took a sip of water and explained, "Recently a large batch of smuggled drugs has appeared in our black market, some of which are counterfeit while others come from unofficial channels. This matter initially went unmonitored because after all, where there is demand there is a market. Now we can't even handle the major cases, so who has the manpower to control such matters?" However, two major pharmaceutical companies in Fengbai's capital jointly pressured the government, claiming this issue was affecting their market. You know, the more chaotic the world becomes, the more voice the rescue industry has. The higher-ups had no choice but to press down, resulting in our Songjiang medical department leaders calling the police department daily and the police department pushing Li Si, because the spread of illegal drugs is primarily in the black market. So Li Si is almost going crazy, stating during meetings that we must clear out all the drug dealers in the black market within 3 months. Are we actually going to clean them out, or is it just talk during meetings? Qin Yu blinked and asked somewhat indirectly. Yuan Ke paused for a moment, his eyes showing slight surprise as he replied, "It's for real, not just talk, we need to clean it up." "Then is the third group staffed enough?" "You all will start working on it. Once you grasp the main clues, our first team will concentrate our firepower to take them down." Yuan Ke replied softly, "But before we have the main clues, we still need to apprehend those major criminals." "Okay, I understand." Qin Yu was very clear in his heart that once he wore this uniform he had to follow the orders here. This was an ironclad rule and he currently had no choice. You also know that the current joint government's crackdown on counterfeit drugs is unprecedented, which is also to protect the interests of pharmaceutical companies still engaged in research and the interests of numerous patients. Therefore, selling smuggled drugs, regardless of whether they are real or fake, as long as they exceed 5 kilograms, is punishable by death. Yuan Ke frowned and reminded, "So you must be careful in your work. The case must be solved, but the safety of the team members and yourself must also be guaranteed." "I understand. The information will be sent to the third group in the afternoon. You should familiarize yourself with it quickly and also get to know the team members. If necessary, you should treat them to a meal to foster some relationships. They are all young people, easy to approach." Yuan Ke stood up, just about to settle the bill, when he suddenly turned back to Qin Yu and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, the third one has that temperament. Sometimes he speaks and acts without thinking. Don't be like him. He'll find you both to sit down together later. The past is past." Qin Yu was taken aback. That would be troublesome. I'm going to settle the bill, it's time to start work." Yuan Ke smiled at Qin Yu and walked towards the payment counter. Qin Yu looked at Yuan Ke's back and murmured softly, he really has a broad mind." In the afternoon, just as Qin Yu was about to return to the third group, the old cat notified him to hurry to 88 Tongbai Road in the black market area because a new house had been found. Qin Yu checked his phone and felt that there was still some time before work, so he immediately headed out. After walking for about 15 minutes, Qin Yu hurriedly arrived at the entrance of 88 Tongbai Road. He didn't see the old cat but heard someone shout from behind, "Is that you? Is it you?" Qin Yu turned back at the sound and saw Lin Nianlei standing at the bottom of the steps wearing a fitted wool coat, smiling brightly. Her face no longer bore the fearful expression from the previous day, and with her back to the brilliant sun she looked like a woman who had stepped out of a painting. At the entrance of No. 88 courtyard, Qin Yu smiled and asked Lin Nianlei, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to look at the house," Lin Nianlei replied, brushing her hair and casually asking, "What about you?" "What a coincidence." Qin Yu was taken aback. "I'm also here to look at the house." "Lin Nianlei blinked her bright eyes. "Don't you guys have dormitories?" There are too many people in the dormitory. I can't get used to it, so I thought of renting a place." "Oh." Lin Nianlei playfully nodded and confidently extended her hand, saying, "Since it's such a coincidence, let's get to know each other." "I still don't know your name." "My name is Qin Yu." "Thank you, Qin Yu." The reason Lin Nianlei took the initiative to talk to him was simply to say this. Qin Yu knew that Lin Nianlei was thanking him because he had saved her life in the alley, so he pretended to respond, "It's my duty, no need to be polite." Lin Nianlei straightened up respectfully, saying, "Salute to sir. Let's go in and take a look together." Qin Yu didn't have much resistance to pretty girls, but due to limited conditions previously he couldn't flirt. Now that he was somewhat settled, he felt a bit restless and at least wanted to chat more with beautiful girls. "I've finished looking and already reserved it. My colleague went to buy something and we will leave once she returns." Lin Nianlei responded enthusiastically, "If you rent here we can meet again in the future. Once I get my salary I'll treat you to a meal." Then I need to check if the house is suitable first. I work at the online station, so I'll definitely have interactions with the police department in the future. See you. Alright. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu stepped into No. 88 courtyard. He hadn't had the chance to ask Lin Nianlei for her contact information before she left with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, old cat was sitting on a stone stool waving and calling Qin Yu over here. Coming. Qin Yu hurried over at the sound. I just heard you talking at the entrance. Who were you with? Old cat casually asked. Did Qilin come too? No, I just ran into the girl who was kidnapped that day and chatted for a bit. Old cat was stunned for a moment. You ran into that girl? Where is she? Can you not act like you want to eat someone? She has already left. What was she doing here? Old cat asked with great interest. Who did she come with? What did she say to you? She works at the online station not far from our police department, so she came here to look at houses and just happened to run into me. Qin Yu replied impatiently. Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a house in this courtyard? It seems she did. Old cat frowned in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly looked at Qin Yu and asked, hey, do you need a roommate or something? I can cook. You're really something. Qin Yu was speechless. She really attracts me, brother. Old cat babbled. Why don't we share the rent? Let's talk later. Let's check the house first. Qin Yu waved his hand to urge, hurry up, I still need to return to the team later. Alright, let's go look. As soon as he finished speaking, the two stepped into the main hall of the house. The house old cat showed Qin Yu was about 30 square meters with some simple furniture inside. The walls had been painted and the overall environment looked quite clean, but the price was a bit high. The landlady asked for $300 a month and it had to be paid every 6 months. This price was indeed not low, but it was also reasonable. This was because No. 88 courtyard was located in the area with the highest concentration of government institutions in Songjiang City, adjacent to the television station, online broadcasting station, police department and transportation department, which is also why Qin Yu and Lin Nianlei ran into each other. Their workplaces were originally not far apart, so even if they didn't meet here, there would definitely be opportunities to see each other in the future. The currently used currency in the 9th Special Zone is the newly issued Asian dollar, while the world's common currency is the alliance currency issued by the Joint Savings Institution under the United Government. Of course, the Eurozone also has its own currency, the euro, but that is not the topic for now. The exchange rate is approximately 1 alliance currency to 6 Asian dollars. The Asian dollar, having just been issued, has very high purchasing power, roughly 10 times that of the previous renminbi. So 300 Asian dollars is equivalent to 3,000 previous renminbi. Currently Qin Yu's salary is only $500 a month, and if he rents this house and considers food and drink, he basically has no money left. This also reflects the life of the lower class in the 9th Special Zone, where the cost of living is increasing day by day due to dwindling resources, with more people than positions, leading to low incomes. This is why Qilin is racking his brains to become a second-level officer with a higher title. The salary will also increase. Old cat saw that Qin Yu liked this house but felt a bit pained by the 300 monthly rent, so he said quietly, in the police department, except for weaklings like Qilin who are just focused on being a lapdog, most people don't live relying solely on their salaries. I can see you're not a good person either. You will definitely have some gray income in the future. Do you have gray income? Qin Yu asked sideways. Yes, how could I not? What kind of gray income do you have? I specifically bully those who pull strings. If they don't pay, I deal with them. Old cat shamelessly responded. Qin Yu was speechless. Stop thinking about it, just rent it. I can come over to stay sometimes too. Old cat persuaded again. After deliberating for a while, Qin Yu thought that he might not find a better and cheaper house for a while, and since this courtyard was indeed close to the police department, he hesitated and responded, okay, I'll rent it. Let's rent it for half a year first. After work in the afternoon. In a less than 50 square meter office area, 9 young people stood in uniform. Yuan Ke smiled at everyone and said, to put it simply, although Qin Yu has just arrived, he has indeed shot down the major criminal Song Xia and successfully solved the kidnapping case. So after careful consideration by the department and the team, Qin Yu has been temporarily appointed as the leader of the third group of the first team. Everyone looked at each other for a long time before bursting into warm applause. Qin Yu's personal third-class merit has already been reported to the department and his rank will be raised in due time, so don't have any other thoughts. As I said before, as long as you perform well, you will be promoted in the first team. This applies to everyone. After Yuan Ke finished speaking, he pulled Qin Yu and said, let's introduce you to everyone. Qin Yu stepped forward wearing a neatly fitted light green police uniform with 2 crutches on his shoulders, saluting and saying, my name is Qin Yu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. In the crowd, Qilin looked blankly at Qin Yu, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Just a few dozen hours ago he personally brought this newcomer back to the team. But in less than 2 days the guy had become his superior. This feeling was indeed a bit unpleasant. I will reiterate, everyone wearing this uniform must abide by the rules here. Although Qin Yu was new, if anyone bullied him, talked nonsense or affected work, don't say I won't recognize you when I turn my face. Yuan Ke smiled and reminded everyone before turning back to Qin Yu and saying, alright, you all chat. Sure. Qin Yu nodded. Thank you, team leader Yuan. No need to be polite. Yuan Ke floated away. In the office area, Qin Yu blinked at everyone, casually pulling out a box of Chinese cigarettes that he usually didn't even dare to smoke, and smiled at everyone, saying, I ran into good luck and accidentally became the leader of the group, but my personal experience is definitely lacking compared to yours. So in the future for case matters I will still need everyone's help. Come on, relax, have a smoke. Qin Yu's words were completely a polite opening remark intending to get closer to everyone, but unexpectedly on the far left side of the crowd an older youth casually took the cigarette from Qin Yu's hand, skillfully tore open the packaging and said, "Hee brother, you have good stuff, you can get roasted tobacco." Qin Yu was taken aback and smiled. "A good friend gave it to me." The person who spoke to Qin Yu was named Zhu Wei, an old hand in the third group who had been with the team for 4 to 5 years. However, due to his relatively blunt personal style he had not been able to rise up. But if Qin Yu hadn't come he might have been selected as the group leader. After all, his seniority was there and he usually got along well with Yuan Ku. Zhu Wei pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff and then offered the cigarette box to others. "Sit down everyone, sit down," Qin Yu called out. Smack. Just then Zhu Wei suddenly reached out and slapped Qin Yu's arm, laughing, "This thing is still enjoyable, makes you feel good when smoking. Brother, you handle things straightforwardly, no tricks, haha." This was no problem, but the slap from Zhu Wei just happened to hit the bruise on Qin Yu's arm. He had been grazed by a stray bullet during the shootout with Song Xia that day and hadn't completely healed yet. Hiss. Qin Yu winced in pain, furrowing his brows and stepping back, turning to look at Zhu Wei. "Wei, good, the leader has an injury." At this moment Qi Lin had already changed how he addressed Qin Yu, unconsciously calling him leader. "Damn, what happened?" Zhu Wei asked Qin Yu with a big grin. "Where are you hurt?" Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and replied with a smile, "I got grazed by a bullet while catching Song Xia." "Grazed? Then it's nothing, just go to the hospital and get some medicine later." Zhu Wei grinned. "No need for a shot, this won't kill you. Getting a shot now would cost half a month's salary." Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei but didn't say anything further, just gestured for the others to take their seats. After all 10 people in the third group sat down, everyone began to chat quietly. During the initial conversation Qin Yu roughly understood the situation of the third group. This group including him had 10 members, among whom there were 3 Taiwan Nanzi and 6 Chinese. However, the 9th Special Zone was previously located in the northeast of the country, so Mandarin was the official language and they had been living here for quite some time, so their Mandarin was fluent, albeit with a bit of a northeastern accent. After a simple communication everyone began to fulfill their roles and started studying the drug trafficking gang's information. As night fell, Qin Yu had just finished checking 2 old police vehicles of the third group downstairs and turned to return to the office only to find that the room was already empty, leaving only Qi Lin and that Nanzi brother who were fiddling with the cluebook. "Where is everyone?" Qin Yu asked. "Brother Zhu took them out to do something," Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu frowned. "I said to study the case, we still have a meeting tonight, why did he suddenly take people out?" "Is there a case?" "No, he seems to have taken people out for some personal matter. It's not even off work yet and he just took people away without saying a word." Qin Yu muttered expressionlessly. Qi Lin remained silent for a while and didn't respond. Qin Yu frowned as he sat in the chair looking down at the desk phone, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. What does Zhu Wei mean? Is he trying to act on his own? On the first day of officially leading the third group, Qin Yu's test had arrived. 5:30 p.m. Qin Yu, Qi Lin and Lao He, the third member of their unofficial trio, had already finished dinner in the canteen when Zhu Wei returned with the rest of the team. "Poof. Went out?" Qin Yu asked casually from his chair. Zhu Wei gulped down water noisily and replied with characteristic bluntness, "Some punk was causing trouble for my family, I took the brothers over to sort it out. All settled. No issues." After a brief silence Qin Yu nodded with a faint smile. "Alright, let's talk about the case. Are we all working overtime tonight?" Zhu Wei set down his cup and sauntered over to Qin Yu's side. "Got any cigarettes left?" "Gimme one." "None left. That last pack's gone." "Damn, burned through them fast. You guys really hoard the good stuff." Zhu Wei opened his drawer, pulled out an e-cigarette, took a drag and asked, "So, are we raiding tonight?" "Yes. Commander Yuan instructed us to move quickly on this investigation." Qin Yu affirmed. "Everyone please bear with it tonight, we'll start by conducting preliminary surveillance and mapping the drug dealers' patterns." Before anyone else could respond, Zhu Wei plopped himself onto the edge of a desk and declared, "No need for reconnaissance, every dealer operates openly on Tuza Street. We go there and we bag them all." Qin Yu paused, startled. "You mean, we'll find them just by going?" "Well hell, if higher-ups hadn't flagged it nobody'd ever bother these scum." Zhu Wei counted off on his fingers, "They sell drugs right out in the open on Tuza Street, I've seen it dozens of times. But Commander Yuan told me drug control is exceptionally strict here in the Special Zone. How dare they operate so brazenly?" "The 9th Special Zone is unlike any other," Qi Lin explained. "It was built later than the rest, and uniquely it's the only zone formed by such a vast confluence of ethnicities and cultures. Hence its dynamics are far more complex. Last year's chief executive election triggered military clashes in Sanjiang and Fongbei, chaos reigned." "I see." Qin Yu nodded, then asked, "So, would a straightforward street-level sweep be viable?" Qi Lin opened his mouth to reply, only for Zhu Wei to cut in, "Why not? If we strike now before word gets out about the crackdown, we'll seize crucial leads and crack the case faster." Qin Yu, sensing Zhu Wei's unreliability, he struck him as brash and impulsive, turned instead to Qilin. What's your take? Would a direct operation be appropriate? I'm unfamiliar with conditions there, Qilin scratched his head. Ha! Him. Zhu Wei snorted, curling his lip. This little prick. Oh, he's great at work. Whenever trouble looms he vanishes. Wherever danger lurks he's nowhere to be found. So tell me, how's he supposed to know anything about that area? The remark stung, but Qilin merely smiled, saying nothing. Xiao Qin, you're new. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Tonight we cross the border and sweep the street. Grab our leads first, everything else falls into place. Zhu Wei bellowed without a trace of self-awareness. Brothers, get ready. I'll head to the armory now. Sign for our firearms. Accustomed to following his lead, the others rose immediately. Qin Yu remained seated, eyes fixed on Zhu Wei, neither objecting nor intervening, then murmured softly, fine. Let's assess the situation first. Zhu Wei leapt off the desk and slapped Qin Yu's arm with a booming laugh. Brother, you hit the jackpot joining Team 3. These guys aren't troublemakers, they respect straight dealing. You're sharp, Xiao Qin. Zhuge will back you all the way, and so will everyone else. Stung by the slap, Qin Yu clenched his jaw and glanced down at his arm. Shit, I forgot. Forgot you're injured. Zhu Wei blinked instantly, stepping forward. You alright? Qin Yu lifted his gaze, cool and steady. I'm fine. Go get the weapons. Right, I'll head out now. Zhu Wei turned and strode away. Qin Yu watched his retreating figure, brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Team leader Zhu Wei's different from Lao San, he means no harm. He's loud, jokes constantly, and loves teasing. Qilin stepped closer, speaking quietly, don't take it personally. Have you ever met someone like Zhu Wei, someone who ignores your temperament entirely yet relentlessly delivers outrageous jokes? He's perpetually carefree, never treating himself as an outsider, and utterly indifferent to how others feel. Yet the moment you flare up he grins shamelessly and says, come on, it's just banter. Why so uptight? Then he repeats it relentlessly, unrepentantly. In ordinary life you'd simply distance yourself, cut him off. But Qin Yu couldn't. Because Zhu Wei was his colleague. They shared the same workspace, the same duties, the same pot stirring the same stew. There was no avoiding him. Yet his constant overstepping, issuing orders as if he were in charge, hijacking the team leader's authority in front of junior officers, how could Qin Yu command effectively under such conditions? Worse still, every member of Team 3 was Zhu Wei's friend. To challenge him immediately upon arrival would risk fracturing the unit from within. So, what now? As Qin Yu weighed his options silently, Qilin observed coldly from the periphery, curious to see when exactly the newcomer would finally snap at Zhu Wei. And whether after that rupture he could still hold firm as Team 3's leader. 830 p.m. Two unmarked police cruisers halted at the entrance to Tuza Street. Qin Yu and his team, dressed in civilian clothes, stepped out and strolled leisurely into the district. Tuza Street was the most lawless enclave in the entire Black District, a sprawling den teeming with over 10,000 residents granted formal residency but lacking stable employment. Along both sides of the road, neon pink lights glowed above storefronts, each doorway flanked by 7 or 8 women striking provocative poses, waving incessantly to lure passers-by. In shadowed alleyways, addicts, glassy-eyed and snot-nosed, staggered aimlessly, hollow gazes sweeping listlessly across the street. Homeless and desperate, they stole today, robbed tomorrow, just to survive, to score another fix. A flicker of fleeting euphoria, then, perhaps, a sudden blizzard burying them forever beneath icy rubble. Qin Yu had witnessed too many such souls, and such desolation, in the unplanned zone. His gaze was numb. He walked forward, eyes lowered. After walking nearly a kilometer, the team halted before an unmarked storefront. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and whispered, this one sells drugs. Looks deserted. Qin Yu glanced around, voice low. I'm unfamiliar with this area, if we move in now can we actually detain them? Qilin considered it briefly. We'll make the arrest in flagranti. Wait until a buyer walks in, then we move. Qin Yu stood pensively by the roadside, frowning. They openly run a drug trade here, surely they've taken precautions. I'm telling you, they've operated with total impunity until now. Zhu Wei's tone sharpened with impatience. A clean sweep demands surprise. If you investigate covertly, first word spreads, and resistance multiplies exponentially. Qin Yu, lacking experience in the 9th Special Zone and hardly a seasoned investigator, hesitated, then turned abruptly to Lao He. Zabi, what's your call? Can we pull this off? True, no one's ever intervened before, Lao He rumbled, simple and sincere. But long-term surveillance leaks. The Bureau has no secrets. After a pause, Qin Yu issued crisp orders, patrol cars draw too much attention, we can't drive them in. Lao He, Xiaolu, you'll park the vehicles behind the street. As soon as we secure the suspects we leave immediately. Understood. Everyone, fan out. Check your sidearms, magazines and body armor, Qin Yu continued. The moment someone enters that shop, we breach. Ha, you wore body armor. Nervous little thing, aren't you? Zhu Wei sneered, twisting his mouth. These dealers hold zero clout. Back when I did patrols I beat them regularly. They're cowards. Qin Yu shot him a glance, then resolute commanded, let's proceed. 30 minutes later. Two young men escorted an elderly man into the storefront, striding confidently inside. Hidden in an alley, Qin Yu keyed his radio, observed through the glass, confirm whether they're here to buy drugs. A moment passed before Qilin replied, confirmed. Move, now. Qin Yu barked. They're inside. Instantly 8 officers surged from 3 directions, wrenching open the wooden shop door and storming inside. Inside the dim cavernous hall, 2 youths and the old man stood beside the counter, packaging drugs. Behind the bar, a burly young man, electronic cigarette dangling from his lips, stared stunned toward the entrance. Zhu Wei, advanced pistol drawn in his right hand, left finger jabbing toward the youth. Special Zone Police, hands on your head. Against the wall. Now. The youth recoiled, instinctively exposing the handgun holstered at his waist, and failed to comply. In such volatile terrain, armed suspects often reacted with extreme violence. Seeing the weapon, Zhu Wei lunged, grabbed the youth's collar with his left hand, and brought the pistols, but crashing down hard upon his skull. Thud. 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 Zhu Wei struck 6 or 7 times, yet the youth writhed, resisting. Frustrated, Zhu Wei seized his hair and slammed his head violently against the counter's sharp corner. Blood gushed from the youth's temple. His eyes rolled upward, and with a heavy thud he collapsed unconscious onto the floor. At that instant, thunderous footsteps erupted overhead. A bald man in a thick military coat rushed down the stairs, eyes wide with shock, scanning the scene before snatching up his radio. Goddammit, Store 2's been raided. Everyone move. Now. Silence, brief, brittle, absolute. Then, explosive, deafening footfalls shook the street. From row houses and apartment blocks lining both sides, dozens of figures burst forth, brandishing knives, steel pipes, chains and firearms, flooding the storefront like a human tide. Qin Yu stared at the surging mass outside, and in that flash the grain riots of the unplanned zone flooded his memory. Instinctively his hand moved to disengage the safety on his sidearm. Zhu Wei, peering through the glass, broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard. When did their numbers balloon this big? They've truly grown arrogant. Inside a storefront. A bald man draped in a military overcoat stood atop a wooden staircase, his gaze cold and piercing as it swept over the burly young man knocked down by Zhu Wei. In a low measured voice he asked, whose dog ran loose, daring to stir trouble in my shop? Old Moss Place. Qin Yu's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. He turned toward the shop entrance and saw over 20 people already forcing their way inside, blocking every exit. We're from the police bureau. Zhu Wei recovered quickly, pulling out his official ID from his trouser pocket and holding it against his chest. Everyone else, stay still. We're here investigating a counterfeit pharmaceutical trafficking case. Ha! The bald man sneered. Who's selling fake medicine here? Zhu Wei, gripping his firearm, pointed at the counter and declared, we witnessed these individuals conducting a transaction right before we entered. You saw it, does that make you the law itself? Unmoved, the bald man remained rooted on the steps, raising a finger toward the crowd at the door. Ask them, did anyone here actually see someone in this room selling drugs? Silence followed his words. Not a single voice rose among the 24 figures at the entrance, only the clink of weapons and the steady advance as they encircled the 3-man squad in the center of the living room. Zhu Wei froze, stricken with awkwardness, speechless, even unnerved by the sheer menace radiating from those who had stormed, and none bore the look of men who yielded easily. Qin Yu hesitated for a breath, then stepped forward to speak. Damn it. At that instant the burly youth Zhu Wei had felled surged upright, clutching his gushing blood-soaked head and roaring, how dare you strike me here, you bastard. Don't move. A young man beside Qilin jabbed a finger at him. Not move. Go to hell. In one explosive motion the youth lunged up from the floor and swung his fist, thud, smashing squarely into Zhu Wei's skull. You think waving some junk pistol around scares me? Your own father. Zhu Wei staggered backward 3 or 4 paces. Don't lay a hand on him. That's assault on an officer. The 3-man team moved as one, immediately surrounding the furious youth upon seeing Zhu Wei struck. So what if I assaulted you? What'll you do about it? Still reeling from nearly being killed by Zhu Wei, the youth's rage boiled over. He whirled, snatched a utility knife from the counter, the kind used to slit open cardboard boxes, and charged forward 2 strides, bellowing, fuck you. Even if Li Fatso sent 500 more of you, you won't walk out of here unless I say so. With a roar he lunged forward, blade first, straight into the crowd. Qilin had been dodging, but never expected the youth now standing amid the throng to lunge first toward him. Zhu Wei, spotting the knife, instantly sidestepped. Shit. Qilin cursed, too late to evade. All he could do was arch his hips backward, shielding his vital organs. Thwip. Just as the blade pierced the air toward Qilin's torso, Qin Yu shoved through the crowd and seized the youth's wrist, barehanded, halting the knife mid-thrust. His palm clamped tight around the blade's edge, blood erupted, instantly arcing in a crimson stream onto the floorboards. Qilin stumbled back 2 steps, stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief fixed on Qin Yu. A heavy silence fell, brief, taut, then the youth glared, pupils sharp as flint, and spat, you catch a blade barehanded, so you're bulletproof. Without waiting for an answer, he wrenched the knife free, ready to stab again. Qin Yu's left hand shot out like lightning, locking the youth's wrist in a vice grip. Then he lifted his gaze to the middle-aged man on the stairs and said calmly, "Brother, we didn't come to cause trouble. Our bureau received repeated reports alleging counterfeit drug sales here. We had no choice but to investigate. Yet the moment we entered, your brother drew a gun, and my colleague acted only to secure the scene." The bald man, still draped in his military coat, lowered himself slowly onto the staircase step and pulled out an e-cigarette, saying nothing. Qin Yu kept his grip firm on the youth's wrist, smiling faintly as he continued, "I've only just arrived in Songjiang. I don't yet know how deep the waters run in Tuzha Street. Since this is clearly a misunderstanding, and no drugs are being sold here, we'll withdraw. Is that acceptable, brother? If no drugs are sold here, then why did you beat someone senseless?" The bald man exhaled a plume of vapor, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Yu paused, silent for several seconds, then replied, "Brother, it's because of men like you that we earn our keep. We depend on each other. Life isn't easy for any of us. So let's not make things harder for one another, would you agree? And if I do make things hard for you, what then?" The youth glared fierce and unyielding. The bald man drew another slow drag from his e-cigarette, then turned his head and spat a streak of yellow phlegm, still silent. Qin Yu paused briefly, his smile unwavering, then turned fully toward the bald man. "Brother, within Tuzha Street perhaps we won't solve a single case. But beyond its borders, you still need to conduct business, don't you?" At those words, the bald man's arm stilled mid-motion before he finally spoke, "Let them go." Just like that. So my beating was for nothing. The youth shot back, his voice thick with venom as he roared at Qin Yu and the others, "Fine, you may leave. But first strip off your shirts and frog jump your way out of Tuzha Street. Don't push it too far, you bastard." Guan Qi, a normally reserved member of Team 3, clutched his firearm and shouted. Snap. Qin Yu wheeled around, seized Guan Qi's arm and spoke with quiet authority, "Then jump, we'll survive it." Guan Qi retorted bitterly, "Team leader Qin, what happens if we don't leave? Do you think they'll fare any better? Damn it, numbers mean nothing. I said, listen to me." Qin Yu's eyes blazed. Guan Qi clenched his jaw and fell silent. "Strip. Frog jump out." Qin Yu turned and issued the order to his team. From the stairs, the bald man murmured softly, "So many deal in this trade, why target our shop alone on Tuzha Street?" Qin Yu blinked, then replied evenly, "We received multiple reports. Higher-ups ordered the inspection. I don't know the full story." The bald man rose slowly, then began ascending the stairs, his back to Qin Yu, as he said, "Tuzha Street runs wild, and it preys on outsiders. Come here again without cause and you'll regret it. Out there, dozens of men each landing one clean blow. Where would your bureau even begin looking for culprits?" With that, he vanished up the staircase. 5 minutes later, 8 officers, including Qin Yu, stood shirtless in a line along the street, hopping outward from Tuzha Street on their hands and knees like frogs. Dozens of young men lined the roadside, gripping weapons, watching in cold, wordless silence. From windows on both sides of the street, nearly every apartment flung wide, people leaned out, some smoking, others folded in their arms, all observing Qin Yu and his team with detached indifference as they hopped one agonizing leap at a time toward the periphery. No one spoke, for how long no one knew, until suddenly a voice bellowed from the right-hand building, "Fuck you. Come back and we'll kill you dead." That roar echoed raw and unbroken into the night. Instantly, bottles, medicine jars and discarded debris rained down in a deafening crash. "Run!" Qin Yu sprang upright and roared, the team scattered in disarray, vanishing into the darkness. Inside the second floor of the storefront, the bald man sat on a battered wooden chair, frowning at the burly youth, winding gauze tightly around his bleeding head. "Have the brothers Yes, they've all left. Call a few men over. Move the goods tonight. Hold off all shipments for a few days. Keep things quiet. You're scared now, third uncle. Those were just greenhorn cops, no idea what they were walking into. Why fear them? Medicine prices outside have skyrocketed. How many destitute sick souls on this street rely solely on us to survive? One shot from me, and thousands will flood the streets to defend our turf. Must we bow to their whims? Do as I say, don't argue. Fetch 2 men. Now." Ugh, every year I get more timid." Malaware grumbled bitterly, yet bowed to his uncle's will and went to summon men to haul the goods. On the outskirts of Tuzha Street, Qin Yu pulled on his shirt, then retrieved a medical kit from the car and hastily wrapped gauze around his wounded palm. Beside the vehicle, Guan Qi glared and cursed, "Damn it, officers enforcing the law bested by criminals, stripped bare and forced to hop out like fools. This humiliation, if it reaches the station, will be mocked for life. We shouldn't have backed down. Refused to strip, and what would they truly do to us?" Zhu Wei, now brimming with bravado, snapped at Qin Yu, "You're too timid. Let me tell you, this isn't how policing works in Songjiang. You're the team leader, you should shoulder responsibility when it matters most." Qin Yu bit down hard on the gauze, then lifted his gaze to the group. "Gather close, I have something to say." "What for?" Guan Qi asked. "Get over here, now." Qin Yu snapped, brow furrowed. The team exchanged glances, dejected, weary, even irritated, before shuffling reluctantly toward him. Check your ammunition. Anyone without body armor, retrieve it from the car. Lao He and Xiao Lu remain on vehicle duty. Qin Yu issued orders, his expression unreadable. The officers listened, bewildered. 10 minutes later, back inside the storefront. Ma Lao Air directed 3 peers at the rear entrance. The truck's delayed. Load the goods from this room first, then head to shop 3. There's more there. Where do we take the goods? Back to the warehouse, for now. Ma Lao Air muttered, slouching. Third uncle's grown overly cautious, needlessly fussing. I say, leave it here. Sell as usual. Tap tap. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed sharply from the left side of the rear door. Ma Lao Air turned, cigarette in hand, only to see Qin Yu clad in a pale green ballistic vest wielding a half-meter riot shotgun bursting in like a storm. Shit. Boom. Qin Yu's eyes were ice cold. He raised his right leg and drove his heel hard into Ma Lao Air's chest. Whoosh. Thud. Ma Lao Air flew backward nearly half a meter, crashing into 3 stacked crates, dazed and winded. Don't move or I'll kill you where you lie. Guanxi pressed his firearm to Ma Lao Air's temple. Clatter. Without pause, Qin Yu yanked the door open and charged into the storefront, straight for the second floor. Inside the second floor room, a walkie-talkie crackled with static, then a drug dealer sprinting downstairs yelled into it, "Third uncle, the same crew's back." Third uncle froze, then surged to his feet, hand darting toward his weapon. Clatter. Qin Yu slammed the shotgun's bolt home as he burst through the doorway, cocking his head sideways as he called out, "Tuja Street's layout is too tangled, we hopped for ages, and never made it out. Brother, come with us. Show us the way." Third uncle stared, shock freezing his features. A feigned hand return strike. Inside the second floor room. Qin Yu had no time to waste bantering with Uncle 3, he lunged forward, slammed his pistol twice against the man's skull, and Zhu Wei swiftly cuffed him. Move, now. Dragging Uncle 3, Qin Yu rushed down the stairs shouting urgently, "Don't waste energy chasing minor players, immediately escort away everyone we've apprehended. No delays." As he shouted, Qin Yu and Zhu Wei, already gripping Uncle 3, burst out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lao Air, pinned to the ground like a wild beast, sank his teeth into Qilin's palm and screamed, voice raw with panic, "Fuck you. Grab your weapons, the cops are back." The moment commotion erupted in the street nearby, drug peddlers instantly surged forth, brandishing weapons. But Qin Yu had anticipated this. Spotting Ma Lao Air open his mouth to shout, he swung his rifle but in a full arc and slammed it hard across the man's jaw with a thunderous crack. Arg. Ma Lao Air writhed on the ground in agony, spitting out 2 front teeth and gushing blood from a gaping wound split across his lip. Flank left, take the side exit. Qin Yu strode briskly across the rear alleyway, waving urgently, "No dawdling, 5 kilos of contraband is more than enough for life sentences. Move. What the hell are you hauling boxes for? You idiot." Hulking loudly, finally grasping the command, dropped the crate, snatched up 2 heavy sacks of antiviral medication and sprinted at full speed into the alley across the road. The street swelled with bodies, dozens charged forward in unison. Con. 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 Qin Yu fired 3 rounds into the crowd, but they didn't scatter. Instead, they surged onward, frenzied and undeterred, returning fire without hesitation. Damn it, these dealers have no fear of death. Trapped at the alley mouth, Qin Yu realized his shots couldn't suppress the mob and turned on his heel, fleeing outright. Seconds later, as the group sprinted through the narrow alley, 2 sharp grating screeches pierced the air, tires locking violently. Get in the cars. Lao He and Xiao Lu flung open the doors of 2 waiting vehicles and shouted. Without pause, Qin Yu and the others shoved Ma Lao Air, Uncle 3 and 2 accomplices into the police SUV, then vaulted into the open cargo bed behind. In the black district, police vehicles came in 2 standard models, 7-seat SUVs and 5-seat pickup trucks with open cargo beds. Sedans were reserved exclusively for high-ranking officials like Director Li, rarely seen during routine patrols. After all, in this era, practicality reigned supreme. Ostentation was a luxury no one could afford. Fortunately, the utilitarian design of these patrol vehicles, at least offering an open cargo bed, meant everyone could fit. Without it, they'd never have squeezed inside. Vroom. Once aboard, Lao He stomped the accelerator to the floor, racing toward the outer edge of Tuja Street. Gunfire rattled incessantly as both vehicles sped forward. The cars were riddled with bullet holes. 2 Thai brothers from Team 3, seated on the exposed outer side, sustained varying degrees of gunshot wounds. Don't hold back, run down anyone blocking our path. Qin Yu crouched low in the cargo bed and bellowed. Lao He dared not lift his head to look ahead. Instead, he kept his eyes below the steering wheel, swerving sharply to knock down several assailants. Only then did the charging mob begin to falter and disperse. For over a minute, the vehicles roared through Tuja Street at full throttle, until at last they broke free entirely. Qin Yu glanced back at the 100-odd figures still surging after them down the street, wiped sweat from his brow and murmured, "If this place remains ungovernable, even Songjiang's future hangs in the balance." Snap. Hard on his words came a sharp, stinging crack against his skull, followed instantly by searing pain. Damn impressive, bro. Xu Wei slapped Qin Yu's shoulder and cheered, "You've got guts." That counterstrike was flawless. Qin Yu merely shot him a terse, unreadable glance and said nothing. Just past 10 p.m. Inside the police bureau headquarters. After stitching up his wounded palm in the infirmary, Qin Yu strode straight into the interrogation room. Ma Lauer lounged insolently on the floor, eyeing Qin Yu askance. "You're in deep trouble. Within 3 hours. Thud. Qin Yu lifted his boot and drove it brutally into Ma Lauer's skull. Shit. Dazed and stunned, Ma Lauer's head snapped backward against the wall, stars exploding behind his eyes. 500 men couldn't stop you, is that right? Thud. Tuja Street, you're the toughest here. Thud. Oh, so you're the big boss now. Thud. 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 Cursing with each blow, Qin Yu delivered 7 or 8 savage kicks to Ma Lauer's head until the man collapsed unconscious, blood streaming from his nostrils, limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Bring ice-cold water, douse this hot-blooded brother fast. Now. Qin Yu called over his shoulder to Lao He. Lao He wasted no time, fetching a bucket of filthy ice-flecked water from the restroom and dumped it in one violent splash over Ma Lauer's head. Less than half a minute passed before Ma Lauer's eyes regained focus. Qin Yu planted his boot atop Ma Lauer's calf, leaned down and demanded, voice low and lethal, "You want frog jumps, do you?" Ma Lauer stared up at him, fear flickering in his gaze, his bravado gone, his tongue mute. Kneel. Qin Yu roared suddenly. Ma Lauer flinched violently, then recoiled instinctively. I said, kneel. Qin Yu jabbed his finger at the floor, eyes blazing with cold fury. Stunned, Ma Lauer stammered, "Come on, don't make it ugly, okay?" At the sound, Qin Yu immediately raised his right thump. Before the boot even struck, Ma Lauer scrambled upright and dropped to his knees on the floor. Frog jump on your knees. If I'm unsatisfied, you don't stop. Pause once, I kick you. Understood. Qin Yu gripped Ma Lauer's hair and enunciated each word with chilling precision. 2 minutes later, gritting his teeth, Ma Lauer began hopping across the room on his knees. Fine, better to yield than suffer, damn it, I surrender. Outside the room. Working late tonight? Shi Lin asked. No. Sleep when you can. Qin Yu shook his head, let them stew overnight. Tomorrow morning we interrogate the 2 younger ones first, to secure evidence. Otherwise Ma Lauer and Uncle 3 will never talk. Both clearly had years of experience in this trade. Understood. Shi Lin nodded, then added, heading back to your new apartment. Need a ride? No, I'll stay here tonight, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. I'll manage just fine. Work starts at dawn. All right. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu turned and headed for the washroom. Inside a nightclub in the Black District. Yuan Ko answered the call, his expression startled. Is it true? Qin Yu led a raid on Tuja Street and succeeded. Ha, this kid truly surprises me. The next morning at 8:30 a.m. Yuan Ko sat in his private office and smiled as he addressed Qin Yu. No need for pretense, last night's case personnel each receive a 300 yuan allowance drawn from the team's internal budget. Qin Yu blinked in surprise, then immediately raised a thumb. That's proper. Get the interrogations underway, I'm waiting for results. Got it, Qin Yu nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait a moment, Yuan Ko said, opening his small cabinet and pulling out a brand new pair of leather boots. What's your shoe size? 43. Perfect, we wear the same size. Yuan Ko placed the shoebox on the desk. A friend gave them to me, I've never worn them. Take them. This must be expensive. A pair of boots. Trivial, Yuan Ko waved dismissively. Take them. Qin Yu glanced down at the box and for the first time truly sensed that Yuan Ko's loyalty was no mere platitude. Because whenever he committed to something, he delivered every benefit within his power. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Don't thank me, get going. Yuan Ko smiled faintly. Yes, sir. Qin Yu left, clutching the shoebox. Over the next 2 days, Team 3 devoted itself entirely to interrogation work. To Qin Yu's surprise, Uncle San and Ma Lauer proved astonishingly tight-lipped, one feigned madness, the other refused to utter a single word, though their 2 underlings had already broken. Interrogation was not Qin Yu's forte, not here, where procedures differed drastically from those in the planned district, rendering much of his prior experience and technique obsolete. And when it came to raw field-tested expertise in extracting confessions from criminals, his teammates, especially Lao He and Guanxi, possessed far richer experience. So Qin Yu entrusted the task fully to them, reserving his role to await leads and conclusions. At around 3:30 p.m. on Thursday, Qin Yu sat chatting idly with Qilin, Lao He and Xiao Lu in the office, when Zhu Wei strolled in, slightly tipsy, swaggering through the doorway. Damn, no interrogations yet. Just lounging around. Zhu Wei belched, grinning toothily. Yeah, just took a short break, Qin Yu replied, nodding. Snap. Zhu Wei instinctively ruffled Qin Yu's hair with his hand. Scoot over a bit. Qin Yu chuckled and shifted sideways on his chair. Stop teasing me, why do you always mess with my hair? Damn, what's wrong with ruffling your hair? You're practically official now, getting arrogant are you? Zhu Wei teased. Why are you drinking during work hours again? Qin Yu asked offhand seriously, your body might handle it but your wallet surely can't. How expensive is one round of drinks? Friends everywhere, endless social obligations, Zhu Wei retorted, legs crossed. My family's pushing me to marry. They introduced me to a Japanese woman, I met her once and we had a drink. Ah. Qin Yu nodded, then deliberately pulled a Zhonghua cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a flick of his lighter. What the? Zhu Wei froze, then stretched his neck and barked, you little bastard, you claimed you were out of smokes. Why hoard them from your own brothers? Here, give me one. None left, just this one, Qin Yu replied, taking a slow drag. Hey, stop bullying the squad leader. This brand's pricey, why keep cadging off him? Guan Shi chimed in jokingly, unlike him I've got breakthroughs today, so technically you owe me one as a reward. Had no one dared jest or playfully provoke, perhaps no one in the squad would ever have initiated banter with Qin Yu. But with Zhu Wei, a blunt unfiltered force, constantly ribbing Qin Yu without restraint, everyone grew accustomed to speaking freely regardless of setting or circumstance. Truly out, Qin Yu insisted, gently pushing Zhu Wei away. This is my last one. Damn, so stingy. Hand one over now. Zhu Wei seized Qin Yu's wrist. Squad leader, don't be stingy. Share it, half a stick per person works fine. Lao Hei leaned in, grinning. Seriously, none left, Qin Yu declared, reclining in his chair and tilting his head back to evade. Grab him. Breathing alcohol fumes, Zhu Wei pinned Qin Yu's arms and roared, voice cracking, come on, hold him down. Xiao Lu, pin his legs. Search his pockets, split the whole pack. Damn it, he doesn't know the rules. Fresh off the boat and already this tight-fisted. Zhu Wei, stop it. I really don't have any. Qin Yu laughed, insisting warmly. Hurry up, hold him down. Xiao Lu, grab his legs. Zhu Wei kept shouting. The mood flared instantly. Except for Qilin and the two injured Thai teammates absent from the office, every member of Team 3 surged toward the chair, grabbing at Qin Yu to seize the cigarettes. Damn, cut it out. I swear I'm out. Qin Yu laughed broadly as they wrestled while several burly young men joined Zhu Wei's raucous tussle. How are we supposed to get through the day? Feels like none of us have smoked in ages, Qilin joked, rising to fetch water. Damn it, I'll get it out of you yet, hand it over. Zhu Wei gripped Qin Yu's arm and reached straight for his trouser pocket, when suddenly Qin Yu snatched the police-issue combat knife from the desk. His thumb and forefinger clamped the blade's edge and in one fluid, brutal motion he drove it downward. Thwip. Zhu Wei froze, instantly rigid as stone. Don't push me, I'll stab you for real. Qin Yu called out, still smiling, his right hand gripping the tip of the blade as he yanked it free and thrust again, aiming for Zhu Wei's thigh. Thwip. A second strike pierced Zhu Wei's leg, he staggered backward 2 steps. Blood bloomed. The room fell utterly silent. Even Qilin stared, stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Oh damn, did I actually hit you? I was just pretending. Qin Yu feigned shock, then sprang upright, clutching the knife and bending to examine the wound on Zhu Wei's thigh. Are you alright? You asshole, you play with knives. Zhu Wei shouted, pain sharpening his voice as he shoved Qin Yu hard. Qin Yu lifted his gaze, still smiling. I warned you not to provoke me. I don't hold back, and yet you kept joking. Look what happened. Silence descended upon the room. All eyes turned to Qin Yu, not with mirth but with sober, unreadable gravity. Don't test me again, got it? Ha! Qin Yu set the knife down with a smile and extended a hand to help Zhu Wei rise. Let's go, straight to the infirmary. Zhu Wei hesitated, then, coming no longer enraged, simply lowered his head and followed him out. After this minor incident, no one in Team 3 dared make reckless jokes at Qin Yu's expense, not even Zhu Wei, the boldest among them, and no one treated him merely as a newcomer anymore. From an observer's vantage, Qilin witnessed exactly how Qin Yu had handled Zhu Wei and realized with sudden clarity that beneath Qin Yu's affable, easygoing demeanor his thoughts ran far deeper than surface appearances suggested. You might believe you'd grown close, become friends, even confidants, yet the moment you overstepped he'd correct you in a way no one anticipated, firm, decisive, yet preserving your dignity. Qilin also recalled Old San, the squad's notoriously domineering enforcer, who since the kidnapping case had not once challenged Qin Yu again. What did that imply? That Qin Yu had quietly resolved the matter himself. Only then did Qilin grasp the truth. Men like Qin Yu, precisely because of their rare blend of courage, acuity, emotional intelligence and worldly wisdom, were built to thrive in such treacherous terrain. Boldness. Precision. Emotional intelligence. Worldly wisdom. Forged over a decade in the Plan District, perhaps all that time had been preparation for ascent here. After parting ways with Zhu Wei at the infirmary, Qin Yu remembered he'd rented an apartment but hadn't visited it once amid the whirlwind of recent work. He promptly called Lao Mao and headed for yard no. 88. Meanwhile, inside a warehouse on Tuzha Street, a man in his 60s leaned on his cane and murmured, Qin Yu. Never heard of him. I had someone look into him, he's new. He arrests Xiao Er and Demin on his first day. Does he have backing? The old man paused, then turned and ordered, send people to find this Qin Yu. Inside courtyard no. 88. An old cat lay sprawled beside the window of the left side house, its wide eyes scanning Lin Yanlei's room. Still not back this late. Inside the right side house, Qin Yu stretched his neck and shouted, could you come over and lend a hand? Did I invite you here to admire the scenery? Don't shout, I'm coming. The old cat replied listlessly, then crossed the courtyard and entered Qin Yu's room. It's just a rented apartment, you only come home to sleep. Do you really plan to turn it into an imperial palace? That's about enough tidying up. If you're living here alone, shouldn't it at least be clean? Qin Yu fanned his nose with his hand. Help me mop the floor, it's covered in dust. What? You expect me, a deputy squad leader, to mop your floor? Buddy, you've grown quite arrogant. I'll treat you to dinner later. Now that's more like it. The old cat was lethargy incarnate, so much so that even showing up to help Qin Yu today was unprecedented. The two worked seamlessly. The old cat directed while Qin Yu did the labor until nearly 8 or 9 o'clock. Lin Yanlei still hadn't returned. Why hasn't she come back yet? Truth be told, the old cat had come over largely hoping to catch a glimpse of Miss Lin. Stop staring, she's not your type. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Let's eat. Alright, let's go to Second Sister's place. Forget Second Sister's, we'll grab some midnight snacks instead. What snacks? Instant noodles, convenient and quick. Damn it, I helped you move and you're feeding me this. Instant noodles are cheap. Take it or leave it, you've worked all night, you must be exhausted too. Qin Yu shot him a sidelong glance. You're utterly heartless. Hear that? I'll even throw in a sausage. It's settled. With that, Qin Yu chuckled and strode out of the residence. The small courtyard housed 5 families. The female landlord lived behind the inner iron gate and rarely emerged. Of the remaining 4 households, Lin Yanlei and Qin Yu occupied the rooms flanking the main entrance, left and right respectively. The other 2 dwellings tucked beside the inner courtyard were dilapidated side rooms without electricity or running water, and their occupants were seldom seen. After returning with food, Qin Yu boiled water and shared a simple dinner with the old cat, then prepared for an early rest, intending to resume interrogating Ma Lauer and Demin the next day. Alright, dinner's done. You can head back now, Qin Yu said offhandedly as he shrugged off his coat. The old cat let out a satisfied belch. Nah, I'll stay here tonight. Brother, there's only a 1.5-meter bed, how exactly are we supposed to sleep? I'll hold you close, the old cat replied, too lazy even to clear away the trash, plopping straight onto the bed and kicking off his stinking shoes. Are you insane? Qin Yu asked, voice unsteady. Did you come here for Lin Yanlei, or for me? Hey, have you ever been with a man? The old cat asked curiously from his prone position. Qin Yu froze, speechless, utterly bewildered. I'm asking, you've done it before, right? Have you? Qin Yu shot back. Well, I've watched. Supposedly it stimulates the prostate. Just as the old cat launched into a rambling anecdote, Qin Yu snapped, shut up. Are you staying or not? Staying. It's too late, I'll sleep here. The old cat yawned and haphazardly stripped off his clothes. Powerless to argue, Qin Yu simply rinsed up quickly and climbed into bed. But there was only one set of bedding, so as Qin Yu lay down, a faint awkwardness prickled his skin lingering from the old cat's earlier words. Did they catch the drug traffickers? The old cat lay facing Qin Yu, eyes already closed, drifting toward sleep. 2 ringleaders, Qin Yu confirmed with a nod. He must be overjoyed, the old cat sneered. That despicable hypocrite, mouth full of virtue yet hands stained with filth. Qin Yu had heard such remarks before. You seem to hold a grudge against Unit 1, don't you? It'd take more than a few words to explain, but let me warn you, do your job diligently yet keep your personal life strictly separate. Move your leg, yours is touching mine, Qin Yu interrupted. I haven't moved it. You have, it's right against my leg. That's not my leg. The old cat murmured, eyes still shut. Knock knock. A sharp rapping sounded at the door. Who is it? Qin Yu called out. It's me, Lin Yanlei. Are you home? Ah, yes, I'm back. Do you have hot water? Lin Yanlei had just returned from overtime. Her building's water supply had been cut off, leaving her unable to wash or freshen up. Unaware Qin Yu was inside, she'd leaned against the window peering in while knocking, and caught a fleeting glimpse of him rising from the bed. Yes, I'll get it for you in a moment. With no sleepwear on hand, Qin Yu hastily pulled on his coat and opened the door. Sorry to bother you, were you already asleep? Lin Yanlei stood wrapped in a woolen coat, her delicate face flushed crimson from the cold. No trouble at all, I still have hot water left, Qin Yu smiled. Let me fetch it for you. Thank you so much, Lin Yanlei replied politely, careful not to step inside uninvited. Qin Yu turned to retrieve the water. Your job must be exhausting, you're working this late. Just started, I'm still adjusting, Lin Yanlei said, stretching her slender porcelain neck. Oof, sat all day. My neck feels petrified. Nianlei, we're almost out of hot water. The old cat suddenly sat up, snatching up his underwear. Hold on, I'll draw some cool water from the storage well and you can reheat it. Wait right there. At the doorway, Lin Nianlei stared stunned as the old cat pulled on his underwear beneath the covers, then slowly turned her stiffened neck toward Qin Yu, her expression dazed, her voice faltering. Oh, you're together. Ha! Qin Yu froze midair, kettle in hand, utterly dumbfounded. Outside courtyard No. 88, an electric motorcycle halted. The passenger glanced at the main gate and said, Xiaohu mentioned a colleague lives here too. Two people, the writer asked. Yes. Right, let's stake it out. Wait until Qin Yu steps out on his own before making our move. With that, the motorcycle glided silently down the street and vanished into the night. The next morning at dawn, Lao Mao was roused by a call at 6 because the squad had a task and hurried back to the police commander. Qin Yu, pondering what frugal breakfast to have, was surprised when Lin Nianlei delivered a plate of piping hot youtiao. Just bought them, eat up. Lin Nianlei hummed the youtiao on the door and called out. Qin Yu, who was washing up, froze for a moment. Oh, this is too much, he murmured. No trouble, neighbors help one another. Lin Nianlei smiled, meaning to thank him for the hot water the night before, and said, I'm off to work. So early? Qin Yu asked. Yes, I have field work, need to set up equipment early. Lin Nianlei answered, radiantly waving at him. See you tonight. All right. Bye, sis. Lin Nianlei slung her shoulder bag and turned to leave. Qin Yu stood dumbfounded for a long moment, wondering where did the sis come from. Are they treating me like nothing? 5 minutes later. Lin Nianlei waited at the door for a female colleague, and as they strode toward the office she gossiped, giggling airily, I tell you, that guy in our compound who seems very manly. He might be gay. Really? Pretty certain I saw it with my own eyes. Oh my, what a pity. Qin Yu finished the breakfast Lin Nianlei had brought, tidied himself briefly and hurried toward the squad. Because resources were scarce and Songjiang had only been established a short time, transportation was extremely inconvenient. There was no subway, no bus service, and taxis were rare. Ordinary people traveled on foot or by their own electric bikes. But charging an electric bike was costly. Those who could afford it were merchants with steady incomes or minor government officials. Qin Yu was frugal and saving for other goals, so he had not bought an electric bike. Besides patrols, the team's vehicle could be used but required covering its running costs personally, so he had no choice but to walk to the office. After about 5 minutes walk, as Qin Yu was considering stopping at a shop to look for an e-cigarette, two burly men approached and flanked him, one to his left and one to his right. Judging by their stance and orientation, Qin Yu instinctively stepped back and pressed his right hand to his waist as if to draw a pistol, though his service weapon was not actually on him. The lead man bowed his head and said, no ill intent, we just want to talk. Qin Yu was silent for a few seconds. Who are you, he asked. You don't need to know me, know this instead. The lead man lifted his coat to reveal a pistol at his waist. Qin Yu's face went cold as he stood rooted to the spot. The man switched off the safety and asked, can we talk? Qin Yu ran through in his mind whom he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang, then nodded and said, all right, let's go. A few minutes later they were in an alley. Four middle-aged men flanked Qin Yu while an old man remained seated inside an electric off-road vehicle and did not get out. Qin Yu studied them carefully. Their clothes were modest and thick, heavy leather coats and knitted caps, with faces smudged as if with oil. In this setting he was not afraid of the slickly dressed, soft-spoken types who posed as powerful men. He was more wary of these rough, rustic-looking strangers. A knot of tension tightened in his chest, for these men reminded him of the brigand Songxia who had been killed days earlier. The old man inside the vehicle, arms wrapped in his coat, asked, did you arrest Ma Lauer and Dimin? Qin Yu had not resisted earlier and had followed them, and largely because he suspected they were here about that case. He had made a few enemies since arriving in Songjiang. Lao San was one, but the feud had not escalated to murder. If they truly came in connection with the case, it would likely be for business or to fetch their people, so Qin Yu thought they had no need to force a showdown. He hesitated a moment and then nodded, yes, I arrested them. My surname is Ma, I am Ma Lauer's uncle, the old man said, producing a hand-rolled cigarette and lighting it. Qin Yu blinked, then shifted into an ingratiating expression and lowered his tone, hello boss Ma. The old man turned to look out, his voice hoarse, young brother, just come to Songjiang. Yes, just arrived, took this job by paying for it, Qin Yu admitted candidly, adding wryly, anyone at the bureau can boss me around. You have connections then to be a team leader so soon? Ma the elder inhaled and watched Qin Yu. Qin Yu forced a sour smile. No connections. I was lucky, happened upon a case and cracked it, the chief pleased promoted me. Ma blew smoke out and after a long silence said, young brother, this case is in your hands. Think of a way to do me a favor and let the men go for now. Qin Yu answered timidly, that's difficult for me to handle. At that, Ma waved to one of the burly men to his left and the man produced 20,000 yuan in cash and thrust it forward. Take it, he said. Qin Yu fumbled and declined with a nervous laugh. This isn't right. Not just money, there's also a ZD, the burly man said tersely. Which do you want? Sweat beaded on Qin Yu's forehead, his nerves were frayed. He had a visceral sense that if these men displeased they would not hesitate to kill him. Ma smiled and said, you handled the case. Lift a finger, manufacture some evidence and my 2 relatives will be released. In this day and age some people care about food and drink, some about survival, but who still talks about principles. He added coldly, being a policeman may not be a lifetime job, but once money is in hand you can spend it whenever you like. Qin Yu touched the bundle of 20,000 with a sycophantic smile and answered, boss, to speak honestly, I would dream of taking this money. 20,000 could buy me a sergeant's post, even a man to marry off several wives, but I truly have constraints. He went on in a low voice, the bureau leadership promoted me and specifically named me to crack the drug ring case. If those men had not yet been brought back, even if you offered no money, I would have released them at the sound of your name. But now the suspects have been taken back and the evidentiary chain is complete. If I suddenly let them go, it would be opposing my superiors, tampering with bureau affairs. Boss, I've scraped by in the development zone for so many years, only now do I have a stable meal. I cannot afford to cross my leaders. So truly I cannot help with this matter. The old man said nothing in reply. Damn it, showing contempt when offered, faced the burly man to the right, cursed, producing a Nepalese army knife and winding up his arm, bringing the blade down toward the back of Qin Yu's head. A gust cut through the air as the blade fell, the strike terrifyingly swift. Qin Yu raised his arm horizontally, his body leaning to the left. A muffled sound echoed as Qin Yu pushed the burly man back 2 steps, standing his ground as he immediately raised his hands and shouted, brother, brother, don't make it hard for me. The 9th Special District spans nearly 700,000 square kilometers and there are powerful figures everywhere. What do you think I am? Why must you argue with me? The burly man holding a knife looked shocked and exclaimed, you can actually hold your own. What can I do? I'm just a lowly officer. Qin Yu grimaced, sweat pouring down his forehead as he shouted into the car, Uncle Ma, I really can't make a decision on this case. Just lift your hand and let me go, will you? Uncle Ma frowned at Qin Yu and after a moment's consideration shouted at the burly man, don't move him for now. The burly man holding a knife stepped back slightly. Since you say this has nothing to do with you, then tell me who ordered you to solve the case. Uncle Ma clearly wanted to press Qin Yu for an answer. Qin Yu, upon hearing this, not only did not lie but responded in great detail. It was an order from the police department requiring the station to clean up the drug trafficking gangs in the Black Street area by a deadline. Director Lee is mainly overseeing it and the case is assigned to Team 1. Captain Yuan Ku told me that the work must be completed within the deadline. Everyone present was left stunned by Qin Yu's response. No one expected this guy to not defend Captain Yuan and Director Lee, but rather he straightforwardly laid everything out. Seeing everyone in shock, Qin Yu quickly added, Uncle Ma, if you can get this money to the higher-ups and let them say this matter can be postponed, I will immediately redo the evidence and release your family members. There won't be any issue at all. Haha, you really know how to talk to people. Uncle Ma looked at Qin Yu, a sly smile appearing on his face. Qin Yu, hearing this, clasped his hands together and nodded repeatedly. I'm just a lowly officer struggling to survive. Do you think I dare to offend anyone? After a few seconds of silence, the old man waved his hand and said, let him go. Magu, the burly man shouted and blocked Qin Yu's retreat. Let him go, the old man waved his hand again. The 4 men coldly glanced at Qin Yu before finally stepping aside. Rest assured, Uncle Ma, while I can't release your family, they are still in my custody and I will definitely take good care of them. Qin Yu added with great sincerity. Uncle Ma paused, then suddenly smiled and said, all right then, I'm counting on you. Not a bother, not a bother. Qin Yu nodded and turned to leave. In the alley, the burly man stepped forward and said to Uncle Ma, this kid is too soft. I think he's telling the truth, he can't handle this matter. Uncle Ma lit another cigarette and shook his head, responding, he's not soft, he's slippery. The burly man was taken aback by this remark. A soft person would have already wet their pants at this scene. You haven't figured it out yet. He wants to send us a message. What do you mean? The burly man asked, puzzled. This matter has nothing to do with him, the problem lies with Yuan Ku and Director Lee. Uncle Ma murmured softly, he's just the one doing the work and doesn't want to offend us on behalf of his superiors, so he didn't even hesitate to throw Yuan Ku and Li Fatty under the bus. Ah, so you're saying his relationship with Yuan Ku isn't as close as we thought? The burly man asked, following this line of thought. Yuan Ku promoting him might just be. Exactly, the old man interrupted. I suspect the sudden crackdown on private drugs by the authorities is likely related to another batch of drugs that flowed into the market recently. Previously we were the only ones in the business, but now new players have entered the scene. The problem might lie in the competition. The old man waved his hand saying, it's no use looking for Qin Yu now. Get in the car. We need to clarify why the authorities are cracking down. Once we understand that, we'll know how to deal with Xiao Er and Demin. Afterward, Qin Yu exited the alley and rushed to the police station as fast as he could. In truth, Uncle Ma's analysis was spot on. Qin Yu just didn't want to take the blame for anyone. If Yuan could directed me to solve the case, that would be no problem. But once the case is cracked and a series of troubles arise, it's the captain's responsibility to bear it. Qin Yu would never shoulder it himself. Given his current state, he couldn't bear any burden. Maintaining the basic status quo was already quite difficult. Upon arriving at the police station, Qin Yu immediately sought out Yuan Ku and informed him about Uncle Ma's situation, eager to see his reaction. Yuan Ku, upon hearing this, looked astonished and solemnly advised these people are not to be trifled with. You must pay attention to your safety in the coming days. Don't worry, I'll bear the pressure here. I'll have people spread the word that I ordered you to crack down on the drug trafficking gangs, so any trouble will only come my way in the future. Hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily put aside his doubts about Yuan Ku. The other party had no flaws in what he said and was quite righteous, like a leader he could rely on. After the small waves settled, Qin Yu immediately went to the interrogation room to continue pressing Ma Er and Demin, hoping to obtain confessions quickly and follow the leads to catch bigger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, Ma Er and Demin still held firm and refused to cooperate. Old Hay, frustrated, dragged the two to a basement without surveillance or cameras to use other methods to force them to talk. However, even after a beating, the two remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, Qin Yu had no choice but to seek clues from the underlings, even though what they knew was not core secrets. In the interrogation room, Qin Yu, puffing on an e-cigarette, looked sideways at Ma Er's brother and said, "Say something useful. You're just providing trivial clues, how can I help you with that?" Ma Zai, with his head down, replied, "Big brother, I'm not trying to withhold information, but since we were captured, all the goods and personnel must have been hidden. The information I used to know is no longer valid. You might not realize how ruthless Old Hay is," Qin Yu said impatiently as he stood up. "Alright, I'm done interrogating, let Old Hay teach you a lesson instead. Big brother, don't do that. I can't take it. Let me think a bit more." "Then hurry up and think." "I haven't even eaten." Qin Yu bent down and sat back down. Ma Zai thought for a long time and suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Hey, I actually have a clue." "What is it?" Qin Yu asked. "Before we got caught, I overheard Ma Er mention on a call that there's a big-time supplier who will be coming to Songjiang in the next few days." Ma Zai said, his eyes shining. Qin Yu, upon hearing this, became excited. "Is that true?" In a certain slum in Songjiang, a scruffy man whispered into his phone, "Has the wind died down yet? All the goods are on hold, I must take action." Uncle Ma pondered for a while, speaking with a tone of resignation, "Let's meet and talk first." While Qin Yu was busy with the case, Qilin was not focused on that at all at this moment. This extremely pragmatic individual was contemplating how he could be promoted to a level 2 officer. Outside the office of the security division's first team, Qilin nervously knocked on the door while holding 2 bags of gifts. Someone shouted from within, "Come in." Qilin pushed open the door, grinning widely, and entered while bowing slightly, saying, "Captain Ryan, are you busy?" At the desk sat a middle-aged man with European features who glanced up at Qilin and asked, "Oh, Qi. Come in." Heavily built and sweaty, Ryan adjusted his black-framed glasses and said, "Qi, I have a meeting soon. If you have something to say, just say it." Qilin discreetly wiped the sweat from his chubby thigh and placed the 2 bags of gifts beside the desk, saying, "Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some beef jerky and steaks from Phonbei. They're very fresh. Please take some to try." Ryan frowned and glanced at Qilin. "Don't do this, just get to the point. I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan. I was hoping you could help me out and see if I could be promoted to level 2 officer. You know, considering my qualifications and work performance, I should be eligible for promotion. Right now I lack nothing but someone to speak on my behalf." Qilin stood by the desk, speaking very cautiously, "Please help me out." Ryan looked down, writing a report without looking at Qilin. "There are only 10 slots available. You were originally on the list, but Sang Yong from the 4th team put his brother-in-law's name in. Yuan Ku and I have no solution to that. Just wait a bit, I'll make sure to put you in the next promotion." Qilin was stunned for a moment. Captain Ryan, Sang Yong's brother-in-law, has only been here for less than 5 months. "Yes, it's less than 5 months, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong," Ryan replied helplessly and straightforwardly. "Just wait a bit, opportunities come with time and you'll make friends along the way." Qilin clenched his fist and stubbornly continued, "Captain Ryan, I really need this level 2 officer title. My mother is ill and every month. Who doesn't want to rise up without a reason?" Ryan replied expressionlessly. "But this level 2 should be mine. I've been waiting for almost a year." Ryan, hearing this, rummaged through the food bag and murmured softly, "Beef jerky steaks. Good stuff. Qi, how about this? I'll send you 2 boxes of red wine and 10,000 yuan in cash if you could talk to Director Li and get me promoted to the office." Qilin was taken aback. Qi, opportunities have become very real now. If you don't have money, wait for those who do. If you have money, wait for those in power. So tell me, what can beef jerky do? I could shout and this stuff would fill my fridge. Ryan pushed the steak over casually. "Take it back and wait a bit longer." Qilin pursed his lips and after a long silence finally spoke, "Then I'll wait a bit longer. Take your things. You keep it, the steak is quite good." Qilin turned and left. Ryan said nothing more and continued his work. As Qilin reached the door, he noticed a few dirty clothes with a strong odor hanging on the coat rack and immediately turned back, saying, "Your clothes are dirty, let me wash them for you." Ryan didn't look up, merely replied, "Your shoes are dirty too, let me clean them for you." Then I'll take my leave." Qilin, holding a large pile of items, pulled the door and left. A few minutes later Ryan casually tossed the gifts Qilin had brought to a female colleague in the office saying, "Steak, take it back with you. Aren't you keeping it?" "It's been frozen for who knows how long, my dog won't even eat it," Ryan said while tidying up his outfit and walked away. In the laundry room Qilin rolled up his sleeves cleaning shoes and was on the phone saying, "I still need the medication for this month. Ahu, I'll find a way to transfer the money back to you." In the office area of Team 3 Qin Yu clapped his hands and shouted, "Old hey, go get the weapons and equipment. No one leaves the office before 8 tonight, there might be action." Zhu Wei, whose leg injury from Qin Yu's stabbing had not healed, asked reluctantly, "Captain, do I still need to go?" "There's not enough manpower, you'll drive," Qin Yu commanded without room for discussion. "All right," Zhu Wei nodded without daring to say more. At 4 in the afternoon everyone had finished dinner in the cafeteria and returned to their dorms with their equipment and police firearms. As Qilin entered the room he saw the rare automatic rifle and asked, "What's going on? Who are we catching? Why such a big show? Even the M464 is out." Inside the dormitory Qin Yu lowered his head to clean his duty pistol, tilting his neck as he looked at Lao He and asked how he had come to Jiu District. Lao He bowed his head and answered softly that he had come like most people when the catastrophe struck. Nations formed a united government and established 8 major districts as refuges, but the world's population was far too great for everyone to be admitted into those 8 districts. He explained that because people were numerous and resources scarce, access to safe places was limited and the united government resorted to a lottery to grant permanent residence rights. Though called a random draw, most of the tickets were snapped up by the social elite and the remainder were sold for astronomical sums. By the end a single ticket could cost tens of millions of dollars. His hometown, ravaged by war in Africa, could not possibly afford such a ticket. At that, Brother Taiji murmured in agreement that they had all endured the same hardships. Lao He said his father once clung to a sliver of hope, having heard that Qi District and Ba District still had quotas and were still randomly issuing permanent residency. They had traveled to Asia to try their luck only to discover the districts were already full and could not admit them. Lao He smiled and asked Qin Yu whether he knew how Jiu District had come about. Qin Yu nodded and said he had heard a little. Lao He recounted that because Qi and Ba districts were within the nation's borders and were the last 2 with available quotas, people from all over the world flocked here hoping to draw residency. When the 2 districts filled, tens of millions were left homeless. Unable to survive and led by desperate leaders, some rioted and tried to storm other districts. The united government, unable to contain the chaos, allocated some resources to permit the establishment of a 9th special district, though it lacked the capacity and supplies to support it adequately, and in the end the people here were left to govern themselves. That, Lao He said, was the history of Jiu District, a hard-won sliver of hope seized by the social underclass. It was chaotic yet felt like home, and he added that if Qin Yu were ordered to other districts he might not adapt as easily. Lao He's optimism was infectious. He always spoke with an easy smile that warmed others. After a long silence Qin Yu asked whether Lao He still had any family. Lao He's face clouded as he said there was no one left. His mother and younger brother had been killed in Jiu District's first military clash. His father, one of the district's earliest officers, had also been killed on duty. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment and offered his condolences, but Lao He waved it off, saying he had long since moved past it, and then asked Qin Yu about his own family. Qin Yu hesitated for a long time before admitting that his own situation might be even worse, and he finally prepared to confide in his colleague. At that moment a phone rang. Qin Yu answered the police radio with a brisk hello. On the line, Xiaolu reported concisely that the Ma family's core element had taken Ma Laotu toward Sanuan Road, and that after watching for some time he was about 80% certain they were meeting a contact. Xiaolu described the situation succinctly, and Qin Yu asked about the opposing forces' numbers and whether the contact was present, to which Xiaolu replied that his judgment about the contact's presence was based on experience. Xiaolu frowned and said he had not seen the contact in person, but that at the alley entrance at least 2 to 4 people were posted as lookouts. Qin Yu then asked about Ma Laotu's whereabouts. Xiaolu answered that Ma Laotu had gone in by himself while his associates waited outside, 3 in total. Qin Yu pressed on, asking whether Xiaolu had any sense of their firepower. Xiaolu did not hesitate. Appearances could be deceiving, but by experience he believed these people were heavy hitters and likely carried formidable weaponry. Qin Yu acknowledged the report and ordered Xiaolu to hold his position. He then clapped his hands and called to the others to prepare their gear because they were going to move out immediately. Lao He was the first to rise at the call. Qin Yu patted his shoulder with a smile, saying they would work first and drink later. Lao He answered that it was all right and ready. Lao He lacked many of the petty flaws common among most of the non-Z compatriots. He was hardworking without complaint, neither lazy nor afraid of trouble. He could serve as both observer and demolitions specialist, and his marksmanship was reliable, one of the few stalwart fighters in Team 3. Qin Yu told everyone to assemble downstairs and, turning, immediately dialed Yuan Ku. Yuan Ku answered with a brisk greeting. Qin Yu plainly requested personnel support, and Yuan Ku, eyes brightening, asked whether they had found a significant target. Qin Yu replied that nothing was certain until they engaged, and that the opposing side might possess heavy firepower with an initial estimate of around 10 people. Yuan Ku asked how many personnel Qin Yu required. Qin Yu said at least 1 full team. Yuan Ku hesitated, explaining that it was difficult to assemble 2 teams because most of their officers were tied up on other cases. Qin Yu urged that without personnel he could not effect an arrest and reminded Yuan Ke that he understood Team 3's current condition. After some deliberation, Yuan Ke said he would call the captain of the third squad to request assistance and told Qin Yu to wait downstairs. Qin Yu was surprised and asked whether it would be Lao Mao's squad. Yuan Ke reassured him it would be fine. Qin Yu pleased said he knew Lao Mao well and that communication with him would be easy. All agreed, and about 5 minutes later the requested help arrived. Lao Mao strode out with 20 men clad in light green tactical police uniforms and leather boots, shouldering folded riot shields and carrying 5 M464 rifles, advancing in determined long strides. Qin Yu greeted him with a smile and remarked how quick they had been. Lao Mao grinned and said he had come only because he heard Qin Yu was leading, otherwise he might have avoided the job. Lao Mao added that only those in the dormitory were available, the rest of their force being committed to other cases. Qin Yu thanked him and Lao Mao waved it off, saying they were here to help and would follow Qin Yu's plan. Qin Yu urged them to discuss details in the vehicles and instructed his men to check communications equipment and formulate the arrest plan while en route. The teams answered in unison and boarded. Minutes later, 4 police patrol cars and a multifunctional operations van sped toward San Juan Road. In a dark damp room down an alley, Along ate braised beef as he asked Ma Laotu whether he could settle the problem once and for all. Ma Laotu replied that if he could not resolve it he would pass the job to someone else, but if he could he asked Along to wait. Along said he would wait at most 1 week. Along considered the matter and warned that any further delay risked the warehouse being discovered, which would leave him financially ruined. Ma Laotu said he understood. Ma Laotu rose and promised to solve the problem within a week. Along took a sip of white liquor and called for them to see Ma off. At the door, Ma Laotu paused, turned back and asked why Along refused to allow them to raise prices. He noted that competition on the black street was limited to only a few people, yet other vendors charged double for similar goods. Along shrugged and bluntly replied that profit was what mattered, the more the better. Ma Laotu was thoughtful for a moment, urged him to resolve the problem quickly and then left. 3 minutes later, Xiaolu called Qin Yu with urgent news that the situation had changed. Ma Laotu had suddenly departed. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned and immediately asked whether the people inside the room remained there. The line answered that they were still inside. The report was concise and confirmed the presence of the suspects within the premises. Midsection of the third ring road, 4 police patrol vehicles dispersed and halted at roadside corners while the multifunction tactical vehicle swiftly departed after deploying over a dozen officers at the intersection. Qin Yu sat in the lead vehicle, picked up the radio and murmured quietly, "The suspect is still inside, we'll proceed with the arrest according to our pre-assigned teams. There are people inside the alley, avoid gunfire if possible, make no noise. We lack intelligence on the interior layout." Copy that. Understood. Upon receiving the full order, several teams immediately acknowledged it vocally. Qin Yu pushed open the car door and stepped out quickly, checking that his sidearm was securely holstered at his waist. Just as he began to stride forward, Qilin sprinted up from behind. "Hey, I've finally caught up." Qin Yu turned at the sound. "You're done?" "Yeah, just finished," Qilin panted, breath ragged. Qin Yu had no time for small talk and issued rapid fire orders. "Stick to the original plan. You'll drive Unit 2 and wait at the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road and Fonglin Road. Once the arrest is secured, I'll board your vehicle immediately. If any backup arrives, report their position instantly." Understood. Qilin replied gratefully, "Thanks, Chief, you always look out for me." "Let's not dwell on that." Qin Yu cut in, already walking briskly as he keyed the radio. "Lao Mao, prepare to advance toward the alley. We'll breach the front entrance." Copy that. 3 minutes later. Lao Mao, wearing a Kevlar helmet and olive green tactical gear reinforced with a ballistic chest plate, led a 10-man team on a crouched advance toward the alley, then split them into flanking positions on either side awaiting command. At the roadside, Qin Yu strode swiftly while speaking into the radio. "Any elevated vantage points?" "None, only an external staircase, but it should provide a clear view of the 2nd floor." "Good, your team secures the 2nd floor. Primary mission: cover and suppression." "Roger that." Having concluded the briefing, Qin Yu reached the alley entrance, scanned the empty street, then clapped Lao Mao on the shoulder. "Lao Hei and I will enter first, you hold position for now." "Understood." Lao Mao nodded. "Let's go, Lao Hei," Qin Yu called out. Dressed in plainclothes, Lao Hei followed closely behind as they stepped into the alley. Walking shoulder to shoulder down the alley at a leisurely pace, Qin Yu casually asked, "Nervous?" He's long since grown accustomed to this." Lao Hei smiled faintly. "Relax, it's fine." Qin Yu draped an arm around Lao Hei's neck and staggered, deliberately bellowing unsteadily, "Take me somewhere fun." "You're drunk," Lao Hei replied, instinctively playing along. Midway down the alley, a middle-aged man rose slowly from a battered wooden chair, squinting warily in their direction. After stumbling 30-odd meters while clinging to Lao Hei, Qin Yu suddenly turned and spat noisily. "Damn, this life is unbearable." His phlegm landed squarely on the burly man's shoulder. "What the hell?" The man's companion sprang up, frowning fiercely as he prepared to shout. "Whoa, people here too." Qin Yu feigned drunken disorientation, turning slowly and slurring, "Sorry bro, mind telling me how to get to Duo Club?" The burly man had initially dismissed Qin Yu as just another drunk, but as the officer drew near, his gaze tightened and his hand instinctively slid behind his back. "Don't know." "Ugh. Qin Yu let out a dry heave and lurched unsteadily toward the burly man. You don't even smell like alcohol. The burly man surged to his feet reaching for his weapon, while his comrade simultaneously flicked his finger toward the earpiece button. Boom! Qin Yu raised his leg and lashed out with lightning speed. Thud! The man reeled backward 2 steps, slamming hard against the wall. Crack! Qin Yu seized his arm and swung him violently leftward. The man stumbled and crashed to the ground. In one fluid motion, Qin Yu drove his knee down onto the man's skull, pressed his left hand firmly over the firearm at his waist and growled low, "Don't scream or I'll kill you." Theirs. Defiant, the man strained to shout until Qin Yu, forced to act, released his arm and clamped his right hand over the man's mouth. Stay still. Squelch. Feral and unyielding, the man, unable to break free, sank his teeth deep into Qin Yu's hand, drawing blood instantly. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu engaged, Lao He lunged forward and slammed the second drug dealer to the ground with a police takedown. But the suspect fought back with savage desperation. Once his mouth was covered, he thrashed wildly, shaking his head in violent resistance. Seeing both men fight like cornered beasts, beyond immediate control, Qin Yu signaled urgently with a sharp wave. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At his cue, Lao Mao led the team charging into the alley. The officers converged around Qin Yu, raised their rifle butts and struck each suspect once, shattering skulls, drenching them in blood and rendering them unconscious on the spot. One got away. Qin Yu stood and shouted, breaching the door. Rattle, rattle. The crisp metallic ratcheting of Remington breaching shotguns echoed sharply. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deafening shots shattered the iron gate. Lao Mao waved and commanded tactical formation, advance. Qin Yu entered the building first with 10 assault officers, but froze upon crossing the threshold. The first floor corridor stretched narrow and dim, barely lit. At its far end, a metal staircase glinted faintly in the gloom. Damn it, push forward fast. They're definitely not on this floor. With only a cursory glance, Qin Yu issued the command without hesitation. At his order, officers on both flanks surged ahead without pause. 3 seconds later, 2 figures appeared atop the metal staircase, raising automatic rifles, and opened fire downward without warning. Hold, suppress their fire. Qin Yu flattened himself against the stairwell's edge, dodging bullets while clenching his fist tight. Team 2, do you have a firing solution? Affirmative. Stairwell landing, 2 automatic rifles. Bang bang. Snipers were scarce among field commanders, so no dedicated marksmen supported this operation. Yet seasoned frontline officers retained exceptional accuracy with automatic rifles at close range. From the exterior staircase, Team 2's 2 sharpshooters, peering through glass, landed precise shots, eliminating the 2 suspects blocking the second floor entrance. The corpses tumbled down the stairs. Only then did Qin Yu wave and shout, "Go!" Whoosh! Qin Yu led the assault team racing up the metal stairs to the second floor. Inside the living room, darkness reigned, only moonlight seeped in, faintly outlining furniture and walls. Qin Yu advanced 3 or 4 cautious steps, sweat beading on his brow, and whispered, "Where is everyone? Did Team 2 see anyone jump?" "Negative, we can't observe the living room from our angle." The reply came instantly. Qin Yu frowned, stunned into silence. Clang! At that instant, a soft rustle came from the left. Lao Mao, who'd just rushed up, called out tensely, "Qin Yu! Qin Yu! I've hit a booby trap!" Qin Yu turned sharply, only to see one of Lao Mao's officers already crouched on the floor, preparing to probe the tripwire with his bare hands. "Don't move, don't move." Lao Mao's right leg trembled as he shouted, "It's not the wire, it's the pressure plate beneath my foot." At his cry, the team froze briefly, then instinctively fell back, securing the living room entrance, wary that more hostiles might be concealed within. Qin Yu swiftly drew his flashlight, knelt, and swept its beam across the improvised explosive device near the bathroom doorway. "Calm and concise," he said. "Lao Mao, you step back with your right foot. If you don't lift your foot, I'll shoot the charge off with my rifle." "Can you hit it cleanly?" "Uncertain, the device may have been modified." "Are you joking?" "Uncertain." "What kind of answer is that?" "If you miss, I'm dead." Lao Mao yelled, eyes wide with panic. "I'll knock it clear, your leg stays intact," Qin Yu replied, hand steady on the flashlight. "So, what's the call?" "Make the call." Lao Mao paused, his usual levity gone, his face pale and grim save the leg. 3, lift your foot on 3. Qin Yu raised his automatic rifle and ordered everyone, fall back. 3, 2, 1, lift, he roared. Lao Mao obeyed instantly, yanking his foot upward. Boom. Qin Yu swung the rifle like a golf club, striking the explosive and sending it flying. Rattle, shatter. The device smashed through the window and soared outside, yet seconds passed in eerie silence. Lao Mao collapsed weakly onto the floor. Damn, why didn't it detonate? "It's fake," Qin Yu gritted out. "A decoy. Team 2 scanned the perimeter for anomalies. FCZT, clink." Before the words fully left his mouth, a team member moving left brushed against a cabinet beside the wall, triggering an odd metallic chime. All froze. "Damn it, that one's real." Lao Mao shouted, face ashen down, "Deploy blast shields." Two officers dropped to their knees hoisting blast shields just as a fireball erupted before them. Boom! The deafening blast hurled shrapnel in all directions. 3 officers caught mid-motion crumpled to the floor, life extinguished before they could even cry out. Qin Yu lay flat on the floor, ears ringing, shouting hoarsely, "No one's left inside, they've fled outside." Team 2 watched the perimeter closely. Outside, Lei Zi, nicknamed Along, raced across the courtyard with only one accomplice yelling, "Damn it, the dogs tracked old Ma's scent. This guy's utterly unprofessional. Could he have sold us out? Impossible, he depends on me for survival." Along waves dismissively, "Call Xia Potzi, tell him to pick us up fast. Or we're trapped here." Inside a second-floor room, Qin Yu had just scrambled to his feet, shaking his head, when the voice of Team 2 outside crackled through his earpiece. "2 suspects burst out from a shantytown bungalow and are fleeing toward Fonglin Road. Our position is too distant to give chase effectively." "Are you absolutely certain there are only 2? Qin Yu demanded, his eyes bloodshot. "Confirmed, only 2. All units converge on Fonglin Road immediately," Qin Yu snarled through gritted teeth. "If there are casualties, we must apprehend the ringleader at all costs, otherwise this entire operation is meaningless." "Received. Received." Urgent acknowledgements erupted over the radio. Qin Yu drew his sidearm and shouted, "Those unharmed, follow me downstairs. Now." Within less than a minute the team reached the ground floor. Qin Yu sprinted ahead of the group and barked, "Team 2, have you acquired visual? Report the suspect's location." "They've already entered Fonglin Road and are still running, now approaching the intersection with the 3rd Ring Road," replied the Team 2 leader in a hushed tone. "We're tailing them, but our distance remains considerable. Still pursuing." Qin Yu froze upon hearing this, his mind instantly flashed to Qilin's current position in that very direction. He seized the radio and snapped, "Unit 2, Unit 2, respond immediately." "Unit 2 copies." Qilin's voice came through clearly. "The suspects are heading your way," Qin Yu commanded, speaking rapidly. "There are 2 of them. If possible, and without compromising your safety, intercept them. We've sustained injuries. Just hold them for 10 or 15 seconds, we'll be on them in moments." Qilin stiffened, stunned into silence. "Do you copy?" Qin Yu repeated sharply. "See, copy, confirmed," Qilin stammered, voice taut with tension. "Remain on channel, we're en route now." Even as he spoke, Qin Yu burst from the alleyway and leapt into a police cruiser, pulling up beside him, Lao Mao already inside. Meanwhile, Lao He and 2 other members of Lao Mao's unit piled into a second vehicle, racing toward the 3rd Ring Road intersection, less than 500 meters away. Inside the car, Lao Mao keyed the radio, "Qilin, do you see anyone passing by?" At the 3rd Ring Road 4, Qilin had already exited his vehicle, but in his panic he'd forgotten his mounted radio. Trembling, he drew his service pistol from his belt and crouched behind the hood, eyes locked rigidly on Fonglin Road. Indeed, Qilin could never have imagined that the reckless suicidal fugitive would flee straight toward him. His pulse hammered, his thoughts involuntarily recoiled to the explosion upstairs and to his colleague who'd died senselessly moments before. He was terrified. Crouched behind the automobile, mere seconds stretched into an eternity. He stood apart from his fellow officers, not driven by noble self-sacrifice but paralyzed by raw, bloodless fear. The wind cut cold. Along the street, Along strode forward with his accomplice, weapon raised, a gleaming heavy-caliber shotgun in one hand, a pistol in the other. Inside the car, Lao Mao's voice crackled incessantly over the radio, "Qilin, do you read me? Have they passed? Respond now." Sweat beaded on Qilin's brow. Eyes fixed on Along's advancing figure, he hesitated, then clenched his jaw, raised his pistol and prepared to shout, voice trembling. Under dim streetlights, Along turned to his companion. "What did Xia Pazi say?" "He's coming, straight through the bungalows ahead," the man gasped, pointing forward. "Hold, police vehicle ahead." Along spun around and spotted Unit 2's cruiser parked at the intersection. "Kong, Kong, Kong." His companion, nerves razor-taut, whirled at the sight and without hesitation opened fire, shouting, "You go first." Sparks exploded across the cruiser's bodywork as bullets struck. Qilin hunched low behind the hood, too terrified to raise his head. Inside the car, Lao Mao roared over the radio, "Qilin, you're taking fire. Have you engaged them?" Qilin faintly heard the commotion inside, crawled on hands and knees to the front passenger seat and reached for the door handle. At the roadside, Along seized the moment of cover provided by his comrade and bolted forward. He charged diagonally across the intersection, determined to breach the bungalow zone by force. At that instant he stood no more than 30 meters from Qilin. Qilin's fingers closed around the door handle just as he turned and saw Along lunging toward the alley. Trapped, he raised his pistol and opened his mouth to issue a command. At the intersection, Along kept glancing toward the cruiser while running, so when he pivoted their eyes met squarely. Both froze. Without thought, Along swung his shotgun and fired point-blank into the cruiser's hood. Shatter, crash. The metal hood crumpled inward under impact, while Qilin stood petrified, too stunned even to return fire. Vroom! At that moment, Lao He's vehicle screeched onto the scene. Through the radio he barked, "Qilin, fire one shot." Just delay him, he can't escape now. Qilin remained motionless behind the cruiser, eyes wide with terror, face drained of color. Damn it. Seeing no response, Lao He bellowed, push forward, there are only 2 men. The car surged ahead, blasting past Qilin's position. Kong Kong. Lao He leaned from the window and fired 2 rounds at Along's companion, who was reloading. A crimson mist bloomed across the man's chest, he collapsed backward lifeless. Fuck you, I'll show you chasing. Along screamed, eyes blazing red, spinning to aim and fire. Kong Kong. The shotgun roared. The electric scooter's tires exploded, the vehicle veered sideways, slamming into the wall beside a storefront. Its front end crumpled inward, white smoke rising from the wreckage. Lao He shook his head clear, shoved open the door and yelled, he's alone, move in and subdue him. His team spilled from the vehicle, weapons drawn, converging on Along's position. Screech. On the snow-dusted street, brakes shrieked. 4 burly men alighted, 1 pair brandishing automatic rifles, and opened suppressing fire toward Lao He. On the 3rd ring road, Qin Yu, racing toward the firefight, spotted the men surging toward Along. He grabbed his radio. Lao He, fall back. They have reinforcements. But retreat was impossible, Lao He had already dismounted and advanced. When the fusillade erupted, his only option was to dive into the recessed doorway of the storefront. Yet Along, consumed by fury over his fallen comrade, charged forward, shotgun leveled, roaring, fuck you, still chasing. Still chasing. Kong. Pressed against the storefront's glass, Lao He dared not glance outward, firing blindly once. But Along, bold and ruthless, edged along the wall until his shotgun barrel pressed directly against Lao He's temple. Silence, brief, suffocating. Don't move. 2 officers behind Lao He raised their weapons, preparing to cover him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Xiaopazi rifle steady pinned them down with controlled bursts. Lao He's forehead glistened with sweat, his thick lips trembled. Don't kill me. You killed my men for nothing, nothing at all. Along bellowed. Kong. The blast echoed, Lao He collapsed. Keep chasing me, and I'll deliver a bomb to your precinct every single day. Lowering his barrel, Along emptied 3 rounds into Lao He's body, then was pulled away by Xiaopazi. As they vanished into the night, 2 explosive charges were hurled onto the road, detonating with concussive force to buy time. Behind the cruiser at the intersection, Qilin watched, frozen, as Lao He fell as the twin explosions tore craters in the pavement. He stood utterly still like a statue carved from ice. The cruiser skidded to a halt. Qin Yu leapt out, eyes wide with horror, grabbing Lao He's shoulder. Brother, hold on. Gone already, better off dead, living's just suffering. Lao He grasped Qin Yu's wrist, voice hoarse and thin. I have no family left, lived alone, raised 2 children from my hometown in Sini district. You, give them my survivor's pension. Qin Yu clenched his fist, nodded resolute. I swear I will. On the street. Lao Mao stormed from his vehicle, eyes burning with fury, marched straight to Qilin and thrust out his hand. Hand over your weapon. Qilin stared blankly, lifting dull hollow eyes to meet Lao Mao's. I said, hand it over. Lao Mao snatched the pistol, swiftly ejected the magazine, and paused, stunned. I'm sorry. Qilin stammered. Lao Mao's arm trembled with rage. He jabbed a finger at the magazine, not a single round fired, not one. What if you'd fired just once, would Lao He be dead? Would the fugitive have escaped? Goddamn useless coward. The 3 officers killed upstairs on the 2nd floor all belonged to Lao Mao's unit. Though not close friends, they'd shared daily routines, duties, quiet camaraderie. Enraged, Lao Mao lunged forward, kicking Qilin hard in the head. Why didn't you fire? Afraid to die. Then why occupy the post without doing your duty? I'll kill you myself, you worthless piece of shit. 2 hours later, in the office of the chief inspector. Chief Li slammed the table, roaring with a fierce expression. What are you doing, Yuan Ku? Organized arrests, how did it end up like this? Look at the report, how many criminals were there? Are your team members made of paper? What? With full gear we ended up with 4 casualties. How am I supposed to report this to the police station? Yuan Ku lowered his head. Chief, I was working on another case. This matter. It's fine, I won't explain too much, but I am willing to take responsibility for such a major mistake. Take responsibility. Then Captain, you might as well step down and let someone else take over. Chief Li shouted coldly. Yuan Ku suddenly raised his head, staring at Chief Li in silence. Damn it. Chief Li turned around angrily and continued to scold. I've seen the report. This Qilin is not only useless but he also has issues. We need to monitor him immediately. He might have dealings with the criminals. Otherwise, why didn't he fire a single shot? It must be thoroughly investigated. Yuan Ku stood up straight and replied without hesitation. He is already under surveillance. Qin Yu and Lao Mao are interrogating him to gather the statements of the arrested suspects. Chief Li, with a stern face, paced around the room and suddenly turned to Yuan Ku and said, let me be clear, in today's environment everyone has their own thoughts. Those who want to make money get promoted or rely on someone. There are plenty of such people in the police department and I am no exception. However, your own ambitions must not infringe upon the interests of others, nor can you use the police department as a knife for certain individuals. Otherwise, if things escalate, it won't be good for anyone. Yuan-ko was taken aback by this and immediately straightened up, responding, "Chiefly, the rumors outside may not necessarily be related to me. I feel you have misunderstood me. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can't hide it and am not blind. Just wait and see." Chiefly, feeling troubled, walked to the window and said, "Draft the report for the police department. It needs to be detailed. As for the aftermath, you will handle it personally. Submit the necessary funds and I will consider signing off on them." Yuan-ko saluted, saying yes. That night at midnight, Yuan-ko hosted a banquet at the Urji restaurant where 30 or more well-known gang leaders arrived. In the second-floor hall, after Yuan-ko toasted the crowd 3 times with drinks, he finally spoke. "Tonight our team conducted an arrest on the 3rd Ring Road. I believe all the elders and brothers have heard about it. The criminals killed 4 of our brothers and the higher-ups were furious. They nearly tore my clothes off. There are no outsiders here, so I'll speak plainly. I will definitely take action against these drug dealers. Everyone raise their hands to assist me. Yuan-ko will definitely make it up to you in the future. But if anyone tries to protect them or secretly help them evade arrest, that means they are going against me and the police department. For the next year I will do nothing but target them." "Captain Yuan, what are you saying? If you speak up, who wouldn't give you face?" "Oh, it's just a minor issue, just a few drug dealers. We will investigate and we'll find them soon enough." Hearing Yuan-ko's words, the crowd wasn't angry and chimed in to agree. Yuan-ko bowed and poured drinks, smiling at everyone. "Thank you all for your support, thank you." After a while, once the serious matters were discussed, the banquet was disbanded. A strong man got into his car and bent down to return a phone call. "Hello. Old Ma. I have a favor to ask. Help me get a few people out of the special zone." The voice of Old Ma rang out. The strong man chuckled. "I want to ask who the people are, but I can't help with this. Is money an issue? Yuan-ko from the police department is readied holding a machine gun and inviting us to dinner. Do you think that's a joke?" The strong man said softly, "Old Ma, while I can't say I'm afraid of him, there's no need to offend someone in the government, you understand. Alright, pretend I didn't make this call. Okay, that's it." With that, the two ended the call. At 8:30 in the morning, a Lon's wanted notice was issued from the police department to all 6 districts of Sanjian City. Upon receiving the order, each sub-police department immediately made arrangements for coordination. In no time, the previously unknown A Long completely became famous in Sanjian, gaining a resounding reputation throughout the underworld. Because everyone knew it was a direct order from the police department to apprehend him. Initially, when Qin Yu took over the case from Yuan-ko, he thought it was not a significant matter. But he didn't expect things to reach this point. The situation seemed to be somewhat out of control and severe, and he felt inexplicably like he was being pushed alone. In the captain's office, Qin Yu frowned and said to Yuan-ko, "I underestimated the complexity of the arrest. I know what the issues are." Yuan-ko waved his hand. "You have your responsibilities, but we also have our limitations. That leading drug dealer, if caught, will be dead, so he will fight back. However, some of our officers think that if they don't catch anyone, they will still get paid at the end of the month. Their starting point is different and their mindset will also be different. This is an objective condition and I am aware of it." Qin Yu did not respond to this. Whether you get punished or not depends on whether the case can be solved and to what extent it can be solved and whether the higher-ups are satisfied. Yuan-ko spoke realistically. "Things are not over yet. Put in some effort and I will keep an eye on you, Qin Yu." "Thank you, Captain." Qin Yu returned from last night feeling anxious. He thought he hadn't done well and was certain the higher-ups would punish him severely. But unexpectedly, Yuan-ko still helped the third group and Lao Mao with some matters and specifically mentioned Qin Yu, advising him to focus on solving the case. Knock knock. While the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Yuan-ko shouted. The office door opened and a young man in uniform saluted and said, "The statements have come out." The arrested lackeys confessed that they had no inside information and did not receive any warnings. Yuan-ko frowned and asked again, "Are you sure? The statements from the 2 lackeys are the same. They don't seem to be lying." "Then let's lift the surveillance on Qilin," Yuan-ko replied after some consideration. The young man hesitated and then asked, "And what about his punishment?" Yuan-ko replied without hesitation, "The facts prove that he is not suitable for handling cases in the frontline team. Let's transfer him to logistics for now. Once the punishment decision comes down, inform him then." In the stairwell of the 3rd floor. "Don't stop me," Qilin shouted as he forcefully shook off Lao Mao's arm. "I want to ask Team Leader Yuan why I was reassigned to logistics. Do you even belong in the front line? Wake up and stop causing trouble for others." Lao Mao glared back. "The case wasn't solved last night and everyone is angry. Going to find Lao Yuan now is like walking into the line of fire." As they were arguing, Qin Yu walked down from upstairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" The two paused. "Can you not shout here? Is it not embarrassing?" Qin Yu frowned at them and said, "Come on, let's step outside. I need to talk to Qilin for a bit." After hesitating for a while, Qilin was forcibly dragged away by Qin Yu and Lao Mao. Downstairs, Lin Yanlei blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, "I'm a journalist from the online station. I found out that someone was selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuza Street. During an undercover investigation, those thugs noticed us and even snatched our camera." "Do you know those people?" "No, I don't." "Fill out a form, print out your ID, and clearly write down the time, place, and specific details." The on-duty officer casually tossed a questionnaire over. After Lin Yanlei received it, she sat down and carefully filled it out before handing it over. "Is this good enough? Can you go catch them?" "Sure, you can go back." "Well, investigate later." "But my camera is still with them and they haven't left." "You should go catch them." Lin Yanlei was a bit anxious. "Do you need me to teach you how to handle a case?" The officer replied, crossing his legs. "Just go back. Well, notify you if there's any news." "What kind of attitude is this? They stole my camera and the people should still be there. Why aren't you going now? Do you not understand what I'm saying? I told you to go back first." "You." Lin Yanlei's face turned red with anger. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, "Forget it, I'll find Qin Yu." "Is he around?" "You know him?" the officer asked, surprised. "Yes, I know him." "Then wait a moment." The officer's tone softened slightly as he picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke a few words. Lin Yanlei waited for about a minute and the officer shook his head as he looked at her. "Qin Yu is not here, he has gone out." Lin Yanlei looked helpless. "Can you at least come with me to get my camera back?" "I can't go now, I need to report and investigate according to the procedure." "This is really ridiculous." Lin Yanlei spat in frustration, grabbed her bag and turned to leave. In a breakfast shop next to the police station, Qilin stared blankly at the mixed grain steamed buns on the table, motionless. "Don't get too worked up, just accept the logistics assignment for now. Team leader Yuan is in a bad mood," Qin Yu said while chewing, trying to comfort Qilin. Qilin's eyes were bloodshot as he looked down at his hands, muttering, "It's unfair." "What do you mean unfair?" Lao Mao, known for his bad temper, immediately became furious at Qilin's words from last night. "Is there anything wrong with punishing you for not doing your job well? I've told you before that you are not cut out for frontline work, yet you keep dreaming of promotions. What's it like now? You not only let yourself down but also your colleagues. That along from last night could have been caught, and what will the higher-ups say today? Everyone involved in the case will be rewarded. But because you didn't dare to shoot, we not only face punishment but old Hay also got killed. Did you see his body? He was shot 3 times and his bulletproof vest was shredded." Qin Yu remained silent upon hearing this. Qilin slowly raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and asked numbly, "Lao Mao, can you not jump to conclusions without understanding the details of what happened?" "What details?" "Then tell me, why didn't you shoot?" "Why?" Lao Mao slammed his bowl down, glaring at him. Qilin clenched his fists and stared at Lao Mao for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and replying, "Fine, let's say I didn't shoot. I was wrong, I admit it. It was your fault from the start. But haven't you made mistakes? Haven't you?" Qilin suddenly countered. Lao Mao was momentarily speechless. "But I've never made a principled mistake since the day I became an officer, not once." Qilin's voice trembled as he looked at Qin Yu and Lao Mao, saying, "I walk on eggshells working cautiously in the station. Not only have I never made mistakes in the past, but also to be promoted to a second-level officer and earn those extra few hundred each month, I worked hard to rank among the top 3 in shooting in the department and first in the station, right? When I brought honors to the station, there were no tangible rewards, but when I made a mistake, there's punishment. Is this Qilin asked with reddened eyes. "Is it hard to be a second-level officer? It's just a matter of a word from above, but why is it never my turn? Why is there no one to say that for me? Year after year I get nominated, but I always end up just being a runner-up, right? Am I right, Lao Mao? I've never seen you talk to me like this, so I'm a bit taken aback." Lao Mao replied, "I'm not like you. You have only backing you in the station, so you can act however you want. If you're unhappy, you can even scold Yuan Ku. But can I? Forget scolding. If I say one wrong word, I might be sent home tomorrow. I have no work left. Who will treat my mother's illness? Who will support my sister? You. Tell me, is that you?" Qilin's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists and growled, "You live a life of privilege while I only seek to survive. I'm afraid to risk my life. When something happens, I need to hide because I don't have the qualifications to fight with others. There are 2 mouths at home waiting for me to feed. If I don't go to work for 3 days, they will starve to death. You have a background, I have burdens. So you can scold me and look down on me from a higher point while I can only endure forever. Perhaps one day, no matter how hard I try, I can only reach your starting point and nothing more." After saying this, Qilin stood up, stared blankly at Qin Yu and Lao Mao and said, "You eat, I'll leave first." "Qilin." Qin Yu called out. Qilin did not look back and left the breakfast shop alone. Lao Mao furrowed his brow, continuing to sip his porridge. Qin Yu was lost in thought, unsure of what he was thinking about. After a long while, Lao Mao asked with his head down, "Did I say something too harsh?" "Yeah, a bit." Qin Yu nodded. "I'm really worried about him." Lao Mao sighed. The sky began to snow. Qilin walked stiffly along the desolate road, wanting to buy a bottle of alcohol to relieve his melancholy, only to remember when he checked his pocket that even the cheapest bottle would cost 25 yuan. He held back, continuing to walk toward home. Inside a house on Tuza Street, Along was smoking, frowning as he said to Lao Ma, "When can I leave?" "It's being arranged, it will be soon, just these few days. I need to go out before I leave." "Stop talking nonsense, they are going crazy looking for you outside," Lao Ma urgently reminded. "I don't know when I can come back after this time." Along replied with his head down, "I have a wish that I need to fulfill." The next day, as Qin Yu entered the office, Old Cat approached him and asked, "What are you busy with?" "Before Lao He died, he told me a couple of things, asking me to process his pension and send it to the 2 children he was raising." Qin Yu replied while drinking water, "I just finished the report and am preparing to submit it." "Ah. Don't you have 3 people over there? Don't you need to handle that?" Qin Yu asked proactively. "It's being handled and currently in contact with the families of the sacrificed colleagues," Old Cat replied, lowering his head. "I don't like such situations, so I didn't go." "Ah." Qin Yu nodded. "Hey, do you have anything to do later?" Old Cat suddenly asked. Qin Yu was taken aback, still interrogating those 2 lackeys. "Nothing important." "Then come with me to Qilin's place." Old Cat feigned a nonchalant demeanor. "He has been transferred to logistics, which means no more field allowances and his salary will decrease. I'm afraid this kid might do something drastic like hang himself." After some time spent together, Qin Yu had already realized that Old Cat was quite blunt, often speaking without considering others' feelings, yet he was very perceptive. He probably knew that Qin Yu had already mentioned it at the breakfast shop yesterday, which was why he was pulling him along. However, he felt a bit awkward going to Qilin's place alone, so he came to drag him along. "Let's finish work at noon. I need to go see Zhu Wei about the interrogation." Afterward, Qin Yu glanced at the clock and replied, "All right, I'll come to call you at noon." "Okay." As soon as the noon off-duty bell rang, Qin Yu hopped onto Old Cat's electric motorcycle and headed to Qilin's house. In fact, those who could hold positions as police officers were considered to be doing reasonably well in this era, at least in the 9th district. They definitely belonged to the middle-income group. Because no matter how dangerous it was, after all, it was a stable job with a fixed monthly salary. Yet even so, Qilin was living a very tough life. His home was situated on the edge of the black market slum, where the vast majority of the residents lacked stable employment. Younger individuals were somewhat better off, at least able to do some manual labor to make ends meet, but the elderly, infirm, and disabled were suffering. Some of them truly lacked the ability to work. Moreover, the Songjiang government did not have enough resources to provide relief food, so there were indeed cases of starvation here. The crime rate was also very high and the turnover of people was exceedingly common. The reason Qilin lived in such a place was due to financial issues. The housing here was cheap, with electricity and water supplied intermittently at night, keeping basic living costs very low, allowing him to save some money to support his family. And this is why he tried to take advantage of his position in the police. Even if he got off work early, he would still linger until after dinner before leaving, even taking his family's clothes to the station to wash. All to save a couple of bucks. After stepping into Qilin's small courtyard, Qin Yu turned around to survey the surroundings. He saw that the courtyard was square, covering an area of about 300 to 400 square meters, but the vast majority belonged to the landlord. They had only rented 2 low, narrow houses at the entrance to Qilin long term. Furthermore, the 2 houses faced each other, separated by a wall with an iron gate in between. This layout might seem strange to someone who didn't understand, but those who did knew that the landlord had set up a partition out of fear that the tenants might engage in dishonest activities, locking the iron gate at night while sleeping. However, since Qilin had lived here for a long time, the landlord probably knew what he did, which was why he relaxed management, leaving the iron gate open as a sign of respect. After entering the courtyard, the 2 raised their heads and saw Qilin sitting dejectedly on the steps, lost in thought. "What are you doing?" Old Cat rushed up and asked. Qilin was startled and stood up. "Why are you 2 here?" "Just checking if you're alive or dead." Old Cat was best at saying things without any tact. "Come on, let's go inside." Qilin was probably best at forgetting conflicts and awkwardness. He didn't mention what had happened yesterday, quickly adjusted his emotions, and cheerfully invited the 2 inside. "Where's your mom?" Old Cat asked. "My mom is lying in the opposite room. My sister is next door doing some part-time work, not at home." Qilin smiled. "Come in and have some water." "No, let's go see your mom," Old Cat said, bringing some food specifically prepared for Qilin's mother. Qilin fell silent for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "Don't go." "What's wrong?" Qin Yu asked. "We had a fight." "Damn." Old Cat cursed as soon as he heard this. "Are you venting your anger on your mom? How old are you? Can't you be a bit more responsible?" "Come on, it's her venting her anger on me." Qilin sighed and said everything was fine, but she insisted that I bring back a daughter-in-law. "You see, I'm about to be transferred to logistics, earning over 100 less per month. It's hard enough to get by. Where am I supposed to find a daughter-in-law?" Why the sudden push for you to get married? Old Cat asked curiously. Qilin hesitated for a moment, ushered the two into the house and began to recount the events. Qilin's mother had been suffering from liver disease which had been prolonged without sufficient funds for treatment, resulting in it now developing into a syndrome with important organs atrophying and time was running out. The old lady had little education and had faced many hardships in life. Before she passed, she likely had no other wish than to see Qilin get married and have a descendant before closing her eyes. The deeper reason for her insistence Qilin understood well in his heart was that the old lady didn't want him to spend more money on her, wanting him to quickly find a wife and settle down. Inside the house. After listening to Qilin's words, Qin Yu remained silent, not knowing what advice to give. Old Cat pondered for a moment and asked, if you're looking for a woman you need to be prepared. If she suddenly wants a daughter-in-law, where are we supposed to find one? There's no time for that. She's already made contact with the wife of old Dong next door using an intermediary. My mom's idea is for me to spend money to marry someone. But you know my situation, I just got punished, my income has decreased and I can't guarantee what will happen in logistics in the future. Qilin had a worried expression. Old Cat, after listening to Qilin's words, pondered for a while and said buying one is also an option. Don't talk nonsense. Qilin waved his hand. What if my punishment is severe and I can't stay in the police station? What will I do then? You won't end up stripping for a living, Old Cat said, lowering his head. I'll make sure you stay in the police. Qilin was taken aback by the response. Give me a straight answer, is your mother really not going to make it? Old Cat asked in a low voice. Qilin remained silent for several seconds, sighed deeply and said, it's not curable, just maintained, which means it's worsening. How long? I can't say. Then just get a wife. Old Cat gritted his teeth and said, you need to get married, a grown man can't just run home all day without doing anything. With someone to look after you, you can work well. But my hands are tied. Wait a moment, Old Cat interrupted, turning to Qin Yu and shouting, come out with me for a bit. Old Cat, no need. Qilin immediately stood up. Old Cat pointed at Qilin and said, you wait here, just wait. 2 minutes later, outside the door. Old Cat was puffing on an electronic cigarette, looking down at Qin Yu and asking, got any money? Qin Yu blinked. I can lend him 500 at most. That's not enough. Old Cat shook his head. Qin Yu replied resolutely, that's all I can do. Old Cat raised his head and said slowly, if Qilin can't pay you back for now, I'll return it before Christmas. Qin Yu looked at Old Cat in surprise, pondering for several seconds before replying, I only have 1,500 left, I'll give you 1,300 and keep 200 for food. Thanks, brother. Old Cat patted Qin Yu on the arm. Hey, I want to ask. Qin Yu blinked curiously, asking, if Qilin can't pay me back, what will you use to repay me? I'll sell silver on Tuzha Street to pay you back. You bastard, Qin Yu snapped, I don't want to lend anymore. It's settled then. Old Cat, smiling, rushed back into the house and shouted, Qilin, find someone to contact, we managed to gather 3,005 together for you, the rest you figure out yourself. Qilin stood in the shabby room staring wide-eyed at the two, deeply bowing. I will definitely pay this money back. Indeed, Qilin didn't want to go against his mother's wishes, as he knew this might be the old lattice's last wish. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qilin, with a large sum of money tied around his waist, left Songjiang City with Qin Yu and Old Cat, heading to Beidai Living Village. The vehicle passed through the frozen Songjiang, the tires crunching over the white snow, stopping on an unnamed dirt road. The three walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beidai Village and made a phone call. After waiting for about half an hour, a woman in her 50s, wrapped in a military coat, approached with a rosy face and asked, buying someone? You speak so bluntly, Old Cat replied discontentedly. Looking for a wife. Follow me, the woman said, turning to leave. The three followed her around the dilapidated housing area and entered a drafty house. The woman opened the iron door, pointing at the dozen or so people of various races sitting on the floor inside. We have black and white, as long as the money is right, anything can be negotiated. Qin Yu stood at the door, covering his nose. Qilin, you go in and choose. Are they all legal residents? Old Cat pretended to ask with understanding. Brother, if they are legal residents, I'll introduce them to you. The woman rolled her eyes. Isn't it better to directly hire from Tuzha Street? Sister, you know your stuff. Damn, the woman replied, who doesn't have a story nowadays? Old Cat was left speechless. The woman patted Qilin's shoulder. Brother, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, its business clients come first. You go in and choose. There's a flashlight here, it might be hard to see in the dark, so shine it a bit. Qilin indeed felt a bit embarrassed, standing at the door, feeling somewhat awkward. Bang. Old Cat kicked Qilin into the room. Hurry up, it's getting dark. Qilin blinked, stepping into the room. Meanwhile, a figure sneaked a glance around before stepping behind Qilin's house and called softly, Qilin, Qilin, are you home? A hurried sound of footsteps came from behind, startling the figure. He looked down and pulled out the large gun he had hidden in his clothing, glancing back only to find it was just someone passing by. Sweat beads formed on the figure's forehead as he scanned Qilin's house again. Seeing no one, he frowned and left. In the past, the pressures of life were immense and many people would often murmur, today's love is so cheap that it can be bought with money. This phrase was once merely a mockery of societal dissatisfaction, but in today's era it has become a harsh reality. I don't know if this is a sign of progress or regression. The women in charge have brought the girls from the designated planning area not through abduction or trafficking but because these girls willingly chose to leave with them. They have no other aims, only to have a stable meal. These girls do not have residency rights in the 9th Special Zone and can only legally survive here by marrying or purchasing their way in. Otherwise, after a certain period they will be legally expelled and cleared. Qilin wandered around the house for over 10 minutes before stepping out to ask the women, do those two girls have family? No, the women shook their heads without hesitation. Do you know what I do? Qilin asked with a frown. The women were taken aback. Don't lie to me. Do they or do they not have family? Qilin pressed on. After a moment of consideration, one of the women said, oh, I almost forgot. Those two girls indeed have family, but they are all in the designated planning area. Then I don't want them, Qilin replied, shaking his head. It'll be troublesome later. Then take a look at others. What's the name of that white Russian girl? Qilin pondered and asked. Bella. That's a good choice, the woman said, giving a thumbs up. Look at that girl, she's about 1.7 meters tall with fair skin and good looks. Bringing her home would be quite stimulating. Her Chinese isn't a problem, right? She is from the nearby designated planning area and speaks the local language better than I do, so there's no issue. Then let's go with her. Qilin nodded and asked how much. 8,000, the woman replied succinctly. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Qilin stepped forward. Qin Yu and Old Cat were stunned and quickly followed. Hey little brother, why is your temper so bad? What did I say wrong? The woman immediately shouted. Come back and talk, I'll give you a 10 discount. 8,000. Why don't you go rob someone? I can't afford that, Qilin shouted back. I'll give you 1,000 off. The woman caught up, grabbing Qilin's arm, and said, brother, they don't have residency rights. Bringing them in costs money. Don't bargain too hard. 3,000. Stop talking nonsense, for 3,000 you can buy a leg from me to play with. The woman rolled her eyes. Then forget it. Why does this guy always want to leave? The woman became anxious. The lowest I can go is 6,800. I've been supporting them for over 2 months. I can only bring 4,500. If you think that's acceptable, let's write a receipt and I'll take the girl. Old Cat wide-eyed said, but there's one condition: if the girl goes back and secretly runs away after 2 days. Don't say I didn't warn you about your business. No way, 4,500 is absolutely not enough. For 4,500 you can only buy someone like me. The woman waved her hand, saying, if you want to leave, then go. The lowest is still 6,800. Upon hearing this, Qilin did not hesitate, turning around and leaving the small courtyard with Qin Yu and Old Cat. About 2 minutes later, the woman caught up from behind, panting, and shouted, all right, I see you two have a connection, I'll sell her to you for 4,500. Let's be friends, little brother, come back. Qilin managed to negotiate 3 times before reaching an agreement with the woman, and throughout the process the white Russian girl Bella listened attentively inside the house. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, Old Cat called for a black car and the 4 of them returned to Songjiang City. On the road, Qin Yu glanced at the dirty Bella and smilingly asked Qilin, aren't you going to celebrate? Where would I get the money for that? Qilin shook his head and replied, let's just grab a meal with a few friends. When? How about tomorrow? I'll inform the team members tomorrow as well. Alright, let's do that. Old Cat, exhausted from the day's events, turned to the white Russian girl and simply said, although we met through money, my brother is a good man and he won't mistreat you. Take good care of him. Bella had not lifted her head the entire time, keeping her gaze down while constantly fiddling with the ends of her hair, saying, I know. I understand. Alright, we'll take our leave. Old Cat waved goodbye to Qilin. Hey. After a brief exchange, Old Cat and Qin Yu watched as the man and woman brought together by money departed. On the frostbitten street, Qilin walked somewhat awkwardly ahead, his heart pounding. He didn't know how long it had been when Bella called out, Qin Yu. Slow down a bit. My shoes are worn out. They hurt my feet. Qilin was taken aback, turning to the girl, and after some consideration said, then I can carry you. It's very close, well, be there soon. The girl stood still, reaching out to grab Qilin's clothes, saying, I want to eat. He. Qilin chuckled, bending down, and said, come on, we'll eat when we get home. Old Cat didn't know where to go for the evening and, unlike usual, didn't suggest staying at Qin Yu's place for the night, instead finding an excuse to leave. When Qin Yu returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. He intended to boil some water and buy some food, but then remembered that he had lent out 1,300 yuan today and had only 200 left for daily expenses. Thus he simply washed up and prepared to sleep. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, just as Qin Yu lay down on the bed, he heard Lin Nianlia's angry voice shouting, what do you want? Do you believe I'll report you? Upon hearing the shout, Qin Yu was startled, quickly grabbing his coat and walking to the window to look outside. Lin Yanlei stood at the bottom of the steps shouting at the doorway while three burly men in leather coats staggered in. Little woman, you really don't know your place. I warned you once and you still have the face to resist. The leading burly man touched his bald head and said, give me the camera. The camera isn't with me. If you harass me again, I'll call the police. Look at you acting so tough. The leading burly man laughed and pointed at Lin Yanlei, cursing police. The officer Yuan Ku is my friend. Go ahead and call, I'll wait for him to come, ha. Lin Yanlei was stunned upon hearing this. Inside the room, just as Qin Yu was about to open the door to take a look, he heard the burly man mention Yuan Ke's name and froze, furrowing his brow. Crash. At this moment, a 15-year-old boy dashed out from the inner courtyard wearing a tattered cotton coat and shouted, what's going on? Why are you making noise in the middle of the night? Inside courtyard, no. 88. As the boy dashed out, a woman behind him seized his collar and yanked him back into the inner courtyard. Quick, shut the door. Mind your own business. Qin Yu inside the house recognized the woman who dragged the boy away, the landlady. In the courtyard, the burly ringleader tilted his neck and cast a dismissive glance toward the inner yard, then chuckled as he addressed Lin Yanlei. See. These days people turn away the moment trouble arises. You think shouting will summon help? Dream on. Lin Yanlei retreated until her back pressed against the doorway, her sharp eyes darting across the three men as she pleaded with trembling voice, big brother, I truly don't have the camera, I've already turned it in. Please don't make this harder for me. The ringleader stepped forward and gripped Lin Yanlei's jet black hair. How dare you spin such blatant lies? Do you think I'd come all this way if I weren't certain the item was in your possession? Lin Yanlei stared at the man's pockmarked face and his leering gaze, her heart hammered wildly in her chest. The item really? Thud. Losing patience instantly, the thug slammed Lin Yanlei's head hard against the doorframe. Damn it, I've been far too generous with you. Lin Yanlei hadn't expected the sudden assault. Dazed and stunned, she swayed slightly. Doomsday, drag her inside. I'll try a different approach to get answers. What do you think you're doing? You refused our courtesy, so now you'll just have to endure the winter chill with us. The man on the left lunged forward, seizing Lin Yanlei and preparing to kick open the door and haul her inside. Creak. At that instant, the opposite door swung open and Qin Yu strode out. What's going on? Why bully a young girl? At his voice, Lin Yanlei snapped her head up, and seeing Qin Yu, her face lit with desperate relief. She rose onto her toes and cried out, brother. Brother, help me. Qin Yu's nature was cold and reserved. He'd initially intended to stay out of it. But these men showed no sign of stopping, and if things escalated, Lin Yanlei would inevitably file a report. Since he lived right here in the courtyard, any subsequent investigation would place him squarely under scrutiny. Moreover, Qin Yu knew Lin Yanlei had connections he preferred not to provoke. That was why he stepped forward and spoke up. Who are you? I'm an inspector, live right here. Qin Yu stood calmly in the doorway, voice terse and authoritative. It's late. Handle your matters elsewhere, no theatrics in this courtyard. An inspector. The ringleader blinked in surprise. Which precinct? Qin Yu sidestepped the question. Release her now. You speak with quite a bite. The thug frowned. This is none of your concern. Go back inside and sleep. Ignoring Qin Yu, the thug turned back to Lin Yanlei and snarled one last time, hand it over, girl. I already told you, the camera. Slap. Before she could finish, Qin Yu strode forward and clamped his hand around the thug's wrist. Friend, keep your violence out of this courtyard. I'm Lahu of Tuza Street. If you don't know me, call your precinct and ask. The thug turned, his face grim and Qin Yu's brow furrowed. Step aside. Lahu jerked his arm, but Qin Yu's right hand held fast like forged steel. Still not done, are you? Thud. Lahu whirled and drove a fist straight into Qin Yu's chest. A mere inspector, you've forgotten your place, haven't you? Qin Yu stood motionless, silent. Lahu slapped his skull. What's your game, upholding justice? Go ahead, try arresting me. Slap. With lightning speed, Qin Yu seized Lahu's arm with his left hand and swept low with his right leg. Thump. Lahu crashed to the ground. F you, Lahu. Does Tuza Street even have a lion? Bending low, Qin Yu delivered 3 brutal kicks to Lahu's skull, sending him tumbling down the stone steps. The 2 flanking thugs drew knives from their jackets without hesitation, utterly disregarding Qin Yu's authority as they charged forward to stab. Clack. Qin Yu wrenched the pistol from Lahu's belt rack, the slide flipped off the safety, and leveled it at the man on the right. You point a blade at an officer, I'll shoot you dead. Do you doubt me? You're bluffing. Bang. A gunshot cracked through the air. Ah. Lin Yanlei screamed, clapped her hands over her head and dropped to her knees. The bullet grazed the knife wielder's cheek. He froze, stunned and speechless. Didn't you just call me a liar? Then why did you flinch? Qin Yu blared, eyes blazing. Stand firm, I'll put the barrel against your forehead and fire. The two men locked eyes, hesitant, uncertain, utterly thrown off by his unpredictability. On the ground, Lao Wu shook his head and surged upward. Damn it, don't call reinforcements. Thud. 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 Qin Yu smashed the pistols but against Lao Wu's skull 7 or 8 times. 3 men, 1 gun, is that really insufficient? If you can't stand, you simply can't stand, don't play the tough guy with me. Lao Wu slumped against the doorway, blood streaming down his face, dazed, disoriented, utterly broken. Kneel. Qin Yu aimed the gun at the remaining 2. They exchanged a glance, then faces dark and sullen sank slowly onto the stone steps. Qin Yu's mind raced, weighing options, before turning to Lin Yanlei. Go to my room. Bring me the telephone. She remained crouched on the ground, too terrified to lift her head. Thud. Qin Yu kicked her lightly. You stir up trouble, but can't handle the fallout. Stop whimpering. Fetch my phone, it's on the nightstand. Lin Yanlei snapped out of her stupor, sprinted into Qin Yu's room and returned moments later with the phone. Qin Yu held the weapon steady in one hand while dialing Zhu Wei from his unit with the other 3 suspects detained. Send a vehicle to pick them up. Lao Wu, hearing this, lifted his head and spat. Brat, you're actually serious? Qin Yu raised the pistols but, feigning another strike. Lao Wu instinctively recoiled, then fell silent, jaw clenched, waiting grimly for the precinct team. Nearby, Qin Yu guided Lin Yanlei a few steps aside and murmured, lowering his voice, ma'am, why do you keep landing in trouble? What do they want from you? I photographed something, they'd rather stay hidden. Lin Yanlei blinked rapidly. It's part of my work. What exactly did you photograph? They're inflating drug prices in the slums and secretly selling counterfeit medicine. I caught it on film. After a pause, she added truthfully, I've been tailing them for days. Last time they even snatched my camera. Qin Yu's pulse skipped. They sell fake drugs too. Yes, I've followed them closely. They stole my last camera when I tried to document it. Lin Yanlei nodded solemnly. These monsters have no humanity. While your department cracks down, they exploit the chaos, jacking up prices, forcing the destitute to sell their organs, feeding on human suffering. Qin Yu fell silent, lost in grim contemplation. Half an hour later, Zhu Wei arrived, and upon spotting Lao Wu paused in disbelief. Whoa, brother, what brings you here? Xiao Zhu Wei. Recognizing an acquaintance, Lao Wu perked up, staggered to his feet and reached for his phone. Let me make a call. Qin Yu approached Zhu Wei and asked quietly, you know him? Damn it, why arrest him? He's a friend of Captain Yuan. Zhu Wei muttered under his breath. Little runt, if I don't strip you of that uniform today, I'll take your surname. Wiping blood from his face, Lao Wu stepped aside and dialed Yuan Ke's number. Inside courtyard 88. Not long after the tiger finished his call at the entrance, Qin Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, saw it was Yuan Ke's number, and immediately walked to his room door to answer. Hello, team leader Yuan. What are you doing? Oh, come on, it's just a small matter and it has already reached you. The aggressive demeanor Qin Yu had displayed when he beat up the tiger had vanished, replaced by a smirk. Are the people who came to my courtyard your friends? They are sort of my friends, Yuan Ke replied, blinking. They know my big brother and heard you were the police officer, so they called me. This is simply a disaster at the Dragon King's temple, Qin Yu said casually as he had heard the tiger's words inside and knew the kid was acquainted with Yuan Ke. Why did you resort to violence? It wasn't me who started it. Qin Yu, a man who always thought ahead and planned his escape routes before acting, responded clearly. The girl your friends are targeting is the one from the recent kidnapping case. Yuan Ke paused for a moment. The one who was kidnapped? Yes, that's right. This girl works at a streaming platform and shares a courtyard with me. She was outside just now crying and shouting, so I had no choice but to come out and check. Because you know, this girl definitely has some background, otherwise Director Li wouldn't have personally come to escort her that day. Qin Yu explained in a low voice, since I've encountered this I can't just ignore it, otherwise it could lead to a big mess and we might all get into trouble. I originally wanted to go out and persuade your friends to leave, but unexpectedly, they got a bit too carried away and drew knives on me. I didn't know these people were acquaintances of yours, and if they act this way, of course I have to fight back. Do you know what kind of relationship this girl has? Yuan Ke asked with a frown. I don't know, Qin Yu shook his head. But the one who came to pick her up that day was a leader from the media side, and Director Li himself came down to send her off. Ah, are you familiar with this girl? Qin Yu immediately boasted. Well, we are sort of friends. Then this is a misunderstanding. Give the phone to the tiger, he'll talk to him for a bit and let him go. Yuan Ke advised with a smile. Also talk to that girl. The tiger probably doesn't know about her connections, tell her not to take it to heart. I'll organize a gathering later and have the tiger treat her to a meal. That's a small matter, I'll tell her later. Alright, that's settled. Wait a moment, team leader Yuan. Qin Yu took the phone and walked up to the tiger. Here, take the call. The tiger was slightly taken aback, walked to the side, spoke to Yuan Ke for a moment and then hung up the phone with a somewhat gloomy expression on his face. You all know each other. You should have told me earlier, I wouldn't have laid a hand on you, Qin Yu said, smiling at the tiger. The tiger held back for a long time. You better watch your back, kid, this isn't over. Sorry, tiger brother, for not letting you successfully take off my clothes. Qin Yu replied lightly. The tiger gritted his teeth, tossed the phone to Qin Yu and waved him, leaving. Beside them, Zhu Wei watched the entire incident in a daze and completely confused asked Qin Yu, how did you settle this? What's your relationship with team leader Yuan? What relationship? Qin Yu retorted. Team leader Yuan usually treats the tiger with respect. How could you resolve this with just one phone call? Zhu Wei was baffled. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and leaned closer to Zhu Weiser, saying, actually, I haven't told you the highest ranking official of the 9th Special Zone is my second uncle. Damn, not a single truthful word from you. Zhu Wei rolled his eyes and didn't pursue the matter further. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. It's a hassle. Qin Yu patted Zhu Wei's shoulder. Get some more sleep. You just need to be at the station by noon tomorrow. At least you have some humanity. Zhu Wei smiled him off. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Zhu Wei turned and left courtyard 88. At the entrance, Lin Nianlei brushed her hair and stepped in front of Qin Yu, saying, sorry for bothering you again. Qin Yu looked at Lin Nianlei with curiosity. Wait, are you here to test my professional abilities? Why is it that every time I run into you it's nothing but trouble? Lin Nianlei sighed, pouting, I've been quite unlucky lately. Hey, can I ask you why they are causing you trouble? Qin Yu suddenly asked. Lin Nianlei glanced at Qin Yu's attire and politely said, it's cold outside, let's talk inside. Let's go. Lin Nianlei turned around and opened the door leading Qin Yu into her room. Qin Yu turned his head and glanced around the room, noticing the layout was similar to his own, but the girl's space was more meticulously arranged, clean and emitting a faint fragrance. What would you like to drink? Other than water, do you have anything else in your room? Qin Yu asked. No. Then don't be polite. Qin Yu said as he sat down in a chair, just get me some water. Lin Nianlei took off her coat and poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water from the thermos, softly explaining, I wanted to do a special report on underprivileged patients but didn't expect to run into this drug trafficking group. During the process of getting to know them I found that these people have no bottom line, their actions are too cruel. I'm in the media, besides having to make a living I also have the obligation to give a voice to society, so I took some pictures of them. And then the trouble came knocking. Qin Yu held the cup and bluntly asked, is your family quite well off? It's okay, why do you ask this? Lin Nianlei was taken aback. You seem like someone who's had it too easy. Bullshit. Upon hearing this, Lin Nianlei couldn't help but retort, you're in the judicial field, how can you say something so tasteless? Hee, why do you look like a fool? It's just chit-chat, why are you getting so worked up? Qin Yu finished the water in his cup, stood up and said to Lin Nianlei, I can't control what you want to do, but as a good neighbor I'll remind you to quickly destroy those photos and switch to a more positive topic. Because your report won't change the situation in Songjiang, instead it will hurt some people. If the media can't hurt others, then what value does it have? Lin Nianlei stared at Qin Yu with her big watery eyes, looking somewhat adorable as she said, you're such a fool. Get lost, you're the fool. Lin Nianlei was slightly exasperated, you've already insulted me twice since you entered the room. I'm leaving. Qin Yu, uninterested in continuing the persuasion, turned and left. Put down the water cup. Qin Yu set the cup down, left Lin Nianlei's room with his hands behind his back, his face no longer bearing a playful expression. Lin Nianlei mentioned that the tiger is involved in drug trafficking. Is it just a coincidence that the tiger knows Yuan Ku? Qin Yu felt something was off for the first time but couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Inside the hospital, the tiger sat in the surgical room shouting into the phone at Yuan Ku, I just don't understand, why are you protecting some clueless punk with no background? Do you know anything about that woman? Yuan Ku asked coldly. The tiger paused at the sound, I haven't heard anything. You don't even know what background she has, yet you recklessly brought people over. Isn't this a bit reckless? Yuan Ku frowned, saying, if today you had encountered not Qin Yu and something happened to that girl, do you know the consequences? My brother didn't even figure out the girl's background when he kidnapped her, which led to such a disastrous outcome for Song Xia. Don't even mention yourself. I didn't think so much, the tiger stammered. Moreover, the police department is currently cracking down on drug cases and we were the ones who called for it. Are you trying to put me in a difficult position by involving drugs? What did I tell you at the beginning? Yuan Ku asked in a low voice. The tiger scratched his bandaged head. It's not that I want to deal in drugs right now, it's just that our goods are piling up and we brothers have thrown away a lot. Tiger, don't let a small profit disrupt your footing. There are people above providing support for you, so why panic? Yuan Ku, looking helpless, commanded, regardless of your reasons you must follow the rhythm set by those above. Don't say I didn't remind you. If you make a scene in the wind, no one can save you. Alright, I understand, the tiger nodded. Also, Qin Yu is my man, he is working for me. Don't provoke him, instead cooperate with him if there's something, understand? Yuan Ku knew the tiger bore grudges, so he specifically cautioned him. Xiaoko, I just don't understand. You've been in the police force for so long and you have many capable people under you. Why do you insist on taking in this rookie? The tiger gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, I've been in the underworld for so long and no one has dared to smash a gun against my head. This kid. Tiger, when will you understand one thing, sighed Yuan, 'cause there are always people beyond others and skies beyond the skies. You always think you're capable, but do you know that someone even tougher than Song Xia fell at Qin Yu's hands? What year is it now? It's a time when people are so desperate that they dare to rob military rations. It's an era where many ruthless characters are emerging. You never know which scrap collector today might make a fortune tomorrow. So without any conflicting interests, that's not really a conflict at all, understand? The tiger scoffed, your mouth is truly sharp, you could plow the fields with it. Fine, I'll listen to you, I won't mess with him. Just like that. Yuan dropped a sentence and hung up the phone. The next evening Qin Yu and the old cat headed to Second Sister's restaurant as previously agreed because Qilin was hosting a banquet for his wedding today. Although it was called a banquet, it was actually just inviting some familiar friends over to eat and make it lively. After all, Qilin had limited funds, he couldn't hold a big event. When they arrived at the restaurant it was around 8 in the evening. Qin Yu glanced around on the second floor and saw mainly familiar faces from the police department as well as some neighbors of Qilin and his younger sister. Isn't Mom here? The old cat asked in the hall. She didn't come because she's not feeling well, Qilin replied with a smile, pulling his blind sister to introduce her to Qin Yu. You haven't met her yet, right? This is my sister Qi Yu. Hello brother Qin Yu. Qi Yu, about 11 or 12 years old, had distinct features on her beautiful face exuding a bit of heroism, but unfortunately she was blind, which wasted such a beauty. Hello Qin Yu greeted the girl and turned to look at the bride Bella. You look beautiful today. Bella was wearing a simple red cheongsam and smiled at Qin Yu, nodding hello. The old cat looked at Bella, who was like a breath of spring, and teased with a grin, she's obviously been well taken care of. Get lost, Qilin cursed, waving his hand, come sit at the main table, feel free to take a seat. Qin Yu and the old cat heard this and promptly took their seats at the main table, snacking on some simple appetizers while waiting for the meal to start. After about 10 minutes Yuan suddenly arrived upstairs with the tiger. Hey Yuan team. Eating at the banquet, Yuan team. Seeing Yuan arrive, over 30 people seated in the room stood up to greet him. He come over and have a stroll, sit down, sit down. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the crowd, Yuan bent down and sat at Qin Yu's table. You guys are not working but came here for the wedding, right? Qin Yu grinned, I just finished the interrogation. Yuan patted Qin Yu on the thigh, then turned to the tiger and asked, do you know him? How could I not know? Didn't we meet yesterday? The tiger pointed at the bandage on his head, laughing as he said to Qin Yu, little brother, the impression you left on me yesterday was truly unforgettable. Seeing his attitude towards him, Qin Yu quickly extended his hand and said, I'm really sorry, I had no idea you knew Yuan team. Xiaoke told me yesterday that that woman has some connections, so your intervention helped me a lot. The tiger very politely shook hands with Qin Yu. Let's forget about yesterday, we'll get to know each other anew. With Yuan here we're like family now, you'll see what kind of person I am from now on. Alright. Qin Yu nodded in response, let's have a drink later. Done. After a couple of exchanges the old cat frowned and leaned over to Qin Yu, asking, how do you know this big guy? I beat him up yesterday, Qin Yu casually replied. The old cat looked at the tiger with disgust and quietly reminded, stay away from him, he's not a good person. Why is that? Last year he had a conflict with a boss on our side and secretly ran over to hit the boss wife with his car, killing her. The old cat said with a grim face, the woman was over 6 months pregnant and he smashed her head. Was he not sentenced? Qin Yu asked in shock. Sentenced my ass, the boss had 2 kids and was intimidated by him, so he never pressed charges. In the end it was classified as a traffic accident and he just paid some money to settle it. The old cat's voice was hoarse, he's just a beast. Hearing this, Qin Yu shot a cold glance at the tiger and refrained from further interaction with him. Yuan had not been at the banquet for long when the meal began and everyone started toasting, creating a lively atmosphere. During the meal and drinks Yuan kept chatting with Qin Yu, brother, there aren't many people I can appreciate but you are one of them. In this era those with guts and brains are always in demand. As long as you perform well I will definitely not treat you poorly in the future. I know, Captain. Qin Yu nodded with a rosy face. Wait a moment. Yuan patted Qin Yu's arm, poured a glass of wine and stood up shouting, everyone quiet down. The 3 tables of friends turned to look at Yuan at the sound. Today is Qilin's big day, we are all familiar faces, so let's raise a toast to him. Yuan raised his glass, smiling as he called out to everyone. With Yuan leading, everyone stood up to toast Qilin. The newlyweds also smiled and poured drinks toasting everyone. After drinking up, Yuan poured more wine and said, additionally, I want to say a few more words. This little you may have just joined the team, but he has been a great fit for me and has helped the department with several cases recently, which Director Li is very pleased about. His promotion is just a matter of time, so I hope everyone will take care of him and work from now on. Just with that one sentence, Qin Yu almost became the center of attention, regardless of whether he knew them or not. His colleagues from the police department began to toast him one after another. If it were someone else being praised by Yuan, they might feel a bit elated, but Qin Yu, having come from the planning district, felt a bit uneasy at this moment. Qin Yu indeed had been in the spotlight recently. The case involving Song Xia had been solved and there had been a breakthrough in the drug trafficking case, both of which revolved around him. Therefore he felt that receiving support from above was justified, after all leaders like capable subordinates. However, Qin Yu felt that Yuan Ke's support had exceeded mere appreciation. It seemed a bit too special. And considering they were not related, was it a bit odd for him to have this attitude just because of two cases? Qin Yu was puzzled. The drinks went around a few times and dishes were served. Yuan Ke looked down at his watch and softly called to Qin Yu, "Come out with me for a moment." "Hey." Qin Yu nodded, stood up and followed Yuan Ke downstairs. Inside, the tiger, having drunk quite a bit, grinned as he pulled Qilin over. "I want to ask you something." Qilin, being an old member of the team, knew the tiger, so he politely asked, "What is it, tiger?" The tiger stared directly at the bride Bella and with a breath of alcohol asked, "Where did you find this woman?" Qilin was taken aback, glanced at Bella and whispered, "To tell you the truth, I got her from the residential area north of Songjiang." "How much did you spend?" The tiger's eyes gleamed. 4,500. "Damn, for 4,500 you can ride a lifetime of a big ocean horse. That's quite a bargain." The tiger said something quite vulgar. Qilin smiled and didn't respond. "Hey, introduce me to the agent sometime, I want to check it out too." Qilin was stunned. "Tiger, don't you already have a wife?" "Damn, is having a wife a reason not to have more?" The tiger replied with his yellowed teeth. "Money sitting idle is still idle, might as well buy a toy." "Alright, I'll introduce you later." "Done." The tiger looked at Bella and nodded, commenting, "This woman is really nice, fair-skinned and has long legs." Qilin felt a bit awkward and quickly picked up the wine bottle, saying, "Come on brother, let me toast you with Bella." "Oh, come on wife, come over and toast tiger." After pouring the drinks, Qilin called out. Bella gracefully walked over and nodded, saying, "Hello tiger." "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, Qilin's life has been quite hard." The tiger, buoyed by alcohol, grabbed Bella's arm and began to whisper. Downstairs, Yuan Ke sat in the front passenger seat and turned to Qin Yu, saying, "You drive, let's go back to the station and talk for a bit." Qin Yu drove away. Over an hour later, after the banquet ended, Qilin and the others returned home. His sister went to his mother's room while the newlyweds prepared to go to bed and chat about life. Knock knock. Just as Qilin unbuckled his belt preparing for a deeper meeting, he heard someone knocking on the window outside. "Who is it? Come out." The shadow of someone who had come to their house a few days ago called softly. Qilin was taken aback, threw on a coat and walked out the door. In the dim moonlight, the wanted along turned his head to look around and said, "Little brother, find a quiet place, we need to talk." Qilin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly rushed forward, readied, shouting, "Are you crazy? You almost got me killed." 5 minutes later. Bella went to her mother and sister's room to sleep while Qilin led along into his own room. "Life is going pretty well, huh? You've even gotten a wife." Along turned his head to survey the room, boldly sitting down on the bed. Qilin glared at him, clenching his fists as he spoke to Along, "If you want to die, go mess around somewhere else. Why did you come back to Songjiang? Do you have any idea how close I came to getting kicked out because of you?" Along, whose real name was Qilong, was Qilin's elder brother, yet they were completely different in personality. Qilin was more conservative, preferring to face the current era with practicality. However, Qilong had always been one to take risks, spending most of his time outside and rarely coming home. Qilong had left 2 years ago, and in that time he had not contacted the family, so sometimes Qilin thought he might have died out there. Unexpectedly, on that day of the arrest, he saw his elder brother again. Although their relationship was not particularly harmonious, blood was thicker than water, and Qilin simply couldn't bring himself to shoot at his own brother to make a name for himself. This was something he couldn't tell anyone, so Qilin had been feeling down these past few days and worried about Qilong's safety. Qilong casually pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one, and said, "To be honest, I didn't want to run into you. If it weren't for that incident, I probably wouldn't have come home today." "Yeah, you've been living it up outside, so you don't care about anything. When have you ever taken care of the family?" Qilin clenched his teeth and asked, "What are you back for? Do you know if people outside find out about our relationship, I'll be done for?" "Ha, aren't you doing just fine?" "Bullshit. Don't worry, even if I had 1,000 guns pointed at my head, I wouldn't betray you." Qilong always had a nonchalant attitude. "I've been careful for several days, no one at home is watching, and as long as I don't get caught, they won't know about our relationship. When you joined the police department, didn't you leave out the fact that we're brothers in your application? I just don't understand. There are plenty of ways to make money. Why did you have to choose this path?" Qilin clenched his fists, shouting in confusion, "Do you have any idea that pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department and the police department is pressuring us? The entire judicial system in Songjiang is watching you, trying to figure out where your stuff is coming from. Once you get caught, there will be no chance for recovery. You'll definitely be finished." "I know. If you know, why are you still doing this? What should I do? Live a cowardly life like you?" Qilong retorted. "Cowardly? I may be a coward outside, but at home." Qilin was getting anxious, even feeling the urge to hit him. Hearing this, Qilong furrowed his brow and lowered his head, his voice hoarse as he interrupted, "Yes, I admit you are more manly when it comes to family than I am. Qilin was left speechless. Damn it, I'm hungry, is there anything to eat? Along said with a smile. Qilin hesitated for a moment, sighed deeply and walked out of the room. Inside the police department. Yuanka personally poured a glass of water for Qin Yu before sitting on the sofa and saying, have the arrested drug dealers revealed Along's specific activities? Qin Yu shook his head, they've given information but they all think Along must have already run away and is no longer in Songjiang. Those idiots are risking their lives to make money, fully aware of the consequences, so they certainly wouldn't speak carelessly. Yuanka smiled, crossing his legs as he said, but it's good I have a lead. Qin Yu was taken aback, you have a clue? Yes. Yuanku turned his head, speaking softly, I have some friends in society who rely on me and in return I provide them with certain conveniences, so they really support me. The drug trafficking gang is primarily led by the Ma family and Along has a relationship with them. I'm aware of that, Qin Yu nodded. There's a guy named Claude who deals in firearms on the black market, we have a decent relationship. He called me while we were having dinner saying someone wanted to send someone out of the 9th district through his smuggling channel. Yuanka said casually, I asked him to inquire in detail and he told me that the person seeking his help has a good relationship with Old Ma and has clandestine dealings with him. Could the person being sent be Along? It's 80% likely to be him. Yuanka nodded in affirmation. If it were just an inconsequential person being sent, Old Ma would definitely talk directly to Claude, there's no need to deliberately use a middleman. Do you understand? That makes sense. I've already had Claude agree to it, so Old Ma should arrange for Along to leave soon. Yuanka smiled at Qin Yu and said, I'll give you the lead, you handle the case. This time you must catch Along and expose his supply channel. Qin Yu was a bit stunned upon hearing this, not responding immediately. What's wrong? Yuanku asked. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, smiling as he asked, Captain Yuan, I have something I've been quite puzzled about. Go ahead. I'm a bit flattered and don't understand why you're giving me such a good opportunity. Qin Yu asked bluntly, such an important lead, why didn't you hand it over to someone else? Or handle it yourself? This is quite a significant achievement. Yuanka stared at Qin Yu for several seconds, suddenly standing up and pointing at his cheek as he said, because this year I want to elevate. Qin Yu was filled with confusion. Why Captain Yuan? Because I will be promoted to deputy director by the end of the year and I need to have my own team. Yuanka walked around the room speaking with vigor. I plan to promote 3 team leaders, not only you but others as well. Qin Yu stood with his arms crossed, still silent. Silly brother, don't you get it yet? Yuanka walked to the front of the sofa, patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile, the reason I'm promoting you is that you're new, you don't belong to anyone, your background is clean and you have abilities that I can trust. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. Captain Yuan, now I understand. You'll be in charge of the Along case. If you handle it well by the end of the year, I'll help you jump 3 levels and become the captain of the first team directly. Yuanka stood up holding his water cup as he added, do a good job Qin Yu, my ship is the most stable in the police department. Thank you Captain Yuan. Qin Yu stood and saluted, but his mind was racing with thoughts of other matters. At Qilin's home. Qilong sat by a broken round wooden table eating a bowl of plain noodles without any sauce and frowned as he said, is this all you eat every— Not eating shit is already good enough, Qilin said, lowering his head to smoke. Sigh. Qilong sighed quietly, finishing his noodles, wiping his mouth as he asked, is Mom asleep? She's been asleep for a while. I'll take a look by the window. Qilong stood up and walked towards the outside. Qilin hesitated for a moment and followed him out. Outside the room opposite, Qilong stood by the windowsill, pressing his cheek against the cold glass, his eyes scanning the bed where his mother— Qilin stood behind him, smoking silently. How is Mom's illness? Qilong asked, his voice trembling. Not too good. Qilin shook his head. Qilong remained silent for several seconds. This is fate, a damned fate, knowing the king of hell is useless. Can't you say something nice? Qilin became anxious. Don't shout, she might hear you. Qilong quickly rubbed his eyes, turned around and pulled out a small package from his pocket. Qilin was stunned. This is 10,000 yuan, take it. Qilong said softly, what the hell, you've saved up so much money. I just started the drug trade not long ago, otherwise I would have sent money home earlier. This is what I've saved, you can use 8,000 for Mom. Whether she lives or dies is her business, but as her children we must do what we can. You can use the remaining money for your daily expenses. Qilong's tone was calm. If I can miraculously evade this disaster, there will be no shortage of money in the future. I'll slowly send it to you. Qilin looked at his elder brother with some hesitation. This is what I should do, you don't need to think too much about it. Qilong forcibly stuffed the money into his brother's hand, then lit a cigarette and said, little brother, this time I leave. Whether we can see each other again is uncertain. In any case, you take care of this family. Your elder brother is not as capable as you in some matters. After saying this, the two fell silent for about a minute. Qilong turned his head and glanced at the room one more time before decisively turning to leave. Qilin held the small package, stunned for a moment before saying, can you really get out of here? If not, I'll help you find a way to get you out. Long stopped at the door, turning back as he said, "No matter who asks you, don't admit our relationship. From today on, just treat me as if I'm dead. Take care of Mom and our little sister." Lin's eyes turned red instantly. "If one day you truly run out of options and can't go on, there's a contact number in the package. You can find him and he can help you." Long waved to his brother. "I'm leaving." Late at night, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Long walked briskly for nearly a kilometer before suddenly turning his head, tears streaming down his face as he looked in the direction of home, suddenly kneeling on the ground, trembling as he knocked his head and cried, "Mom, I'm nothing if I'm gone. I'll be sure to be a good son in the next life." Inside, Lin sat in a daze on the chair, smoking, his heart filled with concern. Although he and Long had incompatible personalities, they shared the same blood, and their seemingly indifferent relationship was filled with unspoken familial affection. He prayed that his elder brother could overcome this difficult time, but he did not know that after this meeting between the two brothers, a storm capable of changing everyone's fate was about to follow. Half a month later, Qin Yu received a call from Yuanko, who informed him that Claude had received the message and tomorrow night Old Ma would arrange for someone to help Long leave the country with the life and death capture imminent. At 7 in the evening, a group of 5 team leaders including Qin Yu were sitting in the office area chatting and laughing. About 10 minutes later, Yuanko strode in from outside, prompting everyone to rise. "Sit down, everyone." Yuanko poured himself a cup of water and said with a helpless expression, "The publicity team is having a meeting in the large conference room. There's no space left for us." "Well, let's discuss the details of the capture here. Suong, please introduce the situation." Suong, leader of Team 4, originally from Myanmar D, had dark skin and a slightly short stature, but he looked very capable with a muscular build. He said Kelluod negotiated 3 times with the middleman before the other party admitted that the person to be sent away is Ulung. The price has been agreed upon. Kelluod will receive 15,000 for transportation, ensuring Ulung gets to the designated area. Yuanko took a sip of water. "Old Ma still hasn't appeared. Is he negotiating directly with Kelluod?" "This old fellow is sharper than a monkey. He knows very well that the entire judicial system of Songjiang is after Ulung. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't show his face." Suan smiled and said, "I think he also understands that Kelluod's side is not very reliable, but now there's no other way. If Ulung doesn't leave, he will eventually be caught. Old Ma, in order to protect his supply channel, can only choose to take the risk. Tomorrow night, right?" Yuanko pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a detailed capture plan?" "My suggestion is to act after Ulung leaves the special zone, as their vigilance will be lowered and there are no civilians on that side, reducing our concerns during the capture." Suong replied softly. The crowd fell silent, all contemplating whether the plan was feasible. "Team leader Yuan, may I say a few words?" Qin Yu suddenly looked up. Yuanka smiled. "There are no outsiders here, feel free to share your ideas." "Brother Ong Su, I'm discussing the matters at hand, not personal feelings. I'm simply providing suggestions for a smooth capture." Qin Yu turned around smiling as he explained to Ong Su. "No worries, this case is yours to oversee. We are all here to assist and you remain the core." Ong Su understood that Yuanka wanted to support Qin Yu, so he was very courteous. Qin Yu nodded and with clear speech and tight logic addressed everyone, "I do not recommend waiting until Ulung leaves the special zone to act. There are 2 important reasons. First, I have come from the designated area, so I know the specific situation there. Outside the special zone there is a large area of nuclear radiation zone, vast expanses of sandy terrain and other complex topographies. Furthermore, we have witnessed the brutal nature of Ulung's gang on the 3rd Ring Road. Additionally, these people have also infiltrated from abroad, so they understand the external environment better than our internal officers. Therefore, capturing them there involves too many uncontrollable factors, such as whether they have arranged for people to pick them up and what kind of weapons they possess. We do not know. Secondly, if the capture fails and someone escapes, they will be completely free to do as they wish. We do not have the capability to handle cases in the designated area. Second, I heard from Ong Su that Kelluod's connection is with the station military and their relationship with our judicial system is mediocre. We cannot inform them in advance that it's a setup for a capture, because if the station military leaks the news, all our efforts will be in vain. However, if we do not inform them and suddenly launch the capture, it could easily lead to a conflict between the military and the police." Yuanko listened to Qin Yu's narration, paused for a moment and then responded, "You have no faults in your reasoning, it is very thorough. So what is your plan?" Qin Yu answered, "My plan is as follows." After about 20 minutes of discussion, Yuanko stood up and declared, "We will proceed with Qin Yu's capture plan." "Understood. Understood." Everyone stood and saluted. Yuanko instructed a few words, then patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, "You are responsible for bringing the people back and I will ensure you succeed in your duties." "Haha, deal." Qin Yu nodded with a smile. The next day at 9:30 in the evening, Qin Yu took the equipment approval forms he needed for the case and went directly to the logistics department at the back of the compound, but upon entering the room he unexpectedly found Qilin. "You're on the night shift?" Qin Yu asked with a smile. Qilin stood up from his chair looking relaxed and said, "Damn, I don't know what happened. Ever since I got married I'd been assigned extra shifts. For the past week I'd been put on the extra work schedule, staying here at night. Damn newlyweds not going home to farm but sitting here. What's good about that? Qin Yu teased. Farming can be done anytime but opportunities to earn money are limited. Qilin grimaced and replied, I'm just trying to work a few extra shifts to earn some money and pay you an old cat back. No worries, I'm not in a rush. That's a different matter, I don't feel comfortable having debts. Moreover, with an extra person at home, expenses have increased. Qilin sighed wearily and then changed the subject, asking, what are you doing in logistics? I have a mission, came to get equipment. What mission? Qilin casually inquired. Team Qin, hurry up, they're calling for roll call over there. At that moment Zhu Wei rushed in and shouted. Alright, quickly give me the list, let me see. Qilin called out. You go get it, I'll read it. Qin Yu pulled out the list and read aloud: 1 set of steel-plate bulletproof gear, 3 sets of breaking window batons tactical. Qilin walked over to the warehouse shelves, listened to Qin Yu and began to retrieve the equipment while Zhu Wei called in 2 others to quickly carry the items out. 5 minutes later Qin Yu smiled and said, once I finish up I'll come find you for a late night snack. Sure. Qilin nodded. As soon as Qin Yu left the logistics warehouse, Qilin's expression turned pale and his heart raced. What kind of capture requires bulletproof equipment? Qin Yu hasn't been involved in other cases recently, so this operation is very likely about capturing drug dealers. Feeling uneasy, Qilin pondered for a long time before quickly taking out his phone, leaving the recording area and dialing a familiar number from the team. Hello. Old Zhang, what are you busy with? Just hanging out in logistics. Qilin asked with a smile. I have a mission. What mission could there be at this hour? Qilin casually asked. Cooperating with the station military to catch gun dealers. Ah. Hearing this, Qilin sighed in relief. What time will it be done? Let's watch the live broadcast together. I don't know, I'll find you after I get back. Alright. After ending the call, Qilin stood behind his desk and murmured softly, it's been half a month, they should have escaped by now. At the assembly point of the compound, Yuanku instructed Qin Yu to collect everyone's phones and then said with his hands behind his back, let me reiterate the mission this time, we are not cooperating with the station military but are targeting drug dealers. To ensure the operation remains highly confidential, everyone must hand in their communication devices and even the walkie-talkies will be distributed uniformly. All communications must be conducted on the preset frequency. If I find anyone switching frequencies midway, they will be treated as dereliction of duty. After 2 minutes of mobilization, over 40 people received their equipment and quickly left the police compound under the leadership of their respective team leaders. Half an hour later, in Songnan district at an intersection on the New Era Avenue, Alung, wearing a sheepskin coat, led 4 brothers, glanced around, then bent down to enter the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck while the others squeezed into the back seat. Aren't you supposed to be picked up by the stationed military? Why is it just you? Alung asked. Do you think you're the mayor? The driver rolled his eyes. How could the military come here to pick you up? Alung sniffed. Haha buddy, have you been eating gunpowder? What's it to you if I didn't pay you? Damn, my wife is about to give birth, I have to work extra to take you guys. Why today of all days? The driver cursed and drove away from the roadside. Alung glanced at the driver, then took out half a black loaf wrapped in a bag from his pocket and continued chewing silently. In the back seat, Shrimp grabbed a military-grade grenade with his right hand, his thumb ready to pull the pin at any moment. The car traveled for about 15 minutes, crossing nearly 1.5 kilometers of frozen river, reaching the edge of Songnan district. Here the area was already deserted with no pedestrians on the road, only various small shops with lights flickering here and there. How much longer until we exit the city walls? Alung asked. Soon. The driver pressed down on the gas pedal and the car climbed over a dirt slope by the riverbank, shaking violently. What's going on? Alung frowned and asked. The driver immediately engaged the handbrake, saying it seems the front left tire is flat. Are you kidding me? Alung asked coldly, don't you check properly before doing this job? The driver, equally irritable, turned back and shouted at Alung, what the hell do you know? It's over 40 degrees below zero tonight and the car parts are almost frozen solid. How can I check? Should I check with a blowtorch? I know how bad the weather is here, Alung replied, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Get out and take a look, is the tire punctured or what? The driver with a grim face got out of the car, bent down to glance at the left front tire, then immediately got back in and said, the tire has frozen for too long and I was driving too fast. The heat expansion and cold contraction have caused a crack. What do we do now? Shrimp asked with a frown. No problem. There's a repair shop up ahead, I'll have him heat it up and patch it. The driver glanced at his watch and replied, there's still time, it won't delay us. Alung turned his head to look around, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart, but he couldn't afford to delay, so he could only let the driver continue. He turned to Shrimp and said, keep the stuff in your pocket safe, don't lose it. I'm holding it. Shrimp nodded. The vehicle, now on the riverbank road, traveled another 2 kilometers with the left front tire underinflated before stopping in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On both sides of the road, Zhu Wei held a walkie-talkie and quietly shouted, "All teams, thunder has set the perimeter." In the snow-covered shell opposite the repair shop, Qin Yu, wearing a heavy steel-plate bulletproof suit, quietly shouted, "Once they get out of the car, we will act. I'll take point." As soon as he finished speaking, Ulung pushed open the car door and jumped out from the passenger seat, looking around. Whoosh! Qin Yu suddenly shouted, "Turn off the lights." Swish! The lights in the repair shop went out instantly. Ulung turned around sharply. "Damn it, the driver is a problem." Before he could finish, he saw Qin Yu, who looked like a bear, charging towards him recklessly. Clatter! The grenade safety pin fell and Shrimp glared, shouting, "Damn you, grab your weapons, let's fight them." Xiaopatzi pulled the safety pin from the grenade but did not immediately hurl it. People had legs, and the moment he raised his arm, officers would instinctively scatter. Once the grenade detonated, they would instantly regroup and encircle him again, rendering the throw ineffective. Instead, he gripped the grenade's arming lever tightly in his right hand and charged wildly toward the densest cluster of officers. His sudden charge left the officers momentarily stunned. No one could tell whether he had already released the lever or was still holding it tight, so they hastily retreated. "Scatter, and he's got a grenade!" Not chaotic roar erupted as officers surged apart, clearing a path, while Xiaopatzi, face contorted with ferocity, bellowed, "Breakthrough!" Bang! Bang! Nongsu raised his weapon and fired 4 rounds at Xiaopatzi, but the target moved too swiftly and his bulletproof vest absorbed the impacts. Each round struck his chest with a puff of white smoke. "He's wearing body armor!" Nongsu shouted, watching in alarm as Xiaopatzi, unfazed by the 4 hits, closed in on the driver, now less than 5 paces away. "Brother, go now!" Xiaopatzi instantly released the lever with his right hand. The grenade hissed sharply. "And he's armed it, he's armed the grenade." Nongsu spun and fled. And meanwhile, Ulong and his men had already drawn their firearms and turned to charge outward while opening fire. Qin Yu saw the cordon fracture under Xiaopatzi's assault. His mind registered no hesitation. He slammed to a halt, pivoted sharply, and lunged forward in his thick steel-plated blast suit, deliberately lowering his head towards Xiaopatzi's waist. Thud, and both men crashed to the ground. Qin Yu instinctively clamped his massive hands over Xiaopatzi's skull. And boom! The explosion shattered the silent night. A severed arm rocketed skyward. Blood splattered across Qin Yu's ballistic visor, staining the transparent shield crimson in an instant. "Team leader! Team leader!" Zhu Wei shouted, eyes wide. "And stay calm, proceed per plan and make the arrests." Qin Yu shook his head violently, then roughly wiped the blood-smeared visor with his left hand. Glancing down, he saw Xiaopatzi unconscious, his right arm blown nearly clean off bone and flesh, grotesquely fused, bright arterial blood pulsing from the wound. "Damn it!" And seeing Xiaopatzi fall, Ulong roared and opened fire toward the left flank. Anwar and Qin Yu surged upright and charged forward with brutal momentum. Bang! 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 A volley of bullets struck Qin Yu, head, thighs, other vital zones, sparking showers of fiery metal against his armor. Realizing his rounds couldn't penetrate Qin Yu's gear, Ulong scrambled backward to reload, just as Qin Yu launched 2 rapid lunges, using his mass and the weight of his armor to slam headfirst into Ulong's jaw. A sickening crack echoed. Ulong staggered backward 2 steps. Qin Yu dropped low, seized Ulong's calves with both hands and wrenched upward with explosive force from his core, hurling Ulong high into the air before he crashed hard onto the frozen ground. "Don't move, don't move." Though these maneuvers appeared simple and covered barely 50 meters, they demanded extreme physical exertion, full-body combat under heavy load powered entirely by raw instantaneous power. Now Qin Yu teetered on the edge of total exhaustion, his legs leaden, his breath ragged, as he pinned Ulong beneath his own weight and barked the command again and again. Once the grenade threat was neutralized, the officers advanced without restraint. Over 40 stormed forward, shields locked surrounding the remaining bandits, and subdued them within 10 seconds. Secure him, secure him." Zhu Wei pointed at Ulong lying on the ground. And 7 or 8 officers rushed in, not even bothering with handcuffs, immediately fastening a 70-pound iron shackle around his wrists. Qin Yu sat slumped in the snow for nearly a minute before removing his helmet, turning his head and spitting a thick globule of phlegm. "Damn it, thank God for the steel plating. Even top-tier body armor wouldn't have saved me today." "You all right?" Nongsu hurried over. "And fine, I positioned myself well. The blast went off straight ahead of me." Wiping sweat from his brow, Qin Yu deliberately addressed Nongsu and the others. "You all say Captain Yuan favors me, while I just risked my life to deliver his success. Does he think he can ignore that?" "Oh yes, absolutely." Nongsu nodded vigorously, thumb raised high. "Without those 2 lunges of yours tonight, who knows how this would have ended. Let's drink to calm our nerves later." Qin Yu heaved himself up, bracing heavily against the ground. "Let's go get them transported back now." And it was 1130 p.m. Qin Yu stood beside the corridor, phone pressed to his ear. "Zhu Wei, you must ensure the doctor saved the grenade wielder's life." Yes, the more witnesses the stronger the evidentiary chain." I'll grab a bite first, then begin interrogation." "All right, talk later." Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Shilin approached, lunchbox in hand, grinning. "Whoa, you're back in." Qin Yu turned at the sound. "Come to eat?" "Yeah, nothing urgent, so I swung by to grab some food." Shilin asked lightly, "How'd it go?" "And all secured." any injuries among our team and we moved fast. The suspects hadn't even processed what was happening before we finished the operation. Everyone's unharmed. Good, that's good. Qilin grinned then added casually, hey, I heard you coordinated this arrest with the garrison. What? Who told you that and isn't it true? I just overheard people at the bureau chatting about it. Qilin blinked startled. And you've been listening to nonsense, there were no troops involved. With the case solved, Qin Yu offered no concealment. We arrested drug traffickers along himself. The same man who killed our 4 colleagues last time. Clang and Qilin's metal lunchbox slipped from his grasp and struck the floor. He froze mid-step, face drained of color. What's wrong? Qin Yu frowned. And Qilin stood dazed, ears ringing. And Qin Yu tapped his arm. Hey, what's wrong? Qilin snapped back to awareness, eyes locking onto Qin Yu. Is it really that along? And yes, Captain Yuan developed the lead and we executed the takedown. Qin Yu nodded, studying him. You seem off, what's going on? And no, nothing. It's just old He died at his hands, that's all. Qilin forced a smile. I caught sight of him once, we exchanged glances. Honestly, I was terrified of that man and you're sure you're alright? And I'm fine. Qilin bent to retrieve the lunchbox. Go eat, you're hungry, and aren't you eating too? Join me and forgot my chili sauce, I'll run back and grab it. Qilin smiled faintly. And then I'll eat first and He nodded, turned and walked away, lunchbox in hand. Alone in the corridor, Qin Yu watched his retreating figure, deeply suspicious of Qilin's words yet utterly baffled by his unsettling behavior. Team leader, time for lunch. Huan Qi called from the mess hall entrance. N coming. Qin Yu dismissed his doubts and strode forward. N. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse. Qilin shut the door behind him, collapsed onto the floor with a thud and clawed at his hair. Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be a joint operation with the garrison? Wasn't it scheduled for over 2 weeks ago? Why hasn't it happened yet? How the hell did this happen? After Qin Yu wolfed down a bite of food in the cafeteria, he hurried to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuan Ko had already picked up Director Li and was on his way to the police station. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Along lounged on the iron chair, playing with the handcuffs in his hands. Shall we warm up a bit first? Qin Yu took a sip of water and casually hung his work badge around his neck. My name is Qin Yu, the team leader of Group 3 in the Criminal Investigation Unit of the police station, directly in charge of your case. Along squinted at Qin Yu and said, I know you. You know me. Qin Yu was taken aback. How come I didn't know? I got to know you through a friend, Along replied with a smile. But you probably haven't seen me before. Along's statement wasn't nonsense, he had indeed seen Qin Yu. Before leaving, he wanted to check on his home and secretly watched Qilin a few times, noticing that Qin Yu had interactions with his brother and their relationship seemed good. Buddy, the key point of your case isn't about who you know, but the value of your testimony will directly determine the outcome. Let's change the topic, Qin Yu said realistically. Among the arrested individuals, you are the biggest fish. If you don't reveal more important figures, you'll definitely be pinned as the main culprit. At that point, even if you are related to the mayor, no one can help you. He. Along smiled at Qin Yu and said, come move a chair and sit next to me. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. Aren't we going to chat? Along shook the iron handcuffs in his hand, making a clattering sound as he gestured for Qin Yu to come closer. Alright, let's chat then. Along wore a smile on his face. Aren't you, Qin Yu? Qin Yu frowned and paused for 2 seconds. Old Ma told you, didn't he? No. Along slightly raised his hand and pointed at Qin Yu, a teasing expression on his face. It's the drug dealer on my line. Everyone has heard your name and they talk about you every day in my ear. Talk about me? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Yes, do you know what they are saying about you? Along grinned and asked. What? Haha, they are discussing how to kill you quickly. Qin Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Along glanced at the camera with the corner of his eye, lowered his voice again and patted Qin Yu's arm with the back of his hand, saying, little bro, you don't really think that Yuan Ku assigned you this case to give you a promotion because he simply likes and appreciates you, do you? Qin Yu scoffed, sure, sitting here and still managing to nitpick, right? Tisk tisk, you really are as naive as a child. Along shook his head and added, in the team Yuan Ku has many loyal followers. Which one isn't more qualified than you? So why did he let you handle such a rewarding case? Are you two related by blood or something? Then why do you think he insists on making me take this case? Qin Yu asked. Because you're stubborn, because you still have a sense of hunger, and because you want to establish yourself here. You must work hard to achieve results. Because you're new, because you have no connections behind you, because in the process of handling the case you don't have to give face to anyone and won't be burdened by personal relationships. Along smiled slightly and said, why suddenly target US drug dealers? And why is Yuan Ku so fixated on the Ma family's line? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent again. Recently there has been a batch of drug dealers on the black street secretly releasing a small amount of goods priced twice as high as ours. Have you heard? Along asked again. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, suddenly recalling what Lin Yanlei had encountered that day and the broad-minded tiger. Little brother, there is no such thing as unconditional love in this world. From your perspective he treats you especially well, but from another angle you are just a blind gun. Along tilted his head to look at Qin Yu. Do you know what kind of fate those who hold guns have throughout history? Qin Yu held back for a while and replied, your provocation is well reasoned and convincing. Hee how you feel inside right now, you know best yourself. Along lowered his head and gently added, the reason I can say this to you isn't out of unconditional love, it's just because you helped my friend. Qin Yu only absorbed half of Along's words because he already had a sense that Yuan Ke's favoritism towards him in the police station definitely had its reasons. But Qin Yu felt that whether Yuan Ke wanted to use his hunger or his advantageous position of being unknown in Songjiang to make him a fast gun, it didn't matter much because Qin Yu wasn't a child. He understood that he had no background and no support, and if he wanted to survive in this chaotic environment, the only thing he could exchange was the courage to risk his life at critical moments. However, Qin Yu did not expect that the drug trade would be so deep and that while he was targeting the Ma family's team there were others quietly distributing drugs, and these people might be related to Yuan Ke. If what Along said was true, things might not be as simple as he previously thought. I'm a dead man, there's no need to lie to you. Along said softly, I don't know much about your background, but I heard that you came from the planned area. Little brother, it's not easy for us to come this far with nothing, so don't let your name go down in history while helping others establish their kingdom. Qin Yu looked at Along and suddenly asked, you and the Ma family almost monopolized the underground drug market in Songjiang before, but I don't understand why your pricing is so low. What? Trying to touch the world? I only thought of it after I was full. There are still a bunch of compatriots over there struggling to survive. Along smiled and replied softly, my dad died because he couldn't afford treatment and my mom might also die because of it. When I first arrived in District 9 I was idle and lived off everyone. Now that I have a bit of ability while making money, I want to help them too. It's impossible to live long in this line of work. I just want to earn some money today to get by. How much is too much? At this point lying no longer held any meaning. Qin Yu looked at Along's face, which once bore a fierce expression, and suddenly felt that he wasn't so detestable after all. The two fell silent at this point. Qin Yu felt a bit confused. Despite his caution, he still couldn't grasp the complexities of Songjiang. Bang! Just as the two fell into a brief silence, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Qilin stood outside the door smiling and asking, are you in the middle of something? On the iron chair, Along immediately raised his head upon hearing Qilin's voice, a look of astonishment appearing on his previously nonchalant face. Why are you here? Qin Yu turned around to ask. I came to check if the equipment you got approved can be returned to the warehouse. How much wear and tear is there? Qilin replied in a calm tone, you guys are going to work all night again, but I switch shifts tomorrow morning and need to write a report. Ah. Qin Yu nodded and stood up, replying, the wear and tear is quite significant. I'll have someone send you a list later. All right. Qilin replied and turned to Along, scolding, you bastard finally got caught. Along was stunned, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. He has to be transferred to the heavy 3 prisons, right? Qilin asked Qin Yu. After the interrogation he will be transferred. Qin Yu nodded. Damn, I almost got rolled up because of you. Qilin laughed and pointed at Along, scolding, don't worry, once you get out the door I'll have someone take care of your family inside. Qin Yu felt a bit strange upon hearing this. Along took a moment to recover and immediately cursed in a rough tone, what the hell are you? I am in here, but my brothers might not be. If you want to mess around, who will take care of your family? He just wait and see. Qilin sneered and turned to Qin Yu saying, you take care of him, I'll leave first. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, staring at Qilin, replying, alright, I'll go out with you and get you a list. Then let. Qilin calmly stepped aside. The two exited the interrogation room and 4 armed duty officers immediately came forward to guard the door and locked the iron door behind them. In the narrow corridor, Qilin with his hands behind his back said with a smile, just have someone get me a list. You're already a team leader, do you still need to do it yourself? Are you here to scout? Qin Yu suddenly turned around and asked. Qilin was momentarily stunned, his face showing a stiff expression as he retorted, what's wrong? What's scouting? Do you know Along? Qin Yu asked with a stern face. Bull. Nonsense, how could I know him? Along said he knows me through a friend of mine. But I only got close to you, an old cat in the police station, everyone else is at most colleagues. Qin Yu looked at Qilin with piercing eyes. Your reaction at the cafeteria entrance was already off. Just now in the room you spoke too much to Along as well. Have you gone mad solving cases? Qilin smiled in disbelief. What's this all about? You want to save him, you didn't come to the interrogation room for the consumption list but to scout, right? Little you, I think you. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yu suddenly reached for Qilin's waist. The latter instinctively dodged, his face pale as he looked at Qin Yu and said, what the hell do you want to do? You locked your gun in the cabinet for duty, why is it not in the holster now? Qin Yu grabbed Qilin's arm and whispered urgently, are you out of your mind? He is a doomed man. If you have other thoughts you will die too. Qilin, looking somewhat flustered, scanned the surroundings and said with red eyes, if you want to treat me as a friend, just pretend you don't know anything, alright? If it were someone else I wouldn't care. You just got married, do you know? What relationship do you have with Along to make you want to walk this path? Qin Yu was a bit anxious and dragged Qilin into the stairwell. I don't want to ask about your hidden reasons, but I want to make it clear that even if you had 10 of you together, it's impossible to take him from here. As long as you act, he will definitely die. In the interrogation room, Along's mind was carefully recalling Qilin's words. Don't worry, once you get out that door I'll have someone take care of you inside. What does that mean? It was already quite obvious that Qilin was trying to find a way to save himself. But he had no powerful connections to settle this matter, so how could he manage it? It was self-evident. After exiting this door, to take action. Along thought of this, his head buzzing. Damn, this stubborn fool wouldn't really act recklessly, would he? In the police hall, hurried footsteps echoed as Yuan Ku and Director Li walked in through the main door. Team Leader Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you. Ong Su rushed over in big strides. What's wrong? Yuan Ku asked. There's a very important situation. Ong Su gasped, speaking quietly to Yuan Ku and Director Li. By chance we intercepted an unexpected situation from a subordinate. Along had contact with a police officer in our station before leaving. In the stairwell, Qilin shoved Qin Yu's chest, his voice a desperate low growl. Drop this, pretend you never saw anything. Let me out. And Qin Yu replied, his tone grave. You know my character, I don't act like this for just any. Qin Yu pressed a finger firmly against Qilin's chest, his expression stern. Calm down. Along is a suspect specifically flagged by the police department. Use your head, do you really think you can extract him single-handedly from police custody? If something goes wrong, what happens to your mother? Your sister? Your new wife? Are you ready to throw away your job and your life, just like that? Qilin fell silent for a moment, sweat beading on his forehead, then rushed his words at Qin Yu. It's not entirely hopeless. Along won't stay long at the station, he'll be transferred no later than tomorrow morning. I know people in the police department, I can find out his transfer route. I have official credentials, acting en route would be far easier. You don't need to get involved. And what I don't understand, Qin Yu demanded, bewildered, is what connection you have with Along that warrants such risk. Did you strike some secret deal? Did he pay you? And why didn't I fire that day? Qilin blurted out, agitated. He's my elder brother, my real elder brother, do you understand? At those words, Qin Yu froze instantly. And shall you listen to me, just listen. Eyes bloodshot, Qilin gasped as he continued, the truth about Along and me, it might still surface. But if it does, I'll be placed under immediate supervision, subject to kinship avoidance protocols. Then all chance will vanish. I've already planned it. Tomorrow morning right after my shift ends I won't go home, I'll pretend to nap at the office, fabricating surveillance footage that shows me sleeping in my dormitory the entire time. Then when the transfer team arrives I'll make my move at the intersection. If I succeed, Along lives. If not, at least I'll avoid exposure. He came back from the undeveloped zone, no one knows whether he has accomplices outside. So long as I'm not caught red-handed, higher-ups may never trace this back to me, do you grasp that? During operations you hesitate even to approach suspects up close, how could you possibly snatch someone from an armed escort detail? You're oversimplifying this. I don't want to risk my life, but do I have a choice? Do I? If I stand aside I'll watch him die with my own eyes. Qin Yu stood stunned. And don't interfere, Qilin muttered, head bowed, and stepped toward the stairwell exit. And ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that instant an electronic chime echoed down the corridor, followed by a voice over the intercom. Officers at interview room No. 3, please open the door immediately. Along is exhibiting abnormal behavior. The announcement hung in the air. In the first floor lobby, Yuan Ku paused briefly upon hearing the loudspeaker, then barked, go check on Along now. Footsteps erupted chaotically down the hallway. Patrol officers still on duty rushed out, faces taut with urgency, striding swiftly toward the interview room. At the doorway 4 officers unlocked the iron gate with keys and froze. There stood Along, slamming the left side of his face repeatedly against the metal plate fixed to the front of the steel chair. What are you doing? Stop this nonsense. And the lead officer strode in, reaching out to restrain him. And thud. 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 Along slammed his left cheek, near the corner of his mouth, against the plate again. His skin had split open, blood streamed freely from his lips and nose. The lead officer lunged forward, seized Along's hair and yanked his head sharply backward. Hold him down now. And ha. Along let out a faint, unnerving chuckle, lifting his gaze directly at the officer. It's too late. And as the words faded, Yuan Ku and Ong Su arrived at the doorway almost simultaneously with Qin Yu and Qilin. What's going on? Yuan Ku panted. And the officer turned breathless. He suddenly started smashing his head against the metal plate. I have no idea why. Qin, eyes blazing, surged forward toward the room. Qin Yu gripped his arm tightly and shook his head, his expression grim and unyielding. Yuan Ke rushed inside, knelt beside Along and waved urgently, pried his mouth open, quickly. At his command, the 4 officers pinned Along's head and wrenched open his blood-smeared jaws. Yuan Ke stared, pulse hammering, yet fear vanished beneath raw tension. He thrust his fingers deep into Along's mouth, rummaging blindly until he withdrew a false tooth. Ugh! And Along retched violently, spewing torrents of blood. And Yuan Ke glanced at the prosthetic, then staggered backward 2 steps, hollowed. The false tooth was hollow, its edges lined with thin black plastic, repulsive in Yuan Ke's palm. And what is this? Director Lee burst in, demanding answers. Nah, false tooth, he knocked it loose, Yuan Ke stammered. And Director Lee went utterly still. On the steel chair, Along jerked his head free from the officer's grip, still wearing that eerie detached smile. From the day I entered this line of work, I decided how I'd die. There's a pill inside, the poison, I crushed it, and goddammit. Yuan Ke exploded, kicking Along hard in the chest. Open the chair, get him to the hospital now. Along chuckled softly, gazing up at Yuan Ke. You're truly formidable. We common folk, we stake our lives against yours, yet still fall short. But Yuan Ke, let me tell you one thing, men act, heaven watches. And I refuse to believe heaven would allow life-saving medicine to remain solely in your hands. I curse you with my dying breath, you and every one of you will meet a wretched end. And silence descended upon the room. Along slowly twisted his neck, locking eyes with the doorway, and rasped hoarsely, brothers in the other interview rooms, don't be afraid. I told them nothing. Hold firm. Say nothing. You'll walk free. Hearing those words, Qin clenched his fist, stepping forward. He knew Along had spoken them for him. And Qin Yu held his arm, whispering low, did you hear him? He's choosing death now, to stop you from acting rashly. Don't move. Not a step. Spurt. And Along lurched forward on the steel chair, vomiting a gout of blood, his body convulsing violently. Yuan Ke watched, then abandoned all thought of hospital transport. Clutching the false tooth, he bent low, lips brushing Along's ear. Do you think you've been discreet? Do you think your death ends at all? Along turned his head blankly. And you met someone from our department. He's standing right outside the door, am I right? Yuan Ke smiled faintly. And Along retched blood once more, glaring defiantly. Fuck you. Within 2 minutes of ingesting the poison, Along lost control of his bowels and bladder, then slumped lifeless against the iron chair. Director Lee stood motionless at the center of the interrogation room, his face dark with fury as he berated Captain Yuan. The suspect was already inside this room, and yet you still let him ascend to heaven. You truly are a captain worthy of the title. The precinct officers will arrive tomorrow to collect the body, go explain it to them. And I. Captain Yuan faltered, momentarily speechless under the scathing rebuke. A pack of gluttonous incompetents. Director Lee spat before striding out of the room. At the doorway, Qin stood frozen, staring blankly at his elder brother's corpse, rigid, purpleting, slumped in the iron chair, his legs trembling, his mind utterly numb. Captain Yuan turned, holding up the false teeth, and cast his gaze toward the doorway, finally settling upon Qin. And, half an hour later, Along's body was carried away beneath a white sheet while Captain Yuan entered another interrogation chamber, dismissing all irrelevant personnel, and began speaking privately with one of Xiaopazi's lieutenants. Was it you who said Along met someone from our director's office just before he planned to leave? Captain Yuan pulled an e-cigarette from his drawer and tossed it across the table. Yes. The underling nodded vigorously. And Xiaopazi was willing to detonate a grenade and take us all down with him, but how did he end up with a brother as spineless as you? Captain Yuan asked bluntly. And Xiaopazi told me he'd make me rich, that's why I served him, but before I saw a single yuan he was dead, and now I don't want to die either. The underling replied with stark realism. Just met him recently. Nice. And tell me, how exactly did Along meet that person before he left? Captain Yuan asked softly. And he only said he had one final wish, to see a friend before he departed. The underling lowered his head in reply, but Lao Ma and Xiaopazi feared the streets were too tightly watched. If Along went out alone, he might run straight into the police. You know, the drug supply chain rested solely in Along's hands. Frankly, we all depended on him for survival, so protecting him wasn't optional. That's why we always accompanied him whenever he went out. But he usually made us park far away and walk the rest himself. Once when I went to a convenience store for water, I happened to be walking the same direction, and I saw which courtyard he entered. Captain Yuan produced a photograph and tossed it to the underling. Is this the man who met Along? Nias, I've seen him twice. Weren't you just saying you'd only bumped into him by chance? Captain Yuan frowned. It was on the day of this man's wedding. The banquet hall was packed, so we couldn't tell whom Along was looking for. But that night when Along went into the courtyard, I saw this man and realized instantly Along had come for the groom. So it was twice. The underling explained meticulously. And Captain Yuan moistened his lips. Do you know what kind of relationship they had? And no, he never mentioned it and none of us dared ask. The underling shook his head. And 20 minutes later Captain Yuan exited the interrogation room and immediately instructed Ong Su dispatch the forensic pathologist to the morgue extract Alon's DNA for immediate comparison. Compare it with whose? And who do you think? Captain Yuan countered. Nong Su paused stunned. Captain, you suspect Along is related to him. The underling's testimony plainly explains why he hesitated to fire that day. Captain Yuan replied coolly, this young man has spent his life cowering, what absolute irrevocable reason could possibly bind him to a man like Along? Ong Su grasped it, instantly understood. And, in the logistics warehouse in Qilin sat vacanted on a chair, his thoughts unfathomable. Brother, every path a person walks is their own choice, and every consequence their own burden to bear. Qin Yu leaned against the table and spoke gently, I know your heart aches, but look at me. At least you have a reason to grieve. I don't even know how my family vanished. You've lost your brother, but you still have your mother, your sister, your wife. What do I have? Nothing, absolutely nothing. And Qilin remained silent, unmoving. Qilin, let sorrow pass quickly. Others depend on you now, Qin Yu urged, turning back toward him. This place teems with eyes, never let anyone sense something amiss. Yes, the dead are gone, the living must go on. And bang. As the two spoke, the warehouse door swung open, two of Ong Su's men entered expressionless and fixed their gaze on Qilin. Captain Yuan needs to speak with you. Come with us. What about? Qin Yu interjected. And nothing serious, just some details from an old case. The man on the left smiled faintly and urged, let's go. Qin Yu's brow furrowed. To conceal his unease, Qilin swiftly composed himself and rose. What case could possibly involve me? You'll find out when you get there. And then let's go. Qilin replied with a practiced smile. And after a few more exchanges the three departed, while Qin Yu followed to the doorway, a sudden chilling premonition rising in his chest. An hour passed. And 2 hours passed. Slowly dawn broke, then dusk fell again, and Qin Yu waited over 14 hours, yet Qilin never returned. Unease tightened its grip, and then unbidden came the memory of Lin Yanlei and Along's cryptic words. A deep quiet dread seeped into Qin Yu's heart. The more he reflected, the clearer it became. This drug trafficking case ran far deeper than it first appeared. After long deliberation, Qin Yu rose, retrieved his work badge, slipped quietly from the office, and drove Squad 3's vehicle toward Songjiang Prison No. 3. N. Elsewhere, Captain Yuan strode into his office and looked at Qilin, who had been effectively detained there for over 14 hours, saying, come on. Let's go out for a bit. Captain Yuan, what's really going on? Qilin asked, rising with forced cheerfulness. And you'll see when we get there. Captain Yuan tossed over his shoulder and walked out. And Qilin suppressed his grief with fierce discipline, hesitated for only a breath, then hurried after him. Half an hour later, Captain Yuan drove Qilin to the precinct hospital, where staff escorted them into the morgue. Qilin glanced around nervously. See, Captain Yuan, why bring me here? Captain Yuan lit a cigarette, strolled to the rear of the morgue, and yanked open the drawer of a refrigerated cadaver cabinet. And Qilin looked up and froze. Along lay inside, face bluish-purple, eyes closed forever. Do you recognize him? Captain Yuan asked, face impassive. And Qilin clenched his fists, then forced a laugh. Captain Yuan, what do you mean? I don't understand. I don't understand. Captain Yuan scratched his nose, withdrew two folded A4 sheets from his inner coat pocket, and stepped before Qilin. Urgent DNA analysis confirms identical Y chromosomes, along as your biological elder brother. Qilin's mind roared, a wave of panic flooding his features. And you withheld fire at the arrest scene to protect him. Wasn't that it? Captain Yuan's voice remained steady. This is a misunderstanding, you've got it wrong, and Qilin, you and I both know even if this test were repeated 10,000 times the result would remain unchanged. Captain Yuan turned and sat on the autopsy gurney. The truth lies bare before you, what use is denial? And Qilin clutched the report, eyes wide with terror, utterly speechless. Qilin, if this report lands on senior leadership's desk, coupled with your failure to follow orders and open fire during the arrest, do you grasp the consequences you'll face? Captain Yuan stared at him, expressionless. You'll be branded a co-conspirator, charged with dereliction of duty, obstruction, and complicity. Your punishment won't stop at dismissal, it will be a minimum of 10 years behind bars. Qilin slowly raised his head, stared blankly for a long moment, then suddenly dropped to his knees before Captain Yuan, gripping his trousers and shouting, Captain! Captain! Yes, Along is my real elder brother, but we hadn't spoken in years. That arrest was pure coincidence, I had no idea he'd be the target, and Captain Yuan watched him, silent. Captain, I can't lose my badge. I can't go to prison. I have a family to support, I cannot afford ruin. Tears streamed down Qilin's face. Please, help me. Save me. Captain Yuan inhaled deeply on his cigarette and placed a hand on Qilin's shoulder. We're all human, we've worked side by side for so long. Do you think I don't know who you are? Qilin, I truly believe you're not involved in this case. But our superiors don't know you. Will they believe you? 4 officers died in that botched operation. Leadership and management alike demand a clean, credible explanation. And now this DNA report surfaces. What happens next? An insider sabotaged the raid, and all blame falls squarely on you. Can you withstand that? Qin stared dumbfounded. And I want to help, but my authority is limited. Captain Yuan picked up the DNA report, paused thoughtfully, and said, still, there may be another way. What way? Your brother was the middleman delivering drugs for the Ma family. Now he's gone, but if you can locate his supplier, the source behind him, I'll personally vouch for you before directly in the precinct's highest command. With that achievement secured, you'll be safe. Then, with one word from above, this DNA report vanishes from official record. Captain Yuan looked down at Qin. That's the truth. Qin paused, then recalled Along's parting words, and if ever you find yourself with nowhere left to turn, there's a contact in your bag. Go to him. Remembering this, Qin lifted his head urgently. He did give me a contact. Let me go home, I'll find it right away. It might be the supplier's number. Don't lie to me, that only destroys you. Qin locked eyes with Captain Yuan, voice raw. My entire family lives here, do you think I'd dare deceive you? Captain Yuan. Fine, go retrieve it. And don't let anyone follow me, I'm afraid my mother will worry. Her health isn't strong. Don't worry, my people won't cross your threshold. Captain Yuan smiled. They'll wait outside. Once you have the item, they'll escort you straight back. Elsewhere, Qin Yu interrogated Ma Lauer at Songjiang Prison No. 3. Enshid Ma Lauer drawled, clad in orange prison garb, and slouched lazily in the iron chair, still breathing. Qin Yu tilted his head and studied him, so eager to see me dead. You price medicine beyond the poor's reach and cut off honest men's livelihoods. Tell me, do we want you dead or not? Ma Lauer sneered. Qin Yu fell silent, then leaned forward abruptly. Aside from you, another syndicate sells drugs on Blackstreet at double your price. Did you know? Ma Lauer blinked, startled. You kidding me? Shouldn't you know better than I do? You're hammering us so hard, aren't you clearing the field for your superiors? Qin Yu's gaze grew suddenly complex. What if I told you I had no idea before today? Would you believe me? Ma Lauer froze, stunned into silence. Yuan did not have a familiar officer from the precinct drive Qin home, but instead found 2 strangers who drove him to his doorstep. Inside the alley, Qin sat in the car and turned to the middle-aged driver, saying, Big brother, don't come inside with me. I'll be out as soon as I get my things. All right, well, wait here, the burly man nodded in response. Qin pushed open the car door and walked about 200 meters before turning into his small courtyard. He reached for the door of his and Bella's detached house, only to find it locked from the inside. Open the door, Qin called out. Just a minute, Bella quickly replied. Hurry up, Qin urged urgently. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Bella finally put on some clothes and opened the door, her hair disheveled. You're back. Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were working late. What black bag? Bella was taken aback. The black bag I gave you along with the living expenses, Qin turned around and questioned. On that day when Along gave Qin the money, he was still caught up in the sorrow of parting, his mind completely absent from the money in the bag. Moreover, Along's implication was not clear, and Qin only thought he was hinting that if he ever encountered difficulties or lacked money at home, he could contact him through the information left in the bag. Thus Qin never connected this contact information to any suppliers and did not treat the bag as anything precious, simply handing it over to Bella along with the living expenses for her to keep. Bella, a bit flustered, brushed her hair and said, That bag is quite old. You gave it to me and I just took the money out. As for the bag, I can't remember where I put it. What the hell can you do? Qin had never spoken to Bella in such a tone, but he was truly anxious at this moment, glaring as he shouted, Quick, think about where you put it. Oh, I'll look for it for you. Well, look together. You rest. I'll find it, just let me think about where I put it. Bella in a panic started rummaging through the cabinet by the window. That thing is very important, it can't be lost. Qin, unable to sit still, bent down and began searching inside the house. Bella squatted in front of the cabinet and caught a glimpse of Qin. Seeing him standing beside the wardrobe, she suddenly made up a lie in a rush. I remember now. I think I took that bag when I went shopping. And it got dirty, so I just threw it away. At that moment, as Qin pulled open the left door of the wardrobe, he heard Bella's words and turned around shouting, What? You threw it away? Bella froze in place, her eyes wide. Qin felt that Bella's expression was off, and when he turned to look at the cabinet, he was instantly stunned. Inside the cabinet, a pale figure holding 2 pieces of clothing was blinking at Qin. Qin took 2 steps back, his face turning pale as he shifted his gaze from the cabinet to Bella. You. Bella stood up at a loss, trembling all over. Damn. You said you were working late. What are you doing back here looking for a bag? A familiar voice rang out and the pale figure walked out of the cabinet barefoot. Well, this is awkward, isn't it? Qilin's fists clenched tightly, his inner fury erupting at once. He turned and rushed towards Bella, kicking her in the stomach as he yelled, "Damn it! I could have lost my life outside and you're at home with someone else." The pale figure stepped out from the cabinet and stood beside the battery lamp, revealing his true face. It was none other than the tiger who had coincidentally attended Qilin's wedding. The tiger did not seem flustered, casually sitting down in a chair and cursing while putting on his clothes. "Damn it, these cops took the money but didn't do anything. Didn't I tell them not to let you off duty? Why are you back?" Qilin in a frenzy grabbed Bella's hair, pinning her against the cabinet, completely losing his sanity as he struck her. Bang! Bang! Qilin's eyes were filled with tears as he kicked and shouted, "Damn it! I provided for you, clothed you, gave you a proper identity in Songjiang so you could live like a person. And yet you betray me. What did I ever do to you? We've only been together for a few days and you can just jump into bed with him. Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing? Is this never ending?" The tiger shouted. Qilin, hearing his words, felt a rush of blood to his head and suddenly turned to the door, throwing open the wooden door and grabbing the snow shovel that was left outside. Oh, feeling brave enough to grab a weapon. The tiger sneered, standing up to put on his coat and stepping to the door to ask, "What are you doing? Are you planning to kill me? You're a bit smaller, aren't you? Damn it." Qilin raised the shovel and aimed it at the tiger's. Just then the iron gate of the courtyard made a sound. His blind sister stood in the courtyard with a cane, wearing a coat, and asked, "What's going on?" "Mom is awake. I'm really worried, let me come take a look." Qilin turned around and saw his emaciated sister, and his boiling blood seemed to instantly cool. He stared blankly at the room where their mother was, his hand holding the shovel, trembling uncontrollably. "We're all adults now. Why are we still acting like reckless youths?" The tiger reached out to grip Qilin's wrist that was holding the shovel, smiling as he said, "Come on, calm down, put that thing down and let's talk." Qilin turned his head, his eyes filled with hatred, and glared at the tiger. "Don't you care about Mom? Don't you care about your sister? You think you can play with my life, do you?" The tiger smiled at Qilin, pushing down his raised arm, and shouted toward the door, "Little sister, you can go back. There's nothing going on here. We're just talking." Qilin's sister stood quietly in the courtyard, neither leaving nor stepping inside nor shouting loudly. The tiger closed the door and looked at Qilin sideways. "Did you buy her? It cost you 4,500. Qilin gritted his teeth, his lips twitching, but he remained silent. "All right." The tiger reached into his pocket and pulled out a large wallet, counting it out and tossing it onto the nearby cabinet. "I have 8,000 here, take it and I'll take Bella away." "You saw it too, we were having a good time, huh?" Qilin's expression darkened, his body trembling. "Why aren't you speaking?" The tiger looked at Qilin sideways, poking his chest as he asked, "Damn, we're all from the same neighborhood, who doesn't know who? What are you pretending for? You spent 4,500 to buy her. If I give you 8,000, isn't that enough? You know what's going on with you, don't you? With someone like Bella, can you really support her? Today I'm still willing to give you 8,000, but tomorrow if she develops feelings for me, you won't get a dime." Qilin glanced at Bella, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is it because I have some burdens that you bully me like this? With you being like this, even the cafeteria staff at the precinct say that you wash the chef's socks just to bring home some meals. I don't need to bully you to feel important, do I?" The tiger turned his head and spat, then pushed the door and said, "Take the money, I'll wait for Bella outside." As soon as he finished speaking, the tiger stepped out. Qilin stood dumbfounded at the door, turning to Bella and said, "I work hard to support you. And you took away my last bit of dignity." Bella lowered her head and after a long silence replied, Qilin. When you bought me, did you consider my dignity? It's all just to put food on the table. What emotions are there to discuss? You support me, I sleep with you, do your laundry, cook for you and clean up the house." Bella slowly stood up. "Tiger offers better, so I want to go with him. In the past, when the world wasn't so chaotic, everyone was used to speaking while dressed, leaving each other some leeway. But now as the world has become chaotic, people have become more naked in their dealings. But the essence hasn't changed, it's just that simple. Get lost." Qilin closed his eyes and pointed to the door. Bella picked up her coat, casually ran her fingers through her hair and calmly walked out. "In just over 20 days you've earned an extra 3,500, you're not losing out. Get out." Qilin shouted angrily. Bella pushed the door and left. The tiger, standing at the courtyard gate, urinated and turned to see Bella walking out, saying, "Damn, that's 8,000, I've spent a week's worth of dividends on you. I'll go with you." "Then you definitely have to come with me. Who the hell would choose a dog?" The tiger led Bella and stepped out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Qilin slumped on the floor, his head spinning as he stared at the ceiling, feeling as if he had lost his soul. He was not old cat, nor was he a powerful second-generation official in the precinct. He had never received special treatment from anyone. He was also not Qin Yu, who could live carefreely, so his back would always be bent in the precinct. Yet even so, until today, he still faced this era and society with optimism and positivity, using every means he had to support his mother and sister. But today life shattered all his visions again cruelly like a madman punching him to the ground. His elder brother was brutally murdered, his woman betrayed him, and he was in a web of serious cases. The only chance to turn things around, the black bag, had also been thrown away. Qilin used to retreat habitually when facing difficulties, but now he was already at the edge of a cliff, and any further retreat would mean being shattered to pieces. Injustice, unwillingness, and grievances surged instantly. With a creak, the door opened and his sister stood outside in the icy cold with her cane. Brother, she's not a good woman. We have nothing to be sad about. Qilin turned to look at his sister and his chaotic eyes gradually became clearer. Am I living like a dog just to die like one? A voice in Qilin's head shouted, and he slowly stood up, wiped the corner of his eyes and said, Go back inside, help mom pack her things. What's wrong? Don't ask, just hurry up and pack. Qilin decided to take a gamble. The black bag was lost and he had no way to explain things to Yuanko anymore, and if he went back it was very likely he wouldn't come out again. Thinking of this, Qilin lowered his head, swiftly dialed old Cat's phone. In the residential zone along the Songjiang border, Lao Mao stood beside his car and answered Qilin's call. What's up? Are you at the police station? Damn it, don't you know? I'm down here on the border busting grain smugglers. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lao Mao replied, Just wrapped it up, heading back now. Hearing that Lao Mao seemed unaware of what had transpired inside the police station, Qilin didn't elaborate, only clenched his teeth and pleaded, I've run into something serious. I need your help. What is it? It's not safe to talk about over the phone. Can you come back right away and take mom and my younger sister somewhere? Qilin whispered, I won't trouble you long, they'll only stay with you for 2 hours at most. What the hell is going on with you? Lao Mao was momentarily stunned. Qilin had never approached him this way before. Don't ask for details. Simply put, I can't stay in Songjiang any longer. I have to leave. Afraid the two men watching him outside might grow suspicious, Qilin had no time to explain the full story. Right now I can't turn to anyone else, I'm counting on you alone. Alright, I'm leaving now, Lao Mao responded without hesitation. I'll be there in about half an hour. Lao Mao, no one must know I called you. I won't tell a soul. Lao Mao rarely made promises, but once given he never broke them. Mom and my sister will head straight to the North Station, Qilin instructed quietly. Pick them up, keep them in your car, I'll call you the moment I'm done. Lao Mao paused, then suddenly asked, Can Oldly handle this? If so, I'll call him right now. At those words, Qilin's eyes instantly reddened. His lips trembled for a long while before he spoke, voice hoarse, he can't handle it. A chill ran through Lao Mao's chest. No more talk, I'm on my way back now. Thank you. Screw thanks, just call if anything comes up. Got it. They ended the call. Lao Mao yanked open the car door and shouted to his colleagues still securing the scene nearby, I've got an urgent matter, I'm heading out first. You drive yourselves back and call me when you reach the station. What's wrong, Deputy Captain? One colleague called out from a distance. The room. Without answering, Lao Mao slammed his foot on the accelerator and vanished into the night. At home, Qilin strode to the rear of his wardrobe, crouched low and reached deep into the narrow gap between the cabinet and the wall, feeling around until he pulled out a round bundle wrapped tightly in oilcloth. He carried it to the table and unwrapped it, revealing a large caliber P202 series handgun. Qilin had bought the weapon 3 years earlier from a black market arms dealer for 400 yuan, intending to practice shooting during his off-duty hours. His official training rounds at the station were strictly rationed, and special permission for extra ammunition required bribes he couldn't afford, so he'd resorted to self-training, hoping to secure top marks and earn promotion to second-class officer. Indeed, Qilin had placed first in the station's marksmanship competition and third in the entire precinct, yet all he received was a modest cash bonus, barely enough to reimburse the cost of the gun. As for the promotion slot, it went instead to officers who rarely even handled firearms. Qilin expertly inspected the weapon, then reloaded 2 fresh magazines before tucking it securely into his inner jacket pocket and strode resolutely toward the door. At the threshold, he abruptly halted, turning back to gaze into the swirling, frost-laden wind. A small room. A few pieces of furniture stark and spare, this was all he'd ever bent his back to earn. And yet now, not a single thing could he carry away. On the cabinet sat several certificates and trophies, the fruits of his sharpshooting prowess. Yet bitterly ironic was the fact that in all his real-world major investigations he had never once drawn his weapon. Qilin held his gaze on the room for a long silent moment, then turned and left. Passing through the iron gate and over the courtyard wall, he entered his mother's room. How's the packing coming along? Son, what on earth have you gotten yourself into? Why flee like this out of nowhere? The elderly woman sat trembling on the edge of her bed, her voice quavering. Mom, it's too complicated to explain in just a few words. But don't worry, I've already contacted Big Brother. We'll leave tonight to find him. Qilin offered the lie with quiet resignation. The old woman sighed deeply, wiping tears from her eyes as she murmured, It's all my fault. I've grown senile, why did I push you so hard to find a wife? Is that why we're fleeing like this? Qilin looked at his mother, suppressing the ache in his chest, then gently led his younger sister to the doorway and knelt down. Little sister, 5 minutes after I leave, take mom to the North Station. Okay. Though blind, the girl remained eerily calm, her delicate face utterly serene as she nodded. You'll recognize Lao Mao's voice. When he arrives, get in his car. I'll pick you both up within 2 hours at most, Qilin repeated firmly. The girl fell silent for a long moment, then leaned close to Qilin's ear and whispered, I knew when Big Brother came home that day. Qilin froze. One brother has already gone. I don't want to lose the second. I will return. Qilin bit down hard, holding back tears as he replied. Go on. Wait for me. He rose and strode out the door, footsteps echoing into the dark. 5 minutes later, Qilin returned to the car. The burly driver glanced at him and frowned. Took you long enough, didn't you hear? Qilin asked, expressionless. The driver blinked, then shifted gears and replied, heard some yelling, family argument. Nothing serious, let's go. Where's the package? On me, Qilin answered flatly. Take me to Captain Yuan. Fine. With a roar of the engine, the driver accelerated sharply, leaving the alley beside Qilin's home far behind. A street in the Black District. After exiting Songjiang Prison No. 3, Qin Yu drove directly here and waited nearly half an hour before someone rapped sharply on his window. Qin Yu glanced up, saw the hulking figure outside and stepped out of the car. Hands up, the man ordered, face impassive. Qin Yu hesitated, then frowning raised his arms wide. The man ran his hands carefully over Qin Yu's body, confirming he carried no weapons, then murmured, follow me. 2 minutes later they entered a roadside building together and in a dim shadowed room on the first floor found Lao Ma seated on a chair. What do you want? Lao Ma asked, idly twirling a handgun in his fingers, his expression grim and cold. After a brief pause, Qin Yu lowered his head, took a slow drag from his electronic cigarette and said, the cases involving Ma Lao and Dimin can proceed. Lao Ma stiffened, then burst into raucous laughter. Ha. So Yuan Ke sent you here to play games with me? Qin Yu reached into his pants pocket and withdrew his mobile phone. He played a short audio clip and placed the device before Lao Ma. After a few seconds, Ma Lao's voice echoed clearly, Uncle, talk to this man. Lao Ma stared stunned, his own nephew's voice freezing him in place. Let me make this clear, when Ma Lao and Dimin were arrested, evidence and suspects were seized simultaneously. Yet your strategy has been stubborn resistance, defying interrogation, rejecting judicial authority, refusing to disclose operational details, all while clinging to the illusion that both could walk free. That fantasy is untenable. Qin Yu exhaled smoke softly. Save one. That's your only chance. Lao Ma stared blankly at Qin Yu, utterly baffled by his tactics. I'm done speaking, I'm leaving. Wait. Lao Ma shouted. Qin Yu turned back. What is it? Why stage this charade? What's your real intent? Lao Ma demanded bluntly. Qin Yu paused, thinking deeply, then replied tersely, because I refuse to play the fool, alienating every drug dealer and every desperate addict on the streets only to see the profits land in someone else's pocket. If you're smart, pretend I was never here, and from now on we walk separate paths. With that, Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked out. The car sped forward, soon approaching the police station. The driver glanced sideways at Qilin, then dialed Yuan Ke's number. Hello. He's got the goods, we're arriving shortly. Let him in. You two returned directly. Yuan Ke's instructions were crisp and concise. Understood. They hung up. Inside his office, Yuan Ke typed a brief message to his elder brother, supply channel is en route. Okay, came the swift reply. Inside the car, the driver turned left, already spotting the police station compound ahead. You'll get out here, you can walk the rest. Xiao Ke's waiting for you in his office. Snap. Qilin suddenly drew his handgun from his jacket and pressed the barrel hard against the driver's temple. Both men in the vehicle jerked around, startled, eyes locking onto Qilin. That item is lost, I truly can't recover it. Qilin's voice trembled, but his hand remained rocksteady. I can't go back. If I do, I'll never come out again. You're courting death, the driver growled, brow furrowed. Your home is right here, where else could you possibly go? Could you even escape Songjiang? I intend to try, Qilin said, jaw tightening. Drive forward along this road. You goddamn. The passenger in the front seat opened his mouth to curse. Don't force my hand, I'm already out of options, Qilin cut in, eyes burning red. Let me live, and you both live. Silence fell. Drive forward, Qilin commanded, gripping the gun with white-knuckled intensity. Do exactly as I say, every step. 15 minutes later, the SUV stopped on a desolate stretch of road 5 kilometers outside the city. Stop the car. At the order, the driver glanced back, then suddenly cranked the steering wheel left and slammed the screech. On the slick icy pavement, the tires shrieked, a grating bone-chilling sound, as the vehicle lurched violently, its front end veering wildly into a ditch on the left. You bastard, playing tricks. Qilin staggered from the impact, swung the butt of his pistol and struck the driver's skull repeatedly. The driver shielded his head, voice steady, unpanicked, so you're not in such a rush anymore. Shall we push the car out for you? Qilin turned to the window, saw how deeply the front end was buried, then gritted his teeth, flung open the door and leveled his gun at the two men weapons. Phones. Toss them out now. They exchanged a glance, then wordlessly pulled out their phones and firearms, hurling them through the open windows. Clack. Clack. Qilin fired 2 quick shots, shattering both rear tires, then ducked back inside, searched both men thoroughly and snarled, "Don't pursue me again, or we all die together." He scooped up their guns and phones, and sprinted away into the night. God damn it. Watching Qilin vanish, the driver slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. Spent my life hunting eagles, got pecked blind by a sparrow. The middle-aged man beside him in the passenger seat opened the glove compartment and pulled out a leather envelope. Damn it, why panic? Both dispatch phones are right here. Quick, open them, the driver barked, eyes suddenly alight. On the highway. A speeding police cruiser shuddered violently as a muffled thud erupted from beneath its chassis, then lurched sideways, the engine choking into silence. Lao Mao's forehead slammed against the steering wheel. He cursed, what kind of godforsaken road is this? North Station. The young girl guided her mother to the sheltered entrance of an underground passageway, then stood slender and still at the roadside, waiting patiently for Lao Mao's arrival. In the vast snow-covered wasteland. Lao Mao burst out of the car door and glanced back. His vehicle's right rear wheel had sunk deep into the icy crust. Damn it, why does everything go wrong the moment I'm in a hurry? Cursing under his breath, Lao Mao immediately retrieved a flashlight from the car and bent low to inspect the right rear wheel. The tire was wedged tightly in a frozen earthen ridge, suspended midair, utterly disconnected from solid ground. After crawling onto the snow to examine it closely, he hurried to the trunk, gripped the iron chain with bare hands and yanked hard twice before finally loosening the spare tire. But the bitter cold had fused the spare tire solidly to the trunk, snow and ice locking it in place. With no other option, Lao Mao threw his full weight onto it and rocked it violently back and forth. Creak, creak. A grating, teeth-clenching sound rose as Lao Mao's face flushed crimson. After countless violent shakes, the tire crashed down with a heavy thud. The triangular hook connecting the hub and chain sliced cleanly across half his thigh. The moment it struck, blood gushed forth, staining the pristine snow crimson. Lao Mao glanced down, pressed a hand to the gash, but swallowed the pain. Without pause, he rolled the spare tire beneath the trapped rear wheel and dashed back into the car. Bah. Holy Mother Mary. Jesus Christ. Please just let me pass. Muttering frantically, he shifted into gear and gently pressed the accelerator, guiding the spinning tire onto the spare. Go. He slammed the throttle open and roared. Vroom. The engine surged, a deep resonant thunder, and the chassis lurched forward, barely clawing its way free of the icy shell. Lao Mao sharply turned the wheel left, revved again, and the car shot forward like a bolt. At the city's edge, Qilin staggered to a halt, gasping for breath, and dialed Lao Mao's number instantly. Hey, did you make it? Fuck. The car's buried in the snow, I just dug it out. I'll be in the city any second. Lao Mao barked back, furious. Qilin froze, his face paled. Hurry. Get to North Station, now at top speed. Got it, I know. I'm heading there too. Call me if anything comes up. All right. They hung up. Qilin broke into a sprint once more, toward North Station. 20 minutes later, tires shrieking, the car skidded to a stop on the highway before North Station. Lao Mao stumbled out, blood streaming down his leg, clutching the keys, scanning the plaza wildly. Qin Yu. Qin Yu. After 2 fruitless minutes, he shouted her name across the square. At the entrance to the underground passage, an elderly woman climbed the steps unsteadily and called out toward him, "Child, over here." Lao Mao turned, and seeing Qilin's mother, his heart leapt. He rushed over. "Auntie, are you all right? Where's your daughter? She's waiting for you, didn't you see her?" The old woman replied, her eyes clouded, her hearing faint. Lao Mao blinked, stunned. "I didn't see her at all. I couldn't walk farther, she told me to wait down here." Her voice trembled with anxiety. "You must find her, quickly." Yes, I will. Don't worry, I'm going now." He spun and sprinted back, scouring the entire plaza in under 5 minutes, yet found no trace of the girl. Near the plaza's left front corner stood a tiny snack stall. Lao Mao charged over and demanded urgently, "Brother, did you see a little girl standing here just now waiting?" About 13 or 14 years old. The vendor peered out from his booth and said flatly, "Yeah, I saw her. 2 cars came, picked her up and drove off." Lao Mao's head rang like a bell. "When?" 5 minutes ago. "Did you hear what they said?" "No, I didn't hear a word." 4 men got out, grabbed her and hauled her away. "Damn it, why didn't you stop them?" Lao Mao exploded. The vendor rolled his eyes. "How was I supposed to know who they were? What's it got to do with me? Get lost, I've got business to run." Lao Mao stared, his blood turning to ice. Inside the city. Qilin had just raised his arm to flag down a passing car when his phone jangled in his pocket. "Hello." He halted, breathing raggedly into the receiver. Silence, then after a beat a familiar voice chuckled, "Ha ha. Didn't expect so much chaos at the precinct while I took 2 days off. Wish I'd stayed with you instead of leaving, I'd have gone back with you. Qilin recognized it instantly, Hu Lao's voice. A decoy move, trying to flee. Hu Lao sneered. Do you really think that head of yours is built for running? Come to Tujia Street, I'll be waiting there, with your sister. Qilin stood frozen, stone still. If you don't show up within 2 hours, with what I asked for, I might just do something inhuman. Hu Lao added lightly, that's all. Inside the precinct office. Yuan Ke held his phone and said your main goal is to get the supplier's contact info. Don't let Hu Lao go too far. I still don't understand, she's inside the precinct. How did she even get a chance to escape? How long has this evidence been sitting there and still nothing? The middle-aged man on the line sounded impatient. We've got a massive backlog. Until we eliminate the competition, I can't risk shipping anything out safely. Brother, this isn't my precinct. There's Oldly above me, sharper than a monkey, and every time we try to win him over he plays dumb. I can't draw attention to drug trafficking, not without inviting trouble. Yuan Ke frowned. That Oldly's got some nerve, give me an opening and I'll erase him. No, no, no. You're always erasing. Yuan Ke snapped, voice low and sharp, he's the precinct's highest authority. Unless there's absolute conflict of interest, why would I touch him? Are you insane? Leave the junior officer to me, I'll have Hu Lao handle it. You just go pick up the lead when it's ready. A pause, then the line went dead. On the pitch-black highway, Qilin, eyes burning red, dialed Lao Mao again. I'm here, but I didn't find her. The snack vendor said 2 cars. Lao Mao began to explain urgently, but Qilin cut in, voice glacial, she's been taken. Lao Mao froze, speak. I need one more favor from you. What is it? Lao Mao asked instantly. I need intel on Yuan Ke, dig up everything you can about him. Qilin spoke, head bowed, voice steady. Lao Mao's eyes widened, what the hell are you planning? Why dig into him? There's a cliff ahead, and behind me countless hands pushing. I accept it, I'll leap. And see if I survive. Qilin clenched his fists, if you call me your friend, help me one last time. Calm down, just calm down. Lao Mao, do you talk to me about calm? Who's been calmer than me these past years? If there'd been any chance to run, I wouldn't jump the cliff. Qilin roared, eyes blazing. If you won't help me, I'm going straight back to the precinct, to confront Yuan Ke. Late at night, past 11 o'clock, in a 3-story detached house at No. 75, Shurji Avenue, Black District, a stout man sat with 2 friends in the second-floor hall eating hot pot. Downstairs a figure pushed open the glass door, stepping inside cloaked in frost and snow. Inside a 2-story detached house, a stout fair-skinned man savored hot pot mutton and sipped expensive premium baijiu, then turned to the 2 men beside him and said, once we eliminate the supplier, the Ma family will lose its source and collapse instantly. Then all underground pharmaceuticals in Songjiang will belong exclusively to us. As always, the Yuan family remains offstage. You handle procurement, distribution and collection, while we take 70% of the profits and the remainder is divided among you. But what about legitimate channels? Won't medicine still flow in through official suppliers? Asked the middle-aged man on the left, wiping his mouth. Legitimate channels. The stout man took a slow sip of baijiu and smiled faintly. We're already partnered with those very legitimate channels. The pharmaceutical company has agreed their prices will rise 30% upstream. That makes us the cheapest option in town. Without price comparison, how could those desperate pill-swallowing patients possibly part with their money so willingly? Nah, this settles it. The slender man on the right grinned and raised his glass. Then let's toast to the Ma family's swift demise. Haha, cheers. And the 3 men laughed and slowly lifted their glasses. And suddenly footsteps echoed. A young man dusted with snow ascended the stairs from below. The stout man glanced toward the stairwell and frowned. Who are you? And I am Qilin, the youth replied curtly, brushing snow from his coat. The 3 froze, then slowly set down their glasses. And Qilin stepped forward, glanced at the hot pot mutton on the table and sat calmly in the empty chair. Fine wine and fine food. TCH, Jacques become utterly irresponsible, the stout man muttered, frowning as he pulled a cigarette from its pack and lit it. He's gambling downstairs again, doesn't even notice when strangers walk in. He flicked open his lighter with a sharp click, and Qilin, hands in his pockets, blew the flame out. The stout man hesitated half a second, then tilted his head and studied Qilin. I didn't know you before, but I've heard of you today. Honestly, I can't fathom what someone like you thinks he can accomplish walking into this house. Are you Yuan Ke's elder brother? Qilin asked. And the stout man tossed the cigarette aside. I'm his uncle, I'm Yuan Wei. A flash of disappointment crossed Qilin's eyes. I'd hoped I'd found the root of it all. Nah. Damn it. Yuan Wei sneered, pointing toward the floor below. You think you can hold me captive? Do you even know where you are? One shot from me, and 10 armed men will storm up these stairs. Believe me. You have brothers, don't you? Qilin paused then fixed Yuan Wei with a steady gaze. Ha, little brother, chuckled the middle-aged man on the left, ruffling Qilin's hair. Without brothers, how could the Yuan family ever rise to power in Blackstreet? Hand over whatever you've brought now. What's there to act out? Don't you realize how many livelihoods depend on this drug line? Qilin drew his gun and pressed it to the man's temple, his voice flat, unblinking. My family was destroyed. And you dare say motherfucker to me? Bang. And the gunshot cracked, body collapsing, crimson and ivory splattering across the table. The boiling fiery hot pot surged upward, mingling with fresh blood in grotesque vivid contrast. Yuan Wei and the other man stood frozen. The middle-aged man slumped backward with his chair convulsing violently for several seconds before falling utterly still. Gun in hand, Qilin leaned slightly sideways and stared at Yuan Wei. You said you had brothers, call them all up. And Yuan Wei's jaw twitched. He wiped blood from his face with a handkerchief, then turned numbly and shouted, someone's here, inside the house. No call was needed. The moment the gunshot rang out, 6 or 7 men burst from the mahjong parlor downstairs, weapons drawn, faces panicked as they rushed upstairs. What's going on? Uncle Wei, cried the young leader, eyes wide with alarm. Just them. Qilin lifted the baijiu glass in his left hand, drained it in one swallow and strode toward the doorway. Kill him. Yuan Wei shot upright and roared. At the stairwell, 6 or 7 men frantically raised 4 guns. Bang. 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 And rapid gunfire tore through the night. And Qilin stood motionless, never flinching, never dodging, as he fired first. For seconds later, and 4 men lay dead at the doorway. Qilin bore a single bullet wound low on his left abdomen. And the room reeked of iron and gore. The remaining 2 or 3 men at the threshold gripped their guns with trembling hands. Every fallen man had been struck in a vital organ, twitching only twice before falling lifeless. And Yuan Wei and his companion stood beside the table, stunned into silence. Are you capable? Qilin, face pale as ash, glared at the stairwell. Motherfucker, do you want your lives, or just your damn jobs? Ni's roar sent the men at the top of the stairs stumbling backward 2 steps. Qilin lunged downward, only for the men to scramble wildly down the stairs, fleeing headlong. And Yuan Wei turned to Qilin, his composure shattered, his expression no longer calm. Gun held steady in his right hand, Qilin plunged his left fingers deep into his abdominal wound, twisting, probing for less than 5 seconds, before wrenching out a deformed bullet. It clattered onto the hot pot table with a hollow sound. Calmly he asked Yuan Wei, do you still have brothers? Yuan Wei remained silent. And then call now, have Lao Hu bring my sister here within 10 minutes. 10 minutes, no more. As he spoke, Qilin seized the baijiu bottle with his blood-slicked left hand and gulped down 3 long swallows. Damn, it turns out shooting people isn't harder than target practice. In that moment, Qilin's eyes held no hatred, no bitterness, only raw, chilling ferocity and hollow numbness. And, 1 minute later, Lao Hu dragged Qi Yu into the car, phone in hand. That idiot Qilin went straight to the mahjong parlor. He's got your uncle cornered there. Did he call you? Nias, I'm already en route with backup. And did you say something stupid again, push him over the edge? Yuan Ku snapped. And no, I spoke normally, Lao Hu protested. I negotiated with him like any reasonable man. And damn it, get there fast. I'm coming too. Yuan Ku hung up without another word and bolted from his office. And 3 cars sped off behind Lao Hu's vehicle, racing toward the nearby 3-story detached house. Inside the second-floor room, Qilin's complexion had flushed red. He calmly replaced his magazine, then turned to the man beside Yuan Wei and asked, do you know who I am? The man blinked, stunned. And listen carefully, I am Qilin. And bang. Bang. And 2 shots rang out. The man's chest erupted in twin bursts of crimson, his eyes widening in shock as he collapsed. Yuan Wei turned and gazed upon the blood-soaked second-floor hall, the fallen henchman, his dead friend. His stomach churned violently. He doubled over and vomited the hot pot mutton he'd just eaten. Less than 10 minutes later, 4 cars screeched to a halt before the 3-story detached house. Lao Hu kicked open his door, yanked a folding microcarbine from beneath the seat and bellowed, everyone inside, now. I'll skin him alive. Whoosh. And nearly 20 men poured from the 4 vehicles, weapons in hand, surging toward the building. And ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just then Lao Hu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and growled, don't rush, I'm already here. Wait for me. I'm not inside. Qilin's voice came through clearly. And Lao Hu froze. And bring everyone into the building, up to the 3rd floor, and station them by the windows. Qilin's tone remained level, commanding. And you have 30 seconds, if they're not upstairs by then I send Yuan Wei straight to hell. You don't care about your sister anymore. Lao Hu strode toward his car. Neither way, I'm dead, so what do I fear? Qilin's voice dropped low. Go ahead, shoot her. I'll watch her die. When she falls, I'll take Yuan Wei with me. And Lao Hu halted mid-step. 20 seconds remain. Qilin urged, unruffled. And Lao Hu gripped the phone, whirled around and bellowed, all of you, up to the third floor. Now, move. After a startled pause, the men charged upstairs. And across the street, Qilin watched them vanish into the building, then emerged dragging Yuan Wei behind him. Lao Hu. And Yuan Wei's legs buckled as he cried out. And Lao Hu spun and saw Qilin instantly. On the roadside, Qilin gripped Yuan Wei's neck, gun pointed downward. Come here. Bang. And gunfire cracked. Nah. Yuan Wei crumpled to his knees, clutching his bleeding abdomen. Lao Hu, don't move. Don't move, don't make a single move. He killed 6 or 7 upstairs. Veins bulged on Lao Hu's forehead. After a long hesitation, he slammed the car door shut. And come here. Qilin called again. After brief hesitation, Lao Hu forced himself into the center of the road and spoke, voice trembling, Qilin, I yield. Is that enough? I yield, I'll release Uncle Wei and go with you. I'll escort you out of Songjiang, will that suffice? And Qilin looked at him, silent. You kidnapped Uncle Wei just to negotiate, didn't you? There's no need for bloodshed, is there? Lao Hu edged forward, eyes darting wildly. Bang. And another gunshot split the air. Lao Hu, standing 8 meters from Qilin, screamed as his right wrist shattered. His microcarbine clattered to the ground. Fuck. Lao Hu roared, spinning to draw his weapon. And move again, and I kill you. Qilin's voice quiet but absolute cut through the air. Lao Hu froze, clenched fists shaking as he shouted, what the hell do you want? Do you want to die? What about your mother, your sister? Will you really survive this? Was I ever alive before this? Qilin released the wounded Yuan Wei and walked alone toward Lao Hu. Kneeling wasn't enough. Being your dog wasn't enough. Fine, then I'll choose a different way to live. And I will be human. I will be above men. And I will begin by killing you to steal my courage. Everything I once gave you on my knees, I will reclaim standing tall. Fuck you mad. Bang. Bang. And Qilin aimed directly at Lao Hu and fired twice. Lao Hu staggered forward, then collapsed onto the snow-dusted pavement, blood gushing across the asphalt for meters. By the roadside, Yuan Wei pounded his head against the ground. Brother. Brother Qilin, I kneel before you now. I yield, truly I yield. I swear on my life, you will escape. Pray instead to Yama, the king of hell, that he grants me no chance to rise again. But if fate spares me, if heaven dares let me stand once more, I will bury the Yuan family's graves beneath every inch of land north of Songjiang, 3 full li. Qilin roared his despair into the street, drew a second pistol with his left hand, and held the trigger down. And smoke billowed across the intersection. When the gunfire ceased, Yuan Wei lay dead, smoking, bleeding, lifeless. Qilin turned, leapt into the car, shifted gears, and vanished into the night. And 10 minutes later, on the road, blind Qin Yu bowed her head, tears streaming silently. Her voice trembled, brother. Mother and I, we should have died long ago. We've only burdened you. I'm sorry, truly I'm sorry. Little sister, if you and mother are gone, then I am gone too. And Qilin's vision blurred. Blood poured freely from his abdomen. His face paled, then his head struck the steering wheel with a dull thud. The car veered wildly, slamming into an alleyway wall. And Qin Yu shook her head, scrambled upright, and fell blindly until her hands found Qilin's body. Brother, what's wrong? Say something. Call. I still have one friend, he can get you and mother out. Nays closed, Qilin whispered the words with his last breath. Seconds later, Lao Mao answered the call. Hello. Less than 10 minutes after the massacre, Yuan Ku arrived by car at the entrance of the detached 2-story house and witnessed the corpses of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu along with blood already frozen into icy shards. At the doorway, dozens stood silently on the steps, heads bowed, too afraid to speak. Clenching his fists, Yuan Ku's eyes bulged as he roared at the crowd, does Qilin have 3 heads and 6 arms? He's just one man, how could you let things deteriorate to this state? Silence followed, brief, heavy, then broken by a middle-aged man who had accompanied Lao Hu. He lifted his head and replied he came prepared to die. Even if we'd arrived in time and detained him, the scene would not have been any less gruesome. He was cornered beyond endurance, he'd lost all reason. Worthless. All of you worthless. Yuan Ku, utterly stripped of his usual composure, jumped up and down, jabbing his finger at them. Get out, every last one of you. None of you deserve food, just vanish. On the street, Lao Mao drove the car, his body streaked with blood, shouting, damn it, you're nothing but a reckless fool. Before you take 800 slaps without uttering a sound, yet now the moment passion flares you throw caution and sense to the wind. In the passenger seat, Qilin, bleeding profusely from his abdomen, spoke faintly, consciousness slipping. Lao Mao. As friends for so many years, please, get my mother and little sister out. I beg you. I won't do it. Figure it out yourself, Lao Mao snapped bitterly. I'm not your father, I don't solve every problem for you. I may not be able to. I knew I might die when I set out. Shielin's voice faded, tears streamed silently down his closed eyes. Lao Mao, if life had offered me even a sliver of hope I'd never have done this, but it gave me none. After a long silence, Lao Mao slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. How did it come to this? From the back seat, Qin Yu, who couldn't see Lao Mao, pleaded tearfully, Brother Lao Mao, please save my big brother. I beg you. Ugh. Lao Mao gritted his teeth, let out a long sigh and immediately pulled out his phone, dialing from memory. Seconds later the call connected. Hello. Brother Cat. Where are you? Lao Mao asked bluntly. Counting chips at a poker game. What's up? A friend's been shot. I need to get him to you, can you handle it? Lao Mao repeated the question directly. There was a long pause before the other end countered, if your friend's in trouble, why bring him here? Brother Cat, who exactly is injured? I'm asking, can you do it? Lao Mao frowned. Say yes or no, I won't pressure you. After another pause the voice responded clearly, I'm stepping away from the table now. It's a gunshot wound, abdominal. We need a doctor. Money is no object. Lao Mao added firmly. Understood. Niao Zhuang, I'm laying this out plainly. If you'd rather not help, just say so, no shame required. But if you promise, and then betray me, I'll pursue you relentlessly from this day forward. Lao Mao spoke with stark candor. I've given my word, I won't stir trouble. You can trust me, Brother Cat. I'll wait for you at the intersection of Tuzhou Street and Fuyuan Road, hurry. Got it. The call ended. Lao Mao stomped on the accelerator, then struck Qilin sharply on the head. So your mother doesn't matter. Your little sister doesn't matter. What about the money you owe me and Qin Yu? Damn it, you finally stood up only to die like this. Lift your head, we'll talk, just for a while. Inside the 1st Police Division office, Qin Yu, who had been waiting, saw Zhu Wei sprint in and immediately waved him over here. Zhu Wei glanced up, then rushed over breathless. Qin Yu scanned the area, pushed open the stairwell door and yanked Zhu Wei inside. What's the situation? CLE, cleared up. Zhu Wei swallowed hard, looked up at Qin Yu and answered, it's Qilin. What happened to him? He killed 6 or 7 people on Shiji Avenue, including Yuan Ke's uncle Laohu and several underlings. Zhu Wei stammered. Qin Yu froze mid-step, stunned. After a long pause he pressed, are you absolutely certain? Are you sure it was Qilin? I didn't believe it either when I first heard, Zhu Wei said, spreading his hands, equally astonished. But I called Lao San, he confirmed it himself, Qilin did it. Over 100 men have gathered on Shiji Avenue, all loyal to Yuan Ke's elder brother. Our own officers are already on site. This has escalated beyond control. No way Qilin killed 6 or 7 people. Qin Yu still struggled to accept it. It's undeniable Lao San wouldn't joke about something like this. And he's heading there now too. Damn, it looks like Qilin's truly awakened. Qin Yu murmured, dazed. The sky itself has shattered. I know Qilin, he's so timid he'd never dare join a frontline arrest, yet suddenly he commits an atrocity of this magnitude. Zhu Wei, equally baffled, looked up at Qin Yu and frowned. Should we go to Shiji Avenue ourselves? After all, Yuan team leader's shadow looms large here. Qin Yu paused for several seconds, then waved his hand dismissively. I won't go, and I advise you not to either. Why? Do you even understand what's really at stake here? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Zhu Wei shook his head. Then watch first, don't rush in blind. Zhu Wei pondered briefly, then nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. It was just past 4 a.m. Qin Yu had barely dozed off in his dormitory when Lao Mao's call rang through on his phone. Hello. Qin Yu sat upright instantly and answered. Don't make noise, come out alone. I'm in the alley behind the station, Lao Mao said, voice low and grave. Qin Yu hesitated, then replied, okay, I'll be right down. The call ended. Qin Yu grabbed his coat and hurried out of the 3rd Squad dormitory. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Palace Entertainment Complex on Tuzhou Street, a man in white shirt and dress trousers sat calmly on the sofa sipping tea. He was Yuan Ke's elder brother, Yuan Hua. 48 years old, portly in build yet refined in appearance with pale smooth skin. Never imagined the breakdown would occur at Qilin's end, a middle-aged man said, hands clasped at his side. Laohu too, always boasting loudest, yet failed even to protect Xiao Wei at the critical moment. Yuan Hua remained expressionless, slowly rolling up the cuffs of his white shirt before drawing a cigarette pack from his pocket, ignoring his friend entirely. Footsteps echoed downstairs. Zaka, having narrowly escaped the massacre at the 2-story house, burst into the room face ashen and dropped to his knees. Brother Hua. Brother Hua. I failed you. It's fine, everyone makes mistakes, Yuan Hua said airily, gesturing Zaka forward. Come here, I have details to ask. Zaka scrambled up and scurried to Yuan Hua's side, bowing deeply. Ask anything, Brother Hua. What use am I putting you to? Yuan Hua looked up. Zaka froze, speechless. Useless, and yet you consume my money, eat my food. So, what do we do? With a sharp crack, Kung Yuan Hua drew a pistol from beneath the table and fired point-blank into Zaka's. Blood sprayed across 5 paces. Zaka collapsed backward lifeless. Yuan Hua flicked droplets of blood from his white shirt, then turned impassively to the others. Qilin presents 2 problems: his supply chain and our honor. My own uncle is dead. Handle it now. Without another word, Yuan Hua rose and left. 4 men dragged Zaka's body downstairs. The bloodstained floor was spotless again within a minute. Behind the police station, Qin Yu met Lao Mao. Inside a narrow alleyway. Qin Yu adjusted his coat, frowning as he asked Lao Mao, "Is Qilin with you?" "Yes," Lao Mao nodded. "He was shot. I just brought in a doctor to treat him." "What exactly happened to him?" Qin Yu pressed. After a long pause, Lao Mao carefully recounted everything he knew. Upon hearing the account, Qin Yu paced slowly in place before asking, "This has blown up so big, do you really think you can hide him?" Lao Mao froze at the question. "I don't think you can. Whatever the reason, Yuan Ku won't stop hunting him down," Qin Yu added quietly, eyes still. Lao Mao pulled out an e-cigarette, took a hard drag and said, "I called you urgently because I need your help for Qilin." "Go on," Qin Yu replied, slightly taken aback. "I'll get Qilin out of Songjiang along with his mother and younger sister. You arrange shelter for them outside the pending planning zone. Whether he escapes or not is up to fate, but what must be done I will do." "Qilin and I aren't close enough for this," Qin Yu responded bluntly, locking eyes with Lao Mao. Lao Mao stiffened. "This isn't merely a case of armed homicide, it's tangled with layers of vested interests and hidden motives. You know that as well as I do. If I step in and get entangled, who'll help me if something happens to me?" Qin Yu asked, calm and unflinching. Lao Mao drew another slow drag from his e-cigarette. "I earned my residence and work permit in Songjiang only after grinding it out for years in the pending planning zone. You have Director Li above you, I don't." "I'm sorry, I can't help," Qin Yu said honestly, meeting Lao Mao's gaze. Lao Mao looked up, then smiled faintly. "I know you're ambitious and full of ideas. So I understand your choice." Qin Yu remained silent. "Xiao Yu, do you know why Qilin ended up here?" Lao Mao asked softly. Qin Yu paused, startled. "Truth is, you two are quite alike. You both know exactly what you want. You act with icy composure and razor-sharp purpose, convinced you'll always weigh gains and losses correctly at critical moments. Yet one of you is too rigid, the other two yielding, creating an apparent contrast, nothing more." Lao Mao exhaled vapor with a wry smile. "But let me tell you, living with such relentless calculation devoid of warmth or temperament doesn't guarantee success. Qilin is living proof. And if a man walks life's road without a single true friend to confide in, I doubt he'll go far. I came to you today as a brother, believing we were friends, so I spoke without reserve. But I apologize, I acted rashly." Qin Yu frowned, saying nothing. "I'll handle it myself, go home," Lao Mao said, turning and walking away. Qin Yu stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, watching Lao Mao's retreating back, then suddenly called out, "You know, Director Li has been avoiding the drug trafficking matter. Getting involved could break you." Without glancing back, Lao Mao strode briskly onto the street and answered, "Even Tiger, the kind who'd betray anyone, still protects his friends when it counts. Am I really less than him? Whether I break or not, I've made my choice. Qilin will be protected." With that, he climbed into his car and drove off. Before the incident, Lao Mao would scold Qilin casually, like a father chiding a wayward child. To outsiders, their friendship seemed profoundly unequal, Qilin little more than a sycophantic hound trailing at Lao Mao's heels. Yet when Qilin fell into crisis, every acquaintance who could vanish did, while the very man who'd often looked down on him, Lao Mao, was the one who stepped forward, teeth clenched, to shield him. That disdain was real. So was their friendship. Lao Mao was like that. He might never warm to someone simply because they succeeded, but once he called you a friend, he'd reach out without hesitation when you faced ruin. Walking back toward his dormitory, Qin Yu kept his head bowed, his thoughts turbulent, haunted by Lao Mao's words stirred in ways he hadn't expected. In the pending planning zone, Qin Yu trusted almost no one. He'd witnessed too much of humanity's darkest side. Men had sold wives and children for a scrap of food or a single job, monstrous acts common enough to numb the soul. It was self-preservation, instinctive, unconscious. Though outwardly resilient, Qin Yu had unknowingly grown cold, his heart stripped of its human warmth. Now Lao Mao's voice echoed in his mind, stirring doubt for the first time. Was such unyielding calculation and such relentlessly goal-oriented conduct truly right? Would the ruthless pragmatism of the pending planning zone hold sway in District 9? Life's path stretched long and desolate. Could one truly walk it alone to the end? Lao Mao held greater influence and connections within the police department than Qin Yu ever had, yet he dared protect Qilin. Was Qin Yu the so-called demon from the pending planning zone, letting petty concerns over his modest status reveal a startlingly narrow vision? Qilin and Qin Yu were certainly no blood-bound brothers, but how did such bonds even begin? Qin Yu halted mid-step, and again, unbidden, Lao Mao's image flickered across his mind. He mocked Qilin daily, wore cynicism like armor, appeared reckless and unreliable, yet at the decisive moment he'd throw himself into the fire for the word friend. Was a man like that truly unworthy of deep trust? Hesitant. Uncertain. Yet finally Qin Yu pulled out his phone. Damn it, no matter how sharp you are, even geniuses catch foolishness from fools. He sighed, then dialed a number instantly. Seconds later it connected. Hello. Let's talk about the drug trafficking case. Qin Yu turned away from the rear gate of his workplace and hurried toward the opposite side of the street. Inside a two-story detached house on Century Boulevard. Yuan locked the door and stood by the window. Phone in hand. Qilin has almost no friends, just Lao Mao. Lao Mao's connection to Director Li. The man on the line murmured, brow furrowed, makes him difficult to invest. Find Qilin's location, that's your only task. Leave the rest to me. Yuan barked, eyes bloodshot. He must disappear, and we must secure the supply chain. Understood. Inside a warehouse on Fuyuan Road. The doctor had just finished cleaning Qilin's wound and turned to leave when Lao Mao leveled a gun and bound him on the spot. You're not leaving yet. I'll release you once my friend is safely out. Your payment won't be short. You have no integrity, the doctor shouted. Rude, you're utterly barbaric. Shut up, or I'll shoot. Without hesitation, Lao Mao dragged the doctor into a room and locked him inside, then turned to his assisting friend. Can you find a way to get Qilin out? He killed Yuan Hua's own uncle, the city's in chaos. Getting him out is nearly impossible, the friend replied, face grim. You know exactly how far my reach extends. What if we approached people in the garrison? Lao Mao scratched his head. Too uncertain, the friend shook his head. On a battered wooden bed, Qilin coughed violently. Forget me, just get my mother and sister out. Shut your mouth. Lao Mao snapped, agitated. Inside the two-story detached house on Century Boulevard. Lao San limped downstairs and addressed the 20-odd men standing in the room. The boss has spoken. Drop everything you're doing. Scatter all our people. Find Qilin within 12 hours or answer for it. The next day, early morning. The gun incident on Century Avenue in a standalone building on the second floor has officially been taken over by the police chief of the Blackstreet. However, given the gravity of the situation, Director Li strangely did not show up, using a meeting in Phone Bay as an excuse to leave. The highest-ranking official responsible for this case was merely a deputy director of the police department who was about to retire. This left the leader of the second investigative team feeling quite uncertain. He couldn't grasp what the higher-ups meant, so he could only dawdle and delay, completely failing to follow the leads for further investigation. It was 9:30 in the morning. Old Cat's phone rang. Hello. Director Li's voice came through. Did you find out? Old Cat asked, lowering his head. After a brief silence, Director Li said in an undeniable tone, I don't care what you think, but you must not get involved in Qilin's matter. Come back to the office immediately and stay there for the next few days. No way, Old Cat flatly refused. Are you out of your mind? Director Li became anxious. I have distanced myself from the drug trafficking case, so why the hell are you getting involved? Do you know how much profit Qilin's supply channels can generate? How many eyes are on this matter, both inside and outside? What role can a small deputy captain like you play, huh? Old Li, I am me and you are you. The things I do have little to do with you. There's no need for you to worry. Even if things go south in the end, I will handle it myself and it won't affect you at all. That's nonsense. Director Li exploded in anger. How can you say that? Without me, what could you possibly be as a deputy captain? What could you achieve in the police department? If that's how you want to put it, then I have no choice but to lay it all out there. Old Cat shamelessly responded, either you don't bother with me or you manage both me and Qilin together. Stop talking nonsense, are you stupid? Old Li, you've been too comfortable lately. Yuan Ku, using his brother's money and connections, has been making friends in the police department. Is he just doing this to become a small team leader? Is that possible? Yuan Ku wants to make a name for himself in the police department, that's obvious. Do you think you can just stay out of it? Sitting in your position doesn't give you the luxury of being aloof. Old Cat, seemingly confused, shouted with a peculiar idea, don't hesitate to choose, let me activate you. I don't need your activation, you. Beep beep. Mid-sentence, Old Cat hung up the phone. Director Li called him back twice, but he didn't answer. In the car, Director Li frowned for a while before dialing Qin's number. Hello. Xiao Qin. Hello, Director Li. Old Cat seems to be heading down a wrong path. You have a good relationship with him recently, can you give him a call? Director Li, Old Cat and I have just reached a consensus on some matters and I was just about to call you. Qin Yu was already preparing to ramble on. Upon hearing this, Director Li was so angry that he sat up straight. Can't you youngsters be a bit more composed? Old Cat is someone who gets intoxicated without drinking. What kind of consensus can you possibly reach with him? No, Director Li, please listen to me first. Qin Yu cautiously interrupted. Go ahead. I just made contact with someone from the Yuan family across the street. Qin Yu lowered his head and softly expressed his thoughts. On Century Avenue, inside the standalone building, Yuan Ke stood by the window with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding a phone. He said Old Li is hiding today. He didn't even go to the police department. What do you think that means? Yuan Hua asked. It's obvious he doesn't want to get involved, so he found an excuse to avoid it. However, from another perspective, he has given us enough face in this matter. Such a major incident happened, and without old Li's approval the people below have no idea what to do. So he wants to give us some time to find Qilin quickly and resolve it. Old Li handled this matter with some thought, Yuan Hua said with a serious expression. Since the other party has given us space, we should finish this quickly. Don't worry, Qilin won't escape. That's it. The two brothers ended the call. Just as Yuan Ku was about to head out, Old Three pushed the door and entered. How did it go? Yuan Ku asked with a frown. A black doctor from Tuza Street was called out last night but hasn't returned home yet. Old Three casually replied, our people at the street corner haven't seen him leave. I suspect he's still on the street and he might be treating Qilin's wounds since he was shot. Yuan Ku walked around the room and turned back to ask, does Old Cat have any news? He was supposed to be apprehending suspects at the district border yesterday but left after receiving a call and hasn't shown up since. Old Three replied, well informed. He is with Qilin. Yuan Ku made his judgment. You know Old Cat's relationship with Director Li, Old Three gently reminded. We are a bit constrained when dealing with him. That kid is brainless, Yuan Ku said after pondering for a while. First find someone. As long as you determine the location you can bypass Old Cat and proceed without touching him. All right. Old Three nodded. It was 6:30 in the evening. Inside a fast food restaurant in the red light district of Tuza Street, a lewd-looking young man turned his head and spat, saying, I went to the black doctor's house and his assistant told me that this guy took medical equipment and medicine for treating gunshot wounds when he left. What else? I checked the call logs. The last person who called the black doctor was a guy named Wulong, a small-time player in the card game. The lewd young man smiled and said, he's right on Tuza Street and our brother has already located him. He hasn't left his house all day. Confirm it again. I'll head to Tuza Street with people right away. Okay. An hour later, over 20 cars were parked on the icy road. Yuan Ku and Old Three sat in the car waiting for about 10 minutes when the lewd young man hurried over, bowing and scraping as he stood outside the car window, saying, the person is inside. How many? At least 3 or 4, the lewd young man replied quietly. Our brother saw them from the window but couldn't see clearly. Old Three pushed open the car door and waved his hand, saying, get out of the car. Together Yuan Ku also opened the car door. Old Three was taken aback and quickly reminded, isn't it inconvenient for you to show your face in this situation? Old Li has already tacitly approved it, so what's there to pretend? It's time to lay it all out there. Yuan Ku frowned and replied, stepping out of the car. On the other side. Inside a warehouse on Black Street, an old man sat on a shabby wooden chair sipping tea and said, we can start the game now. Let the people who eat with us know it's been quiet for so long. Let's make some noise tonight. At the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road, Yuan Ku and Lao San led dozens of people to the entrance of a warehouse. Open it up, Lao San shouted to the henchman behind him. Wait a moment. After a long pause, Yuan Ku waved his hand to stop them, saying, Old Cat is a stubborn one. Forcing things will easily cause unnecessary trouble. Lao San, make a call to the team. After hearing Yuan Ku's instructions, Lao San walked aside with his phone while the others surrounded the warehouse tightly. Old Cat wasn't a fool. He had been paying attention to the outside and soon noticed Yuan Ku and the others. Inside the warehouse, a friend helping to hide looked a bit panicked and said to Old Cat, they're on to us. What should we do? On the dilapidated wooden bed, Qilin clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to sit up straight, his pale face calling out to Old Cat, brother, you've been so good to help me here. Im like this now, I won't drag you down. Just protect my sister and my mom'll go out myself. We've come this far, what nonsense are you talking? Old Cat scolded impatiently, you stay put'll go outside and negotiate with Yuan Ku. Old Cat. Qilin shouted through tears, I owe you too much, how will I repay you in the future? Old Cat glanced back at Qilin and said, I'm a police officer, you're my only friend. If you go, who will I scold in the future? Qilin stood there in shock. Don't anyone go out. Old Cat threw down a sentence and walked out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse was pushed open. Old Cat with an electronic cigarette in his mouth turned and glanced at Yuan Ku and the others below the steps, saying, hey, if you guys investigated with this efficiency, Songjian would have been clear as day long ago. Yuan Ku was taken aback for a moment, responding with one hand in his pocket, Old Cat, is Qilin inside? Yes. Old Cat realized lying was pointless, so he directly admitted it. Alright, you say it plainly and he'll do the same. Yuan Ku looked at Old Cat and said bluntly, Qilin's situation is very complicated with the medical department and the police involved and down to. Don't go on so much, isn't it just one thing? You thought Qilin was a pushover, treating him like a dog to bully, but who knew after you kicked him a couple of times you found he was a lion? You didn't realize it and got completely wiped out, so you started using connections to negotiate, right? Old Cat took a puff from his cigarette and retorted with bright eyes, let me tell you 2 things. First, I asked Qilin and he doesn't have what you want. Second, no matter what your purpose is, I definitely can't let you touch him. Even if Qilin wants to pursue legal action, you'll have to back off. Yuan Ku frowned at Old Cat, remaining silent for a long time before saying, do you know whose face I'm talking to you for? I'm not a fool, of course I know you're doing this for Old Li's face. Old Cat straightened his neck, completely unashamed in his response, but you see, the situation is quite coincidental. Old Lee is not only my relative but has also treated me particularly well. Today I'm going to leverage my relationship with him and he'll ask you if you're angry. Old Cat, are you a bit brainless? Lao San scolded with a grim face. You're just causing trouble for Old Lee. Old Cat exploded at the sound, jumping up like a shrew, shouting, can you tell me what you are? Third brother tossed his cards onto the table and turned around with a smile still on his face. We've got a rule here, newcomers pull 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, you're really something. Lao San was left speechless when he encountered Old Cat, who was even more unruly than himself. Old Cat withdrew his gaze, looking at Yuanko with a sideways glance, saying, it's best not to burn all bridges. There are so many stars in the sky. Do you know which one is the brightest tomorrow? If I don't take him away, I can't explain myself. Yuanke's expression was impatient. If Qilin has that thing, let him come out and tell me. That's impossible. Old Cat, I've already given Li Si face. What will you do if I don't give face? Kill me? Old Cat asked coldly. Yuanko was silent for several seconds, then immediately waved his hand and shouted, take Old Cat back to the unit. At his command, dozens of people rushed forward, reaching for Old Cat to pull him down the steps. Fuck you. Old Cat, seeing red, took out his work ID and hung it on his chest, shouting, come on, let me see who dares to touch me. I'm a level 3 police officer appointed by the special zone government. If you touch me, it's like challenging the judicial system. The crowd hesitated at his words, all turning to look at Yuanku. Are you playing this with me? Can't I play? Old Cat replied, glaring. Yuanka had a sinister smile on his face, turning to Lao San and saying, let them in. Lao San took out his phone and dialed a number. Seconds later, several police cars suddenly drove into Fuyuan Road and parked by the roadside, with Zhu Wei, Guanxi and nearly all the members of the other team getting out. Qilin is inside, take him back. Yuanka waved his hand, ordering the crowd. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment before leading the team up the steps, showing his credentials hung on his chest, saying, Old Cat, don't make it hard for me, I'm just trying to make a living. Old Cat was taken aback for a moment, then shouted with a pale face, it's best if you stay out of matters that don't concern you. Zhu Wei, steeling himself, stepped forward and grabbed Old Cat, saying, we don't have Li Si's support. My apologies, Old Cat. Pull Brother Cat down. Guanxi immediately shouted from the side, get in and arrest him. Old Cat couldn't face so many people pulling at him alone, so he was pulled down the steps in no time, but he still shouted angrily at Yuanko with red eyes, if you dare to touch Qilin today, I swear I won't do anything else but keep an eye on you in the future. Don't you want to deliver goods on the black street? Let's see if I can make you sell even a box. Zhu Wei, grabbing Old Cat by the collar, shouted in a low voice, shut up, you can't protect him. Get the hell away. Old Cat completely lost it and began to struggle with 7 or 8 people. On the steps, Guanxi pulled out his gun, opened the door and waved, signaling charge in. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Qin Yu led 3 middle-aged men and an old man, panting as they ran over from a side street, shouting, what the hell, there are so many people. I came to join the fun. The crowd turned back at the sound. Qin Yu stopped grinning, pointing at Zhu Wei, and shouted, you let Old Cat go. Zhu Wei was stunned. Guanxi, stand at the door and don't move, Qin Yu called out to the team members on the steps. Zhu Wei and Guanxi, upon hearing Qin Yu's instructions, awkwardly stood still, momentarily losing direction, not knowing what to do. Yuanku turned to glance at Qin Yu, his expression grim as he shouted at Guanxi, what are you waiting for? I told you to arrest him. Guanxi gritted his teeth and pulled the door to go inside. Qin Yu stepped up the stairs, pointing at all the members of the third team, shouting, I told you not to move, can't you hear? Zhu Wei and Guanxi stood frozen in place again. Qin Yu's expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward and grasped Zhu Wei's wrist, asking, who is the team leader? Do you have any idea? The team leader is here, Zhu Wei replied, scratching his nose. Qin Yu stared at Zhu Wei, leaned close to his ear and asked again, in the future, will you follow me and Old Cat, or will you follow Yuanko, who hasn't let you be the team leader for years? You decide. Zhu Wei looked up at the sound. Let go of my hand. Qin Yu pointed at Zhu Wei's chest and repeated. After contemplating for a while, Zhu Wei first looked at Old Cat, then at Qin Yu, thinking about directly, and immediately let go. Yuanko was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhu Wei. Did you not hear what I said? Report, Captain. According to the level division and police rules, I should primarily follow the orders of my direct superior. Zhu Wei saluted and shouted loudly. The members of the third team collectively froze for a moment, their eyes fixed on Zhu Wei, and slowly raised their arms to salute, shouting in unison, we should primarily follow the orders of our direct superior. Qin Yu turned around, stepped in front of Yuanku and said simply, you talk about righteousness and I worked hard to help you with this matter, but why have you secretly pointed a gun at me more than once? Yuanko had indeed anticipated some trouble with Lao Mao, but he never imagined Qin Yu would intervene, let alone arrive alongside Old Ma and the others. What did this imply? It implied Qin Yu's presence was not in Yuanko's favor. Yuanko felt deeply bewildered and furious. Though he had used Qin Yu, he believed he had at least granted the young man an opportunity, yet here he stood betraying him at the most critical moment. Qin Yu, what exactly is this performance you're putting on? Lately nothing had gone right for Yuanko, a death in his family and still no resolution to his vital supply chain. His earlier affability and chivalrous demeanor had vanished, replaced now by impatience and cold detachment. "Captain, may we speak aside for a moment?" Qin Yu asked with a faint smile. "There's nothing to discuss. I must take him away." Yuan Ke waved his hand irritably. After a long pause, Qin Yu gestured calmly to Lao Mao not to escalate, then spoke softly to Yuan Ke. "Captain Qilin has already suffered enough. Let us show mercy where mercy is due." "Do you truly believe you hold the authority to utter such words?" Yuan Ke asked coldly. "My stance aligns with Lao Mao's. We simply wish Qilin unharmed." Qin Yu replied quietly, "Captain, some cards once revealed leave no one's dignity intact." Yuan Ke had been barely containing his rage until Qin Yu's veiled threat shattered his restraint. In an instant he raised his arm and struck. Slap. A sharp crack echoed as Qin Yu received the blow before dozens of witnesses. "Know your place. Do you really think you'd be squad leader without my word?" Yuan Ke roared, eyes blazing. "I'll say it plainly, today even if Old Li himself walks through that door I will take Qilin. Everyone else, get out." Silence fell over the scene. Qin Yu touched his cheek, shrugged indifferently and turned toward Old Ma. "Help my friend." Old Ma still wore his grimy military overcoat, hunched slightly, hands tucked deep into his sleeves. Slowly he turned and called out, voice light but resonant, "Is there anyone in Tuza Street who knows me, Old Ma?" Seconds passed. Then the street trembled, the alleys, the crumbling cage buildings, the storefronts, all disgorged surging crowds. Yuan Ke glanced up at the swelling mass, jabbed a finger at Qin Yu's chest and laughed bitterly. "So, you found yourself a patron, have you?" In moments hundreds of men, arms bound with white cloth weapons in hand, converged beneath the dim flickering lamplight. A burly family enforcer in a leather jacket strode forward, spat and snarled, "Yuan Ke, whether you or your elder brother approve or not, today I will ruin you." Yuan Ke's dozen-strong entourage stiffened, faces hardening at the sight of the onrushing tide. At the foot of the steps Old Ma pulled out a cigarette pack and called again, soft deliberate, "Anyone in Tuza Street who wants medicine tomorrow, get out here and back us up. I'm staking everything today. If the Ma family holds its ground here, I'll distribute medicine at zero profit for 3 months." At his words, thunderous footsteps erupted once more from the cage buildings flanking the narrow street. Yes, factions, political networks and corporate giants vied fiercely for profit. Yet those living here, the chronically ill, the destitute, lost access to affordable medicine because of their greed. Hearing Old Ma's call, they surged forth, not ordered but moved by shared desperation. Lao San, witnessing the scene, stepped back 2 paces and barked into his walkie-talkie, "All brothers in Tuza Street, move now to Foyuan intersection." Yuan Ke swept his gaze across the Ma family reinforcements, tilted his head toward Qin Yu and sneered, "You can shield Qilin here in Tuza Street, but can he stay hidden forever?" Meanwhile on Century Boulevard in the Black District, 8 stern-faced, powerfully built men, each wearing shoulder satchels and woolen gloves, approached 2 vacant buildings utterly devoid of human presence. This area lay far from downtown Sanjiang, bordered by a cemetery and the Black District's official landfill, rendering the surroundings eerily uninhabited. "We're here. Enter." The lead man scanned the desolation, then turned to his team. "Are we certain? Is this the place?" "Yes, Tiger previously had drugs delivered here." He nodded. "Inspect thoroughly. Prepare to move." 5 minutes later, in the central chamber of the empty building, 6 or 7 youths sat on chairs playing cards. Both side windows had been deliberately boarded shut, leaving no trace of light visible from outside, making the building appear abandoned. Smoke curled thick in the air. The youth seated left, electronic cigarette dangling from his lips, asked, "Everyone's been summoned to Tuza Street, shouldn't we go check it out?" "Check what? Things are tense lately, orders came down, we stay here. No excuses, no outings. Work stays our sole focus." Another youth frowned in reply. "Understood, NFCZZTNAS." They spoke, the ceiling light flickered wildly, then died. "Shit, the lights just went out, and did the generator fail again?" "Tiago, grab your flashlight and go check." Thud. Na sudden heavy impact shook the door, followed instantly by rapid pounding footsteps at the threshold. "And they're here, grab your gear." The youth leapt up from his chair and shouted. And rat-a-tat, and before the card players could react, gunfire erupted at the doorway, dozens of bullets tore violently into the room like a torrential downpour. Screams pierced the air, 3 men dropped dead on the spot. At the entrance the lead attacker switched on his flashlight, waved his comrades to halt and said tersely, "Enough. Cease fire. Higher-ups want 2 high-value targets." Inside the police directorate, Director Li sat rigid behind his desk, rotating a teacup between his fingers, brow deeply furrowed. On the adjacent sofa the political counselor, legs crossed, asked quietly, "Isn't it premature to make a choice now? Am I choosing willingly? No, I'm being forced by that fool Lao Mao." Director Li sighed, then swore. "Still, it's not all bad. Yuan Hua has courted me repeatedly, yet I've remained non-committal. In truth, that silence is my answer." "Then the coming period may grow exceedingly volatile," the counselor murmured in warning. "Tuza Street has already erupted, and I doubt even you can rein it in now. We wait for the call." Director Li lifted his cup and drank. Inside the Grand Palace. And Yuan Hua hung up the phone, face darkened with fury. That reckless old fool old Ma, he actually believes his word carries weight in Tuza Street. Go all of you, no holding back, and Lao Mao stands so firm. Is this Director Li's doing? Asked the middle-aged man on his left, frowning. If so, the situation grows significantly more complex. Yuan Hua waves dismissively. Grant him respect and he's Director Li. Deny him respect and he is nothing. Tonight I will have Qilin. On Tuza Street, the Ma and Yuan families had already formed opposing ranks, nearly 1,000 people facing off, their weapons glinting coldly, instantly suffocating the air with tension. At the center of the crowd, Yuan Ko, his neck tilted askew, glared at Lao Ma and demanded, I let you eat 2 full days. Did you really start believing you're untouchable? One last time, I ask you, will you step aside? They blocked every exit. How exactly am I supposed to step aside? Lao Ma remained utterly unruffled, turning slowly toward the people behind him and bellowing, if the medicine supply line is severed, how do you survive? Survive? Hell no, we'll starve to death, roared the lead thug. And you back there, can you even afford Yuan family's medicine? Lao Ma shouted again toward the impoverished residents lining the street. Can you afford it? No. Then what now? Just wait to die. Wait for what? If we run out of medicine, none of us walk away whole. Let's take them down. Hundreds erupted in unison, a thunderous synchronized roar, as Ma family's enforcers hefted their weapons and advanced steadily forward. You handle this, Yuan Ku muttered, his face dark with fury as he glanced at the opposing crowd, then turned sharply to Lao San and the others before striding away. No matter how big this blows up, the company will cover it. The moment his words faded, Yuan-affiliated men waiting roadside flung open their trunks and hauled out weapons. Judging by their attire, they belonged to a slightly higher social tier, clearly people with steady incomes. Clear everyone from the storefront door. Lao San shouted, hopping with agitation. With a deafening surge, over 100 men charged toward the shop where Qilin was hiding. Bang! A gunshot cracked through the air. Instant silence fell over the crowd. Qin Yu raised his pistol, stepped forward, and called out, Chief Yuan, this isn't over yet. Why are you walking away? Yuan Ku, already dozens of meters down the street, whirled around at the sound. Qin Yu strode ahead, slid the pistol smoothly back into its holster, and turned to Lao Ma. Hold your ground, for now. Let me try talking once more. There may still be room for compromise. Qin Yu, you truly don't grasp the gravity of this. Yuan Ku jabbed a finger hard against Qin Yu's chest, enunciating each word like a hammer blow. Do you have any idea how much profit flows monthly from just one district's pharmaceutical trade on Hay Street? Do you even carry enough weight to mediate this? A sharp ring pierced the air, the shrill chime of a phone. Yuan Ku's pocket vibrated. Answer it. Qin Yu offered a faint, knowing smile. After a brief hesitation, Yuan Ku pulled out his phone, eyes locked on Qin Yu as he pressed accept. Hello. Ha ha. Your warehouse stock and everyone inside is now in my hands. A stranger's voice echoed coldly. Yuan Ku froze mid-breath, rooted to the spot. Talk it over. Call me when you're done. The line went dead. Yuan Ku stood motionless, phone dangling limply in his hand, his expression shifting rapidly between shock, rage, and calculation as he stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu retrieved an e-cigarette from his pocket, tapped it twice against his palm, and murmured softly, Chief Yuan, I'll say it again, mercy when possible is wisdom. Did you and the Ma family raid my warehouse? Yuan Ku clenched his fists, voice dropping to a guttural growl. Qin Yu only smiled faintly, offering no reply. No, that's not right. Yuan Ku's gaze locked onto Qin Yu, unblinking. Without backing from above, neither you nor the Ma family would dare move so brazenly. Someone shielding you, yes. Qin Yu held his gaze silent. After a long pause, Yuan Ku pointed again at Qin Yu's chest. Is it old Li? Leave Qilin untouched, and your warehouse stock and men remain unharmed. I gave you a path forward. So why have you chosen his side instead? What? Yuan Ku's eyes bulged. Do you think he's untouchable? Let me tell you plainly, within the police bureau, the people he's cultivated may not outnumber mine. Inside the bureau, I call him director. But outside, you know exactly how I address him. I know you have someone behind you. Qin Yu nodded. Breaking in from the outside isn't easy. Songjiang is treacherous terrain. With your roots, one misstep and you shatter completely. Yes, I understand that well enough. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, voice low and measured. Had I not played it cautious, had I not spoken frankly with Lao Ma first, the moment the drug supply chain snapped, I might already be lying dead in some alley. Yuan Ku fell speechless. Let's speak plainly. You've lifted me up, and I've delivered for you. What's past is past. Today it's about Qilin alone. The warmth vanished from Qin Yu's face. He met Yuan Ku's stare, each word deliberate, incisive. I'll ask you just once, will you lift your hand today? Impossible. Impossible. Then let's fight. Qin Yu's gaze turned glacial, his voice a venomous snarl. Go ahead, arrest Qilin right now. I won't stop you. 6 hours later, if you kill him, I'll deliver your warehouse's trafficking evidence and sworn testimony from every detained operative to dismantle your entire operation overnight. How much are your goods and people worth? You know the number. Fuck you, try moving 1 inch. Yuan Ke swung his arm to strike Qin Yu across the face. In one fluid motion Qin Yu shot out his right hand, 5 fingers clamping Yuan Ke's throat like iron vices, his eyes blazing with raw fury. I'm not Qilin, no puppet to squeeze until he finally resists. I spared you dignity just now, but now I revoke it. A sharp brutal backhand cracked across Yuan Ke's chin. You bastard. Lao San staggered back, then drew his gun, aiming straight at Qin Yu's temple. Qin Yu pivoted, locked eyes with him and barked, "Stay in your lane, dog, this isn't your place to speak." A metallic chorus rang out, clack clack clack, as 3 men behind Lao Ma simultaneously drew their pistols. Inside the police bureau director's office, Director Li hung up a call, then stood by the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number. "Ah, Director Li. Long time no see." Yuan Hua's hearty voice boomed through the receiver. "Release the boy from Tuza Street, do it for my sake." Director Li cut straight to the point. Yuan Hua paused, then replied briskly, "That's impossible. You know full well, the drugs originate with me but profits are shared across multiple parties. That boy holds the import channel. Lao Ma protects him precisely to challenge my monopoly with that very line. How then could I possibly release him? Profit distribution is none of my concern," Director Li said, frowning faintly. "Tonight, I simply wish that boy to walk away unharmed." HSSSS. He he he. Yuan Hua exhaled sharply, chuckling dryly. "This is difficult. Truly impossible. Your warehouse stock and your people are already in Lao Ma's hands. Director Li laid it bare. If even one of those children on Tuza Street suffers harm tonight, you'll need to weigh your losses carefully. Lose the goods and have your people talk. Your troubles will multiply tenfold." Yuan Hua stood frozen, breath caught. After several seconds, Yuan Ke answered his elder brother's call. "Hello." A long heavy silence followed. Then Yuan Hua gritted his teeth and hissed, "Old Li has intervened, stand down. Withdraw immediately." At dawn atop the Grand Imperial Palace, Yuan Hua sat motionless on the sofa, resting his chin on his palm, his expression unreadable as he gazed silently at over a dozen underworld bosses from the Black Street territory seated to his left and right. After a long silence, a bald man with legs crossed broke the stillness, frowning. "This matter was handled poorly, we've already lost face. Now gathering here to dissect why we failed is no different than slapping ourselves in public, utterly pointless. Common folk fight for their next meal, we fight for our pride. Whether Qilin willingly surrenders his supply channels or not, he must die, no other reason, only to strike Old Li's face and shatter Old Ma's composure." That sound reasoning, a lean wiry man immediately nodded in agreement. "It's one thing if we choose to let Qilin walk free, but entirely another if Old Li shields him. If we don't reclaim this dignity, our subordinates will grow restless, and those above will reassess our standing in Songjiang. I'll handle it." The bald man rose, his gaze dark and cold. "No price is too high, I won't let Qilin leave Songjiang alive. If we can't act openly, then we'll act in shadows." "Enough." Yuan Hua frowned and waved dismissively. The room froze, falling once more into heavy silence. Yuan Hua lifted his teacup, his face icy as he addressed them. "The goods and personnel in our warehouse were seized by the Ma family, and they dared do so only because they had Old Li's tacit approval. With your tail firmly in their grasp, what good is all this bluster?" The bald man rubbed his head, too cowed to retort. Why Old Li opposes me on this matter, I haven't fully unraveled that yet. But the Ma family's defiance today is undoubtedly about Qilin's supply channels." Yuan Hua rose and stood with hands clasped behind his back. "So long as no line is crossed, negotiation remains possible, but once that line is breached, you seek dignity while the chief of police and the ascendant Ma family demand respect of their own. The truth is plain, the opposing side will protect Qilin at all costs. The moment you move against him, the goods and people now in the Ma family's possession will be handed straight to the police department by dawn tomorrow. Then we lose everything, money, men, and face grave consequences." Hearing this, all present nodded grimly. "Moreover, if you think to pursue Qilin again, do you truly believe he'll be unprepared? Even a beggar who lingers too long in one territory makes two friends, let alone Old Li, who has served as chief of police in Songjiang for years." Yuan Hua sighed deeply. "Qilin is gone, beyond recovery. First arrange my uncle's funeral. Make it grand." "Grand?" the bald man interjected cautiously. "De Hua, your uncle's affair has already cost us dearly. Wouldn't such a lavish ceremony invite ridicule?" "Only the insecure fear others," whispers, Yuan Hua declared, unyielding. "Make it grand, send him and Lao Hu off in full splendor." "Very well," the lean man acquiesced with a nod. That's all," dismissed Yuan Hua said curtly before turning and striding toward the door. They exchanged glances, faces grim, sighs low and resentful, as hushed murmurs spread among them. Yuan Ke had been present throughout but remained silent, speaking not a word until his elder brother departed, then followed closely behind. In the corridor, Yuan Ke trailed his brother, voice edged with reproach. "I warned you earlier, the company cannot advance without first establishing discipline. These past 2 years our people have grown reckless. Many lack both competence and judgment, contributing nothing, only causing chaos. Take Lao Hu for instance. Yes, he met misfortune, but was there truly no warning? While I spearheaded the police department's crackdown on the Ma family, he secretly distributed narcotics along Tuza Street, driven solely by greed for quick profit. Yet did you consider this once word of his actions reached the police department, even a fool would deduce why I targeted the Ma family. Brother, gossip can kill. Do you understand? Do you truly believe old Lee's alignment with our enemies was a sudden decision? I tell you plainly, he long ago lost faith in us, deeming our conduct excessive, even suspecting I might one day threaten his authority within the police department. Do you grasp that? Yet am I Yuan Ke, the sort of reckless operator he imagines? Not at all. I've walked humbly, while that impression of arrogance was forged by others within our ranks. Yuan Hua turned his face impassive. What precisely are you trying to say? I mean only this: our defeat cut deep, even costing my uncle's life. We must learn from it lest failure become meaningless. Yuan Ke spoke with rising fervor. It's time to enforce discipline and purge those who no longer serve us. Yuan Hua stared at his younger brother for a long moment, then pointed sharply at his chest. Understand this: your elder brother didn't build this empire with scholars and elites. Those who followed us were cast-offs, men who once struggled to feed themselves, and even today these same outcasts remain your brother's most loyal foundation. You impose rules upon them, then discard them, and when the Ma family strikes, who will stand? You. Or I. My point is, your ideas exist only on paper, they hold no place in our reality, Yuan Hua replied, and walked away. Yuan Ke's blood surged hot as he growled, Brother, District 9 will not remain lawless forever. In 5, 10, 20 years, it will evolve structured, stable, civilized. Refuse to change and you'll be dragged down, buried alive by the very people you rely upon. Yuan Hua offered no reply, only vanished down the corridor. 2 days later. 3 military spec cargo trucks rolled slowly out of District 9, halting at the edge of a desolate barren plain. 10 minutes later, a grimy, battered half-truck approached along the opposite road, flashing its headlights twice across the frozen ground. Moments later, Qilin, his younger sister Qin Yu, and their elderly ailing mother disembarked from the military convoy, bidding farewell to the soldiers who'd escorted them, then climbed aboard the half-truck. Snow fell thick and silent across the land, frozen for 3 or 4 winters, stretching endlessly in blinding white. Qilin lay slumped on the rear seat, his abdomen wrapped in bandages, staring blankly at District 9, heart churning with sorrow, rage and regret. He had striven there, once smiling, compliant, bowing to this wretched age. He had surrendered dignity there, groveling like a dog, believing his sacrifice would yield reward, and yet as he departed he carried no whole blanket, only crushing debts of gratitude and 2 kin who depended wholly upon him. Gone. Years of labor erased in a single night. Qilin could find no meaning in the knees he had knelt upon, and resolved henceforth to walk upright. His cheek pressed against the frost-rimed freezing window pane, Qilin whispered, voice burning with feverish intensity, don't let me heal. Don't let me rise. For if I do, I will return one day laughing to watch every last one of you weep. Inside the police commissioner's office, Director Lee stood with his hands behind his back by the window, softly asking, has that kid left? He has already departed. Old Cat nodded. The main reason I haven't ascended to the position of director is that I do not wish to get involved in specific relationships and matters. Director Lee, looking somewhat weary, said, but this time I've still made my stance clear. It's hard to remain uninvolved. By the office desk, Qin Yu heard Director Lee's words and felt an inexplicable sense of closeness, as the other party's attitude was no longer official and his words were quite straightforward. This also meant that Director Lee no longer regarded Qin Yu as just an ordinary team leader within the police commission, but as one of his. This change had its pros and cons. The advantage was that Qin Yu had finally gained some organizational backing and connections which would provide him opportunities in his work that others couldn't attain. However, the downside was equally apparent. He had completely offended the Yuan family, and in the future he could be subject to their retaliation and suppression in any matter. Currently, Director Lee's attitude was clearly not optimistic, indicating that the Yuan family's relational background was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. In the near future we may have some clashes with the Yuan family. Old Lee turned around and quietly instructed Old Cat and Qin Yu, tell the Ma family to stop the drug distribution for now, regardless of whether they have stock or not. The people below should also keep a low profile for a while. I need to see Yuan Hua's cards. There's no way to stop it, Old Cat responded softly. With the long dead, the Ma family's supply has been cut off. They have nothing to sell now. Director Lee frowned as he sat down beside the chair and quietly asked, does Qilin have any of Along's supply channels? Qilin said he looked for them but couldn't find the contact information left by his brother. Old Cat quickly replied, I've already advised him to try to reach out to some of Along's connections from before to see if he can reopen the channels. Old Lee took a sip of tea and said in an undeniable tone, the connections I have also require benefits to function. If we can't re-establish the supply channels and the Ma family doesn't have the Yuan family's capability on the streets, then why should my connections exert effort in the background? Understood. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. You should also keep a low profile. Old Lee pointed at Qin Yu and said, with the tiger dead and Yuan Wei gone, and your significant involvement in this matter, you need to be wary of retaliation from the other side. I understand, Director. Qin Yu replied with a serious expression. Sigh. Old Cat sighed nearby, picked up his cup to pour hot water, and while blowing on the steam shook his head and said, "What's wrong with people nowadays? It's understandable for the impoverished brothers in the slums to act for profit, as it's tough to make a living today. But what about those in power at the top? Which of them hasn't had enough to eat or lacks food? Why the hell does everyone seem so profit-hungry? Is there not a single person sitting in their position doing something worthwhile?" Oldly pondered for a moment and looked at Old Cat, saying, "Do you remember my speech when I first became director at the inauguration meeting?" Old Cat was taken aback. "I was the first to declare that I would resolve the chaos in the Earth Debris Street in 2 years and restore basic law and order in the Black Street within 5 years. At that time many people laughed at me when this statement reached the police station. I didn't take it to heart, but now that the time has come, do you see me accomplishing what I said?" Oldly sighed and said, "The joke from back then has truly become a joke now." Old Cat and Qin Yu were rendered speechless upon hearing this. "Sitting in this chair for so many years, I've summarized a principle," directorly said with a smile. "No matter how grand the ideal, it cannot surpass reality. With a harsh environment, rampant disorder, and the upper echelon vying for power and profit, they all seize the opportunity presented by the world's reshuffling to vie for absolute discourse power for themselves or a specific team or faction. In such circumstances, personal aspirations are utterly insignificant. Therefore, if you want to see some change and do something meaningful, the best approach is not to resist but to integrate. You need to follow the current rules. Perhaps after one term you can look back and see that you have left some marks on society." As Qin Yu listened to Old Lee's words, he suddenly felt that this middle-aged man before him was filled with stories possessing wisdom and ambitions that he admired. He also realized that Old Cat actually resembled directorly in certain aspects. They both belonged to the type of people who wished to live authentically in this chaotic era. Even though at times they would compromise. Be forced to compromise. "Alright, there's no point in rambling on about this." Directorly sighed and commanded the 2 younger men before him, "In short, you need to keep a low profile lately and avoid causing trouble." "Understood. Got it." The 2 nodded. "Oh, by the way," directorly stood up, looked at Qin Yu and said, "Since you've chosen a side, you need to have the mindset that comes with it. You must quickly turn Team 3 into your Team 3, Qin Yu. In the future you'll find an opportunity to extract Team 3 and assign it to another squad. I will address the issue of upward mobility. You just need to provide me with a compelling reason to promote you." "Yes." Qin Yu saluted upon hearing this. "You 2 can leave now," directorly waved his hand. An hour and a half later. In Earth Debris Street, Old Cat squatted by the curb looking up at Qin Yu and asking, "Do you regret standing by my side? Now that I've chosen a side, what's the use of regretting it?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "Weren't you not planning to get involved? Why did you change your mind later?" Old Cat asked with a smile. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then slowly squatted by the road and replied, "You can go to such lengths for Qilin, who has nothing. I just don't want to lose you as a friend. Little you, let's walk this road together in the future." Old Cat grinned, patting Qin Yu's shoulder. "I know a fortune teller who told me that people with small dicks are very righteous and loyal. I've seen your size, you definitely belong to the top tier among them, willing to risk your life for others." "Screw you, idiot." Qin Yu tightened his grip around Old Cat's neck, saying, "Do you believe I can take you down? Damn, stop messing around. Am I big enough?" Big. Call me daddy. That's too much, I'm going to fight you now." Old Cat got anxious and reached for Qin Yu's eyes. "Tell me, is your good relationship with Qilin, because he is very weak?" Qin Yu grinned and asked. Old Cat's face turned red from Qin Yu's grip as he cheekily responded, "I can only say he is just budding. You jerk, you're really shameless." Qin Yu unleashed a flurry of playful punches on Old Cat. In the dim light, the 2 young men, brought together by a single event, joked and playfully tussled. It was from this moment that they officially stepped into each other's hearts, becoming intertwined in the years to come, supporting each other along the way. After a while, Old Ma walked over from across the street, looking down and shouting, "What's going on?" Qin Yu smiled and looked up, saying, "You came. When can you arrange for Dimin and my little heir to meet?" Old Ma asked frankly. On the other side, the funeral for Yuan Wei and Old Tiger had already been successfully held over at Century Avenue, with many prominent figures from the Songjiang area coming to pay their respects. It was precisely after this point that the formal clashes began to unfold fiercely on this land. On the dirt street, the Old Cat stood up casually, extending his hand, and said, "Brother Ma, give me a cigarette." "Who are you calling brother? Am I not older than your father?" Old Ma was speechless. "We are all children of the rivers and lakes, it's only proper to call you big brother." The Old Cat grinned. "Don't hold back, just give me one." Old Ma rolled his eyes, lowered his head, and pulled out a raw tobacco cigarette from his pocket. "When can you get Dimin and Xiao Air out for me?" The Old Cat snatched the unwrapped cigarette pack, grinning mischievously. "We're on the same side now, how could I not help you with this? Just give me the cigarette. Don't hold back, you have a lot of contacts. When you're moving goods, getting cigarettes is easy. We haven't been able to get a few raw tobacco cigarettes this whole year." The Old Cat shamelessly stuffed an entire cigarette box into his pocket. "Thanks, big brother. Get lost. Old Ma was too lazy to deal with him and turned to the more reliable Qin Yu asking when can the person come out. Qin Yu blinked. It's unrealistic for both to come out. Old Ma frowned at the sound. Kid, you're kind of going back on your word now. When you came to me we were clear I would help, but you had to help get Min and Xiao out. Why are you saying this now, Uncle Ma? We are all straightforward people, I'll just say it plainly. Qin Yu looked at Old Ma with a naive expression, speaking earnestly. You want to protect Qilin so that you can find his brother's supply channel again in the future. I'm not mistaken, right? If there's no relationship between Qilin and Along, even if I kneel down to you, you wouldn't dare confront Yuan Ku on the dirt street, would you? Old Ma fell silent upon hearing this. You've actually benefited quite a bit from this matter. In the past you couldn't even talk to my oldie, but after this incident we're on the same side, right? We are adults here, so let's not play useless games. You know best what's going on with Ma Lao Er and Min. 5 kilograms of drugs is enough to get executed, but the haul I confiscated when I caught those two was at least 100 kilograms. You know very well that this case originally went through Yuan Ku. Now that everyone's fallen out, do you expect me to get both of them out from him? Is that realistic? Old Ma's expression soured upon hearing this. He reached for the cigarette box only to realize that the old cat had already taken it. Come on, I have an e-cigarette here. The old cat cheekily pulled out his used vape stick and pretended to offer it to Old Ma. Get lost. Old Ma cursed, looking at Qin Yu again, and asked, so what do you think? How much can you handle this matter? I've reported the situation to Old Li. He means that if we sacrifice one to take the blame, the other can be worked. Qin Yu replied quietly, the good thing about this case so far is that Ma Lao Er and Min have been tight-lipped and haven't revealed everything. Otherwise, no matter who you find, you couldn't get this done after all the evidence is overwhelming. Is there really no other way? Old Ma asked again. No, really none. Qin Yu shook his head. And you need to decide quickly, because we've now torn our faces with Yuan Ku. If this matter drags on and he solidifies the case, it will be difficult to handle. What kind of person is Old Ma? He can stir up endless storms in the complex area of the dirt street, so he's not one to be indecisive. After Qin Yu made everything clear, Old Ma thought for less than 2 minutes before decisively saying, let Xiao out. All right. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I'll interrogate the two right away and get some information from them. How long will Min be sentenced? Old Ma asked again. Can his life be saved? It's tough, the hard limit of 5 kilograms has already been exceeded, making it hard to negotiate for a life sentence. No way, he definitely can't die. Old Ma shook his head. He must stay alive. Qin Yu scratched his nose and continued, if that's the case, it might take some capital. Ha! What capital? Old Ma was taken aback by this remark. Why don't you understand this time? To save your life you need to negotiate, right? And if you negotiate, how can you do it for free? The old cat suddenly chimed in. Old Ma crossed his arms, looking sideways at the two. Are you trying to play tricks with me? What tricks? You know the situation in the department just as well. The old cat grinned and replied, don't say you, I had to pull some strings just to get promoted. Old Ma ground his teeth and calmly asked, so how much will this negotiation cost? I think 30,000 should be enough to ensure his safety. The old cat turned to Qin Yu and asked, what do you think? I think 25,000 should be about right. Can we use that much? Qin Yu frowned in response. Are you kidding? Just on the prosecution side you'll need at least 15,000 plus the connections within the department. Let me tell you, 30,000 is already a conservative estimate. The old cat replied emphatically, this is a major case, not some small-time brawl. Ah, this is quite embarrassing. Qin Yu looked at Old Ma, feeling a bit troubled, and opened his mouth to say something. Enough. Old Ma yelled, stop pretending, we all know each other in this local area, what are you two acting like? The two fell silent at his words. Ill foot the 30,000. Old Ma decisively asked, what direction can the case go? Qin Yu pondered for a while and replied, illegal possession. Because we failed in the first arrest and didn't take away any evidence, and in the second arrest we only caught the goods but didn't catch the act of selling. As long as Min sticks to the story that he was just hiding the drugs, there won't be any issues. How long can Min be sentenced? Old Ma asked again. About 15 years. Old Ma was speechless when he saw how easily Qin Yu answered, cursing, you bastard, thought of your lines before calling me, didn't you? When chatting with someone of your status I have to prepare. The old cat chimed in. I just realized you two are young but deep in this. Old Ma ground his teeth. The two smiled but didn't respond. All right, let's settle this. Tomorrow I'll have someone send the money to you. Old Ma could agree because he knew that this money had to be spent, otherwise how could the authorities protect him in the future? Moreover, this also established new connections. Uncle Ma be a bit quieter recently, as Old Li said. Got it. Old Ma nodded and turned to leave. Half an hour later. Qin Yu and the old cat were walking back, chatting animatedly. How do we split the 30,000? Qin Yu asked. We'll each take 5,000 and the rest goes to Old Li. The old cat grinned. I want to share some with the team. Qin Yu said softly. Zhu Wei stood by me that day and everyone has been putting in effort recently because of the drug case. Then let's give only 15,000, we'll divide 5,000 and the rest goes to the team. The old cat didn't dither over the money as he wasn't very short of it and didn't care much. Alright. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I think he would have given 50,000 earlier. The old cat cursed regretfully. I was too timid. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu laughed. In a courtyard on Century Avenue, a crowd surged. Floral wreaths lined the area and white cloth banners hung in the spirit pavilion, fluttering in the wind, creating a mournful atmosphere. Hua Gu. Boss. Oh, De Hua is here. Hua, my friend, why do you look so bad? When Yuan Hua walked in from the door, everyone in the courtyard greeted him with all sorts of titles and from all backgrounds, showing how influential Yuan Hua was here. After nodding and greeting while occasionally stopping to chat with acquaintances, Yuan Hua finally stepped into the main building. Guests, please light incense, and family members express gratitude. The person in charge shouted from inside, and Yuan Hua's wife stepped forward to offer the meager sandalwood. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally placed incense in front of the portraits of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu. De Hua, what will I do in the future? The ant cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Yuan Hua turned around and helped the ant up, saying, after the funeral, move in with me and I'll take care of you and the child. De Hua, my little Wei died unjustly. If there is injustice, let's seek justice. Yuan Hua patted the ant's shoulder. Calm down, there are outsiders present. The ant nodded through gritted teeth. Yuan Hua glanced at the core members inside and softly called, let's meet on the second floor. 10 minutes later. Yuan Hua sat firmly in a wooden chair, briefly addressing everyone. We certainly can't retrieve the supply channel Qilin has in a short time. But to prevent the Ma family from picking it up later and continuing to compete with us, we need to stir things up on the dirt street. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. We're not afraid of things getting big, we're afraid of not getting results. Yuan Hua raised a finger and said, within a month we must break up the Ma family and clear out the dirt street. Old Ma must have established a relationship with Director Li by now. Should we consider the official factors? A lean man asked with a frown. Yuan Hua pondered for a while before replying, I'll handle the pressure from the authorities, you just take care of the ground situation. Understood. Everyone nodded. With a word from the big boss, the entire realm of the Black Street began to stir. On the second night after visiting Damon in Old Mine Prison, Qin Yu returned home alone to pack some clothes, planning to stay for a while in Lao Mao's dormitory. Just finishing his packing, Qin Yu stood by the window when he spotted Lin Nianlei walking back. He froze for a moment, then rushed out the door calling out, hey there Lin the simpleton, back already? Get lost. Lin Nianlei turned sharply and snapped, her voice crisp and clear, you queer creep. Ha ha. Finished work early today. I wrapped things up so I came straight home. Seeing Qin Yu greet her, Lin Nianlei didn't head to her room but instead stepped forward and asked, where's your partner? Separated. She's gone back to her parents' home. Qin Yu, too wary to explain, blurted out a careless lie. Back to her parents' home. From what I've observed, shouldn't you be the one playing the submissive role? Are you ever going to shut up? Qin Yu shot back with a sidelong glare. What kind of girl spends her time observing such nonsense? Ha ha. You're absolutely right, your whole situation is pure nonsense. Rude. Qin Yu flushed crimson under Lin Nianlei's teasing. Ha ha. Enough joking for now. Lin Nianlei stretched languidly, her smile radiant as she asked, hey big brother, since I helped you out, don't you think you owe me dinner? That night it was Lin Nianlei who enabled Ma's men to locate Yuan Hua's hidden warehouse along Century Avenue. She'd previously clashed with Lao Hu, and it was Qin Yu who'd intervened. The reliable intelligence Qin Yu passed to Ma's faction originated from photos Lin Nianlei had taken earlier. Indeed, she'd rendered him a tremendous favor. What would you like to eat? Qin Yu asked. Japanese cuisine, Lin Nianlei replied without hesitation. Qin Yu blinked in disbelief. Japanese food? There aren't even half a dozen authentic Japanese restaurants in all of Songjiang, and a single plate of salmon costs more than my salary for several months. Forget it. Say that again and you'll find out just how familiar we've really become. How about I treat you to something else? What kind of place? Let's go, you'll see once we're outside. Qin Yu set down his water glass and hoisted his luggage. Lin Nianlei tilted her head curiously, her delicate brows knitting. Why so much baggage? Are you moving out? No, I'm lying low. Too tired to elaborate, Qin Yu grabbed Lin Nianlei's arm and ushered her out the door. Let a striking pair, handsome man and radiant woman, walk side by side down a weathered, crumbling street for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at a narrow alley beside the police station. Lin Nianlei blew warm breath into her palms, her cheeks rosy from the cold as she gazed up at the unmarked storefront. This place doesn't even have a signboard. You actually brought me here. It's the thought that counts, not the price tag. Nonsense. Lin Nianlei retorted crisply, stingy little thing. Qin Yu lifted the thick cotton curtain at the entrance, turned and beckoned, come on in. Zhu Wei had introduced Qin Yu to this restaurant, which specialized exclusively in Jiang River fish noodles, a quintessential local delicacy of Songjiang. To the north of Songjian lay a vast frozen river, its icy expanse winding hundreds of miles, vanishing beyond the horizon even past the 9th district. Some hardy fishermen still braved the ice, drilling holes through its surface and casting nets beneath to catch fish. Though most of the world had been stripped of life, Songjiang remained relatively unscathed, the environment here far less hostile than beyond the district borders. That very resilience had made it the ideal site for rebuilding the 9th Special Administrative Zone. The restaurant served only one dish, Jiang River fish noodles. Barely seated, Qin Yu and Lin Nianlei watched as the owner placed a massive iron pot upon their table, keeping it warm over a charcoal brazier. Gas was prohibitively expensive, far beyond the means of such a modest eatery. Lin Nianlei smoothed her hair, leaned forward and scanned the steaming pot, its rich broth studded with fiery red chilies, tender river fish and hand-rolled noodles. Inhaling the fragrant steam, she beamed, "Looks delicious." "This one pot costs nearly 200 yuan, Qin Yu muttered, rolling his eyes. "Not cheap, I'm practically bleeding money." Alright, I get it. You're stingy. No need to repeat yourself." Lin Nianlei picked up her chopsticks, plucked a piece of fish and chewed thoughtfully. It is flavorful. Delicious and generous value for every yuan." Starving Qin Yu scooped noodles onto a plate and devoured them ravenously. "Why do you eat like a starving ghost? Don't you fear burning your tongue?" Lin Nianlei frowned, muttering, "Couldn't you at least pretend to be dignified?" "I'm gay, I'm not trying to seduce you. Why bother acting like some refined gentleman?" Qin Yu teased deliberately. Lin Nianlei pressed her lips together, smiling faintly. "Do you fancy me? Otherwise why did you beat up that brute Lao Hu for me that day?" "I'd rather fancy chest hair 2 meters long." "Go to hell. I'm simply kind-hearted, that's why I helped." Qin Yu added, though the words rang hollow. "Ha ha." Lin Nianlei grinned at him. "Just remember, no improper thoughts. We can be close friends, or I'll even teach you how to win back your partner." Qin Yu, weary of banter, looked up and asked, "There's something I've been wondering." "What is it?" "Were your kidnappers connected to the Yuan family?" Qin Yu asked abruptly. Lin Nianlei stiffened. "How did you know?" "A guess." Later, Yuan Ke buried the case, and rumors spread at the station that third brother got reprimanded by Yuan Ke for interfering. Qin Yu answered honestly. "I only learned later that Matsushita was tied to them. Yuan Hua's already doing well, so why kidnap you? Was it truly just for petty cash?" Qin Yu couldn't resist asking. Lin Nianlei's expression faltered, her lovely face clouded with hesitation. "Forget it, if it's unspeakable then let it remain so." Seeing her reluctance, Qin Yu dropped the subject instantly. Lin Nianlei sipped plain water, paused for a long silence, then said softly, "Actually, there's no real reason to hide it from you. Yuan Hua ordered my kidnapping because my uncle holds a senior executive position at a major corporation in Fongbei. When Yuan Hua asked my uncle for a favor and was refused, he devised this scheme instead. Originally, Matsushita was meant to pose as the kidnapper and demand ransom from my uncle, while Yuan Hua, playing an impeccably convincing hero, would rescue me. Thus he'd earn my uncle's gratitude and achieve his goal." "Ah, I see." Qin Yu nodded, then asked, "But if he needed a favor from your uncle, why kidnap you? Doesn't your uncle have children of his own?" "Because I was due to take up a post in Songjiang, and having grown up in my uncle's household, I'm practically his own child." Lin Nianlei smiled wryly. "His other children hold prominent positions in society. Yuan Hua likely dared not touch them. So he chose me, the softest target." "Ah, I understand now. Enough about me, tell me about you." Lin Nianlei shrugged off her coat, her cheeks glowing as she gazed at Qin Yu. "Did you come to the 9th district alone?" "What about your family?" At the question, Qin Yu's brow furrowed deeply. "What's wrong?" Lin Nianlei sensed his shift in demeanor and ventured gently, "Did I say something wrong?" "I have no family. During the riots before the 9th district was established, I was abandoned. Some say my parents died. Others claim they fled alone, taking my younger brother with them." Qin Yu's gaze dimmed. "Rumors abound, but after all these years I'd nearly forgotten them." Lin Nianlei stared speechless for a long moment, then murmured awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I assumed." "It's fine, I'm used to it." Qin Yu waved dismissively. Silence settled between them, both bowed their heads, eating quietly, each lost in thought. 20 minutes later, Qin Yu paid the bill and stepped out of the tiny restaurant with Lin Nianlei. Outside, the air was biting, and snowflakes drifted down light and sparse. Lin Nianlei shivered violently, puffing warm breath into her cupped hands. "Do women all have a death wish? Dressing so lightly in this weather, you'll freeze to death before dawn." Qin Yu rolled his eyes, rummaged in his travel bag and pulled out a pair of thick worn sheepskin gloves. "Here, put these on." Lin Nianlei accepted them, then tilted her head up at the tall, broad-shouldered man. "You're surprisingly thoughtful. Reading people, flirting, these are basic survival skills." Qin Yu smirked. "Put. A pair of ragged gloves won't win me over, you're dreaming." Lin Nianlei spat playfully, then slipped the gloves on with delight. "Whoa, so warm." Qin Yu said nothing more, striding forward at a steady pace. Lin Nianlei ran gloved fingers along the icy icicles clinging to windowsills, then suddenly called out, "Big dummy. What? Qin Yu turned. Cheer up. What's done is done, we can't change the past. But living in times like these we must still believe tomorrow holds promise. Standing amid the snow-draped alley, Lin Nianlei spoke with unwavering optimism. At least right now a stunning beauty is walking beside you, what more could you possibly want? Qin Yu stood stunned for a long moment, then smiled warmly. Thank you, beautiful lady. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp they held each other's gaze until Lin Nianlei flustered, broke away and hurried ahead. Stop staring, let's go. Take me home. I'll walk you home, but not for free. Anything interesting happen tonight? Qin Yu asked, trailing behind. Don't flirt, or I'll call your partner. Deep in Tuzha Street, several young men, who'd dined earlier with old Ma, stood huddled outside a storefront speaking in hushed tones. In the distance a bald Russian man swaggered toward them, flanked by 4 youths. Any women around, he bellowed, belching loudly. One of the young men glanced over. How many of you are there? Blind. Can't you count? Snapped a man beside the Russian. Who are you calling blind? Thud. The Russian lunged forward and landed a punch, sending the youth staggering backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, you laid hands on him. A companion rushed to help him up, glaring fiercely, looking for trouble. The Russian shoved his fingers into his mouth and whistled shrilly, then shouted over his shoulder, Ma's men just attacked me. Instantly from a shadowed alley nearby 30 or 40 figures surged forth, brandishing steel pipes and cleavers. A premeditated clash had begun tonight. On his way to Yard No. 88, Qin Yu was engaged in a casual conversation with Lin Nianlei when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Hello. Xiao Wei. A massive brawl has erupted on Tuzha Street, over 100 people armed and clashing. Senior Officer Li himself issued the order all off-duty officers must return immediately to organize arrests and disperse the rioters as swiftly as possible. Xu Wei spoke urgently. Qin Yu paused, startled. I knew the Yuan family wouldn't stay quiet. Fine, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Got it. After exchanging a few more words they ended the call. Qin Yu turned to Lin Nianlei and said, you'll have to walk back yourself, something's gone down on Tuzha Street. I need to get there immediately. Alright, go ahead, I'll head back on my own. Lin Nianlei nodded instantly. Hurry home, it gets dangerous at night. Stay safe. Understood. Go quickly. I'm off. Without further pleasantries Qin Yu turned and sprinted toward the police station, leaving Lin Nianlei behind. Inside the investigation area of Police Division 1. Acting Deputy Captain Lao San convened an emergency meeting for all subunit members except those from Team 3. Beside the workbench Lao San sipped tea, his voice light yet laced with veiled meaning. The commotion on Tuzha Street has grown too large. These drug peddlers fight like rabid dogs, they won't spare you just because you wear a uniform. So once we arrive, act according to the situation. Don't charge blindly into the front line. Understood. Noted. Dozens listened impassively, but each understood perfectly what lay beneath his words. The rioters on Tuzha Street were undoubtedly loyal to the Yuan family, so Lao San was quietly instructing them to deliberately ease up. After 2 terse reminders he set down his cup, stood and signaled briskly, gear up, riot gear, and move out by vehicle. Switch all radios to Division 1's dedicated frequency, I'll call you if anything arises. At his words the officers nodded in unison and dispersed swiftly. En route Qin Yu knew full well that the rioters on Tuzha Street were almost certainly a coalition led by the Yuan and Ma families. He decided to contact Lao Mao to discuss how best to resolve the crisis. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Before he could even dial, his phone rang again. Hello. Qin Yu answered swiftly. Team leader, the entire Division 1 is holding an internal briefing. Everyone's been summoned except us. Team 3, Zhu Wei reported, voice still urgent. So, should we still follow Division 1 tonight? Drive Team 3's vehicle toward my place first, pick me up en route. Understood, Zhu Wei replied without hesitation. Tell our brothers not to worry, Lao San's omission is actually preferable. It saves me from having to watch my back while handling the operation. Remember this, even if Yuan Ku and his men seek revenge, I'll stand before you every time. Qin Yu knew clearly that Zhu Wei, Guanxi and the others in Team 3 had backed him on Tuzha Street, not only out of personal loyalty but chiefly because they recognized the authority behind him. Senior Officer Li. That awareness was why he now reassured Zhu Wei so deliberately, and why inwardly he felt genuine kinship with Team 3. They were in truth his own core cadre, not mere Division 1 personnel. That was also why after he and Lao Mao had extracted 30,000 yuan from old Ma, his first instinct had been to share the spoils with the team. In today's world human relationships are starkly pragmatic. If people choose to support you, you must ensure they're fed and well. Yes sir, I'm on my way now. I'm already halfway there, hurry up. You'll spot me on the roadside. Right. Xu Wei hung up immediately. Qin Yu glanced down at his phone and strode briskly along the frigid street. Just as he reached for the dial pad to call Lao Mao, a subtle prickle ran down his spine. It was an instinct honed over years patrolling the unplanned zone, a visceral automatic awareness. Instantly he whirled around. By the roadside a man wearing a woolen cap and a grimy leather coat walked hurriedly forward, head bowed. Qin Yu glanced once then turned back to his phone. Behind him footsteps grew sharper, faster, closer. Qin Yu spun again, just as the woolen cap man lifted his face and slid his right hand deep into his pocket. They stood roughly 15 meters apart. Qin Yu froze for a breath, then noticed two more men approaching from across the street. A chilling premonition surged through him. Shoo! Without warning, the woolen cap man drew his firearm. Boom, crash. Qin Yu reacted without thought, his body coiled sideways, shoulder leading, legs driving forward as he crashed headlong through the storefront's floor-to-ceiling glass, shattering it like a human projectile, showering the interior with glittering shards. Inside the shop, 3 or 4 women of unremarkable appearance sat chatting softly on a sofa until the explosion shattered their calm and Qin Yu staggered in blood flecking his clothes and glass dust clinging to his coat. Ah! Screams tore through the air. Barefoot or perched precariously on cheap heels or slippers, the women scrambled upstairs clutching their heads. Qin Yu didn't pause, he swept his gaze across the room then bolted for the staircase. Outside, through the jagged ruin of the window, 3 armed assailants stood in the street and opened fire. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire erupted. Blood bloomed across Qin Yu's torso as he staggered upward, stumbling step after step. Go in, kill him. The woolen cap man's voice was ice cold. 2 burly Russian mercenaries kicked open the shop door and charged inside, weapons raised. On the second floor landing, Qin Yu scanned both sides of the corridor, finding no exits, no windows, only sealed rooms. With no time to hesitate, he kicked open the nearest door. Inside, he assessed the space in one swift glance, then leapt nearly a meter high, seized a battered cabinet beside him with his right hand and wrenched it downward with all his strength. Boom, thud. The cabinet toppled sideways. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu shoved it with his shoulder, slamming it against the doorway, barricading himself in. He gasped raggedly, pressing his body against the cabinet, then frantically patted his torso. His right buttock burned with a bullet wound, numbness was already creeping down his lower limbs. No time to waste, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhu Wei. Hello. Get your ass here, now. I'm about to die. His voice was frantic, but his mind remained razor-sharp. I'm on the midsection of Gobi Avenue in an unmarked butcher shop. The front windows shattered. There are 3 hostiles outside, move. In the hallway, the 3 gunmen stormed upward. To Jia Street. Sparked by the Russian man's provocation, the 100-strong brawl had exploded into a chaotic clash involving hundreds. The Ma family showed no hesitation, not even waiting for old Ma's command. Even low and mid-tier foot soldiers starved of business for weeks spontaneously organized a violent, self-interested defensive counterstrike. Scores of fringe figures whose livelihoods depended on the drug trade rushed onto Jia Street, wielding crude weapons and shoddy firearms, and opened fire in broad daylight. Outside the second-floor room, 3 armed men rushed to the door. The man wearing a woolen hat raised his leg and kicked the lock 3 times, yet the door only loosened slightly, its lock dented and warped. He's bracing it from inside. A burly white Russian stood to the left, frost crystallizing on his beard, his gaze fierce as he growled, "Step aside, give me space." At his command, the other 2 swiftly retreated to the sides. Rat-a-tat. Several sharp gunshots echoed, 7 or 8 bullet holes instantly pocked the center of the wooden door. Boom, crash. Another white Russian stomped hard at the cluster of bullet holes. The door shattered outright, splintering into jagged fragments and revealing a gaping breach. Inside, Qin Yu stood behind a heavy cabinet, now wedged between him and the door. When the door exploded inward, he had no time to reach the threshold. 3 rifles thrust through the breach like serpents. Damn it! Qin Yu's eyes burned crimson. Gritting his teeth, he seized the cabinet's edge with both hands and surged upright. He tilted the cabinet forward and drove it straight toward the breach. Gunfire erupted in staccato bursts down the corridor, bullets hammered against the wood with deafening cracks, filling the air with acrid gunpowder smoke. Blood pooled thickly across the floorboards beneath Qin Yu's boots. Bracing his shoulder against the cabinet, he heaved it upright, once more sealing the doorway. Damn it! The woolen hat man cursed, snapping his head around to demand, "Do you have grenades?" "No," the white Russian replied, shaking his head. "Force it open, now." The trio had lost all clear line of sight. Moreover, the cabinet was nearly half a meter thick, hollow at its core, yet reinforced by 2 dense solid wooden panels. Bullets striking the surface ricocheted unpredictably, some pierced clean through while others lodged deep within the rear panel, spent and Summoning every ounce of strength, he leaned into the cabinet with raw, desperate resolve, tall, powerful, unbroken. They rammed relentlessly for 3 or 4 minutes, then abruptly fell silent. Qin Yu's muscles began to betray him. Heavy blood loss from his wounds sent violent vertigo surging through his skull. Yet even as darkness pressed in, he kept his shoulders locked against the cabinet, shaking his head fiercely to stay conscious. Downstairs, the woolen hat man had just retrieved a fire axe from the shop entrance when 2 vehicles screeched toward him at breakneck speed. Screech! Tires screamed against asphalt as 2 police SUVs skidded to a halt at the curb. Shit! The man swore, barking orders. The kid called backup, fall back. The two white Russians bolted from the storefront and opened fire on the approaching SUVs without hesitation. As gunfire erupted, Qin Yu's phone rang. "Hello." Shu Wei's voice crackled over the line. "We've engaged them downstairs. Don't panic, we're coming up now." Hearing those words, Qin Yu's taut nerves finally unraveled, just for an instant. At the intersection of Tuzhou Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police command vehicles halted. 300 officers, clad in tactical gear, armored vests and wielding riot shields, surged out en masse. All units dispersed the crowd per instructions. The deputy police commissioner barked into his radio, sweat glistening on his brow. "Maintain strict proportionality, do not escalate. Avoid inflaming tensions at all costs. Repeat, dispersal is the priority, disperse only." After repeated commands, the 300 officers advanced into Tuzhou Street, shields locked in formation. Their heavy boots pounded across ice-slicked, snow-choked pavement. Within 50 meters of entering the street, they froze, stunned into silence. Gunfire cracked chaotically. Homemade incendiary bottles arced through the air. In the narrow lane, over 1,000 people clashed violently in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Shattered glass littered both sidewalks. Flames licked at doorways. Knives, clubs and bludgeons lay scattered across the ground. Wounded civilians staggered in terror or writhed on the frozen earth, screaming in agony. The scene resembled a war-torn city after a full-scale insurrection. Second unit, advance. Third unit, advance. Public order unit, advance. Over dedicated frequency channels, unit commanders issued rapid-fire orders, and the officers pressed forward once more. "Drop your weapons, kneel where you stand. Hands on your head. Don't move or we open." As officers closed in, their warnings rang out continuously, yet the two warring factions, blood-mad and entrenched in rivalry, ignored every command. Meanwhile, residents inside nearby buildings, secret allies of the Ma family, hurled homemade incendiary devices downward in relentless clattering barrages. Boom! Fire everywhere. Raise shields, the attackers are dropping ordnance from above. With only 300 officers, and under explicit orders to avoid escalation, their hands were tied. They dared not fire indiscriminately. Hesitant and constrained, they were quickly overwhelmed, dispersed by flaming projectiles and surging mobs. When 5 officers from the 3rd unit moved to subdue a hulking man mid-swing, a new group burst from an alley, arms bound with white cloth, and opened fire without warning. One young officer turned away, fell dead on the spot. Deep in Tuzhou Street, a man employed by Yuanhua's pharmaceutical company, flanked by 7 others, had already beaten a 40-something man to death in a filthy, garbage-strewn alley. After slashing the man's throat, he turned and roared, "Tell old Ma, if he doesn't vacate Tuzhou Street within 3 days, his entire family dies here." At the warehouse gate, old Ma tore off his military greatcoat and hurled it onto the ground. Eyes blazing, he snarled, "So you want total annihilation? Fine, then none of us walk away whole. Listen well, all of you. If you still want to eat from the drug trade, grab your weapons and storm the Grand Palace. If we can't hold our ground this time, we're all finished. Let's fucking do it. To the Grand Palace, now." Over 100 low-level enforcers dependent on the drug pipeline roared their allegiance in unison. At Fuyuan intersection, the 300 officers withdrew from Tuzhou Street less than 10 minutes after entering, battered, disorganized, with dozens wounded and 3 dead. Beside the vehicles, the deputy police commissioner's face was ashen as he dialed loudly. "Status report. It's gone critical, far worse than anticipated." Every unit was pushed back the moment they entered, he gasped. "My recommendation. Call the police bureau immediately, we cannot restore order alone." Inside a second-floor suite on Century Boulevard, Yuanhua sat playing mahjong with 3 subsidiary company executives. "This has grown too large, won't it be hard to contain?" The bald, muscular man frowned. "The police bureau's contacts have called repeatedly, and their tone is grave." "Exactly," Yuanhua replied, unruffled. "Only when it hurts will old Ma understand pain. Tell our field operatives if someone falls, I cover the survivor benefits. If arrested, I'll pull strings to get them out. When else should money and influence be used, if not now? I intend to show old Ma plainly, compared to us his stature is pitifully small." "Should you call the police bureau contacts back?" the bald man pressed. "No, I want," Yuanhua retorted coldly. "They're stirring the pot, not helping. They want a cut of the drug profits, then they'd better clean up my mess. Why should I share revenue with someone who refuses to shoulder responsibility? Wait. Let the dust settle first." In the police commission office, Lowly personally dialed old Ma, but the call went unanswered. Enraged, Lowly slammed his fist onto the desk. "Contact the garrison. By God, I refuse to believe a bunch of drug peddlers can operate beyond the law. Per protocol, we must consult the police bureau first," cautioned the political advisor gently. Lowly waved him off sharply. "Yuanhua has connections there, consulting them would add hours to the chain of command. How many more will die in Tuzhou Street before we act? And who bears the blame? Me, always me." The advisor paused, then nodded. "You're right. Call Major Mateo at the garrison, tell him Lowly begs him to deploy troops immediately to quell the riot. Hurry, before it spirals further." The advisor bowed and hurried out. I'll handle it at once. Elsewhere, Zhu Wei extracted the semi-conscious Qin Yu and rushed him straight to the hospital. Director Li possesses a profound understanding of the overall environment of the Black District in Songjiang. Although he usually appears low-key and often prefers to avoid unnecessary troubles with a moderate attitude, his sensitivity to political games surpasses that of many others. After the violent altercation in the earth-ruined street escalated into a collective incident, Director Li's decision to call upon the station troops for assistance was undoubtedly a remarkably sound choice. Given Yuan Hua's strong connections within the police station, if Old Li had chosen to report to the police first, the higher-ups could have delayed him for 2 hours, allowing the situation in earth-ruined street to worsen, potentially leading him to bear a significant burden. Since the Black District falls under his jurisdiction, he would undoubtedly bear primary responsibility for such a major issue. Mateo, a soldier from the station troops, had some private dealings with Old Li, so when he received the call he did not hesitate and dispatched 2 battalions within half an hour. These soldiers are different from the police. They are seasoned military personnel experienced in multiple military conflicts and riots, thus they act decisively and resolutely in such situations. Once over 1,000 armed soldiers stormed into earth-ruined street in armored vehicles, the situation was instantly turned on its head. No matter how fierce, wealthy or ruthless the drug trafficking gang was, they could not stand against the armed forces under the government's control. Thus, upon witnessing the soldiers' willingness to fire, the gang members scattered immediately. Even Old Ma, who originally intended to head to the Grand Palace, was promptly whisked away by his subordinates. The remaining matters became much simpler since the disturbance had escalated to such proportions the authorities had to impose severe penalties to account to the public. Thus the soldiers began to organize and plan mass arrests of the leading instigators in batches. In an instant, no one dared to confront the police on earth-ruined street. Only the fleeing members of the drug trafficking gang remained. Inside the second floor of Century Avenue. As Yuan Hua was about to inquire about the situation on earth-ruined street, a subordinate rushed in and said urgently, "Brother Hua, the station troops suddenly entered the street without any warning and opened fire. The 2 families have already dispersed, but many of our brothers have been detained. Dozens have been arrested at the Guangfu-Yuan intersection. The station troops have arrived." Yuan Hua was taken aback. Yes, there was no prior indication at all. We all thought Old Li would report to the police and wait for support. But unexpectedly he contacted the station troops. The subordinate replied softly. Yuan Hua, hearing this, furrowed his brows, discarded the mahjong, lit a cigarette and said hoarsely, "Old Li has kept many cards close to his chest. I had no idea he had connections with the station troops." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Now that the station troops have shown themselves, there's no need to continue the operation. Yuan Hua immediately ordered, "Have those working below disperse quickly. The leaders should stay in the new district for a while." Understood. The subordinate nodded and quickly added, "Also 3 gang members from outside the district have cornered Qin Yu, but this guy has some sense and refuses to come out of a butcher shop." After a while, a few police officers under Qin Yu arrived. The plan didn't work out, but Qin Yu should be injured. He's an insignificant character, but in the matter concerning Qilin, he has embarrassed us. If we don't deal with him harshly, the people from Old Li's side won't be intimidated. Yuan Hua took a drag on his cigarette and said, "But for now let's not touch him. He's panicked and still connected to Old Li. He will definitely be on guard from now on. Let's wait a bit before taking action." "Got it. You may go." Yuan Hua instructed. The subordinate picked up his phone and walked to the window to dial a contact within the police station. A few seconds later the call connected. "What are you doing causing such a commotion? If the supply channels aren't secured, Old Ma will need to connect with this route in the future. What kind of loss are we looking at? If we don't act now, are we nurturing a tiger to trouble us?" Yuan Hua replied with a light laugh. "But it can't be handled like this. The pressure on the police station will be immense. Didn't the station troops go in?" Yuan Hua replied calmly, "The people that need to be captured, haven't they already been apprehended?" The other party fell silent. "Wangshu, my people have been arrested. We can hold off on operations for now. I will cooperate with how the higher-ups decide to handle this, but we need to make Old Ma feel the pain." Yuan Hua said with a grim look, "Since things have escalated to this extent, we must strike decisively. I will apply pressure on the police chief of the Black District." The other party replied in a low voice, "You all should provide what you can. It would be best to pin the blame on Old Ma." "Haha, I can do that." Yuan Hua nodded. The Ma family holds significant influence and a larger number of members within the Black District, particularly in the earth-ruined street area, possibly even surpassing the Yuan family. However, after this violent clash, they have been utterly defeated. Why is that? Because the interest group led by Yuan Hua has reached a level where they can sit at the same table with the upper echelons for meals and discussions, while Old Ma does not have that capability. The Ma family sells drugs on earth-ruined street at significantly lower prices than hospitals and designated pharmacies, at least 70% cheaper, allowing them to rapidly gain a foothold and establish a reputation and influence in the area. Those who cannot afford medicine, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the impoverished brothers who suffer from severe illnesses due to environmental changes, remember their good deeds, which is why they are willing to help at critical moments. Yet in the face of political relations, this is utterly powerless. Sometimes the words of 10,000 people may not carry as much weight as the flatulence of a high-ranking official at a banquet. During the closed-door meeting the next day, Director Wu from the police station simply stated investigate the Ma family's drug trafficking gang rigorously. The senior officials of various functional departments could only strictly implement the leader's intentions, beginning to aggressively arrest members of the Ma family who were merely forced to retaliate the previous night. Although all the individuals from Yuan Hua's company were thrown into prison, those high-ranking members who had dodged the situation continued to flaunt their presence in various public venues. But could the Ma family do the same? No, they could not. After acting recklessly, they could only escape in a disheveled manner to avoid the impending crackdown. In less than 12 hours, over 10 high-ranking members responsible for drug distribution from the Ma family were swept into custody by the police chiefs of various districts in Songjiang. Coupled with the dozens captured on site the previous night, their team was shattered overnight. The following evening, Old Ma made a phone call to Old Cat, succinctly stating regarding Damon and Xiaoer, you all take care of it, I cannot make an appearance right now. Old Cat, sitting in a hospital chair, responded helplessly, you cannot appear, a directive just came down today stating you are the one the police specifically want to question in person. What does Old Li mean? Old Ma asked. He's powerless in this matter. You all have made quite the ruckus. Old Cat frowned and replied he has also faced a lot of negative fallout. Alright, I understand. Old Ma did not continue to press Old Li for help but calmly stated, I'll take this loss. Yes, for now. As the conversation ended, the two hung up. At 9 that evening, Director Li, exhausted after a day of meetings, asked in the car, where's Qin Yu? In the hospital. Let's go see him, Director Li replied, panting, I need to speak with him. Inside the hospital, Qin Yu had just recovered from the effects of the anesthetic, looking rather weak as he lay in bed, his pale face letting out a long sigh as he said, ah damn it, Yuan Hua really knows how to pick on the soft targets. Old Li definitely wouldn't dare to act, and he feared provoking Old Li completely, so he just took all his anger out on me, trying to kill me. Old Cat looked at Qin Yu with guilt, replying softly, it's also my fault, I didn't consider much back then and insisted on bringing you in. Looking back now, your initial choice to not help Qi Lin was actually the right one. I have Old Li behind me and he wouldn't dare do anything to me but you. The deed is done, what good is it to say those things now? Qin Yu touched the bandage on his backside, gritting his teeth and cursing, if we can't win we should at least be on guard. It's fine, we'll take turns looking after you during this time. Shu Wei interjected from the window, with the situation in Tuchiji being so serious the people on the streets are being watched, so he probably won't dare to act again. Thanks Xiao Wei, Guanxi, you saved my life. Qin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need to mention that, Guanxi said, baring his teeth and waving his hand, just focus on recovering. While everyone was chatting, the door to the ward was pushed open and Old Li stepped in. Director Li. Everyone stood up, paying their respects and greeting him. Old Li glanced over the group and waved, saying, Old Cat stays, you all go out and take a stroll. I need to speak with him privately for a moment. All right. You all chat. Zhu Wei and Guanxi replied and promptly left the ward. Director. Qin Yu propped himself up on the bed, trying to sit up straight. Lie down, lie down. Old Li walked to the bedside, patted Qin Yu's shoulder and took the chair Old Cat had brought, frowning as he said, the situation isn't looking too optimistic. It must be quite tough today, huh? Old Cat asked, standing nearby. It's more than just. Old Li lit a cigarette, his expression serious as he continued, last night over 30 corpses were brought out from Tuchiji and hundreds were injured. Today the media is swarming like flies at the police station, preparing for follow-up reports. If it weren't for the police fearing a scandal, I bet the media from the capital would have reported it too. Old Cat and Qin Yu felt a sense of uncertainty upon hearing this. Fortunately, the garrison arrived quickly, otherwise if the situation escalated further, causing thousands to clash or a riot of tens of thousands, I would definitely be dismissed today or even prosecuted for responsibility. Old Li, looking exhausted, took a drag from his cigarette and continued in a hoarse voice, tomorrow I plan to make a trip to Fongbei to see my former teacher. Qin Yu listened quietly, not interrupting. But a teacher is a teacher and relationships are relationships. If I want someone up top to help me speak out against Yuan Hua and the others, I need to offer them some vested interests in return. Old Li added steadily, whether I take something or how much I take is actually a minor issue, the main thing is how to convince those above that there is profit to be made in this incident. What do you mean? Qin Yu asked tentatively. With the Ma family taken down like this, they basically have no strength left in the black market. But if I don't help them back up, how can I satisfy the interests of the upper echelons? Can I afford to dig into my own pockets? Old Li looked at Qin Yu and said, thus the key point of the matter still lies with the Ma family. Only if they can get the drug trade back on track can we hope to compete with Yuan Hua on the ground. Once there is profit, the connections will naturally follow. I understand what you mean, Qin Yu nodded. The supply channels on the Ma family side have already been cut off. Old Cat pondered for a moment, frowning as he interjected, once Along is dead they can't get any supplies. Even if he could gather a team, there wouldn't be any business left to do. That's exactly what I'm saying. Old Li fixed his gaze on Qin Yu and said, find a way to contact Qi Lin, we must find Along's supply channels from before his death no matter what. As long as there is a supply source, the Ma family can continue doing business and generate substantial profits. Only then can I establish connections with the upper echelons and they will be willing to help us. Yes, the supply source is the core of the matter. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Yuan Hua is targeting the Ma family precisely because they can obtain drugs at a low cost but with high quality. Exactly, Old Li nodded. But Qi Lin mentioned to me that Along did leave him a contact but he couldn't find it at the time. Qin Yu felt a bit anxious. Old Li smoking squinted at Qin Yu and asked, do you realize the seriousness of the situation now? Qin Yu was taken aback. That night when you were trying to protect Qi Lin and Tuchiji, I was also forced to take a stand. This not only offended Yuan Hua but also the vested interests behind him. So if we can't consolidate our relationships through the drug trade to confront the Yuan family, and there's retaliation is only a matter of time. Old Li said with a very serious expression. At that point, whether I am still the director is uncertain and whether you can survive in District 9 is also questionable. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instantly understood Old Li's meaning. If the drug trade line is not re-established, not only would Old Li struggle to protect himself but Qin Yu himself could also be in danger. I'll be clear with you, we must re-establish Alon's supply channels. Otherwise you should leave District 9 as soon as possible. Old Li quietly reminded him, if Yuan Hua wants to retaliate he won't care whether you are a police officer or not. Qin Yu pondered for a long time before saying, I need to return to the planning area and speak with Qi Lin personally. You should rest for a while. As soon as you're able to move, go handle this matter right away. Old Li stood up and said, I will also head to Feng Bei tomorrow to test the waters with my teacher. I understand, Director. Additionally, Old Ma must be kept hidden. The police department has completed the evidence chain and his arrest warrant is already on my desk. Old Li once again cautioned. After pondering for a moment, Old Cat immediately asked, what about Ma Lao Er and De Min? I promised Old Ma's head I would take care of this. At this juncture, how could we possibly operate to get them out? Just wait. Old Li threw down that sentence and turned to leave. In the ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, Qin Yu looked up at the ceiling with a sense of melancholy and unease, letting out a long sigh. I thought the planning area was complicated, but I didn't expect the real dog place is the seemingly safer District 9. I'm a bit regretful for putting you in this position, Old Cat said, genuinely uncomfortable. Qin Yu licked his lips and replied, my personality is such that once something is done I won't regret it. Don't keep saying that, it annoys me. Old Cat contemplated for a moment, looking at Qin Yu, and said, this time you return to the planning area, I'll go with you. Old Li won't allow you to go. Qin Yu smiled. If I were someone who hides when trouble arises, I wouldn't have helped Qi Lin in the first place. Old Cat replied without hesitation, no more talk, this time I will go with you. Qin Yu looked at Old Cat and smiled widely. In the planning area. Qi Lin, leaning on a crutch, stepped into a dilapidated room and looked up to see his mother sorting through a bundle. Mom, what are you doing? Just packing some clothes. The elderly lady sat on the cold bed and pulled out a black leather bag from the bundle. Qi Lin was taken aback by the black leather bag, frowning as he asked, Mom, what's with this bag? The bullet that struck Qin Yu fortunately missed his pelvis, yet even so he remained confined to bed for over 20 days before fully recovering. During this time, Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, Guanxi and the others never returned home, working at the precinct by day and keeping vigil at the hospital by night, fearing that the Yuan family might deliver a final fatal blow. Fortunately, after the 1,000-person armed clash on Tuza Street, even the Yuan family's connections within the police department grew wary of further escalation and quietly suppressed the matter. Meanwhile, the Ma family suffered heavy losses, numerous key members were arrested and their organization dismantled, ushering in an unprecedented period of calm across Songjiang. The Yuan family ceased open hostilities, instead operating covertly to re-establish distribution channels for their long-stagnant narcotics. Meanwhile, after being placed under warrant, Old Ma vanished with his remaining core operatives, leaving no trace. Yet this surface tranquility did not easily seize or Qin Yu's vigilance. They knew full well the Yuan family's restraint was merely strategic, a temporary retreat to honor the precinct's authority and avoid drawing greater scrutiny. The deaths of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu, along with the heavy toll exacted upon the Yuan faction during their purge of the Ma family on Tuza Street, had forged an irreconcilable rift. Retaliation from Yuan Hua was inevitable, it was only a question of when. As soon as Qin Yu regained his strength, he reported immediately to the precinct and held a private meeting with Li Si. Inside the office, Li Si asked urgently, have you reached Qi Lin? Qin Yu shook his head. He left in haste, the phone he used at the precinct is certainly unusable now, so I haven't located him yet. Wasn't it you who arranged his accommodation in the pending planning zone? Lao Li asked curiously. Can't you simply call your friend to reach him? My friend escorted Qi Lin there, then departed on urgent business and won't return for now, Qin Yu replied softly. No matter, it's fine. I know exactly where he is, I'll go find him directly. Act swiftly, Lao Li murmured. I've concluded discussions with our mentor. Once the supply channel is secured, everything else falls into place. I'm prepared to go, but how do I explain my absence to the precinct? Qin Yu asked cautiously. Lao Li smiled faintly. I've already handled it internally, you're officially assigned to a 2-week training program in Feng Bei. The justification is straightforward: your recent neutralization of Matsushita makes promotion to second-class officer and formal appointment as team leader imminent. By protocol, the precinct has approved your professional development leave. Shall I submit a formal report to the team? No need, the paperwork is complete. Simply let word spread among your unit before you depart. Understood. Qin Yu nodded. Xiaoyu, you're fully aware of how grave this situation truly is. Lally sighed deeply, his brow furrowed as he fixed Qin Yu with a solemn gaze. Whether I retain this position or whether you can remain rooted in Songjiang hinges entirely upon this one endeavor. Qin Yu rose, his expression resolute. I will spare no effort to see this through. Go then, Lally said, nodding slowly as he watched him depart. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at Team 3, the unit recently sidelined by Team 1, and summoned Guan Qizhuwei and the Taiji brothers for a brief briefing. I'll be away for half a month. Until then, you'll temporarily join Team 3's investigations. I've already coordinated with them. Regardless of what lies ahead, you each have a secure assignment. Seated calmly, Qin Yu smiled warmly. I've been in Songjiang for some time now, and frankly I'm deeply grateful you all stood by me, an outsider, at such a critical juncture. If, by some grace, we survive this trial, then whatever I attain you shall share in equally. Guan Qi scratched his nose and chuckled. Truth be told, we were never pivotal figures in Team 1. Zhu Wei's repeated bids for promotion to team leader were met with deliberate silence from Yuan Ku. So for minor players like us with limited upward mobility, loyalty follows comfort. We stand where we feel most at ease. Precisely, Zhu Wei affirmed. Our allegiance is already pledged, there's no undoing it. And bluntly speaking, even if Lally ultimately falters, I'll simply resign from the precinct altogether. I doubt Yuan Ku would dispatch assassins to eliminate a low-ranking officer like me, especially after I openly challenged him on Tuza Street. Don't worry, Captain, we're seasoned veterans of the precinct. We know precisely how to navigate their terrain. Guan Qi reassured him once more. Just focus on your mission, leave the rest to us. In truth, everyone present understood Qin Yu's leave bore no relation to training in Feng Bei. It was a special assignment orchestrated by Lao Li, and thus their words carried quiet, unwavering support. Thank you for your trust, Qin Yu said, rising and clapping Zhu Wei firmly on the shoulder. I entrust the team's affairs to you during my absence. Handle what you can independently. For matters beyond your scope, consult Team 3's captain privately. He and Lao Mao share a deep bond. Understood. Understood. A chorus of affirmations rose as all stood. Then wish me fair winds and following seas. Qin Yu grinned, extending his palm. One by one they placed their hands atop his, shouting in unison, fair winds and following seas. That afternoon, along the road leading to Compound No. 88. Qin Yu glanced sideways at Lao Mao. Did you or did you not tell Lao Li you'd accompany me to the pending planning zone? Oh, I forgot. Lao Mao, nursing a cold, snuffled incessantly, his demeanor oddly dazed and vacant. Are you mentally impaired? Lao Li clearly didn't want you going, so why didn't you inform him in advance? Now that you've suddenly joined me, he'll inevitably suspect I coerced you into it. Qin Yu exploded in exasperation. Relax. Lao Mao scoffed, spat casually, and pulled out his phone to dial Lao Li. After several seconds, hello. I'm accompanying Qin Yu to the pending planning zone, Lao Mao declared without preamble. Director Li froze for 3 or 4 full seconds before erupting. What the hell are you doing there? For fun. Are you insane? That place is even more lawless than Tuza Street. What possible reason could you have for going? Get back here, now. Though normally composed and dignified, exuding quiet authority the moment he sat down, Lao Li invariably lost composure whenever confronted with Li Fugui's reckless unpredictability. I'm not seeking your permission, I'm notifying you. Your official leave request will arrive shortly. I'm ordering you back. Stop yelling, I have a short fuse. Push me too far and I'll slit my wrists mid-journey. Lao Mao had long since abandoned rational speech. Go ahead and die. Drop dead right then and there. Lao Li trembled with fury. You're utterly incorrigible, what on earth are you thinking? Fine, I'll stop teasing. Who's teasing you? Qin Yu going alone is too precarious. If trouble arises, he'll struggle to resolve it. My presence ensures sound counsel. Please, don't offer counsel. At this rate, Qin Yu will end up dead by your hand. Lao Li roared helplessly. Return to the precinct immediately. That's settled, I'm going. Don't panic at home. This supply channel operation carries slimmest hope, but I swear I'll stake my life to secure it. Lao Mao delivered the vow with characteristic nonchalance. Hearing it, Lao Li fell silent, his anger dissolving into stunned stillness. Call if anything arises. Lao Mao hung up without reply. On the road, Qin Yu glanced amiably at Lao Mao. Outwardly you seem quietly resentful toward Lao Li, but inwardly, you cared deeply for him. Care. I'm just terrified he'll lose his post and then I'll lose my free reign at the precinct. Lao Mao shot back with a sidelong glance. Let's go, no more dawdling. They returned to Compound No. 88, packed their essentials, locked the door and stepped out. Along the way Qin Yu glanced toward Lin Yanlei's room, its door tightly shut, its occupant absent. Why are you staring at my fiancé's door? Lao Mao squinted. Show some decency, Lin Yanlei herself told me she'd only consent to being your mother. Qin Yu swore under his breath. Get lost. Lao Mao ground his teeth. Tell me honestly, do you harbor feelings for Lei Lei? Enough talk. Qin Yu quickened his pace. At 8:30 p.m. a military transport vehicle departed compound No. 88 carrying Lao Mao and Qin Yu toward the pending planning zone, a district even more volatile than Tuza Street. Upon exiting the 9th district, the old cat immediately felt the temperature outside drop once again. He sat in the truck bed draped in 3 or 4 military coats and lifted the cotton curtain to peek outside, saying, "It must be over -40 degrees, right?" "Yeah, about that." Qin Yu rubbed his hands together from time to time, responding softly, "Don't just sit there, get up and move around a bit, warm your body up." "Hey, did you come here by car too?" the old cat casually asked. "I took a ride part of the way, the rest was on foot." "You really are a soldier." The old cat was speechless. After driving for about 5 hours on the snow-covered road, the car finally stopped at a small military supply station. The two of them then got out to pay and took a nearly worn-out gas off-road vehicle back on the road. Due to the extremely harsh environment here, pure electric vehicles or hybrid cars were too unstable and simply couldn't handle long distances in this kind of temperature. The gasoline off-road vehicle was arranged through connections bi-directorally, although it was almost scrap, it still cost a lot of money. Fortunately, the heating inside worked and the off-road capability was relatively intact, making it quite durable. On the road, the old cat scanned the snow-covered landscape like a curious child, his face showing intrigue as he pointed at a few large iron structures several kilometers away, asking, "What are those for?" "Marking towers," Qin Yu replied casually. "You can't see them in the dark, there are iron nets under the towers." "Marking what?" "Nuclear missile," Qin Yu explained blandly. After the calamity occurred, the government built a large number of defensive structures, but they ultimately all failed. Many of the buildings there had nuclear facilities. When the disaster struck, an engineering explosion left behind vast radiation zones. The tower was built to remind people in the planned area not to enter. They also did their part, the old cat sighed. Qin Yu, driving the car, asked out of boredom, "What is your relationship with Old Li exactly?" The old cat was taken aback. "What's wrong, can't you say?" Qin Yu laughed, "Then I won't ask. It's not that I can't say anything." The old cat pulled out an e-cigarette and turned to Qin Yu, saying, "Old Li is my uncle, he joined the police after my father. In a certain incident my father died for Old Li, so my feelings towards him are somewhat conflicted. It's a lie to say I don't hate him, but Old Li has treated me particularly well over the years. I keep forcing myself not to think about the past, but as a son, I just can't forget." Qin Yu was silent for a long time, then said, "You're much better off than me, at least you have a relative who treats you well to hate." "I don't even have that." The old cat took a puff of smoke, not responding. "Do you know what happened between your father and Old Li?" Qin Yu asked again. "I heard from others that Old Li made a mistake and my father took the blame and died." "Has Old Li ever explained it to you?" "No, he never brings it up. When I was younger I often intentionally got angry to steer the conversation that way, but he just wouldn't engage." The old cat stared blankly out the window, saying, "Perhaps he also feels uncomfortable thinking about it." "Old cat, the kindness Director Li has shown you is well observed by everyone in the police department. What happened in the past is over, you keep dwelling on it and it doesn't really change anything except add to the conflict between you and Old Li." Qin Yu gently advised, "How many brothers would intentionally harm their own siblings? Moreover, what you know is all hearsay, the truth might be completely different from what you think, right?" The old cat hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Alright, let's talk about something happier. When are you planning to get married?" "With whom?" "With Lei Lei." The old cat got inexplicably excited when it came to matters between men and women. "Can you have some shame?" "I've already said." Just as Qin Yu was about to curse, he suddenly saw a group of people in thick cotton clothes rush out from a cluster of dilapidated buildings ahead, immediately shouting, "Old cat, grab the gun quick." "What's going on?" The old cat immediately sat up straight. Ahead, a dozen people stood in a row blocking the road. Qin Yu did not drive close but stopped over 20 meters away. "What do you want?" Qin Yu rolled down the window, shouting against the wind and snow. "Brother, give us some food, we're starving to death." Two men walked out from the crowd. Qin Yu shouted, "Can't you see this is a military vehicle? There's no food, get the hell out of here. If you don't have food, give us some gasoline, clothes or money." The two men continued to move forward. The old cat sitting in the car looked at the group and saw they were frostbitten with children and the elderly among them, and his heart softened. "Let's give them something." Qin Yu, however, was completely different from his earlier state in the 9th district. His face was cold as he shouted again, "I'll say it one more time, get the hell out of here." "Damn, so aggressive. If you don't give us anything, we won't leave." The two men stopped advancing upon hearing Qin Yu's words. Qin Yu shifted gears, abruptly stepping on the accelerator, driving straight towards the crowd. Holy shit! The old cat exclaimed, grabbing Qin Yu's arm, shouting, if they don't give, then just let it go, don't hit them. Seeing the car coming, the crowd immediately dispersed. Qin Yu didn't have time to explain to the old cat. He quickly grabbed his gun and fired at the center of the crowd. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted and the crowd scattered once again. Qin Yu turned the steering wheel with his left hand, driving the car into the deep snow, flooring the accelerator, specifically targeting the shining hard ground of the snow. After a few seconds, a group of 30 or so people rushed out from the dilapidated buildings, again firing at them across the open field. Fortunately, Qin Yu reacted quickly and managed to escape by taking a detour. The old cat sat in the car, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, looking back in shock and cursing, holy shit, these people don't want food, they want to rob us. If I had parked the car closer, they would have stripped us of our clothes and left us to freeze to death here, Qin Yu said expressionlessly. The people here are not human anymore. We're driving a military vehicle. Are they really that bold to rob us? Do you know what this place is called? Qin Yu turned his head to ask. No idea. The old cat shook his head. This is called Sangkanzi. 3 years ago, 10 military grain trucks from the North District passed through here and were completely robbed. The military commander was furious and ordered 3 battalions, over 1,000 men, to exterminate the bandits. But those 1,000 men rushed into Sangkanzi, and in less than a day almost all were wiped out. In the end, only about 300 managed to escape. Qin Yu pointed to the sides of the road they had just passed, saying, if you dig with a crowbar into the snow now, you might just unearth a body. The old cat stared blankly for a long time before suddenly asking, dude, have you ever robbed grain in Sangkanzi? Qin Yu listened to the old cat's words, chuckling lightly as he replied, I haven't robbed anyone, I have built my reputation here. The old cat chuckled nervously in response. The two exchanged glances for a while before Qin Yu sighed and added, I'm human too, I need to eat. The old cat nodded, slightly taken aback, and said, I understand. After driving for another 10 hours, they finally arrived at the planning area near the south. The temperature here was slightly warmer, not as cold as the north. The place where Qilin was hiding was called Feng'an, situated in the plains and backed by mountains, not along the main highway. Many people often formed groups to hunt in the mountains. On one hand, it was for personal use, and on the other hand, some would ask others to transport goods to the special zone for a little money, so the environment and security were somewhat better than over at Sangkanzi. Qin Yu had not spent much time around Feng'an before, as the people here were very exclusive. 100 people might be able to consume the resources of the mountains, but if 200, 300 or even more people lived here, then there might not be enough for everyone, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to establish themselves. However, even though Qin Yu had not stayed here, a friend of his had lived here for some time and held a certain status, which was why he decided to settle Qilin here. The car stopped in front of a simple house made of wooden planks and mud, and the old cat and Qin Yu got out. Wow, is this place even livable? The old cat looked at the crooked house and the bare wasteland around it, shaking his head in disbelief. In comparison, District 9 feels like paradise. I finally understand why you were able to settle down in Songjiang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can make it anywhere. When you meet Qilin, don't say anything foolish. He's already in a bad mood. If you start blabbering, it will only make him feel worse, Qin Yu cautioned. No worries, if I don't curse at him for 3 days, he'll start getting restless, the old cat replied nonchalantly. You're just asking for it, Qin Yu chuckled helplessly and stepped toward the house. Squeak. The door creaked open first, and Qilin, hearing the sound of the car, walked out, staring blankly at the two. The old cat stepped forward and slapped Qilin on the head, shouting, Hey bro, did you miss me? What are you two doing here? Qilin stammered. We have something to discuss with you, but since we couldn't reach you, we had no choice but to come and check on you. The old cat tossed in a remark and stepped inside, shouting, Mom Xiaoyu. His sister Qi Yu came out from the room, politely calling brother cat. Wow, looks like my sister has grown up. You're looking so plump. The old cat was someone who could joke with anyone, and his words were quite casual. Is that you, old cat? Mom called from inside the house. The old cat, hearing her voice, handed a large bag of food he and Qin Yu had bought to Qi Yu, smiling as he said, All for you. There are more snacks and new clothes in the car, I'll bring them later. Thank you, brother, Qi Yu said, taking the heavy bag with a beaming smile, leading the old cat into the inner room with her guide stick. The old cat sat on the Kong and asked with a smile, How is your health, Mom? Pretty good, pretty good. As long as you're doing well, that's what matters. You should smoke less. Live a few more years. I'm about to become the chief of the police station, and when I do, I'll bring you and Qilin back to enjoy life. The old cat chatted casually with the elderly woman. Meanwhile, in another room, Qilin invited Qin Yu to sit on the cold bed, smiling as he said, Let me get you some water. No need, Qin Yu waved his hand. You sit down. Qilin complied and took a seat beside him. How's your injury? Are you feeling better? I'm all healed up, Qilin replied, moving his limbs and expressing gratitude. Thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have died here. There are no medicines here. He arranged for someone to deliver them and even secured this room for me. As long as you're fine, Qin Yu smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, Qilin leaned forward and quietly asked, after I left, did the Yuan family cause any trouble? Yeah, things aren't looking good, Qin Yu nodded. A lot has happened recently. The old cat and I came here because we were forced into a corner and wanted to ask you about the situation. What happened? Think carefully. Before Along had his accident, did he mention anything else to you apart from the package he handed over? Including friends he knew outside brothers and any interpersonal relationships you might be aware of. Qin Yu spoke quickly. To be honest, the Ma family is facing severe issues right now, and Li Si has also been forced to take sides because of your situation. Yuan Hua hasn't retaliated yet, only because he stirred up a huge commotion on Tuza Street some time ago and needs to lay low for a while. But he will definitely continue to cause trouble later. And with no supply channels, Li Si can't connect with strong allies, nor can he help old Ma get back on his feet. So the old cat and I came here to ask about the supply channels. After listening to Qin Yu's detailed explanation, Qilin stared blankly at the ground and said nothing. What's wrong? Noticing something was off, Qin Yu quickly inquired. Qilin remained silent for a long time before suddenly standing up, bending down to lift up the bedsheet and quietly pulling out a black leather bag from underneath. Qin Yu was taken aback. What's this about? Open the bag and take a look. Qilin tossed the bag to Qin Yu. Hearing this, Qin Yu opened the leather bag, looked inside and pulled out a notebook. Qilin sat back on the bed, rubbing his face in frustration, saying, this bag was left for me by my brother. Before he left, he told me there was a contact inside and that when I was at my wit's end I should find this person. At that time, I was worried about him, and since I still had a job at the police station, I wasn't desperate enough to take it seriously, so I ignored it. Later, when my brother was gone, Yuanka forced me to ask about supply channels, and that's when I remembered this bag. But I had given this bag to Bella when I went back to retrieve it. I happened to catch her with the tiger in a compromising situation. I got furious and she might have been scared, so she said she'd thrown the bag away. So I thought it was lost. But unexpectedly, when my mom, little sister, and I escaped here, I found this bag with my mom. Qilin turned his head and smiled, saying, this bag wasn't thrown away by Bella, it's just that my mom is meticulous and used it to pack her things. And that night when I told her and my little sister that we had to run, she packed a lot of luggage and this bag was included. Qin Yu listened in silence. What is fate? This is fate, my fate. Qilin's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of rage as he coldly remarked with irony, when I desperately searched for this bag I thought it was lost. But when I killed someone, lost my job, got injured and fled with my family, it appeared on its own. You tell me. Does heaven have enough mercy for me? He. Qin Yu looked at Qilin, suddenly feeling that while his appearance remained the same, he had undergone an indescribable transformation. I looked at the notebook. There's only one page with writing, which is a contact. Qilin turned to Qin Yu and said, but I can't make calls from here. You arriving is perfect. Let's find this friend of my brother's and we must establish a connection for the supply channels. What do you mean? In the past I looked down on my brother, thinking he was irresponsible and only lived for himself, Qilin said with a smile, his words clear. But now I want to walk the same path as him. The work he did before, I'll take it on now. After dark, Qin Yu and old cat accompanied Qilin's family for dinner, continually reassuring Qi's mother that once the situation calmed down they would find a way to help Qilin return to the 9th district as a police officer. At this moment the elderly lady was still unaware that Along had already died, nor did she dare to hope that her son could become wealthy and prosperous in the future. In her heart she only wished to return to her previous life where her children had jobs and food to eat, so that even if she closed her eyes one day she would feel at ease. However, both Qin Yu and old cat were well aware that as long as the Yuan family remained intact and Qilin's status did not change, qualitatively wanting to return to the 9th district to continue as a police officer was nothing short of a pipe dream. After dinner the three brothers went to Qilin's room, where old cat closed the door securely and took out an old phone from his pocket. This phone uses a virtual card and the service provider is a small company from Fengbei, old cat said as he handed the phone to Qilin. Use this to contact your brother's friend. Okay. Qilin took the phone and, glancing at the contact information in his notebook, decisively dialed the number. After a few seconds Qilin shook his head. It's unreachable, it shows powered off. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, his expression grim as he analyzed. It's possible that your brother's friend heard the news from Songjiang and knows something happened to your brother, so this number might be out of service. Damn, if that's the case, aren't we done for? Old cat exclaimed nervously. Xiao Lin, send a text to this number. Qin Yu took out his e-cigarette and instructed, be direct and tell him that Along is passed, but you are his younger brother and you can't stay in the 9th district anymore, which is why you're contacting him. Will that make him panic? Qilin frowned and asked. Lying won't help. Qin Yu insisted, there's been a big commotion in Songjiang, your brother's friend has definitely heard something, so being honest will come off as sincere. All right. Qilin stopped arguing, lowered his head to edit a text and sent it to the number. Qin Yu took a puff from his e-cigarette and sighed, now it's all up to fate. If your brother's friend has already panicked and changed his number, then our chances of finding him are slim. But if he is still assessing the situation, he should give us a call. Old cat clasped his hands together and sighed, oh Buddha, please open your eyes. If we can successfully receive Along's friend's call, I'm willing to let Yuan die. 2 full days passed and the three brothers still hadn't received any response from Along's friend, leaving them utterly uncertain. Inside the house, old Cat, who usually acted carefree, now wore a worried expression as he walked with his hands behind his back, saying, "I think this matter is hopeless. If he still uses this phone, then after 2 days without a response the other party should have reacted." "Yes," Qilin replied, sitting on the bed with a furrowed brow. "The lack of response likely means the phone is no longer in use." Qin Yu fell silent. "If that's the case, we're in serious trouble. I might not be able to return to Songjiang. You're still safe, at least Old Li is protecting you and Yuan Ko won't move against you for a while." Qin Yu looked up and replied, "But I'm completely finished. The drug line won't connect. At most I have 2 or 3 months and they'll definitely come for me." The three of them fell into anxious silence at this point. Ding ding. Just as he finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. The three of them perked up and Qin Yu immediately asked Old Cat, "Is it yours?" Old Cat was stunned for half a second, then pulled out his phone from his right pocket, his face filled with delight as he responded, "Yes, it's a new number." "Damn it, let Qilin answer it quickly." Qin Yu was overly excited and urged him to hurry. Qilin also showed a joyful expression, reaching out to take the phone and exclaiming, "I knew it, heaven has made things hard enough for me, it must leave me a glimmer of hope." Saying that, Qilin pressed the answer button. "Hello." A deep male voice came through the phone. The other party did not respond upon hearing Qilin's voice. "You don't need to think too much, I'm Along's brother." Qilin, fearing the caller would hang up, quickly added, "I've only used this number once and haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are. How do I prove you're Along's brother?" The other party finally spoke again. "My name is Qilin and I have an elderly mother and a younger sister. My brother Along left home 2 years ago and hasn't contacted us in between." Qilin detailed his brother's situation. "He has a scar on his right shoulder blade and has a habit of resting one foot on the stool." After hearing this, the other party remained silent for a moment before responding, "Along is dead, why are you contacting me? Before he left he gave me your contact information, telling me to find you when I was in dire straits." Qilin replied honestly, "I'm in dire straits right now. Along is dead and his subordinates have also been captured." The other party spoke cautiously, "I might also be in trouble in Songjiang and I really can't take care of anyone else, you'll have to fend for yourself." "Big brother, wait a moment." Seeing that the other party was about to hang up, Qilin immediately shouted, "I'm not looking for asylum, I want to discuss business." "What business?" "The business my brother was doing with you before." The other party paused for a moment, then sneered, "Hee hee, your brother mentioned you to me. In this line of work your temperament is unsuitable." "Not necessarily," Qilin replied forcefully. "Before I left Songjiang I shot on Century Avenue, killed a tiger, took down Yuan Wei and single-handedly rescued my sister. My brother didn't have these capabilities while he was alive, did he?" After hearing this, the other party fell silent for a long time before asking, "In drug dealing courage is the minimum requirement, but to get started you need connections. Is the Ma family's connection viable?" Qilin quickly countered, "I can still use his line." "Have you struck a deal?" "Yes, I can contact old Ma right now." "Just striking a deal with the Ma family won't be enough," the other party shook his head. "The police chief's nephew is right here with me." At this moment Qilin demonstrated the observational skills he had honed in the police department, delivering his words very appropriately. "Will that be enough? Wait." After the other party pondered carefully, he replied ambiguously, "Wait for my message." "All right." After saying that, the two ended the call. In the south, within the planning area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th district of the sub-territory, a middle-aged man with a crew cut dialed a number. After several seconds he said, "Hello. Boss Qilong's younger brother has contacted me," the middle-aged man said in a steady voice. The boss on the other end of the line paused for a moment. "Why did he contact you all of a sudden?" "He says he wants to rebuild the drug line and intends to source supplies from us." The crew-cut middle-aged man replied crisply. I probed a little. "He claims he has already struck a deal with the Ma family and Lali from Blackstreet is covering him. From what he said, all that remains is our green light." The boss suddenly asked, "Konggu, do you know Qilong's family situation?" "Somewhat," Konggu answered. "Along told me a few things about his household." Konggu nodded. "When I talked to that kid earlier, the details he gave largely matched what I already knew." He continued, "Some records can be checked, but certain domestic minutiae only someone who lived with them for a long time could explain. Personally, I think the kid is not lying, he should be Qilong's real younger brother." The boss fell silent. "Do you think I should meet him?" Konggu ventured after a pause. "The Songjiang market was taken down and we lost an important distribution channel." He went on, "In less than 2 months a lot of our stock has piled up, so I think it would be wise to make contact. If he truly has the ability to get the deal done, we would save ourselves the trouble of redeploying in Songjiang later." "That is risky," the boss said, shaking his head. "What if Qilong's brother is already controlled by the Yuan family? If he intentionally sets you up, how would you respond?" "I'm not afraid of Yuan Hua and Songjiang," the boss added, "but I fear the pharmaceutical company behind him. We have been producing drugs clandestinely and striking at their markets everywhere. So the Yuan clan, the pharmaceutical company, and the many compromised contacts would be eager to find us and finish us off." I doubt that's the case, Kongo frowned. I had people look into the Songjiang matter. He said this Qilong's brother Qilin killed Yuan Hua's blood uncle and another high-ranking figure and was forced to flee the 9th district. Such a grudge is not easily undone, is it? The boss asked, does Qilin have family? Yes, an elderly mother and a younger sister. If those two are controlled by Yuan Hua, could Qilin be coerced to cooperate? The boss asked again. Kongo fell silent. We do not fully understand the specifics in Songjiang. If Qilin is compromised now, your appearance would immediately attract attention. He warned they would not need to act on you at once. By following this thread they could trace us back. The boss spoke with extreme caution. If we are exposed given our current state, an assault by the pharmaceutical company and their political connections would assuredly mean our deaths. Hearing this, Kongo felt hesitation. As long as we can keep producing the drugs, there will always be a market in this era. He added, compared with several officially sanctioned pharmaceutical firms, we are still tiny, so we must be extra careful, survive first then seek to expand. The boss advised quietly, I do not recommend risking contact with Qilin. You should lie low and temporarily abandon the Songjiang line. Two thoughts warred in Kongo's mind. First, his bond with Qilong was very close, otherwise Qilong would not have entrusted his contact to his brother when he felt danger was coming, so Kongo wanted to reach out to Qilin. Second, Kongo was the man in charge of regional markets within their clandestine drug operation. Songjiang had always been his territory. If that line were cut off, he would suffer huge financial losses and his standing within the team would diminish. After weighing it carefully, Kongo gritted his teeth and continued, I don't think Qilin will be a problem. I heard Lao Li from Blackstreet did have conflicts with Yuan Ku. Besides, establishing the Songjiang line cost us a great deal of effort. I really do not want to give it up. So you mean? I want to make contact with Qilin, Kongo said through clenched teeth. But rest assured, if he hides bad intentions, the matter ends with me. I will never drag the company down. The boss was silent for a long moment, then replied softly, very well. If that is the case, act according to my... Half an hour later, Qilin answered the ringing phone. Hello. We can meet, Kongo said bluntly. In 3 days I will wait for you at the Jian residential area in the Jiangzhou zone. There is an entertainment club called Beijing hanging in the district. 8 in the evening, be there. Qilin was taken aback. Jiangzhou. It's a bit far, I'm afraid I cannot make it in 3 days. If you do not dawdle on the road, the time will be enough, Kongo replied without inviting doubt. I'll wait for you 3 days. All right, I understand. That's settled. Kongo ended the call briskly. Inside the room, Qin Yu looked at Qilin with urgency. Well. What did he say? He agreed to meet but in Jiangzhou and he demanded we arrive within 3 days, Qilin said with a frown. The time is... Lao Mao swore on hearing this. Jiangzhou is quite far. We've never met this person before. Rushing there on a single phone number, if he has tricks we may not return safely. Qilin held the phone and turned to the two of them. Whether they set a banquet or plant a bomb, I will go. Otherwise I will never have a chance to turn my life around. Qin Yu looked at Lao Mao. Fu Gui, you have people above you can opt out. Nonsense. The drug line's trade concerns Lao Li's very life. If you two are fighting for it, how could I sit it out? Lao Mao shot back without hesitation. Lao Mao laughed. For the first time I think my mother gave me an auspicious name. Time waits for no one. Since we've all decided to go, let's not hesitate. Qin Yu nodded and ordered, arrange for mother and little sister, we leave tonight. Dun, Qilin replied nodding. That night Qin Yu called his friend John and arranged through him for his sister and mother to stay with another family for a few days, paying real money for their board. After settling them, the three men spent a high price to buy 4 large drums of gasoline from a fuel dealer, then drove toward the Jiangzhou zone. On this journey none of the three had room to back down. Each man's life and livelihood rested on whether they could secure the drug supplier. The era was in turmoil. The 9th district fragmented into fiefdoms, outlaws rose and the land resounded with the cries of tigers and the roars of dragons. The three brothers, clustered together in desperation, truly began their odyssey from that day on. Qilin's residence is approximately 1800 kilometers from Jiangzhou, a distance that would have taken over 20 hours by car in the past. However, the environment has worsened significantly and the various regions have been transformed beyond recognition after suffering disasters. After leaving the north, Qilin unexpectedly encountered an endless expanse of Gobi Desert in the central plains, along with the remnants of a once mighty riverbed that had nurtured countless lives now parched and void of water. The current living conditions in Asia can be roughly divided into 3 tiers. The third tier consists of uninhabitable zones, areas severely affected by disasters. Some lands have dried up and cracked with no water sources visible for hundreds of miles, others endure frigid temperatures year-round with the ground frozen for hundreds of miles, and some have completely transformed into vast oceans. Before the calamity, the government utilized extensive technological projects to mitigate the disaster and save lives, but most of these efforts ultimately failed against the forces of nature. Moreover, these projects having been destroyed by overwhelming disasters left behind numerous hidden dangers such as nuclear hazards and radioactive sources filled with chemicals. Nowadays these areas have become places that no one dares to tread. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier consists of areas awaiting planning where despite harsh conditions the common people can still adapt. However, due to limited geographical conditions and the current scarcity of resources in the 9 major regions, they cannot yet develop into officially protected living areas under the United Government with stable social environments and relatively comfortable living conditions. The first tier consists of living areas established by the federal government divided into 4 regions in Asia, 4 in the Euro-African Union plus a specially established 9th district. Our Chinese compatriots collectively possess 7 and 8 districts holding absolute power in the United Government. Because when the disaster truly struck, the world witnessed what the power of 1.4 billion people, their roar and their miracles truly meant. The Jiangzhou planning area located near the 7th district has a relatively better geographical environment compared to the north with several populous urban areas. For example, the Jin living area mentioned by Brother Kong and the entire Jiangzhou is also referred to as quasi-10th district. 2 years ago the United Government seriously considered constructing a new city here, but due to limited resources and the difficulty of managing a large population along with the complex and numerous grassroots forces, it ultimately fell through. After a nearly 3-day journey, Qin Yu, Qilin and Old Cat finally reached Jin. Because they were traveling across regions, they faced numerous hardships and challenges along the way. Later, Old Cat admitted that if it weren't for Qin Yu's presence in the car and his rich experience living here, both he and Qilin would likely have faltered midway, as some matters cannot simply be solved with determination. Despite the rough journey, they finally arrived at their destination. After entering Jin, the 3 quickly had a warm meal and took a brief rest of a few hours before rushing to the Buckingham Palace entertainment complex as soon as night fell. The entertainment venues of this era are no longer the large-scale high-end and luxurious clubs, nightclubs, or KTVs of the past. When people can barely afford to eat, there is truly no time for frivolous entertainment and indulgence in pleasures. Buckingham Palace has only 3 floors with over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest rooms and a relaxation area similar to a lounge. Currently, very few of the people who come here are genuinely seeking leisure. The vast majority are here for business banquets discussing serious matters. Due to the scarcity of resources, the cost of living has naturally increased significantly. Following Brother Kang's instructions, Qilin booked a private room on the 2nd floor, and shortly after the service attendant brought in a dozen striking young women. "Is this all the drinks?" the service attendant politely inquired. Qilin nodded. "Then you 3 can choose from the girls. We have all types here including singing and performing," the service attendant grinned. Qin Yu and the others came here to discuss business, not with their minds set on such leisure activities, so they politely declined. "Let's wait a moment, there are still guests who haven't arrived." As soon as the words fell, the attendant was about to nod in response when suddenly a girl standing farthest to the left stepped forward with a cheerful smile saying, "Bro, just pick 3 of us. We all have tasks, and if we sit idle all day we not only don't earn but also get deducted." Old Cat, being quite the flirt, turned to look at the girl who had spoken, sizing her up, and upon seeing her bright eyes and charming figure immediately grinned and retorted, "With your looks you can't possibly be out of business." Seeing Old Cat engaged, the girl quickly stepped closer saying, "We have all kinds of skin colors and women here. Competition is incredibly fierce. If I don't work hard I won't earn any money." Old Cat glanced at Qin Yu and quietly leaned in to whisper, "Coming to a place like this we shouldn't stand out too much. How about we let a few girls sit down, and when the main guests arrive we ask them to leave? After all, you will have to entertain him anyway." Qin Yu thought about it and found Old Cat's reasoning valid, so he nodded. "All right, let's keep 3. What are the names of the young ladies?" Old Cat turned to the girl and asked. "Coco," she replied. "Let 2 of your friends come and sit down." Old Cat casually replied. Coco was momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong, don't you have any friends here?" Old Cat teased with a sideways glance. "I do." Coco regained her composure and pointed to 2 girls on the left saying, "You 2 can sit down." After that the 2 girls walked over and sat beside Qilin and Qin Yu. The service attendant politely bowed and said, "Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen." After exchanging pleasantries the rest of the people left. Old Cat, feeling bored, looked down at Coco's long legs and couldn't help but reach out saying, "Girl, you have quite the elasticity. Bro, you're really flirtatious." "Not flirtatious, I just have a bit of charm." Qilin, sitting next to them, felt a headache coming on and leaned towards Qin Yu saying he really thinks highly of himself. Coco, crossing her legs, inadvertently took Old Cat's hand off her thigh and said, "Your hands are quite nice looking." Downstairs a middle-aged man with a crew cut walked into the hall alone. The service attendant immediately rushed over asking, "Sir, are you alone or with friends?" "My surname is Kong, I've reserved a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting." The man with the crew cut scanned the surroundings and replied, "All right, please follow me." The service attendant smiled and stepped aside to lead the way. Under the arrangement of his little brother, Congo entered the 3-layer suite. After glancing around he bent down to sit on the bed and took out his phone to send a message. "Boss, I have arrived and am ready to make contact with them." The other party quickly replied. Only after receiving permission did Congo dial Qilin's number. "Hello." "Hello, Congo." Qilin, having learned the other party's name through several encounters, responded, "We have arrived at the Buckingham Palace." "Where are you?" Congo asked. "In the box on the 2nd floor," Qilin replied truthfully. Congo licked his lips sitting in the darkroom, paused for a moment before saying, "Come to Suite 09 on the 3rd floor." "Okay. After their communication, Congo then stepped to the door, peering through the peephole of the wooden door to observe Suite 09 across the way. In the box on the 2nd floor, Qilin tucked away his phone and immediately turned to Qin Yu and Lao Mao, saying, "The person is here on the 3rd floor. Didn't we agree to meet in this box? Why did he suddenly go to the 3rd floor?" Lao Mao frowned and replied, "Is this old guy up to something?" Before he could finish, Qin Yu immediately pinched Lao Mao's wrist and looked up at the 3 girls, saying, "You all go out first." Lao Mao fell silent. Kiki was taken aback for a moment, then immediately said to the other 2 girls, "Let's go out first and let the boss handle business." Qin Yu, sitting on the sofa, waited until Kiki and the others left before his expression turned serious as he said, "We also rushed in here without a clue. Who knows what kind of people they are? Let's be cautious, better to guard against the petty than the noble." Upon hearing this, the 2 drew out the guns they had purchased alongside their off-road vehicle from the military. After checking them thoroughly, they picked up their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. Creak. The box door was suddenly pushed open and Kiki blinked at the 3 men fiddling with their firearms frozen in place. Qin Yu turned his head to look at the door, coldly asking Kiki, "Who the hell let you in?" I left my bag on the sofa, brothers. You all carry on, I'll come back for it later." Kiki instantly pushed the door shut. Lao Mao glanced at the sofa and seeing Kiki's bag indeed there, turned back and said, "Hurry up and get it." Once the 3 were prepared, they quickly left the box and headed for the 3rd floor. On the upper floor, Kong's phone rang. He glanced at the number and as he reached for it, heard hurried footsteps outside the door. In the corridor, a young man wearing a long sheepskin coat, military green tapered marten pants, dirty leather boots and a thick leather belt around his waist, with his hands in his sleeves and a ponytail at the back of his head, leisurely approached Suite 09 with 4 companions. The sheepskin coat man had a long face covered in dense stubble, sharp eyes and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He first glanced back at the corridor behind him before saying, "The person is right here, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the companions on both sides quickened their pace toward the front, when suddenly a shout came from the direction of the 2nd floor staircase. "Brown, I handed over all the capital to you and this is how you treat me now? What do you mean? Dear Wu, don't act like a gambler, alright? I'm not God, I can't guarantee everyone makes a profit." "Bullshit, you just set me up." Shouts came from the direction of the 2nd floor platform and the man close to the left side of the corridor immediately asked the sheepskin coat man, "Are we still doing this?" "Don't worry about it, you all do your thing," the coat man responded, still with his hands in his sleeves. After his words, the 2 immediately quickened their pace. On the 2nd floor platform, 3 middle-aged men were surrounded by 3 white individuals tearing at each other, shouting and cursing, all reeking of alcohol. As the staircase leading to the 3rd floor was narrow, the commotion perfectly blocked Qin Yu and the others who were about to go up. Seeing that the other party was drunk and endlessly chattering, Qin Yu reached out to push a white man, saying, "Make way. You bastard, do you know how expensive my suit is? Get lost." The white man was extremely arrogant. Lao Mao stepped forward, pulling his gun from his waist, and with a left hand struck the other man's face, saying, "You are eating in our living area, don't you understand what low profile means? Get out of the way." The white man, upon seeing Lao Mao's gun, was instantly dumbfounded. Qin Yu pushed through the crowd, forcing Lao Mao and Qilin to move up. In less than 10 seconds, the 3 arrived at the 3rd floor corridor. Just as they turned to find Suite 09 according to the sign, they suddenly heard a loud thud from the left side as a door was kicked. Qin Yu turned his head upon hearing the sound. Bang! Following that, gunfire rang out, echoing throughout the Buckingham Palace. "What's going on?" Qilin instinctively reached for his waist. Qin Yu reacted quickly, first scanning the sign and noticing that the direction from which the gunfire came was indeed the side of Suite 09. Meanwhile, at the corner deep in the corridor, Congo looked at the coat man with a panicked expression. "You bastards." The coat man pulled out his right hand from his sleeve, smiling as he patted Congo's cheek. "Does seeing me excite you?" "Don't shout, if you do, I'll kill you," the coat man said cheerfully, pointing at Congo, then waved his hand. "Let's go." Gunshots have gone off. One of his companions pointed at Congo, reminding the coat man, "This venue has a certain relationship with his boss. Walking through the front door is too troublesome. Let's jump out the window," the coat man said, casually brushing his ponytail and showing no signs of panic. Hearing this, everyone quickly moved toward the window. In the corridor, after hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu began sprinting, turning 2 corners before he saw Congo being dragged toward the window. Lao Mao, standing slightly behind, looked up at the scene on the windowsill, his mind racing as he shouted, "Congo." After shouting, Lao Mao pulled Qin Yu to hide around the corner of the corridor. At the window, upon hearing the shout, Congo struggled to turn back, and when he saw the corridor was empty, he also shouted, "Help me." Bang! Just as the words fell, the coat man yanked Congo and jumped down to the floor below. At the corner of the corridor, Lao Mao came back to his senses and said to Qin Yu, "It's over, this bastard is in trouble." Downstairs, the rapid and dense footsteps thundered loudly. "Damn it!" Qin Yu cursed while touching his head. "What kind of trick is this? Why does everything we do run into trouble? We have to save Lao Kong, otherwise we came here for nothing," Qilin shouted, his eyes reddening as he rushed toward the window. Qin Yu, Old Cat and Qilin rushed from the corridor to the window, looking down to discover a landing on the second floor from which the ponytailed man and his companions had jumped onto. They then descended the stairs next to the landing. Qin Yu stood at the window looking up and forward, seeing that the ponytailed man and his group had taken Brother Kong hostage and were rushing across the street, quickly heading towards the alley. Brother Kong just asked us to save him, which means he knows he is in a dangerous situation, Qilin said urgently to the two. We must rescue him or all our efforts will be for nothing. Qin Yu understood Qilin's meaning and there was no time for hesitation. He turned to Old Cat and said, "You go drive. Qilin and I will follow to see what's going on. You two be careful." Old Cat reminded them. "Grab the car and call." Qin Yu tossed a sentence, then climbed onto the windowsill and called to Qilin, "Let's go." With that, the two jumped down from the windowsill one after the other, while Old Cat turned around and hurried towards the stairs leading down to the second floor. After turning two corners just as Old Cat was about to go downstairs, he heard hurried footsteps from below, followed by the sight of 7 or 8 henchmen in platinum-colored uniforms rushing up brandishing weapons. The two sides exchanged glances and Old Cat reacted quickly, his face pale, as he pointed down the corridor and shouted, "Damn, you guys are here. Just now someone fired a gun and took a person who jumped out the window." "How many of them?" the leading henchman asked with a frown. "I didn't see clearly, maybe 4 or 5, Old Cat replied while stepping aside. Seeing Old Cat alone and without any weapons, the henchmen didn't think much of it and rushed forward, running towards the window with their weapons in hand. Old Cat wiped the sweat from his forehead, running downstairs quickly while cursing, "Damn, this little life has suddenly become so thrilling." Behind the Platinum Palace. After Qin Yu rushed down the steps of the landing, he was about to cross the street when Qilin suddenly pulled him back. "It seems they haven't noticed we are following them. Let's not charge in too aggressively, we should get closer before making a move." Qin Yu paused at Qilin's words, turned to him and replied, "I understand." After a brief exchange, the two quickly crossed the street and entered the alley. The power supply system in the planned area was already in terrible condition. Most residential areas were pitch black after 10 at night, let alone these unmanaged alleys. So Qin Yu and Qilin walked slowly in the alley. Although they could only make out distant figures, the other party also found it hard to notice them. They kept a safe distance from their targets, making their pursuit relatively safe. The alley was somewhat long and narrow. Qin Yu and Qilin held their guns, following for about 200 meters and turning 2 corners before finally reaching the end. At the street corner of the alley, a shabby off-road pickup truck was idling. The ponytailed man with a gun pressed against Brother Kang's head had just reached the side of the vehicle when a young man in a black leather jacket approached and began talking to him quietly. Due to the distance, Qin Yu and Qilin could not hear what the young man in the leather jacket said to the ponytailed man, but they could sense that this group was likely planning to retreat. "Should we rush in and grab him?" Qilin asked, furrowing his brows. Through the car's headlights, Qin Yu could clearly see the ponytailed man and his companions, so he shook his head and replied, "I don't think these people are easy to deal with. They wear leather coats and combat boots like they've been in a lawless area. Moreover, we only have these 2 short guns. In close quarters, we have no idea what they might pull from their pocket." Qilin pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth, and replied, "If this doesn't work out, you can always go back to the planned area, and Old Cat is under Lys's protection, so he'll never have to worry about survival. But what do I have? I've survived this long thanks to you two looking out for me. The drug line is my only chance to turn things around, and I have to take the risk." Qin Yu was taken aback at his words. "Even if he pulls out a mortar from his pocket today, I'm still going to confront them," Qilin said, steeling himself and moving forward with his gun. "I'll fire first." On the roadside, the ponytailed man pulled a stack of money from his coat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, "Thanks for this. See you next time." "No thanks needed, Brother Shao. If you need anything, just call me. There are too many eyes around here, I'll leave first." The man in the black leather jacket nodded and bowed. In the alley, Qin Yu and Qilin walked side by side, their eyes fixed on the ponytailed man, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters. 10 meters. As the distance between the two sides shortened, Qin Yu looked up at Qilin and whispered, "We can't go unheeded. I'll take out the 2 on the side and you grab the leader." "Got it." Qilin bent down, preparing to sprint. Just then a sudden ringing of a phone interrupted them. On the roadside, the ponytailed man suddenly turned around. 2 minutes earlier. Old Cat rushed out of the chaotic Platinum Palace, quickly crossing the street and diving into the car. The room. After starting the engine, Old Cat reached for the gear shift, heading towards the back of the entertainment city. Tap tap. Suddenly hurried footsteps approached and a stunningly beautiful girl floated over from behind the car, pulling open the passenger door. Old Cat turned his head at the sound, instantly stunned. The girl got in with a smile, a fragrant breeze accompanying her as she settled into the passenger seat, closing the door as she said, "Hey there, tonight I'm going with you." Kiki. Old Cat recalled and finally remembered the name of the beauty who had accompanied him for drinks in the private room earlier. "Oh, you still remember my name?" Kiki replied with a smile. Old Cat didn't have time to chat and frowned, urging, "Get out of the car quickly, I don't have time tonight." "What are you in such a hurry for?" Kiki asked, approaching Old Cat. "I told you to get out of the car." Old Cat shouted urgently. Hurry up, I have something to do. So you got away and now you want to slip out? Kiki asked Old Cat. He was taken aback. What do you mean? Tell your two friends to bring Brother Kong back to me. Kiki's smile had vanished. Old Cat was stunned for 2 seconds before immediately reaching for his waist. Beside the car, 3 men in suits quietly surrounded from behind, not attacking or brandishing weapons, just standing expressionless beside the driver's window, coldly staring at Old Cat. Don't move or there will be trouble, heh? Kiki pointed her delicate finger at Old Cat's chest and said, call your Who exactly are you? Old Cat asked, shocked. Kiki blinked her bright eyes and reached into Old Cat's pants pocket, retrieving his phone and saying, I'm the boss. Old Cat was stunned upon hearing this. Kiki held the phone and clearly commanded, if you don't want to die in Jiangzhou, unlock it now and call your friend. On the street. Xiaogu, his hair tied in a ponytail, turned his head toward the alley upon hearing the phone ring and raised 2 fingers. Nearby, 2 young men shoved Konggu into a car while 2 others pulled shotguns from their jackets and racked the slides with a sharp metallic clatter. The man in the black leather jacket looked tense as he addressed Xiaogu. No one saw me, right? That would complicate things. If someone did, eliminate them. Xiaogu grunted in acknowledgement and gestured to the 2 armed men. Instantly they fanned out, leveled their shotguns and advanced toward the alley. Xiaogu followed behind, calm and unhurried. A muffled echo of footsteps reverberated through the silent alley. After advancing roughly 10 meters, the 2 armed youths glanced left and spotted an open wooden door behind the building, spilling faint light outward. Xiaogu moistened his lips, stepped forward, signaled his companions to hold position, then tilted his head slightly to peer inside before abruptly yanking the door handle. The door swung open, releasing a pungent wave of cooking oil. Xiaogu scanned the interior impassively and discovered it was the back kitchen of a small restaurant where a Western chef stood frying something. Hearing the noise, the chef turned his round face, breaking into a smile. The main entrance is at the front. Xiaogu studied him for a long moment, then nodded. We took a wrong turn. The chef, hearing this, turned back and resumed cooking. Xiaogu swept one last glance across the kitchen, found nothing amiss, closed the door and departed with his 2 companions. The moment they vanished, the storage room door in the kitchen swung open. Qilin emerged, pistol aimed at another chef, his gaze fierce and threatening. Cook your dish, don't let your mouth get you killed. Understood, understood. The chef by the stove nodded vigorously. Exit through the front door, Qin Yu urged Qilin, holstering his weapon. By the roadside. Xiaogu climbed into the car and turned to the man in the black jacket. It's just a restaurant's back kitchen, someone from the place must have stepped out to make a call. Nothing to worry about. Oh, good. The man in the black jacket exhaled in relief. Call if anything comes up, Xiaogu said curtly before slamming the door and ordering, let's go. The driver engaged the gear and roared away, tires screeching. Only after the car disappeared down the road did the man in the black jacket's eyes gleam with excitement. He withdrew the money Xiaogu had given him, then walked along the street, dampening his thumb with saliva to count the bills. At the restaurant's main entrance, Qin Yu strode briskly, head bowed. These people have an inside man, otherwise they wouldn't have executed this so flawlessly. The one in the black jacket, Qilin's mind raced swiftly. An employee. Definitely. He just pocketed money. Qin Yu nodded. What do you mean? I'll call Lao Mao and have him drive over immediately. Saying so, Qin Yu pulled out his phone and dialed Lao Mao's number. Seconds later the call connected, and Qin Yu exploded. Are you insane? You know we're in the middle of something, and yet you call like an idiot. You nearly got us killed. Why so angry? Your friend can't take calls right now. A woman's voice replied. Qin Yu froze. Who are you? I'm Kong Ji's boss, she said tersely. We met earlier, in the private dining room. Ah, you're the one who came back for your bag? Qin Yu asked, memory clicking instantly. Yes. What exactly do you mean? Qin Yu frowned, utterly bewildered. Along is gone. We'd already decided to abandon our operations in Songjiang, but Konggu out of goodwill insisted on helping you. And yet you violated the rules. Coco's brows knitted faintly as she continued, return Konggu, and I'll take one leg from your friend. Then it ends. Qin Yu blinked stunned, then retorted sharply, you're framing us for this. Whether it's your frame or your fault, you know best. Bullshit. Konggu isn't with us, he was kidnapped by someone else. Qin Yu glared, explaining urgently, we hadn't even seen him yet. Konggu scheduled tonight's meeting with you, the time, the location, only I and you two knew it. Coco countered, her voice icy. The moment your guns appeared upstairs, he vanished. You expect me to believe it wasn't you? Qin Yu stood speechless, frustration boiling inside him until he felt ready to burst. I don't care whether you're under the Yuan family or some pharmaceutical company's henchman, if anything happens to Konggu I guarantee you won't even know where to bury your friend tomorrow. Damn it, it really wasn't us. Qin Yu nearly shouted. We came here to secure a supply channel. Coco's left hand tapped lightly against her thigh, holding the phone in her right. She paused thoughtfully before replying, we have no foundation of trust. I can't easily believe what you say. Fine. If you claim no involvement, come meet me, we'll talk face to face. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Yu scowled. You don't believe me now, so why would you believe me once I'm sitting across from you? Do you think my head would still be attached to my shoulders? You won't return him, and you won't dare meet me. Do you think I'm just a hostess who serves drinks? Cuckoo laughed coldly. Then let's not talk further. Tomorrow I'll tell you where to burn incense for your friend. Wait. Sweat beaded on Qin Yu's forehead. Give me time, I can prove this wasn't us. Cuckoo paused, weighed his words carefully, then glanced at her watch before dawn. If I haven't heard from you by then, there's no need to call again. The line went dead with a sharp dial tone. Qilin, seeing Qin Yu lower the phone, pressed urgently. What happened? Damn it. Qin Yu cursed, his expression grim. The woman Lao Mao was with tonight, the one from the restaurant, is Kong Ji's boss. She suspects we orchestrated his abduction, so she seized Lao Mao. Shit. Qilin kicked over a roadside trash bin in fury. Nothing goes right, not a single thing. On the street. Kuka sat in the car, legs crossed, chin resting on her palm, lost in thought. Boss, anyone bold enough to snatch Kong Gu on our turf must be reckless cops, death-defying ones. The driver, hands steady on the wheel, spoke with cold composure. They've already succeeded, they likely won't risk themselves for an accomplice. Kong Gu is in grave danger. Kuka's brows furrowed faintly. She shook her head slowly. Something's off about this. Find out, has Kong Gu recently offended anyone else? You mean? The driver hesitated. Ask less, do more. Kuka's beautiful face remained utterly expressionless as she turned her gaze toward him. Understood. I'll call right away. The driver nodded rapidly. On the street diagonally opposite Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu watched as a large number of customers fled due to the gunshot from earlier. He quickly said to Qilin, I'll go in for a bit, you wait at the door. Let's go together. No need. Qin Yu took off his coat, preparing to put it on inside out. It's chaotic in there right now. Even if we run into him, we shouldn't act rashly. He'll just inquire a bit and come right back. Then he'll wait nearby. If something goes wrong, you shoot immediately and he'll back you up. All right. After Qin Yu put his clothes on inside out, he turned to glance around before stepping across the street. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Someone nearby was on the phone saying there's an issue at the store. I'm going back to check. He'll be home soon. Don't worry, aha. He'll take a day off tomorrow. Haha, it's nothing much, just had good luck today. The boss gave me some bonuses. Later he'll take you to. Qin Yu turned his head at the sound and immediately fixed his gaze on the man on the street talking on the phone. He was wearing a thick down jacket and had a short hairstyle looking quite unfamiliar. However, Qin Yu was still able to deduce from the man's pants posture and body movements that this guy was indeed the one in the black jacket who had just spoken to the ponytailed man. Qilin, having a background as a police officer, possessed basic memory and investigative skills, so he recognized the man as well. Qin Yu paused for a moment, turned around and said quietly to Qilin, this makes things easier, no need to go in. I'll go. Qilin responded and immediately rushed forward. After the man in the black jacket hung up the phone, he prepared to cross the street and head towards the store's main entrance. Hey buddy. Qilin caught up and gave the man a pat on the shoulder from behind. The man turned around and rudely asked, who the hell are you? Qilin drew his gun and pressed it against the man's waist, responding with a blank expression, watch your tone and speak to me with caution. The man was stunned. 15 minutes later, on a dimly lit street filled with a foul stench, the man in the black jacket lay on the ground, bloodied, covering his head and shouting, don't hit me, big brother, don't hit me. Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, where is he? Who? Big brother, you must have mistaken me. Qilin, hearing this, kicked the man in the head, saying, where's brother Kong? I don't know. The young man said, arms clutching his head, still trying to argue. Qin Yu grabbed the man's collar, gritting his teeth and cursing at the alley entrance by the car. Did you take the money? Damn it, you dare to lie. Do you believe I will shove a whole nest of rats down your throat? The young man blurted out, was it you who was ringing the phone in the alley? Finally you understand. Qin Yu slammed his right fist onto the man's head, demanding, where is he? Where's brother Kong? Brother, I'm just the messenger. Bang. Qin Yu completely lost his patience, shoving the young man away, raising his right leg straight and swiftly kicking down towards the man's left knee. Crack. The sound of dislocated bones instantly rang out. Ah. The sound of wailing echoed through the alley as the young man knelt on the ground, clutching his knee and shouting, stop it, ill talk, ill talk. The one who kidnapped him is brother Xiao. He's from the no man's land. He works for the Li family in Jiangzhou. As for why they targeted brother Kong, I don't know either. He might have been taken to Jianshan North now. Speak accurately. Qilin shouted with his hands on his hips. Yes, brother Kong was indeed taken to Jianshan North. I'm sure I heard their conversation. The young man dared not argue any further, his head bowing to the ground, his tone already trembling with tears. In a certain warehouse on Zhongqing Street in Jianshan. Old Cat sat with his but barely touching the edge of the chair, grinning at Kiki, saying, sister, it's really a misunderstanding. We're here to do business, not to kidnap. To be honest, I'm a police officer. I'm a decent person. How could I possibly do this dirty work and play at kidnapping? Are you decent? Kiki took off the hair tie from her wrist, letting her hair flow freely. You weren't in this state in the private room. At that time I was indeed a bit indecent, but I didn't treat you as part of the service industry. Before he could finish, Kiki reached out and pinched old Cat's chin, looking down at him and saying, don't try to sweet-talk me to buy time. I didn't. Tell me the truth, are you here for Brother Kong? It's really not, we're here to make friends. Old Cat retorted with wide eyes, my brother Qilin's elder brother is in the hands of the Yuan family. Do you think we would deliberately set a trap for Brother Kong? There's no profit in that, is there? Who killed Along isn't important. What matters is who can continue to make Qilin live better. Kiki said coldly, and the Yuan family has the ability to make that happen. Old Cat fell silent upon hearing this. I'll wait until dawn. If your friend doesn't return, then you and your foul mouth will be left behind in Jiangzhou. Kiki released Old Cat's chin and turned to shout. The fact that they could smoothly take Brother Kong means that Buckingham Palace might have an insight. Find them and deal with them. Understood, boss. The driver nodded and left. After Kiki finished speaking, she stepped upstairs. Old Cat watched Kiki's back, an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. In this day and age, it's already hard for a 5-foot man to survive, so a frail woman who can step into the limelight and become a boss says a lot. At the very least, she won't be a soft-hearted or hesitant character. On the road, Qin Yu tugged at the young man and quietly asked, how far is Jianshan north from here? About 10 kilometers. The young man replied, limping and bowing his head. Qilin furrowed his brow and asked again, what do they plan to do with Brother Kong? I don't know. The young man shook his head. I don't inquire into these matters, asking too much is not good for me. Brother Kong is in danger. Qin Yu said briefly, that guy with the small braid daring to flaunt money in front of Brother Kong is enough to show they don't intend to let him come back alive. Hearing this, Qilin's heart sank. 10 kilometers is too far. We don't have a car, and by the time we walk there it will be too late. Qin Yu glanced at his watch and said, we need to think of a way to get there quickly. Qilin looked at the sides of the street, paused for a moment, then suddenly walked to the entrance of a restaurant and shouted, is the boss here? What's up? The boss asked from behind the counter. Is the motorcycle outside for sale? Are you sick? Not for sale. The boss replied and sat back down. Qin Yu walked in and took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, saying, is it for sale? The boss was taken aback and immediately crossed his legs, smiling, if you add another 1,000 I'll sell it, ha. Slap. Qin Yu slammed his gun on the table, saying, the money's gone, will this replace 1,000? The boss was scared and leaned back. 15 minutes later, with the cold wind howling, Qilin and the young man sat on a small motorcycle racing towards Jianshan, in the dead of night inside a building on a road in Jianbei. Brother Xiao sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying exquisite dishes and sipping strong liquor. After about 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was yanked open from the outside and a young man in his 20s entered the room, leading a sturdy middle-aged man. These two were core members of the Li family from Jiangzhou. The young man was named Li Tong and his father was the family's second-in-command. The middle-aged man following him was named Dongcheng, who was Li Tong's uncle. The Li family initially started by trading permanent residency rights in Area 7, later expanding into a trading company. However, they secretly dealt in scarce resources such as guns, food, cotton, and crude oil. In the past 7 to 8 years, this family had grown like a snowball, completing a qualitative accumulation of capital. But this also made life difficult for the impoverished people living nearby, as prices soared, leaving someone to foot the bill and be drained. The Li family's goal was clear: they aimed to profit from the poor. However, in recent years, the social environment in Area 7 has gradually stabilized. Various beneficial policies have been implemented, and with the increase in the population, resources like food and cotton are no longer in urgent demand as they once were. Seeing the industry trend decline, the Li family quickly adjusted their focus to the pharmaceutical industry. Their conflict with Brother Khan also arose from interests in the drug trade. After entering the room, Li Tong looked at Brother Xiao with enthusiasm and asked, so how is the food? I eat the same thing regardless, as long as it fills me up, that's enough. Brother Xiao merely glanced at Li Tong without any intention of getting up to greet him. Brother Xiao speaks low-key. Li Tong grinned, bending over to sit beside him, and replied, with someone like you, where wouldn't you be able to fill your stomach? Hee, you flatter me. Brother Xiao put down his chopsticks and picked up the cigarette box on the table. Li Tong poured a glass of liquor and with a smile stretched his neck and asked, to be honest, Brother Xiao, I have great respect for you. Otherwise, stay with us and we can make money together, enjoy some good days together. Hee, thank you for your kind. Brother Xiao lit a cigarette, looking at Li Tong, and said, but my heart is not here, so let's keep things straightforward. Dongcheng chimed in, think it over, being wild outside is no comparison to having a stable job in one place. If you stay, I'll personally speak to your brother-in-law and ensure you get at least 300,000 in dividends a year. It's not about the money, I want to go to Area 9. Brother Xiao waved his hand. That's too bad. Li Tong sighed and raised his glass, not pressing further. Brother Xiao, since you want to leave, I won't hold you back. If you need anything in the future, just call out. You know what kind of person I am, we'll see each other in business. Sure thing. Brother Xiao crossed his legs and raised his glass, clinking it with Li Tong's before downing it in one go. Uncle, give Brother Xiao his money. Li Tong set down his cup and called out. Dong Chang nodded and turned to walk into the inner room. Less than 3 minutes later he returned with 10 stacks of a yuan, placing them on the table. Brother Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses, Li Tong replied with a smile. Don't be polite, take it. You're being too nice to me, it makes me a bit uneasy. Brother Xiao smiled, standing up and checking 5 stacks of cash in his hands, saying, hee hee, little brother, I appreciate your kindness, but this 50,000 is what I should take. The other 50,000 is a favor. Money is easy to spend, but favors are harder to repay. I'm used to being idle, I'm not accustomed to owing anyone. Oh, when we meet next time I'll treat you to a meal. Brother Xiao, you're being too formal. Li Tong was taken aback. Everyone has their own character. Brother Xiao tucked the money away, his hands habitually slipping into his sleeves. That's it, I'm leaving now. I'll see you out. No need, I remember the stairs down, haha. Brother Xiao chuckled and turned to leave gracefully. Li Tong and Dong Cheng exchanged glances, both shaking their heads helplessly. Sigh, this person would be capable of great things if he stayed. Li Tong sighed. These guys have been wild for too long, they're not easy to rein in. Dong Cheng comforted softly. Moreover, they're used to doing things without rules. If they suddenly come here, it might cause trouble. Well, it's better that he left. Li Tong changed the topic, asking, have we extracted information about Kong? He's pretty stubborn and refuses to reveal who supplied him in Fongbei. Dong Cheng replied with a smile, but we're in luck, I found some information in his phone. I'll send someone to verify it in Fongbei and we'll be able to act. This bastard stole our big order in Fongbei. Li Tong said with a gloomy expression, since we've got the information, you handle the rest. Understood, Dong Cheng replied, standing up. You eat for a bit, I'll go down now. Okay. Li Tong nodded. 7 or 8 minutes later in the basement, Dong Cheng led 2 lackeys, tilting his head to look at the bloodied Kong, and scolded, look at you, you coward. I advised you to partner with us back then. But you refused. Now look, your life is at stake. Kong in a daze lifted his head, cursing through his cracked lips, I admit it. But you guys have messed with me. From now on, you need to be wary of my boss. Boss? Who? That girl named Kiki. Dong Cheng smiled, teasing with his hands behind his back. Haha, fine, I'll remember that and wait for a chance to guard her in bed. Go to hell. Kong blared and cursed. Dong Cheng tilted his neck, laughing as he ordered, get to work. When he finished speaking, the 2 men behind him pulled out knives and stepped towards Kong. Ding ding ding. Just then the phone rang. Everyone froze for a moment and Dong Cheng answered the phone. Hello. Is this Brother Cheng? I'm Xiao Wan from the Platinum Palace. Which Xiao Wan? You forgot me. I'm the one who delivered the message to Brother Xiao, which is why you caught Kong. The young man in the black jacket reminded him urgently over the phone. Ah, I got it. Dong Cheng signaled the 2 young men not to move Kong and stepped out to ask, what's up? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? After Kong got into trouble, the higher-ups panicked. It seems they know you're behind this. That woman, I don't know where she got her information, has already sent people to Jianbei. The young man in the black jacket quickly warned, there are quite a few of them and they're coming with the intention to fight. My advice is for you to hide for a bit. Is the information accurate? Dong Cheng asked. It's accurate. Good, I understand. Dong Cheng nodded. Thank you, Xiao Wan. You're welcome, Brother Cheng. Alright, just like that. After they finished speaking, the call ended. In the uninhabited yard across the building, Qin Yu stomped his feet, staring at the road opposite, licking his lips and saying, get ready, this time it's going to be life or death. Qilin frowned and asked, is this move really effective? If they succeeded, there's no need for them to fight desperately. Qin Yu replied firmly, they will definitely come out, trust me. The young man in the black jacket had called Dong Cheng solely under Qin Yu's coercion, a reluctant last resort maneuver. Qin Yu currently had only Qilin at his side. Neither knew the adversary's strength, affiliations, or the situation inside the building, total darkness. Charging in blindly would almost certainly end in disaster. Even if they had to fight to the death, recklessness was not an option. Neither was a superhero, each possessed but one life. Qilin squinted, sweat beading on his forehead. Looks like quite a crowd. If we don't rescue Brother Kong, this entire trip to Jiangzhou is wasted, and old cat won't be exchanged either. No turning back now, we must stake everything, Qin Yu ground out between clenched teeth. Qilin met his gaze, voice resolute, this ends one of 2 ways, we walk out together, all 3 of us, or we fall here side by side. Whoever chickens out first is someone's son. Do it. Qin Yu nodded and drew his pistol. Across the street, Li Tong strode forward, frowning as he asked Dong Cheng, is the intelligence reliable? The caller was the mole who tipped off Xiao, the source is credible, Dong Cheng replied, brow furrowed. They know we took Kong, they're furious. These men have come prepared to die. Our mission is already accomplished, no need to escalate with them. Li Tong folded his hands behind his back. Call the garrison's security detachment. Let official forces arrest them. Solid plan. Dongcheng smiled and pulled out his phone. By the roadside 2 cars stood motionless. 6 men surrounded Li Tong and Dongcheng, among them one broke into a sprint toward the front vehicle to open its door. From the courtyard diagonally across, Qin Yu scanned the opposing group before turning to say, "See it. The young man in the center and the one pulling out his phone, they're the leaders." "Right." Shi Lin nodded. "But where's Brother Kong?" As he spoke, 2 more figures burst from the building dragging a massive black sack to the rear of a car and shoving it into the trunk. "Is he inside the sack?" Qin Yu's eyes sharpened as he barked, "Get in the bike now." Shi Lin vaulted onto the motorcycle's rear seat, right arm holding his pistol low and steady. "Let's go." Vroom. The engine roared like an arrow loosed from the bow, tearing out of the courtyard straight toward the 2 parked. On the roadside, someone in the crowd turned at the sound of the motorcycle. Too late. The bike was too fast, the shots faster still. Crack. Crack. Shi Lin fired first from the rear seat, muzzle aimed squarely into the crowd. "Someone's coming." Dongcheng shouted, lunging to pull Li Tong, who had already reached the car door. Thud. A heavy muffled impact, the motorcycle's front end slammed into Li Tong's waist, launching him forward. He crashed headlong into the car door with a sickening thud. Qin Yu braked hard, planted both feet and seized Li Tong's collar with his right hand. Shi Lin dismounted in one fluid motion, pistol leveled at Dongcheng. "Don't move, everyone step back. Now." The ambush struck with such suddenness that no one had time to process it. Stunned silence blanketed the scene, broken only by instinctive reaches for concealed weapons. Li Tong gasped in agony, sweat slicking his brow as he clung to the car door, face contorted in pain from the brutal impact to his lower. Qin Yu dismounted, keeping Li Tong pinned before him by the collar while his left hand yanked a green fuse cord from his pocket and held it aloft unwired. "I'll detonate the moment anyone takes another step forward." Fewer than expected. "We have no ties to the Yu family," Qin Yu replied, beads of sweat tracing his temples. "But you abducted Brother Kong and we've been framed. We came armed not for vengeance, but to clear our names." "You're after Kong?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "Let Kong walk with us and the detonation won't happen. No lives need be lost." Shi Lin kept his pistol trained on Dongcheng, shouting over the chaos, "Can't you understand plain speech? Back up, hands up." "Ha ha." Leaning against the car, Li Tong suddenly laughed, a cold measured gaze locked onto Qin Yu. "Brother, you really do have to carry this burden." Qin Yu froze, stunned. "You're too late, Kong is gone." Li Tong added, feigning calm. "You're lying." Qin Yu's heart lurched, his face drained of color. "Don't play games with me. If I can't shed this blame, I'll take 2 souls down with me." "Still don't believe me." Li Tong glanced sideways at Shi Lin, voice clipped, "He's in the trunk." Qin Yu's dread surged. Hesitating only a heartbeat, he dragged Li Tong backward along the car, stepped to the rear and opened the trunk with one hand. Inside the trunk, the black sack reeked of thick coppery blood. Qin Yu swallowed hard and pulled back the sack's opening. There lay Brother Kong, unrecognizable, throat pierced by 2 gaping wounds, fresh blood still oozing. Shi Lin, holding Dongcheng at gunpoint in front, heard Qin Yu fall silent, and his voice trembled. How is he?" "Gone." Qin Yu's face went ashen. "God damn it." Shi Lin's composure shattered, every suppressed fury, resentment and despair erupted in his mind. At the rear of the car, Li Tong raised his hand, smiling faintly. "Brother Kong is dead. You two will never wash this. Then let's talk. Lay down your guns, sit down and reason this through." Wham! Qin Yu shoved Li Tong's head hard against the car door, roaring, "Talk. My brother's been taken. Which matters more, the life of your brother or your own?" Li Tong tilted his neck, eyes sharp. "I've got numbers here. If it comes to a real fight, what do you think your odds are?" After a long calculating pause, Qin Yu's gaze hardened upon Li Tong. "Since Kong is gone, I have no choice. I'll take you with me, to lift this weight from our shoulders." "Ha!" Dongcheng, silent until now, turned slowly, face darkened. "Do you really think that's possible?" "I'm wired, anything's possible." Qin Yu jerked the green fuse in his left hand and bellowed, "Tell me, do bullets kill faster, or bombs?" At his words, every scattered henchman turned, eyes locking onto Dongcheng. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Dongcheng tilted his head, then lifted his arm, pointing one finger at Qin Yu. "I've ruled the plan zone for years, and no cop has ever taken me down. Go ahead, pull the wire. Let's see who dies first." Hearing those words, Qin Yu's left hand trembled uncontrollably. The 3 brothers had arrived in Jiangzhou armed with firearms and vehicles supplied exclusively by the garrison. Where then could they possibly have obtained rare grenades or explosives? That green fuse had been ripped from the motorcycle, its other end tied only to Qin Yu's belt. There was nothing beneath his waistband, just an empty bluff. Yet Jiangzhou's Li family harbored ruthless enforcers who refused to be intimidated. So, what now? Pulling the fuse would yield no explosion, but without detonation how could they cow men whose livelihoods depended on daring death itself? Along the roadside 7 or 8 henchmen already had their guns trained on Qin Yu and Qilin while Dongcheng glared with venomous fury and roared once more. On Jiangzhou soil there are at least 800, no 1,000, armed men who live by the sound of gunfire. But go ask around, has any one of them dared to stir trouble at the Li residence? Stand here and shout once, no echo answers back. Then tell me, does he even deserve the surname Li? Kid, I'm letting you pull the pin first, dare you do it? Qin Yu's temples throbbed with bulging veins, his left hand gripped the fake fuse, freezing him momentarily in place. His grenade was a sham, and the others weren't fooled for a second. What now? I told you, sit down, talk calmly, and we could have become friends. But you've turned the atmosphere unbearably awkward. Do you still have ground to stand on? Come on, kneel first, toss that broken gun aside and maybe we can still. Li Tong leaned against the car grinning as he called out. Qin Yu seized Li Tong's hair and slammed his head 3 times against the car hood. Instinctively his right hand darted toward his coat pocket, reaching for his gun ready to fight it out. Too scared to pull the pin. Then let me ask you this, do you dare fire? Dongcheng whirled around and suddenly waved at his men. Those who eat my bread, get over here now. We've got plenty of guns and enough men to hold our ground. Are we really afraid they'll outlive us by 2 lives? You talk too much. Qilin suddenly bellowed. You're your mother's bastard. Dongcheng jabbed a finger at Qilin's forehead. Ask yourself, can you walk away once the gun goes off? If I don't walk I'll be buried right here in Jiangzhou, so what? Qilin roared face, abruptly pressing his left palm onto Dongcheng's skull, then pointed the muzzle downward and snarled, fuck you, subdue me. The last man who tried to subdue me is already dead. His roar reverberated long into the air, then came the sharp crack of gunfire. Bang. 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 Bright muzzle flashes erupted, bullets pierced Dongcheng's skull in an instant. Everyone present stood stunned. Li Tong, who moments earlier had felt psychologically superior, stared wide-eyed as his own uncle collapsed into a spreading pool of blood. Xiao Yu, get in the car. Qilin released Dongcheng's head and strode forward without hesitation. Kill him, now. Li Tong shrieked, utterly losing control. Chaos erupted, the staccato rattle of gunfire filled the street. Qilin stood firm at the roadside, unflinching, and opened fire on the 2 nearest men. In the close quarters exchange, Qilin's superior marksmanship and sheer ferocity felled 1 man instantly, while 2 bullets struck his chest, sparking off his torso and tearing through his shoulder in a gush of blood. Damn it, spit on my face and none of you leave alive. Seeing Qilin seize the momentum, Qin Yu immediately drew his pistol with his right hand and lowered the barrel. Bang. Muzzle flash flared, Li Tong howled, dropping to 1 knee as crimson blood gushed from his right leg. Come on. I'm standing right here, if you shoot me once I'll put 1 in him. Whoever flinches is a whore's son. Qin Yu's eyes burned crimson, his left hand pinned Li Tong's head, his right held the pistol leveled at his chest. Who's next? Step forward. 5 or 6 scattered henchmen stared in panic, not at Qin Yu or Qilin but at Dongcheng's corpse lying in the street and at Li Tong already wounded and bleeding. Don't worry about me, kill him. Li Tong screamed, completely unhinged. Qilin spun around, swinging his pistol toward Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging as he roared to Sanjiang, I went to my elder brother, gone, my home lost. Through countless perils I entered Jiangzhou, but failed my mission and lost my brother. You think you can frighten me? Right now all I have left is this 1 life. If I don't fight today I won't survive tomorrow. Don't speak to me of your Jiangzhou Li family. Even if you were the Special Zone's top leader, I'd still blow his head off if he dared lay a hand on my throat. The words barely left his lips before 2 more shots cracked across the street. Li Tong's right kneecap shattered outright. Screaming in agony he rolled convulsively on the ground, then slumped into unconsciousness. Qilin whirled back, lowering his pistol, his gaze icy and unblinking as he surveyed the crowd. Who among you is a warrior? I ask again, who is a warrior? Who has less to live for than I do? Is there anyone? His voice hung heavy in the street air. Not a single armed henchman dared step forward or utter a word. No one. Then go. Qin Yu yanked Li Tong's collar with his left hand. Let's go, Qilin, drive. 10 seconds later Qilin started the engine. Qin Yu fired 3 rapid shots into the crowd, and the 2 fled battered and breathless. On the road Li Tong lay unconscious in the rear seat, blood streaming steadily from his thigh. Qilin drove in silence, his gaze blank and fixed on the windshield. Qin Yu took 2 deep drags from his e-cigarette, then shrugged off his jacket and began tearing strips from its inner lining. Take off your vest, you're hit in the shoulder. Wounded. Qilin hadn't even noticed the bullet wound until now. Don't move, just drive. I'll handle it. Qin Yu reached over and unbuttoned Qilin's shirt. The car glided along a silent shadow-draped street, brothers in motion, one driving, the other tending wounds, neither speaking. After a long while, as the car cleared Jian North, Qin Yu offered Qilin the e-cigarette and said hoarsely, you're truly not the same person you used to be. Life never gave me a choice, Qilin replied flatly, his voice equally ragged. Once in Songjiang, once in Jiangzhou, I saw things clearly now. What things? Qin Yu asked. For someone like me, no connections, no background, burdened with responsibilities behind me, the only advantage I hold over others is this ruined life. It can buy another's fortune, another's privileged fate. Qilin turned his head slowly, staring blankly at Qin Yu. In this lifetime 100 steps backward may yield less than one desperate wolf-like lunge forward, reedy teeth clenched, seizing what you want by force. But how many times can a man gamble his life? Qin Yu murmured, gazing numbly at the windshield. Qilin died in Songjiang long ago. From this day forward, every single day is a gift. With that, Qilin smiled faintly and stomped hard on the accelerator. It was nearly 3 a.m. At Buckingham Palace's main entrance, Qin Yu opened the car door and leaned in, saying quietly to Qilin, "You're injured, I'll handle the rest." Qilin pressed his hand against his wounded shoulder. "Be careful." "No problem." Qin Yu tossed the words over his shoulder and strode toward the grand entrance. Minutes later, inside Buckingham Palace's main hall. "Sir, you are. I need to see your boss," Qin Yu said with a calm smile, leaning casually against the bar. "A business matter. Do you have an appointment?" "No, I'll just say I'm from District 9. "Understood, please wait a moment." The attendant nodded. A short while later, Qin Yu was escorted up to the penthouse office by 3 henchmen. In the spacious lounge, a man in his 40s, wearing a plaid shirt, sat on the sofa watching a live stream show, not even looking up as he asked, "From Songjiang?" "I don't recall having any dealings with that region." Qin Yu strode over nonchalantly and sat beside him. "Call Kiki, tell her you've discovered who arrested Brother Kong." The man blinked in surprise. "Who exactly are you?" Slap. Qin Yu delivered a thunderous backhand. "I said, call her." "Shit." The man cursed, and the 3 youths beside the sofa lunged forward. Qin Yu raised his arm slowly, pointing directly at the man. "Touch me, and Brother Kong dies instantly." The middle-aged man observed Qin Yu with a cold gaze for a moment before lowering his head to retrieve his phone. Around 4 in the morning, 2 hybrid cars stopped at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Coco got out wearing a woolen coat showcasing her alluring figure as she walked towards the main entrance holding a phone and speaking urgently. "Yes, it's Lao by calling me. He said he found out about Brother Kang's whereabouts. Oh, I've arrived, we'll meet soon, okay, we'll talk later." After hanging up, Coco was about to lead her people up the steps when Qin Yu pulled the boss out from the inner door and casually wrapped his arm around her neck. "Beauty, we meet again." Coco looked at Qin Yu, her gaze filled with surprise. "I asked him to call you." "Don't blame him, I threatened him with Brother Kong." "What do you want to do?" Coco asked calmly, her pretty face composed. "Let's talk on your turf, I'm not sure about this either." "Shall we change the place to communicate our feelings?" Qin Yu asked with a playful grin. Coco pondered for a while and replied, "What if I don't go? Then Brother Kong is gone." "If Brother Kong is gone, your friend is gone too." "I still have leverage." Qin Yu embraced Coco's neck and leaned closer to her ear, saying, "I have a young man from the Li family of Jiangzhou in my hands." Coco was stunned. "I caught him under your flag." Qin Yu smiled. "Do you want to meet him?" "You saying this without proof makes it hard for me to believe." Qin Yu raised his arm and waved towards the distant car. Qilin rolled down the window, revealing Li Tong's head. "Does this convince you?" Qin Yu asked. Coco glanced at the car and upon seeing Li Tong, her surprised expression quickly faded. "Okay, he's worth me going with you. Let's go. Don't take advantage of me and take me away." Coco pointed at Qin Yu's arm. "No way, I need you to protect me." Qin Yu reached out and pressed a gun against Coco's waist. Coco endured it for a moment and turned to the people beside her, instructing, "Bring out the young man who captured me, wait for my call." "Boss, you can't go with him." The driver tried to advise. Coco calmly waved her hand. "It's fine, even if we can't reach an agreement, these 2 big men can't hit a little girl like me." Qin Yu scoffed. "Don't say you're a little girl, I can see you're not. Let's go." Coco smiled. Half an hour later. In an unknown barren area of Jiangzhou, the car stopped. Coco followed Qin Yu out, teasing with a smile, "You're quite clever. Did you know to get Lao Bai to lure me out?" "We are completely unfamiliar with the situation over here in Jiangzhou," Qin Yu said while rubbing his hands. "I just arrived and already got framed, so I have to be cautious." Coco remained silent. Qin Yu turned to scan the surroundings, walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. A strong smell of blood wafted out, causing Coco to wrinkle her brow slightly. Qin Yu opened a black bag and said, "We did our best, but he's still gone." Coco glanced at Brother Kang's corpse, her eyes quickly turning cold. "See, I didn't directly call you to meet because I was afraid you'd overthink it." Noticing Coco's expression, Qin Yu quickly explained, "His death has nothing to do with us. Let me hear your Coco was not afraid of Brother Kang's corpse. Instead, she walked to the side of the trunk and covered his head with the bag. Qin Yu organized his thoughts and stood next to the car, explaining the cause and effect clearly to Coco. After listening, Coco looked surprised. "Brother Kong was caught by Li Tong." "Exactly, otherwise why would I bring him back?" Qin Yu nodded. "I couldn't save him, but Li Tong is enough to prove that this has nothing to do with us." Coco silently looked back at Li Tong, who was gagged inside the car. After walking in place twice, she said, "I will release your friend immediately, let's end it here." That's not acceptable. Qin Yu shook his head. I came to take over the drug line business. I never agreed to let Brother Kong continue doing business in Songjiang. I firmly refuse, Coco said very calmly. Your place is too chaotic and there are too many with a voice on the ground. After Along's demise, the Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I don't want to take risks for now. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, there's no one responsible for the Songjiang side. Qin Yu tilted his head to look at Coco, frowning slightly. If we don't clarify the drug line matter, the three of us can't return to Songjiang. That's your problem. Coco said briefly. You give me Li Tong and I'll let your friend go. This matter will end here. Alas. Qin Yu sighed and pointed at Coco. You still don't understand my meaning. What do you? If you give up on the Songjiang business, Li Tong won't leave with you today. Then you don't want your friend? Coco asked with a cold smile. I've said it. If the drug trade is not established, the three of us can't return to Songjiang. Qin Yu said with a stern face, pointing at Coco. If you want to discard me after using me, I'll take Li Tong and leave immediately. He just spoke with me in the car. If you don't want to do business, he can do it with me. Coco was stunned. Why did Brother Kong die? Do you think I don't know? Qin Yu stared at Coco, gritting his teeth and adding, the Li family also wants to get into the drug trade. There's a conflict between you, right? Coco remained silent. If you don't do business in Songjiang, it will be taken over by the Li family. Qin Yu continued. Now I just need your word. Will you let us have the drugs or not? If not, I'll take Li Tong right away. You don't care about your friend's life at all. One person dying is better than three, right? Qin Yu replied coldly. Coco pondered for a while and tilted her head to look at Qin Yu, asking, aren't you afraid that I might change my mind after I get Li Tong? Do you think I'm foolish? If your goods don't go to Songjiang, do you think I can hand Li Tong over to you? Coco placed her hands behind her back, standing on her tiptoes. You're smarter than Along. I'm just more helpless than him. Qin Yu replied helplessly. All right, you've convinced me. Coco extended her slender finger and pointed at Qin Yu's chest, saying, but my agreement is not because I'm afraid the Li family will snatch our market. I value both of you, which is why I can take Li Tong. Coco smiled. Cooperation also depends on people. Then you won't misjudge people. At this moment, Qin Yu realized that Coco had probably already considered agreeing to his drug line proposal even before coming here. However, this woman was meticulous and deep-minded, testing her own ability to take the conversation and handle the task well. After exchanging glances, Coco suddenly smiled. What you said earlier was somewhat hurtful. What? Qin Yu was taken aback. Here. Coco pulled out her phone from her pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, taking the phone and noticing that the screen showed an ongoing call. The call is connected. Speak. Coco reminded him. Qin Yu frowned as he answered the call. Hello. Hello, you son of a bitch. Damn you, Qin Yu, I misjudged you. You keep shouting brother all day, yet you sold me out behind my back. And saying one person dying is better than three. Damn, why don't you go die? Lao Mao scolded furiously while walking on the social road. Be careful who you associate with. I've thoroughly understood that saying. Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat, covering the receiver and stepping aside. Are you stupid? Wasn't that a negotiation? I had to scare her. You don't understand a damn thing. I'm heartbroken. I'm the kind that's hard to coax. You better get lost and don't talk to me. Lao Mao angrily hung up the phone. What an absolute idiot. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and cursed. Next to the vehicle, Coco reached for the car door and peeked inside, saying, oh young Master Li, you're awake. Li Tong looked up at Coco, his expression filled with fear. 2 days later, in an accommodation courtyard about 80 kilometers away from Jiangzhou, Qin Yu quietly asked the owner, how is my friend's injury? Our medicine isn't strong, he's still running a fever, the owner replied in a low voice. It would be best to have a professional doctor come take a look. Can you find one? Money is not an issue, Qin Yu inquired. I can find one, but these people are not easy to deal with and I am afraid it will cause trouble for you once they arrive. The owner subtly nodded. After some deliberation, Qin Yu could only helplessly respond, then please help me get some good medicine to at least reduce the inflammation and fever. Alright, I'll send someone to Jiangzhou to get it for you, the owner agreed, nodding. Qin Yu pulled out cash and gently handed it to the owner, saying thank you. No need for thanks, the owner said without pretense, pocketing the money and turning to leave. I'll bring you meals shortly. This type of accommodation courtyard is commonly found in areas with relatively good public safety, primarily serving those who come and go on the run. However, its internal environment is poor and the food depends on what the owner has in the kitchen, with hardly any dishes available for order. Fortunately, the prices are cheap and most owners are sharp and discreet. After communicating with the owner, Qin Yu stepped back into the room on the left side where Qi Lin lay on the bed, pale, and anxiously asked, how's the situation? Is there any news from Kiki? You don't need to worry, I'm handling everything, Qin Yu gently reassured him. Just focus on recovering. Qi Lin had lost at least 20 pounds during this time and his once plump cheeks now appeared notably gaunt. I'm just worried that old cat has been with the other party for too long, something might go wrong. I can sense it too, but Kiki wants to cooperate, especially since we took care of Li Tong, Qin Yu comforted again. I can contact old cat anytime, everything will be fine. That's good to hear, Qilin nodded. Just hang in there, I've already told the owner to get the medicine. Qin Yu grinned, if your fever doesn't go down I'll have to call Kiki to have her bring a reliable doctor over. I can hold on, Qilin coughed twice, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu, his expression somewhat hesitant. Qin Yu, skilled in reading emotions, casually picked up an electronic cigarette and asked with a smile, do you have something to say? Qilin scratched his head. He. Qin Yu took a puff of smoke, locking his eyes on Qilin, and said candidly, we've gambled our lives together more than once, is there anything you can't tell me? Alright then, I'll just say it. Can we discuss me taking responsibility for the transportation once we re-establish the drug supply line? Qilin had unconsciously developed the habit of seeking Qin Yu's opinion or approval whenever faced with a situation. Qin Yu blinked, furrowing his brow as he replied, I wasn't planning on it. Qilin was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family handle the transportation? That's impossible. Qin Yu immediately shook his head in response. We risked our lives to establish this line, how could I let them directly contact Kiki? If the sellers and suppliers are closely linked, then what need do we have as middlemen? Even though the Ma family is temporarily willing to affiliate with Li Si, if they directly communicate with Kiki it would reduce our own influence. Qilin didn't expect Qin Yu had already thought of this, so he nodded instinctively. You're right. I originally thought you would have me keep an eye on the goods with Kiki while I acted as the bridge in the middle. Qin Yu explained, while smoking, this task is dangerous, you would have to travel back and forth between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you have your mother and little sister to care for. If something goes wrong it would be disastrous. Moreover, as a middleman you need to have frequent contact with both the Ma family and Kiki, and during that process you must be able to exert pressure and handle matters. Qilin fell silent for several seconds before attempting to argue. Xiaoyu, I want to try. Qin Yu turned to Qilin, gently advising, don't overthink what I'm about to say. The fate of your brother along still lingers in memory. This job is tough, and once the Yuan family realizes the drug supply line is being re-established they might look for a breakthrough through the middleman. Even if the Yuan family doesn't act, recently you saw how tragic Kong Guest's death was. This line of work involves quick money and the competition is fierce. Old Cat and I actually don't want you to. I understand what you mean. You and Old Cat believe that I have my little sister and mother to care for, so there are concerns. Qilin's eyes glistened slightly as he looked at Qin Yu, pondering for a long time before saying, but I can't keep relying on you both just because of that. Xiaoyu, I don't want to be like before, putting my fate and hopes in the hands of others. During this time I've realized one thing, to stand up one can only rely on oneself. Qin Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. Let me do it, I will do it better than anyone else. Qilin said again, because I've already been crushed to the ground, if I have no aspirations I will never be able to rise again. Have you thought this through? Absolutely, Qilin nodded firmly. Alright then, this matter will be your responsibility. After much consideration Qin Yu said, from now on Old Cat and I will handle the official business and you will be responsible for the transportation. We three brothers will stick together and do something impactful. Agreed. Qilin smiled upon hearing this. Qin Yu put down the electronic cigarette and got up, lowering his head to take out his phone, saying, I need to call Old Ma. Should I ask him for a list of goods? Yes, a list of goods, and also to borrow some money, Qin Yu casually replied. Qilin was a bit confused upon hearing this. What do you mean by borrowing money? Kiki will definitely not give you the goods for free right now. To get the first batch of goods we need to pay for them. Qin Yu spread his hands and asked, but who among us has money now? Who can afford to pay for the goods? Qilin felt even more puzzled upon hearing this. Old Ma will definitely cover the payment, and I think he would be willing to put up this money. At the very least we can directly call Li Si, he should be able to solve this money issue without us borrowing it, right? No, Qin Yu shook his head. This money cannot come from Old Ma or Li Si. Qilin seemed to ponder this. Qin Yu grinned and explained softly, Old Li holds a high position as the chief of police and has influence in official matters. Although Old Ma has recently been severely affected by Yuan suffering some losses, as long as the drug line is restored he still has the ability to rally his team again. But think about it, what do we have in our hands? Besides you daring to take risks and Old Cat being somewhat foolish, what do we have that can stand on the table? Qilin pondered for a while before blurted out, we have Kiki and the suppliers. Exactly. Qin Yu immediately nodded in agreement. The suppliers are the absolute cohesion that connects everyone, and now that it's in our hands we must seize this opportunity to re-establish the drug business with everyone surrounding us. So we can't let Old Li front this money, nor can we discuss everything with the Ma family. You must understand they are the downstream, they will have to rely on us for their livelihoods in the future. Qilin hearing this squinted and looked at Qin Yu again, giving him a thumbs up and saying, no wonder even someone as proud as Old Cat is willing to listen to you, and Li Si is also willing to support you. You indeed possess something we lack. What do you mean? Qin Yu asked with a playful grin. The wolf-like instinct that makes your eyes turn red the moment you catch a scent. Qilin thought for a long time before making this sharp comparison. Hee. Qin Yu showed a seemingly innocent smile and dialed Old Ma's number. After several dozen seconds he heard hello. Old Ma's voice came through. Uncle Ma, can you pull up a list of goods for me indicating the needed medicines and previous purchase prices? I have use for it. Alright, old Ma nodded with bright eyes. Also lend me 150,000, I have use for it. Qin Yu said assertively, this money I will pay you back slowly. Old Ma furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Do we really need to borrow this much? I have. Think of a way, I'm in urgent need, Qin Yu urged. Alright, old Ma nodded. That settles it. After ending the call, old Ma put down the phone and immediately shouted to those nearby, bring out the previous purchase list, I want to review it again. And quickly gather 150,000. Do we need that much money? A middle-aged man frowned and asked. Gather it. If Qin Yu gets this done, the drug line will soon be established. Another day passed. The funds from the Ma family, after going through two hands, finally flowed into Kuke's account, while Qin Yu and Qilin began to wait for the delivery to Songjiang. Since both parties had agreed, Kuke was responsible for the first shipment. Around 10 in the morning, Qin Yu dialed Inspector Li's number. Hello. Director. Li, the director asked in a steady voice, has everything been finalized? It's all set. The supplier's goods are already on the way and will arrive in Songjiang in 3 to 4 days at the latest. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. I've already informed Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they'll briefly hand them over to the Ma family. Isn't it a little risky for Zhu Wei to take on so much cargo? Li expressed his concern. He won't have any problems, he's a member of the third group and is one of my people, Qin Yu said firmly. Last time they tried to set me up, he was the one who saved me. Since you have confidence, I won't say anything more, Li nodded and replied. Just get this done quickly and come back soon. Alright then, you get busy, director. From now on call me Li Gu. Qin Yu was taken aback. Director Li had already hung up. Qin Yu pondered with his phone for a long time, then shook his head and smiled. Sigh, having an idiot nephew like Lao Mao makes my path difficult, it's too worrying. What are you talking about? Qilin asked, looking up. Nothing, Lao Li wants me to call him big brother. Hey, can you ask him if he needs any brothers? Ha ha. The two laughed heartily as they joked with each other. Dressed in a well-fitted casual coat, Director Li stepped out of his office and turned back to say to his secretary, you need to inform the North Station that I will be going to Feng Bei, have them arrange a carriage for me. Okay, the secretary nodded. In the afternoon around 4 o'clock, Director Li arrived at Feng Bei City, the capital of the special zone, by light rail, then took a car to a cadre compound in the city. By an antique tea table on the second floor, Director Li savored strong tea and smiled, saying, Teacher, I miss your tea here day and night while in Songjiang. I will bring you some when you return, an elderly man in his 60s said with his hands clasped, gently asking, have you made any progress with your matters there? Yes, it's all completed. Old Li looked at him, speaking plainly, Teacher, the academic faction has been gaining traction in various departments in recent years, and some cadres are solidifying their positions by collaborating with local enterprises, so those of us who entered the government early must tread carefully these days. You were hot for 3 years, I was popular for 5, isn't that politics? The teacher responded lightly, in times of peace there are always fluctuations, let alone in the current environment. Fluctuations are actually normal. But fluctuations are also related to people's thoughts. If one lacks motivation, how can they expect the winds of change to continue? Director Li smiled and said, I don't seek profit from the pharmaceutical matter, what I seek is space and balance. The teacher nodded. You go ahead and do it. If necessary, I will say a few words to those above. Recently come to Feng Bei more often. I am getting old. There will come a day when my words will carry less weight. If you want to do something, you must grow up quickly. Thank you, teacher, Director Li replied gratefully. In the pharmaceutical interests, there are many people you must satisfy. The teacher reminded again, since ancient times financial matters have been tricky, I can help you build connections, but whom you choose to be close to and how much to give you must understand in your heart. Understood. Let's drink tea. The old man indicated the end of that topic. Around 7 in the evening, the sky was pitch black. Qin Yu frowned as he ate a dry bun, looking at Qilin and asking, are you feeling any better? A bit better. Qilin was still running a low fever, his lips cracked, his face devoid of color, and he was constantly coughing. Damn, the new medicine isn't very effective. Qin Yu put down the bun and frowned, saying, how about this, I'll go find the boss and have him introduce me to a doctor, I'll go pick them up myself. No need, Qilin waved his hand. Li Tong has been in our custody for several days, we don't know the situation in Jiangzhou. If you go, it will be dangerous. If I don't go, you'll burn up, Qin Yu said as he set down the bun. Don't worry, I have a plan. Really unnecessary. Qilin, fearing something might happen to Qin Yu, insisted again, let's wait another 3 or 4 days. Once the goods arrive in Songjiang, we'll inform Kuku of their location. When they come to pick up Li Tong, they will bring a doctor. We can't wait any longer. Qin Yu reached for his coat. A high fever is dangerous, I still need to see a doctor. I said no need, just listen to me. The two began to argue about the doctor inside the room. Boss, what are you all doing? At that moment a voice from outside called out from the lodging house's owner. Qin Yu turned at the sound, about to walk to the door to take a look outside, when he suddenly saw 7 or 8 people stepping toward him from the window. "Who is it?" Qilin asked from the bed. Qin Yu frowned and pulled out his gun, thumb pushing off the safety. "Open the door." A clear female voice sounded from outside the door. Qin Yu was taken aback and opened the door reflexively. Outside stood Kuka, dressed in a black trench coat, her legs in knee-high boots and her long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking incredibly sexy and alluring. "What brings you here?" Qin Yu was very surprised. "I just came because I wanted to," Kuka replied playfully as she stepped into the room. Qin Yu stared at Kuka's back, frowning and asking, "Do you know we are staying here?" "I just found out." Kuka stood with her hands behind her back, surveying the environment inside. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat at her words, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If it weren't Kuka who had discovered their whereabouts, but rather the Li family from Jiangzhou, then now. Kuka turned her head back, smiling as she said to Qin Yu, "Don't worry, the people from the Li family can't reach here, they don't have our skills here." Qin Yu looked at Kuku in surprise, seemingly feeling that this woman had seen through his thoughts. Qilin, sitting on the bed, looked at Kuku and suddenly asked, "What about my brother?" "Damn it, I came to Jiangzhou with all my enthusiasm and I haven't even started rocking yet and am already trapped by a woman." Lao Mao stepped in from outside, looking worried and asking, "Are you alright now?" Seeing this fool, Qin Yu and Qilin both breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine, just injured my arm." "Damn it, I thought you were in trouble." Lao Mao urgently turned around and shouted, "Come doctor, quickly take a look at my brother." As he spoke, a middle-aged man carrying a box walked in. "Did you come to pick up Li Tong?" Qin Yu asked Kuku. Yes, Kuku nodded. Qin Yu was taken aback and replied expressionlessly, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Didn't I say that Li Tong can only be given to you once the goods arrive?" Kuku playfully smiled at the sound. "The goods have already arrived in Jiangzhou." "Impossible, the money only reached your hands today." Qin Yu was skeptical. Kuku, with her hands behind her back, softly replied, "Before the money even arrived, I already had someone send the goods to Songjiang." Qin Yu was stunned, and his mind began to ponder just how much cunning this girl, who was about the same age as him, truly possessed. "At 9 o'clock you have someone pick up the goods." Kuku extended her palm, her eyes crescent-shaped, wishing us a pleasant cooperation in advance. The doctor carefully cleaned Qilin's wound in the room and administered intravenous medication for 3 consecutive days before turning to say, "Young man, your immune system is strong. Just pay attention to keeping warm and avoid catching a cold and you will be fine." Kiki nodded in response, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Songjing." "You're welcome," the doctor smiled, picking up his bag and walking out. Kiki glanced at her watch and then smiled at Qin Yu, saying, "I'll stay here tonight. In an hour and a half you all come to my room. I'll treat you to something nice." "All right," Qin Yu nodded. "Let's go," Kiki called out to her companions and stepped out of the room. Qin Yu casually closed the door and kicked Old Cat's backside, asking, "How was it? Did you suffer over there? What kind of brain do I have to let a woman take care of me?" Old Cat replied with a smirk, "They captured me but didn't act immediately. I understood right away that you two must have gained some leverage outside, otherwise how could they be so polite to me? So for the past few days I've been living like a lord there, enjoying my meals and drinks while making the little lady's driver sweat, huh?" Qin Yu cursed in silence upon hearing this. "You son of a gun, you're so carefree wherever you go. If I don't act nonchalant, Kiki might actually think that old Kong has us in a bind." Old Cat appeared fierce, but he actually remained quite composed in challenging situations. This was also related to his background, as his privileged upbringing subtly influenced him, making him less intimidated. "Brother, I've heard about everything that's happened," Old Cat said as he sat beside Qilin, speaking with unexpected admiration. "Without you and silly you, I might have really lost Jiangzhou. Not to mention you handled this matter quite well." Qilin smiled. "Everyone has their role to play. Oh, by the way." Qin Yu suddenly spoke up, "I'm planning to have Qilin act as the intermediary responsible for connecting with the suppliers and managing the shares." Old Cat was taken aback. "That job is quite difficult and dangerous." "I'm not afraid of danger, it's what I want to do," Qilin replied softly. Old Cat was taken aback. "That job is quite difficult and dangerous." "I'm not afraid of danger, it's what I want." "Then it's settled, as you say." Old Cat finally expressed his agreement. At a critical moment in Songjiang, it was Qin Yu who secretly contacted the Ma family, protecting Qilin at the most crucial time through various obstacles. It was also Qin Yu who devised the plans, helping Qilin kick away the burdens that fell from the sky. Now the pharmaceutical situation had taken a decisive turn for the better thanks to Qin Yu's strategy, allowing everyone to navigate the complex relationships toward positive outcomes. Thus both Old Cat and Qilin couldn't help but subconsciously view Qin Yu as their backbone. This unconscious change also had its benefits, as the brothers working together couldn't deliberate on everything. There needed to be someone who could make real decisions. Old Cat had a somewhat reckless personality and was slightly impulsive and idealistic in some matters. As for Qilin, he had the ambition but lacked experience, especially in dealing with the ruthless folks in the planning district. So both understood that only Qin Yu, with his years of survival experience, decisiveness and unique vision, was truly suited to take the— Lying on the bed within 4 drip, Qilin pondered for a long time before asking Xiaoyu, "How do you plan to negotiate with Kiki? Will the price remain the same as before?" No, Qin Yu shook his head. We're different from your older brother. He was in a position where one could eat well while the whole family didn't suffer, but this time we need to share the profits among many people. If the cost of the medicine is too high, the profits will be low, making it difficult to satisfy everyone involved. Old Cat crudely picked his nose and bluntly stated Old Li is already in Feng Bei, he might want 50% of the profits from his side. That much? Shi Lin frowned. Old Li isn't focused on making money, he's looking to suppress the Yuan family while creating some space for himself. That 50% is basically all for the upper-level connections, he won't take much for himself, Old Cat explained softly. But that's still a bit much. Shi Lin turned to Qin Yu, the Ma family will also want a share. 50% is understandable, Qin Yu replied with a smile. The biggest backing for this business is Li Si's connections. If he can ensure the smooth sale of the medicine, even if we earn less at first, the stability will compensate for it. If we can't make big money in the short term, we'll rely on time to build capital, there's no rush, just take it slow. Shi Lin nodded. The three brothers chatted while keeping an eye on the time. An hour and a half later, Shi Lin finally removed the needle and stepped out of the room, following Qin Yu and Old Cat to the diagonally opposite. In Kiki's room, the aroma of meat filled the air, and a rusty copper pot simmered with boiling broth on the table, with several plates of frozen lamb cut into thin rolls of red and white nearby, which inexplicably whetted the appetite in this era. I brought the lamb and vegetables. The soup was prepared by the boss. Kiki, dressed in a loose turtleneck sweater, waved her hand and invited, come sit and eat together. Then I won't be polite. Old Cat, greedy as ever, stepped forward and scooped up a large chopstick full of meat, tossing it into the pot. Hey, the last time I had hot pot was probably 2 or 3 years ago. We who eat off the government's plate can't live as freely as you folks in the planning district. Ha ha. Kiki smiled and turned to Old Cat, saying your Old Li is in that position, casually waving his hand, and you still lack for lamb hot pot. Upon hearing this, Old Cat immediately put on airs, saying, girl, you don't know I'm a strong person. Even though I'm related to Old Li, my dignity doesn't allow me to rely on him for a living. Just shut up and eat, Qin Yu said, nearly gagging. What, am I not speaking the truth? Old Cat retorted with a sideways glance. It's the truth indeed, Qin Yu replied vaguely. Come on everyone, sit down. Kiki graciously urged. The group took their seats around the round table while Kiki's driver and others didn't join them, they were eating in the adjacent room. After pouring drinks for the three, Kiki raised her glass and confidently declared, first, let's wish for a successful cooperation in the future. Second, you captured Li Tong, which counts as avenging brother Kong. Third, as long as you do business with me, it means I'm making money, so I must thank you all. I'll drink 3 glasses in a row to show my respect. Old Cat, watching the spirited Kiki, blinked his shameless little eyes and said, this girl has a great tolerance for alcohol, it's a pity she isn't performing at the Buckingham Palace. Just shut your mouth. Qin Yu reached out to swat Old Cat's head. At the dining table, Kiki started off by downing nearly 5 taels of baijiu, yet her expression remained unchanged and she showed no signs of intoxication. Seeing how the young girl was handling herself so well, Qin Yu felt compelled to join in, so he and the Old Cat also downed 3 glasses in her company. As the wine flowed and the dishes were cleared, everyone began to feel a bit tipsy. Qin Yu then smiled and asked, Kiki, what is your full name? My name is Eugene Yan, Kiki replied crisply as she wiped the grease from her red lips. Qin Yu was taken aback. That sounds a bit like a boy's name. It's quite nice, but it feels a bit off for a girl, the Old Cat commented. It gives off a sharp vibe, which isn't good. You don't know anything. Kiki rolled her eyes. In ancient times, Jean was used to describe beautiful jade. For a name, it sounds grand and simple with a good meaning. He doesn't have much education, so don't expect much from him, Shi Lin interjected. I can tell he's illiterate, Kiki nodded. I actually think this name suits you well. Qin Yu leaned his head to look at Kiki. You're more capable than many men. Kiki shook her head. Not at all, I'm just following in my father's footsteps. Don't you have any men in your family? The Old Cat asked. I do, Kiki said, smiling as she picked up some lamb, but the men in my family aren't as good as I am. The 3 were taken aback and Kiki playfully added, just kidding, my 2 older brothers are responsible for other matters, hee hee. Qin Yu looked at Kiki and suddenly asked, can I go see the production workshop for the medicine? Kiki immediately shook her head. Of course not. Why not? Your client level isn't high enough and I don't fully trust you, so how could I let you into the workshop? Kiki decisively refused. Then how will I know about the quality of the medicine? Qin Yu asked again. Kiki replied calmly, after 2 shipments you'll understand that my name Eugene Yan guarantees quality. Just talking isn't enough. Qin Yu blinked and grinned, asking, how about this, you don't have to take us to see the workshop. When we do the second shipment, he'll give you part of the advance payment first, and after the goods are sold he'll settle the remaining amount. Oh dear, you look quite big and sturdy, but why are you so cunning in business? Kiki asked with her big eyes blinking. Are you having financial issues? Are you worried about cash flow? So you came up with the excuse to see the workshop. After being caught off guard, Qin Yu shamelessly replied, I just think this way everyone has some guarantee. Kiki paused for a moment with her chopsticks and replied, the advance payment must be over 50% before I can release the goods. No, let's discuss this further. Qin Yu wanted to continue persuading. Don't try to take advantage, I've already given you a very generous offer, Kiki immediately interrupted. Seeing that the negotiation wasn't going through, Qin Yu could only nod and respond, then how about this, can you reduce the purchase price for me? You know that Songjiang has the Yuan family, and in the future there might also be the Li family. If my price isn't competitive, it will be difficult to compete with them. It's impossible, the price will remain the same as before. Mine is already very cheap. Kiki refused again. Qin Yu frowned and quietly advised, nowadays is different from before. When Alon supplied goods to Old Ma, there weren't so many competitors and there was no animosity. Think about it, if you can't protect the market in Songjiang, not only will you earn nothing but it will also help the other two families. Kiki looked at Qin Yu and said, you're really cunning. If you lower the price, we genuinely want to cooperate. The old cat chimed in, to be honest, in this line of work all aspects must be managed, so the meat that comes to us is just a tiny morsel. How you distribute benefits has nothing to do with me. Kiki turned and said, my goods are already very cheap. If I give more discounts, how will we survive? I believe you definitely don't want to see the Yuan and Li families encroaching on your market. Qin Yu pulled out an e-cigarette. Establishing channels and gathering customers, it's a correct strategy for all of us to earn a little less. Kiki watched the two of them go on and on, a faint smile on her face, but she remained silent. Don't try to distract me, we're discussing serious business here, why do you keep flirting? The old cat said cheekily. Hee. Kiki smiled, since we can sit here and talk, it means you've accepted my price for the goods, right? Qin Yu was taken aback. Don't bring up the market, everyone knows we the Yu family indeed need to compete with the other two groups, but it's just a matter of seizing the market. But you are different, you need to rely on this to survive, right? Kiki asked Qin Yu again. Qin Yu looked at her and suddenly felt a bit of a headache, because this girl was really sharper than a monkey when it came to business. Sitting down to have a meal is just to make sure everything goes smoothly. I once say that kind of thing. At this price you can take it or leave it, but you shouldn't be too excessive. After thinking for a long time, Kiki succinctly said, let's each take a step back. Under the condition of ensuring the company's absolute bottom line, I can give you a 10% discount on the medicine price, but the prerequisite is that each month your order volume must meet 200,000 yuan or more. If it's even 1 yuan less, I'll still sell the goods at the previous price. The old cat, hearing this, immediately commented excitedly, you really know how to do business. 200,000 yuan worth of goods a month, you're asking us to face off against the other two families competing for the market. You said it yourself, I give you a discount so you can enter the market. If it weren't for that, why would I give you a discount? Kiki asked with a smile. The old cat was speechless for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, saying, if you were a man you would have already taken down the Li family. Hearing this, Kiki raised her cup of warm liquor and confidently declared, eliminating the Li family is just a matter of time. Qin Yu looked at Kiki with admiration and felt strangely reassured about their future cooperation. At first Qin Yu thought Kiki was very clever, but after all she was a girl. In the business world or in this era she would definitely be at a disadvantage compared to those experienced men. However, upon actual contact, Qin Yu discovered that this girl, who usually seemed like an immature little girl, could joke and chat casually at the table like a friend, but when it came to serious business and interests she was truly unyielding. Moreover, her thinking was clear and her speech was concise, often making a man's lengthy ramblings feel inferior to her straightforward remarks. After concluding the serious discussions, the banquet was nearing its end. Just as Qin Yu was preparing to return to arrange matters with Li Tong, Kiki suddenly called out to him, I have a request for you. I'm sorry, I can accept the cooperation, but I can't serve a female boss, that's my bottom line. Qin Yu turned back and replied with a smile. The old cat immediately raised his hand, I have no bottom line I can serve. Just tell me what you want to do. Kiki looked at the two with exasperation, saying, can you both just leave? Qin Yu grinned, showing his teeth. I want some skincare products, but they're not available here and they're too expensive in District 7. After you return, can you ask someone to bring some from Fongbei? It's cheaper there. Kiki's charming face blossomed with a radiant smile again. Alright, give me a list tomorrow and I'll have someone buy it for you. Qin Yu readily agreed. I'll give you my account later and you can transfer the money to me. Do I need to pay for it? Kiki asked with her big watery eyes. Qin Yu was taken aback, is your dad a big official? Don't you need to pay for cosmetics? Kiki spread her small hands and said, I've done such a big thing for you both, shouldn't you give me a little kickback? This is so inconsiderate. Qin Yu looked at her speechless, come on, you're a boss too, this is too. No matter how much of a boss I am, I'm still a woman and women are always the ones who get shortchanged. You'll understand soon enough. Just make it reasonable, I can't afford anything too expensive, Qin Yu threw out as he dashed outside, afraid Kiki would ask him for something else. After everyone left, Kiki took out the bedsheet she brought from her luggage and spread it on the cold bed, plopping down onto it. After a few seconds, Kiki dialed her father's phone. Hello, Dad. A warm voice responded, how's everything going? Everything's been settled. For the second shipment they will provide an advance payment. Qin Yu negotiated the price down and I agreed to reduce it by 10%, but the condition is that they must have an order of 200,000 every month. That's good, it's even better than I expected. The other party nodded in satisfaction. Have you returned? Not yet, I'm staying here tonight. Kiki shook her head. The environment there is terrible, why not come back? Oh, I've lived in worse places, don't worry, I'll return tomorrow. Kiki said with a smile, tell my brother to hurry up with the second batch of goods. Sure, I'll urge him. Now I'll freshen up and go to sleep. Get some rest, take care of yourself and don't tire yourself out too much, her father expressed concern for his daughter. Old Cat sat in a chair reeking of alcohol and asked, how do you sleep on this 2-meter bed? Come on big brother, stop being picky will you? Qilin responded speechlessly, in this kind of environment having a place to stay is already good enough, the three of us can just squeeze together. I'm not used to squeezing. Old Cat took a puff of his e-cigarette. Qin Yu haphazardly took off his clothes and with a crash lay on the bed cursing, you're such a show-off, it's not like you have to sleep in the same bed with me, right? Forget it, I won't squeeze with you guys, I'll find somewhere else to go. Old Cat stood up emboldened by the alcohol. Where are you going to find a place? Qilin asked curiously. Did you not notice? Kiki's a bit tipsy and she seems a little lonely. I'm going to get her some drinks and comfort her. Old Cat was already feeling a bit overwhelmed by his inner desires. You should just drop it, Qin Yu lay on the bed cursing, stop being such a creep will you? Besides, didn't you say you like Lin Yinlei? Who doesn't like her? Qilin commented without much thought. You two just sleep together, go ahead. Old Cat left holding his pants. Qilin lay on the bed frowning and asking, this fool won't make Kiki upset, will he? Old Cat knows his limits, it'll be fine. Qin Yu flipped over, resting his hand on Qilin's abdomen, saying, little brother, lie down over here, I'm a bit cold. Qilin was taken aback, what do you mean? There's an idiom called backdoor stick, have you heard of it? Get away from me. Qilin pushed Qin Yu away, what kind of people are you? I'm still injured and you guys won't let me be. Inside the dormitory courtyard the lights were dim and the people in each room had mostly fallen asleep. Old Cat knocked lightly on Kiki's door, are you asleep? After a short while Kiki, her head wrapped in a pink towel and dressed in thick pajamas, opened the door staring at Old Cat with a dazed look, what do you want? I still haven't finished drinking and I feel like there might be some loopholes in our collaboration. Old Cat looked Kiki up and down. How about we chat some more? Kiki paused for a moment, then looked at Old Cat's face and suddenly smiled, saying, alright, come in then. Upon hearing this, Old Cat felt his heart melt and immediately walked into the room, bracing the door with his backside, saying, sister, let me tell you, from the first moment I saw you I felt you were more generous than any man and particularly good at business. Please sit for a moment, I need to go to the bathroom to get something, Kiki called out as she casually closed the door. Okay, go ahead. Old Cat nodded repeatedly. Kiki, wearing slippers, walked to the bathroom door and turned back to ask, hey, it's quite cold, you've been in my warehouse for several days. Do you want to take a shower? There's hot water. Old Cat was momentarily stunned by this and his heart began to race. What are you looking at me for? Are you going to wash or not? Kiki asked with a smile again. Is that appropriate? Old Cat stood up and swiftly took off his outer coat. Oh come on, a child of the rivers and lakes doesn't sweat the small stuff. Go wash and later we'll have a good drink together. Kiki looked at Old Cat, her charming face slightly flushed, saying, actually I admire you quite a bit. What do you admire me for? Old Cat was probably bewildered himself. Kiki softly remarked, you were completely calm when you were with me. Over the years I've dealt with many people in business but there are few like you. Old Cat felt a surge of blood after hearing this, took off his inner sweater and dashed into the bathroom without a shower head. Sister, wait a moment. I'll tell you all about my past. Kiki pouted, bending down to sit on the worn-out sofa, lowering her head to read a book. Old Cat entered the bathroom, hurriedly filled a tub with water and began scrubbing himself with utmost seriousness. 20 minutes later, after Kiki heard there was no sound of water in the room, she calmly sat on the sofa and shouted, Cat, use the large bath towel hanging on the rope. Don't take your clothes out, they're filthy. Upon hearing this, Old Cat reached out to grab the towel from the rope, shaking his head and lamenting, I've really been given a golden opportunity, if I don't seize it I'd be wasting my name, Li Fugue. A few minutes later, Old Cat came out with a towel wrapped around his waist and wearing a coat, only to find Kiki standing at the door bending down to fiddle with something. What's wrong? Old Cat asked, his head heating up. I don't know what happened, the door suddenly won't lock and it opens on its own when the wind blows. Come, I'll help you fix it. No need, no need. You just hold it from the outside. I'll just adjust the lock a bit. Kiki brushed her hair and called out, stand outside and brace it for me. Alright, Old Cat responded, eagerly rushing out to help stabilize the door. Kiki twisted the lock a couple of times and then smiled, saying, it should be good now. Step back, I'll see if I can close the door tightly. It's too cold, the door latch must have frozen. It's fine, you close it and I'll try to pull it a bit. Old Cat nodded, grin. As she finished speaking, Kiki smiled at Old Cat and reached out to pull the iron door shut. Old Cat eagerly grasped the doorknob and gave it a strong pull, shouting, it's done, it's solid, now it won't open. There was no movement inside. Old Cat shivered from the cold wind, laughing as he called out, open up, it's freezing outside, let me in. Still there was no response from inside. Old Cat paused, reached out and knocked on the door, opened the door. Inside, Kiki was sprawled on the bed, laughing uncontrollably, you're not being very respectful, I'm letting you cool off for a bit. Old Cat gaped, letting the cold wind blow into him, shouting, it's windy outside, speak louder, I can't hear you. Kiki smiled again and casually turned off the lights. After knocking on the door for a solid 2 to 3 minutes, old cat finally understood he'd been tricked and shouted loudly, "Sister, this is a bit much. You're not drinking either, can you at least give me my clothes back? How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn, it's freezing out here." Kiki still ignored him. "Damn it, the heart of a woman is the most poisonous." Old cat gritted his teeth and cursed, glancing around. A strong gust of cold wind hit and old cat felt goosebumps all over, instinctively hugging his shoulders. However, unexpectedly, as his body twisted, the towel wrapped around his waist fell with a loud slap. The chilly wind blew, making old cat's face turn pale as he bent down to pick up the towel. Creak. The small door beside him was pushed open and the dormitory owner, holding a flashlight, had just finished checking the courtyard. He turned and saw old cat completely exposed and was instantly dumbfounded. Old cat was also stunned. The owner held back for a long time before asking, puzzled, "Brother, what kind of skills are you practicing? Are you kidding?" Old cat picked up the towel and asked. The owner was stunned for a long time, then blushed as he exclaimed, "Can you be a little more serious?" Early the next morning in the dormitory compound, Qin Yu ate breakfast while glancing sideways at Lao Mao and asked, "Where did you sleep last?" "Where else? I spent the night in the front hall with the boss." Lao Mao snarled bitterly. "That woman is utterly ruthless. Why strip me naked if you're not even going to handle business properly? Someone like you absolutely deserves a lesson." Qin Yu roared with laughter. "Even using your backside to think you'd realize who she really is. She's the daughter of our supplier's boss, and sharp-witted too. Do you truly believe she'd casually entangled herself with you? Is that even plausible? I thought she was hinting at it over drinks, you know what I mean." Lao Mao shot back with a sidelong glance. "I imagined this would be a tale of kindling meeting wildfire, you understand. Instead it turned out to be a story of earthworms shivering in the gale, didn't it?" Qi Lin interjected. "Now that's going too far. Can we even finish this meal?" "What on earth do you mean?" Lao Mao snapped, flustered. "Ha ha ha." Qin Yu and Qi Lin doubled over with laughter, each raising a thumb toward Lao Mao in mock reverence. Just as the three finished breakfast, Kiki strode in, radiant and cheerful. The moment Lao Mao saw her, his teeth ground together. "Oh, bright and early, aren't we?" "Good morning," Kiki replied with a smile, turning to face him. "Your constitution is truly impressive. You didn't even catch a cold despite the chill. Impossible to converse with you. I'm stepping out for a smoke." Lao Mao rose and walked off. Giggle. Kiki chuckled softly. "I had your clothes washed by the boss. I paid for it myself." Lao Mao paused, stunned. "At least you still have a shred of humanity." Kiki turned to Qin Yu. "Today I'll be taking Li Tong with me. The cargo has been collected. We'll be heading back as well." Qin Yu extended his hand. "Let's stay in touch." Kiki's playful expression faded. She shook his hand firmly. "We offered such favorable pricing precisely to secure market foothold. I trust you'll treat this endeavor with utmost seriousness so all of us may reap meaningful rewards." "Absolutely. No more words then. I wish you a safe and prosperous journey." "Right you are." Qin Yu waved. "Let me walk you out." "Oh, right." Just as Kiki reached the doorway, she tapped her porcelain forehead. "How could I forget the main matter? Hanik-san, come here please." After calling twice, a burly man approached from afar carrying several parcels. Kiki took the packages and turned directly to Qi Lin. "Here are some funds, medicine suitable for elders, and clothing I've selected for your sister. Please accept them." Qi Lin stared at her, utterly taken aback. This is... I deeply regret what happened to Along and Songjiang. Though I met him only briefly, he rendered us invaluable aid, and even in extremis he never betrayed us. For that I am profoundly grateful." Kiki spoke with quiet formality and grace. "This is but a modest token of my appreciation." Qi Lin stood speechless for a long moment, heart swelling with emotion. My elder brother spent years forging connections across the land, always boasting about how many friends he'd made. Yet after his fall you were the only one who remembered him and remembered that he left behind family. Thank you. You're welcome. Kiki handed the parcels to Qi Lin and nodded with a warm, gentle smile. Well then, we're off. Let me see you out. A quarter hour later, Qin Yu, Lao Mao and Qi Lin saw Kiki's team off along the road. That young woman is extraordinary, Lao Mao mused, hands clasped behind his back. Learned, capable and meticulous beyond measure. Who among us could have foreseen she'd bring gifts for Qi Lin in Along's memory? Indeed, Qin Yu agreed. You didn't see. Qi Lin glanced at Lao Mao and murmured, Li Tong seems tough enough, but do you know his expression when he saw Kiki inside the car? What expression? Like a man staring down a death squad sent to execute him, Qi Lin replied without hesitation. His eyes betrayed fear, raw, unmasked, irrepressible. Then there are still things about this young woman we don't yet comprehend, Lao Mao mused thoughtfully. Whether or not we grasp them fully, one thing is certain, at this very moment our rapport with her is harmonious. Qin Yu laughed, clapping Lao Mao on the shoulder. You agree, don't you, brother? I'm not so sure our rapport is quite that harmonious. Ha ha. Qin Yu grinned. Let's gather our things, we're returning home in triumph, that afternoon. Qin Yu paid the boss and waited over 2 hours before gasoline-matching ammunition and other supplies were delivered. With everything secured, the three brothers set out on their return journey to the city. Yet their inner dispositions had shifted entirely. They had arrived tense and heavy-hearted, but now departed elated, hearts brimming with ambition and resolve. Their expedition to Jiangzhou had secured the pharmaceutical supply line, a decisive milestone that finally granted them unshakable footing in Songjiang. That night, in an office building belonging to the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Kiki sipped lemon tea. She'd prepared herself seated on the sofa and fixed Li Tong with a cool gaze. Have you considered the consequences of attempting to kill me? Li Tong feigned nonchalance, tilting his head with a crooked smile. You won't dare touch me. If we tear open this rift now, your side won't fare any better. So confident. Kiki set down her teacup. Very well, I concede defeat in this round. From now on I'll remain silent and inactive, leaving negotiations entirely to my family and yours. Li Tong knew full well his father and uncles were already in contact with the Yu family. How brazen you are, Kiki smiled faintly. You killed Brother Kong, yet not a single word of remorse. In street-level rivalry, death is hardly unusual. Li Tong replied softly. Kiki rose, clasping her hands behind her back as she regarded him. Are you genuinely unafraid, or merely pretending composure? Li Tong clenched his fists. I am no street thug, I carry the name of the Li family. Ah. Kiki nodded, then abruptly turned and called Hanok San. The door opened. A broad-shouldered man in a black t-shirt bowed low. Boss. Teach young Master Li how to address me properly. With that, Kiki turned and walked away. Hanok San drew his pistol, his expression unreadable as he leveled the barrel at Li Tong's kneecaps. Kiki, if you do this, our families will instantly descend into open war. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots cracked, the bullets shattered Li Tong's kneecaps. Heaton. Ah. He reeled backward, overturning his chair in agony. Kiki pivoted, hands clasped behind her back, and spat contemptuously at Li Tong. A mere collateral branch of the Li family, you dare posture before me? Is your worth truly sufficient to justify your entire clan tearing open hostilities with us now? Hanok San, drag him to Brother Kang's memorial hall. Do not treat his wounds. Let the bullets remain lodged in his bones, and make him kneel there all night. Yes, boss. An hour later, elder brother Yu called, his tone tinged with reproach. Kiki, what on earth possessed you to act against Li Tong? We'd already finalized terms on our end. How slow you are. Now that Li Tong is in our custody, responsibility for his uncle's death will inevitably be split between us. Since the breach is already absolute, why let him walk away unscathed? If our people risk their lives and fortunes to generate profit for us, and someone of Brother Kang's stature falls without consequence, won't morale collapse? Won't loyalty wither? Kiki's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she spoke. At around 3 in the morning on the highway, Lao Mao, after a brief sleep, groggily glanced out the window and asked, where are we now? We've been out of Jiangzhou for a while, Qin Yu replied with a yawn, but we still have a long way to go. Pull over ahead, I need to relieve myself and grab a bite, then you can rest while I drive, Lao Mao said as he rubbed his face. Sure. Qin Yu drove for less than 2 kilometers before pulling over to an empty spot. Lao Mao grabbed some food from the back of the car, covering the already sleeping Qilin with a thick military coat before he began to eat. Qin Yu got out of the car, took a couple of puffs from a cigarette, and then went back inside to grab some tissue. You eat, I need to take a dump. Have some decency, I'm eating here. Lao Mao exclaimed. In doing my thing, you're doing yours, and won't interfere, Qin Yu chuckled, taking the tissue as he headed toward the field, finding a spot with good feng shui to squat down. Inside the car, Lao Mao had a steamed bun with smoked meat, drank 2 bottles of water, and then got out to unbuckle his belt and relieve himself. In the field, Qin Yu shouted, I'm not done yet, you finished already? You eat faster than a pig. Shut it, Lao Mao cursed while buckling his belt. Hurry up or I'm leaving without you. Wait, I'm almost done. Qin Yu wiped his nearly frozen backside, got up, buckled his belt, and began walking back. Lao Mao was in the driver's seat, starting the engine. As Qin Yu walked, he stepped on some snow, and after walking barely 20 meters suddenly felt something trip him. What is that? Though it was dark, the faint moonlight illuminated the basic contours of the land. Qin Yu lifted his leg and kicked at the object beneath him, bending down to see a purple-blue face staring back at him. Damn! Qin Yu, bold as he was startled. He stepped back 2 paces, then took a closer look, realizing there was a boy around 15 years old lying in the snow. He was bundled up but had his eyes tightly shut, and his hair was covered in frost, frozen almost like a super saiyan. In the designated planning area, such occurrences weren't uncommon. Every year many lost souls would freeze to death in the harsh winter. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Help! Help me! Please! A weak voice called out from behind him as he had walked not even 10 meters. He hesitated, then immediately turned around to look back at the snow. The boy lay motionless, only weakly repeating help. Help me. Qin Yu stood there watching him and after a long silence asked, how long have you been lying here? Help me. Help me. The boy just kept repeating that one sentence. Who knows what you are? Besides, it sounds like you're in bad shape. If you die, it'll be a hassle for everyone in the car. Qin Yu tossed out this remark and turned to leave decisively. The boy's faint cries continued, but Qin Yu walked further away until he could no longer hear him. Back in the car, Lao Mao saw Qin Yu approaching and immediately scoffed, what took you so long to wipe your butt? Qin Yu looked back at Lao Mao and said, let's go. Lao Mao upon hearing this shifted gears and slowly drove away from the spot. In the car, Qin Yu frowned, his face devoid of any playful expression. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? What kind of face is that? Lao Mao noticed something was off with Qin Yu and curiously asked. Qin Yu silently recalled the boy in the snow and suddenly felt his heart soften. In the past, when he was in the designated planning area, he would have absolutely ignored such a situation and felt no guilt about it, because first, children of unknown origin could easily bring trouble. Second, back then he was homeless and struggling to survive, let alone help anyone. But now it was different. His life had improved to some extent and the boy was still breathing, still able to speak. If he pretended not to see this, young life would surely end in the cold. As thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Yu saw himself as a child utterly alone. It was too similar: a thick cotton coat, worn-out boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a child with no one to care for him. Qin Yu shut his eyes and after a moment of silence suddenly said, back up. What for? Lao Mao was confused. Hurry up and back up, Qin Yu urged. Lao Mao, puzzled, reversed the car, grumbling, are you sick? Why are we going back? Do you feel like you wasted a trip outside? Want to package it up? Get out of the way, hurry up and drive back. After more than 10 minutes, the car stopped again in the open area. After returning to Songjiang, Qin Yu and the old cat drove back to courtyard No. 88 with the child they picked up along the way. Inside the room, Qin Yu removed the child's already stinky clothes and casually threw them at the door, then lowered his head to splash cold water on his face. What are you planning to do with this child? Are you going to let him stay here forever? The old cat casually asked. Qin Yu wiped his face with a towel and shook his head in response, I don't have time to take care of him. Once he's better, I'll ask Zhu Wei to see if he can arrange a little work for him in Songjiang just to keep him alive. Finding him a small job is fine, but he doesn't have residency. Being an illegal resident means he could be removed at any time. The old cat pondered for a while and said, forget it, I'll help you ask about this later. I know some bosses who run jobs both within and outside the district. Although these people don't venture deep into the planned area, they frequently come in and out, and he can change his temporary residence permit every 30 days. That works. Since you picked up the child, you should also think about a solution. Qin Yu nodded. Shall we go? We need to head back to the police station. Old Li is still waiting. Alright, let's go. After a brief discussion, the two locked the door and left courtyard No. 88. In the afternoon, inside the police chief's office, Chief Li looked at Qin Yu with satisfaction and said, have a seat. Qin Yu grinned as he sat in the chair across from him. Uncle Li, did you just return from Fengbei? Chief Li casually tossed Qin Yu a cigarette, his voice steady as he said, I finished discussing matters over in Fengbei. But next you still need to inform the Ma family not to be too ostentatious. The upper echelons mean to hold on to the goods for now, to observe the profits rather than diving straight into a pile of troublesome issues. I understand. Qin Yu nodded and quietly asked, since the drug route has been re-established, do you think we can start working on the case of Ma Lauer? Chief Li pondered for a moment and replied, it's fine, go ahead, but make sure to follow the procedures so that no one can find fault. For the time being, Yuan Ko may try to find any issues with you. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Qin Yu nodded. Chief Li took a puff of his cigarette, smiling as he opened a drawer and took out 2 certificates along with corresponding shoulder and arm patches, saying, take a look. Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment, reached out to take the items Chief Li handed over, and after a quick glance grinned as he said, oh wow, thank you. You've been promoted to a second-level officer so quickly. Chief Li continued, starting today your Team 3 will officially be assigned to Squad 4 and you will officially take on the role of team leader for Team 3. Later you need to hand over to Yuan Ku. Chief Li smiled at Qin Yu and softly continued, after you've spent some time in Squad 4 I'll transfer the squad leader away and let you take over as acting squad leader, slowly making it official. Qin Yu knew that his promotion was not merely due to the influence of the old cat, nor simply because Chief Li appreciated him, but rather a result of the hard work and risks he and Qi Lin along with the old cat had taken in Jiangzhou. It was from this moment onward that Qin Yu clearly felt he had connections and a background behind him. Thank you, Uncle Li. No need to be polite, this is what you deserve. Chief Li waved his hand. Go on, I'll have the office prepare the handover documents for you later. Regarding the reallocation of dormitories, talk to Wenjie from logistics. Qin Yu nodded as he stood up. Understood. Chief Li took a puff of his cigarette, smiling, keep up the good work, your path ahead is getting wider. Haha, sure thing. Qin Yu grinned and nodded, turning to leave. Half an hour later, inside Team 3's dormitory. Sitting on the bed, Qin Yu looked at Ma Lauer's case file and spoke on the phone. Yes, Chief Lee has already given me a heads up. You should proceed according to the direction I gave you. Have Damon handle everything and tell Ma Lauer not to speak carelessly. And then you don't need to worry about the prosecution side. Chief Lee will handle that. Yes, Damon is being charged with illegal possession. He won't die, but he should be prepared to serve around 15 years. No, you don't need to have the lawyer contact me, just let him meet with Damon directly. Alright, you go handle it just like that. After finishing the conversation, just as Qin Yu hung up, Guan Xi walked in with a gloomy face and said, "Why does that idiot Lao San act like he's lost his mother? I really want to scrub that mouth of his with a steel wool ball." The handover work was supposed to be handled by Qin Yu, but he really didn't want to deal with Yuan Ku and the others, so he let Guan Xi handle it instead, but unexpectedly he ran into issues with the other party. "What's going on?" Qin Yu asked. Guan Xi loosened his collar, his face looking quite grim as he replied, "Last time there was a big arrest at Tuzha Street. Didn't you have an issue at the meat shop? When we went to rescue, we used some firearms and ammunition from our team along with 2 grenades. Lao San said this matter wasn't reported in advance, and after verifying at the scene it didn't match what we told him, so he wants me to write a detailed report for him. Otherwise he'll submit materials to the department." Even if he submits materials to the department, what can he do? Qin Yu, still new to the role, hadn't fully grasped the rules in this area. All equipment, firearms and ammunition we use during arrests need to be reported for approval, right? This is to ensure strict management. Guan Xi explained softly, but given how chaotic the current environment is, encountering sudden cases or unexpected situations during patrols along with incidental equipment and ammunition loss is absolutely normal. Yet he's using this to pick a fight, saying the equipment was approved for Team 1 while we used it privately, creating discrepancies, and he won't be able to explain it to logistics later. This person's perspective is limited to these trivial matters in the office. Qin Yu cursed in annoyance. Ignore him. If he wants to create trouble, let him. No, team leader. Guan Xi quickly advised the use of ammunition will ultimately need to be reported to the police department because it concerns whether officers might hoard important equipment or weapons. So if Lao San tries to make things difficult for us writing nonsense in the case file, it could lead to you being punished. Qin Yu frowned, stood up and cursed, "He's really annoying. Sai, let's go take a look." After a short while, Guan Xi and Qin Yu returned to the office area of Team 1. Lao San was sitting at his computer with his legs crossed watching live broadcasts. Qin Yu endured his patience, approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Third brother, are you busy?" Lao San turned around at the sound, glanced at Qin Yu and said, "Oh, isn't this team leader Qin? Haha, congratulations on your promotion to 2nd level. I'm still far behind you." Qin Yu smiled and got straight to the point, asking, "I came to ask when we can finish this handover work. I want to hurry up as well, but the case you had at the meat shop last time wasn't clear, and when I checked the scene later I didn't see any evidence of explosives being used." Lao San replied bluntly. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly leaned in close to Lao San's ear and whispered, "Third brother, those 2 grenades weren't used. I had them hidden because someone keeps trying to set me up. I need to keep some hard goods for self-defense. Hey, do you want one? I can find a chance to give you one some night." Lao San's expression darkened as he slowly stood up, saying, "Are you trying to scare me?" "Ha ha." Qin Yu smiled at him, "So how bold are you really?" Old 3 stared at Qin Yu and sneered, saying, "When you first arrived you were nothing, now you've become the squad leader. You still want to act tough with me? Do you really think I would be afraid? Now the police station has specially authorized you to kill without consequences, but you probably still wouldn't dare do anything, would you? Third brother, do you know why you can only be a lackey for team leader Yuan?" Qin Yu pointed at old 3's chest and said, "Because your vision is so limited. You've become accustomed to being a dog and you don't have the mindset to be in charge. With your current standing, do I really need to compete with you? My friend who killed Yuan Wei is still alive. Do you believe that one day he might suddenly come back and visit your home for dinner?" Old 3's heart sank upon hearing this, realizing that Qin Yu was alluding to Qi Lin. "Team leader Yuan hasn't said anything yet. What are you acting tough for? Our squad was reassigned to the 4th team. That was an order from Director Li. You think you're making things difficult for me, but in reality you're just making things worse for Director Li, aren't you?" Qin Yu looked at him with disdain and scolded, "Third brother, when are you going to grow up? If you could grow up, would you have acted valiantly when you ran into Matsushita at the restaurant last time?" Guan Xi chimed in from the side, "He's a warm-hearted person." Old 3 exploded at this remark, "What the hell? Are you getting a bit too carried away?" With that, old 3 threw a punch toward Guan Xi's head. "Don't hit, don't fight, third brother." Qin Yu was just waiting for him to lose control and strike first, so he stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around old 3's shoulder, clenched his right fist and shouted, "Third brother, listen to me. We can just exchange words here without any issue, but if you start hitting people then it's going to be serious." Old 3 had always looked down on Guan Xi, but upon hearing him provoke him he charged in with 2 punches. Thud! Guan Xi dodged and pretended to get hit in the face, falling backward and immediately shouting, "Why are you hitting me? What gives you the right to hit someone? I'm going to write a report to the police station. I'm going to submit materials to the inspection department. I'm going to sue you. Come on, get up." I'll admit him squatting. Old 3 was furious and lifted his foot to kick Qin Yu wrapped his left arm around Old 3's neck, clenched his right fist and struck his chest 3 or 4 times with a loud bang. Initially Old 3 didn't want to fight Qin Yu, but after taking a couple of hits he became completely enraged and turned around to grapple with Qin Yu, shouting, "Beat him." Members from other teams rushed in upon hearing Old 3's call, and chaos erupted as they began to tussle with Qin Yu. At this moment the other side had at least 7 or 8 people, while only Qin was by Qin Yu's side. However, neither of them was particularly innocent and sinister thoughts ran through their minds. They were even prepared not to fight back, with Qin lying on the ground still shouting, "Old 3, if you don't kill me today I'm going to extort you." "I'll let you extort me." Old 3, grinding his yellow teeth, picked up a stool and was about to smash it down. Just then Yuan happened to walk in through the front door, glaring and shouting, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" With a loud roar the room instantly fell silent. Old 3, panting, looked at Yuan and said, "Team leader Yuan, don't interfere today. I'd rather take my clothes off than not deal with him." Yuan felt a headache coming on from hearing this and scolded with a gloomy face, "Shut your mouth and put down the chair." Old 3 calmed down slightly at this, and after holding it in for a long time finally threw the chair aside. Yuan frowned and glanced at everyone in the room, stepping up to Qin Yu and asking, "Oh, so you're a big deal now? You think you can do whatever you want here, huh?" Qin Yu smiled, "Team leader Yuan, I'm just a poor kid. How could I be that arrogant? Today Director Li issued an order for us to be reassigned to the 4th team to help out. I asked Qin to come over for the handover, but third brother insisted that the equipment I used during the case at the butcher shop didn't match. I came to reason with him and he got angry. Look, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe me, we can check the footage." Yuan's expression darkened again upon hearing this. "Little Qi, go to the surveillance room and have the clerk pull up the footage." Qin Yu immediately added, "Forget it." Yuan waved his hand immediately with a blank expression and said to Old 3, "Hurry up and do the handover with them. They used thunder in that case, which really doesn't match." Old 3 continued to argue. "I told you to do what I said, and if it doesn't match, figure it out yourself." Yuan shouted with glaring eyes. Old 3 bit his lip and fell silent. Yuan turned to Qin Yu smiling and said, "Qin team, is there anything else you need?" "No, nothing else." Qin Yu immediately waved his hand. Then in the future if there's anything you need, just come by and give me a heads up." Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and said again, "Your favorite in front of Director Li, and now the entire police department revolves around you. Team leader Yuan, you're just joking with me." Qin Yu helped Qin up and turned to leave, saying, "All right then, you take care, team leader Yuan. We're off." Yuan looked at Qin Yu still smiling and said, "Qin team, I wish you smooth sailing in the police department in advance." "Thanks, team leader Yuan." Qin Yu didn't look back as he led Qin away. In the room Yuan turned back, his face darkened as he looked at Old 3 and asked, "Are you really capable of being the vice captain?" "It's not that I don't understand, it's that Qin now talks to me with a sarcastic tone." Old 3 argued back, "What did he say to you that was sarcastic?" He said I haven't grown up." Old 3 glared, breathing hard as he replied. Yuan fell silent for 3 or 4 seconds before sitting down and responding, "That's a sharp summary." Old 3 felt particularly embarrassed upon hearing this. His face flushed as he glanced at the police officer beside him, feeling quite frustrated and wanting to retort. Yuan looked up at Old 3 and suddenly shouted, "Director Li has already made it clear that he wants to support Qin Yu. Why are you trying to make things difficult for him over such a trivial matter? Do you think you can stop Qin Yu from being squad leader, or are you just going to infuriate Director Li? Wearing the title of vice captain, you're only doing foolish things. This is an office. What matters here is the ability to kill with a smile, not a back alley where you shout and fight over everything." Old 3 was left speechless by the scolding. "If you don't have the confidence to take him down, then don't make a move over these trivial matters, it will only make you look foolish." Yuan frowned as he looked at Old 3. "Director Li has already taken his side and it's not in our favor, so you can't act as you did before and do whatever you want in the police department. Otherwise, if someone catches you making mistakes, you could be in big trouble." Older than Yuan, Old 3 remained silent after being scolded for so long, saying, "I understand." Yuan, knowing Old 3's character, though limited in ability and skill, was absolutely loyal to the Yuan family and himself, so after calming down he offered him a way out. "Tonight you come back with me to the eldest brother's place. Recently there have been rumors that old Moss people are making moves again, which might be related to Qin Yu's disappearance during this time." "Okay." Old 3 nodded. In the evening, after Qin Yu treated everyone in the team to a meal, he returned home early to prepare for rest. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lin Yanlei sitting in a chair, resting her chin on her hand as she chatted with the child he had found. Qin Yu gazed at the two with a curious expression and asked, "Oh, since when did you two become friends?" Lin Yanlei chuckled upon hearing his voice. I came home from work and found him prying open my door with some tool." "What was he doing?" she continued. "He said he needed to go inside and borrow something to eat." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head, and there, sitting on the bed devouring noodles, was the boy. "Wait, this is seriously unorthodox. Don't you know the old saying, rabbits don't nibble grass beside their own burrows? How could you steal from your neighbor? The boy was dark-skinned with long unkempt hair and a grime-streaked face. He looked squarely at Qin Yu and retorted, I didn't steal, I borrowed. I was starving and couldn't find anyone, so I went to the place I knew best and helped myself to food. Breaking into someone's home without permission, that's borrowing. Qin Yu ruffled the boy's hair roughly. Keep this up and I'll toss you right back in. I borrowed it, I'll return it to her. The boy gulped down his noodles with startling urgency, speaking with the practiced swagger of a streetwise youth. We're all Jianghu folk, our words are as binding as hammered nails. I won't take her noodles for free, I'll repay her guaranteed by tomorrow. Qin Yu blinked, momentarily stunned. Where'd you pick up all that nonsense? What do you even know about Jianghu folk? He's quite the charmer, Lin Nianlei said with a playful glint in her large eyes. We've been chatting for ages. Hey brother, she teased, leaning in with a grin, what exactly are you planning to give me tomorrow in exchange for those noodles? Rats have their own paths, cats have theirs. I said I'd repay her, I will. Why so many words from a woman? The boy rolled his eyes. Qin Yu mirrored the gesture, then turned to Lin Nianlei. I found him buried in snow out in the unplanned zone, probably abandoned, left to fend for himself. No wonder he behaves like a wild mule. You've got a kind heart, Lin Nianlei murmured, slightly taken aback as she studied Qin Yu. Who else but me happened to stumble upon him? Qin Yu deftly changed the subject. Have you eaten yet? I ate at the office. Lin Nianlei rose and stretched languidly. Oh, by the way, I've washed those gloves you borrowed. Wait here, I'll bring them right over. Did you buy new ones? Qin Yu asked. Ugh, been swamped lately. No time to shop, Lin Nianlei pouted. Haven't gone shopping in ages, and next month I'm heading back to Fongbei. Keep the gloves, they're yours, Qin Yu grinned. Actually, I need a favor. Name it, what is it? Could you pick up some cosmetics for me when you go to Fongbei? Qin Yu pulled out a shopping list from his pocket, the one Kiki had given him. Just follow this list. I'll pay you tomorrow or the day after. Lin Nianlei's eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, buying makeup for your sweetheart? Miss Lao Mao. Get lost. So, you've got a girlfriend now? No, just a regular friend, Qin Yu replied, leaning against the cabinet. Then inexplicably he added, why do you ask, jealous? Lin Nianlei flushed instantly. Are you insane? Jealous of you. Don't flatter yourself. She spun on her heel and strode away. Qin Yu watched her graceful figure retreat, then called out, he's eating, mind if I come chat in your room for a bit? Get lost. Lin Nianlei snapped crisply, hurrying briskly back to her room, shivering in the cold. Look at you all worked up, the boy remarked, blinking his large eyes from the bed. Qin Yu turned, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and asked, what's your name? Wang Hunan. Some folks on the streets call me Daya. The boy slurped steaming noodle broth, sweat beading across his brow. Ah, Qin Yu sighed, glancing around his cramped, modest apartment. You've seen how I live, not exactly luxurious, but fate brought us together, so we're bound by kinship now. Stay here for a while, I'll help you recover. Later I'll find you proper work. A brother couldn't do more than that. Wang Hunan set down his chopsticks and bowl, lifted his gaze to Qin Yu and spoke with solemn gravity, though his tone deliberately mimicked worldly confidence. You saved my life. From now on we're sworn brothers, I'll follow your every command. Then wash the dishes first, I'll heat some water for you, Qin Yu instructed. Afterward take them back to Lin Hahan and speak politely. Wang Hunan scowled. Damn it, Jianghu folk don't scrub dishes like housewives. Qin Yu stared dumbfounded. So what, you expect me to wait on you? Get moving, wash those damn dishes now. Young master. Who are you calling young master? One more word out of line and I'll knock some sense into you. Qin Yu slapped him lightly on the head. Hurry up and do it. Over an hour later. As city lights dimmed one by one, Qin Yu bathed Daya in a wooden tub, then carefully shaved his matted hair with his own razor. Sated and drowsy, Daya sat quietly on the chair. How old are you? Qin Yu asked. 18. Don't lie, tell me the truth. I'm 3 years younger on paper. Ridiculous, that makes you 15 then. Qin Yu rinsed the razor. Why were you sleeping buried in snow that day? I ran away from Pingshan Mountain. My rations ran out, the cold worsened, and exhaustion overtook me. I collapsed into the snow and fell asleep. Frostbite scarred Daya's face and arms. The warmth indoors made his skin itch unbearably. Unconsciously he scratched until raw patches bled. His body was alarmingly frail, he limped with each step, pitiful to behold. Why go to Pingshan? My elder brother took me there. Daya paused briefly, then continued, calmly enunciating each word with quiet precision, to gather rare mountain ingredients and trap live animals. Are there still animals left in the mountains? Yes, but you must venture deep inside. His voice remained flat, detached. Last month we pushed to the innermost reaches, snow pits several meters deep. The trafficker boss held a rifle behind us, forcing us into the ginseng fields. Everyone trembled, no one dared enter. So he shot 3 people dead. My brother was among them. Qin Yu froze speechless. I'm too young to seek vengeance, yet one day I will bury that boss's head in the very snow pit where my brother died. Dia recounted this softly, his expression utterly unchanged. Qin Yu furrowed his brow and continued shaving under the lamplight. With my brother gone, every time I sleep in the shack I see his face. I fear I'll never stop remembering him, so I fled that night and found you. Where are your parents? Qin Yu's voice trembled. Lost during the riots before District 9 was established, likely long dead. Same as me. Qin Yu's right hand stilled for a moment, then he replied with forced levity. Dia blinked, surprised. Looks like we are fated to meet. Do you intend to avenge him? Qin Yu asked, feigning nonchalance. He killed my only family, I will kill him, Dia answered, not a flicker of hesitation in his voice. Then live well, live strongly, Qin Yu said, nodding slowly. Under the dim light, Dia's filthy hair drifted silently to the floor, soon he sat bald. Only then did Qin Yu notice 4 tattooed digits on his neck. 3088, what does that mean? When avalanches bury the mountain, everyone vanishes beneath the snow. There were too many of us, so the boss divided us into teams and assigned numbers instead of names. He couldn't remember us all. If someone vanished, he'd tally the numbers at nightfall, then know who was missing. Dia spat bitterly. We were hose baskets, ginseng digging sticks, but never human beings. Ha! Qin Yu's eyes stunned unexpectedly, memories surged sharp and searing. Without thinking, he gripped Dia's head and muttered, "You little brat, you talk like salt in the eyes." In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Qin Yu was not affected by the sudden intrusion of Dia. He continued to busy himself with work handovers, the operation of the drug line in the case of old Maier, while Dia focused on recuperating at home. Every day when Qin Yu went to work, he would give Dia 2 yuan for lunch, and they would generally eat together for breakfast and dinner. After the conflict with Lao San in the office became public, he encountered no further obstacles at work. Yuan Kes Group had begun to ignore his existence on the surface, while the business of the drug line was managed by old Ma and the initial profits were still acceptable. In short, during this period the streets were surprisingly calm. Not only were there no face-to-face clashes between drug dealers, but even other industries that crossed the line were quiet. It was in this peaceful environment that old Ma Er was finally released from prison. Old Ma hired a lawyer and subtly reminded Demin inside to take the blame, following the methods Qin Yu had taught him. The latter, valuing the friendship that old Ma was willing to protect at all costs, without any hesitation took on the core aspects of the case himself. Subsequently, old Ma Er understood the situation and with the help of several connections finally cleared himself of the charges. In the end, he was only sentenced to 3 months of external supervision for aiding in the concealment of prohibited drugs, required to report to the police regularly and pay a fine of 10,000. Old Ma Er was out, but Demin faced a grim fate, thrown directly into a high-security prison, enduring the agony of awaiting a sentence of at least 15 years. Previously, Qin Yu's impression of old Ma Er was merely that he was a rough, blunt and brash person, and he always felt that he belonged to the type that acted without thought, had a quick temper, and sometimes spoke without thinking. But he also knew that despite old Ma Er's numerous flaws, he valued brotherhood greatly. When old Ma Er was first arrested, Qin Yu was aligned with Yuan Kes faction, so he had tortured old Ma Er quite a bit, trying to force him to drop the case. However, the latter would rather play the fool than confess, refusing to cause trouble for Demin and his uncle old Ma. Thus Qin Yu's impression of this person was not one of utter depravity. He simply felt that old Ma Er's work style was too ostentatious and perhaps not easy to get along with. However, what Qin Yu did not expect was that on the second day after old Ma Er's release, he personally called him, inviting him out for a meal to catch up. Before this, Qin Yu had not considered deepening his relationship with him, as the two had previously clashed and he was afraid of an awkward. But since old Ma Er took the initiative to invite him, Qin Yu felt it wouldn't be appropriate to decline, as they were now tied together and any improvement in their relationship would surely benefit both sides. After careful consideration, Qin Yu called Lao Mao Zhuwei and Guan Qi to accompany him, hoping to formally introduce them to each other within this small circle to facilitate future dealings. On Friday evening around 7 o'clock, everyone gathered at a well-known Chinese restaurant in the Black Street district, but during the meal and drinks both sides still appeared somewhat reserved. Among those present, apart from Lao Mao and the 2 companions across the table, most had beaten old Ma Er before. While the atmosphere couldn't be described as overly awkward, they were limited to mere surface-level politeness. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, old Ma Er already appeared slightly intoxicated and insisted on taking Qin Yu and the others to Tuzhou Street to have some fun. Qin Yu and the others felt embarrassed to refuse and could only follow him out of the restaurant, preparing to head to Tuzhou Street. Unexpectedly, old Ma Er made a scene at the entrance, displaying a drunken exuberance that delighted Qin Yu and Lao Mao. The incident started when Qin Yu, Lao Mao, old Ma Er and others were chatting idly at the entrance, waiting for Guan Qi to bring the car over, when a disheveled old man was arguing with the restaurant worker. To the left of the stairs, a young man over 6 feet tall wearing an apron was shoveling the accumulated snow from the steps, while the unkempt old man stood beside him saying, "I want to go in and order food. Why won't you let me in? You come here every day just to buy 50-cent buns. Who is going to serve you?" The young man shouted angrily, "Look at all the snow on your shoes. If you go inside you'll track it everywhere and I'll have to clean up after you. Get lost, I won't sell to you." The old man, who was at least 60, turned red with anger after being scolded by a kid and began to turn away. The worker raised his leg and kicked a tattered bag from the low windowsill, shouting, "Take your rubbish with you, don't leave it on the windowsill, next time it leaks oil and it's hard to clean. If you don't want it there, just say so." Was it necessary to kick it? The old man trembled with anger and retorted, "Just because I'm in your way I still have to live right. You can't just choke me to death. Why are you talking so much? When I tell you to get lost, can you not understand?" The worker glared, "If you keep babbling you'll beat you up." The old man gritted his teeth side and bent down to pick up the tattered bag, brushing off the snow on it. Just then old Ma who was chatting with Qin Yu, suddenly turned around and slapped the worker on the head, saying, "What's wrong with you? Didn't your parents teach you how to speak to the elderly?" The worker was taken aback by the slap. What did I do? I've been listening to you for half a day and you didn't say anything decent." Old Ma grabbed the worker by the collar. "You act like a big shot just because you serve tea and water, huh? Let me ask you, what makes you superior to others? This old man comes every day just to buy 50-cent buns, dressed dirty with snow all over his feet. I'm just trying to maintain a good environment for everyone to eat right. Get lost." Old Ma was furious, slapping the worker again. Apologize. Apologize. The worker, clearly too frightened to argue with someone like old Ma and having a relatively weak character, was on the verge of tears after being slapped. "Bro, I just scolded him a bit. I told you to apologize." Old Ma shouted at the old man. The worker swallowed hard and turned to the old man, speaking softly, "Grandpa, I'm sorry." "Everyone will grow old someday," the old man replied calmly. Old Ma with his thick brows and wide eyes and a buzzcut appeared fierce. He glared at the worker, growing angrier, and finally yelled while grabbing his collar, "Go inside and set a table for me. Order 4 dishes. I'm treating this gentleman to a meal. You damn kid, go in and grab a mop, follow him and clean the floor. If it's not clean I'll beat you to death." "Sir, thank you, I won't buy the buns," the old man called out with a smile. Old Ma raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong, sir? I just beat you up and you won't give me face." "Ha, I appreciate the gesture, but I can't afford to eat at this restaurant every day. My grandson had his stomach cut open, he can't eat anything too hard. Their noodles are good, so every time I pass by here I just want to buy him a couple of soft buns." Old Ma pondered for a moment, then reached into his pants pocket, pulling out a wad of cash, and boldly said to the old man, "Today I won't treat you to a meal, I'll treat your grandson to buns for a year." The old man was stunned, and Qin Yu, Lao Mao and the others were equally surprised. Old Ma handed over 500 yuan in cash directly to the worker, saying, "From now on prepare buns for this old gentleman every day at this time. If I find out you didn't do it well, I'll make you shovel all the snow on Tuzha Street." I got it," the worker nodded. As the words fell, Guan Chi and the others pulled up in the car, and old Ma smiled and waved to the old man. "We're leaving, sir." The old man was bewildered for a moment, then immediately bowed to old Ma. I thank you, child." "What's there to thank? Haha, I'm young, money comes quickly." Old Ma didn't engage in further conversation and jumped into the car. Lao Mao watched the entire incident unfold and shook his head, exclaiming, "This kid is truly generous. He gave out 500 yuan without blinking. This person is worth befriending." Qin Yu remarked with a smile. On the way to Tuzha Street, Qin Yu jokingly asked old "That old man clearly needs money. If you want to do a good deed, why not just give him the money directly?" Old Ma reeking of alcohol took a moment to respond with a classic line, "I can afford to treat his grandson to a year's worth of buns, but I can't save him. Those are two different matters." "You're truly an interesting person," Qin Yu said, pondering for a while before smiling knowingly. In the 3-story private room of the Wancher Entertainment Club on Tuzha Street, a row of young ladies stood gracefully. Ma Lauer puffed on his cigarette and turned to Qin Yu, saying, "Come on, today you can choose first. If you're not satisfied we can pick 2 or 3, the expenses are all on me." "I want that one." "Yes, the one looking at me with affectionate eyes," Lao Mao said without hesitation, waving his hand and calling, "Come here." "Good evening, Appa." A girl with a distinctive appearance approached with a smile, greeting Lao Mao in Korean. After Lao Mao made his selection, each of the 3, including Qin Yu, chose one to sit beside them. Then Ma Lauer called the service staff to bring drinks and personally sang a tune to liven up the atmosphere. Setting aside the trivial chit-chat as everyone became closer under the influence of alcohol in this environment, Ma Lauer finally sat beside Qin Yu, raised his glass and said, "Xiao Yu, I Ma Lauer am not one to fuss over trivial matters. Although we had some conflicts before, after all our positions were different. There are reasons I didn't drop the case, and you have reasons for beating me up from time to time. But from today onward we'll be eating from the same bowl, so let's turn the page on the past. What do you think?" "Alright, let's turn the page." Qin Yu didn't waste any words, raising his hand to clink glasses with Ma Lauer and downing his drink in one go. Ma Lauer spat out some phlegm and wiped his mouth, looking at Qin Yu and saying, "My uncle is getting old. He won't be able to roll around out there for many more years. From now on business matters will likely fall to me to handle. Xiao Yu, I'm straightforward by nature. In our future interactions feel free to speak your mind. If I disagree I will also tell you why. But let's not play guessing games, that's pointless." "Haha," agreed Qin Yu interjected, nodding, his eyes fixed on Ma Lauer as he replied, "If business is handed over to you in the future I do need to remind you a couple of things." "Go ahead." Ma Lauer nodded. "When I returned, Li Si had a word with me. He specifically reminded me to keep a low profile in our business dealings. Qin Yu lowered his voice and said the Yuan family has several large pharmaceutical companies backing them and locally they have solid connections. We've only just started to establish our lines. Some friends at the upper levels of Lycée are also observing us assessing whether our group can handle things properly. Thus it's crucial to achieve results now and avoid causing trouble. Ma Lauer immediately waved his hand. Hey, we're not new to the pharmaceutical business. Don't worry, I know what to do. To be honest with you. Qin Yu took out an e-cigarette and continued softly, the suppliers have set hard targets for me. If we want to keep the drug prices low, we need to achieve at least 250000 in sales every month. Do you know what that implies? Although Ma Lauer was stunned, he wasn't foolish. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, he immediately replied, it means our relationship with the suppliers is quite fragile. Exactly. Qin Yu nodded immediately. The suppliers also want to see if we can truly cooperate. Think about it, if they're manufacturing drugs illegally, they are a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. Thus if our partner can't handle it, the suppliers would rather not do business than take a risk. I understand your point now, Ma Lauer nodded. Initially we must prioritize stability. Qin Yu poured a glass of wine. Once our relationship with the suppliers is solid and they are satisfied, we will naturally stand tall. You can rest assured I have a good grasp of the situation, Ma Lauer replied casually. Come on, let's have a drink. Qin Yu felt he had said enough and stopped hesitating, proactively raising his glass. The two exchanged smiles and downed their drinks once more. After discussing serious matters, Ma Lauer then shouted towards a burly man with a rugged face and a scar on his left eyelid, Brother Zishu, come here, let me formally introduce you. In the distance, the man chatting with Lao Mao and others heard the call and walked over with a drink. This is Lu Zishu, who has been with my family for almost 10 years. You could say he's watched me grow up. Ma Lauer introduced with a smile. He had something to do earlier, so he couldn't join us for a meal. You two should get acquainted. I'm Qin Yu. Hello, nice to meet you, Lu Zishu said with a smile, his voice steady. I was tied up earlier and couldn't make it. Please take care of me, Qin Zhu. You're too polite, Qin Yu smiled. Just call me Xiao Yu. The Lu Zishu had a very noticeable scar on his face, giving him a fierce look. His voice was deep and rich, not putting on airs as a senior in the underworld, making him seem quite steady. After the two became acquainted, Ma Lauer smiled and explained to Qin Yu, my family's old man wants to delegate power to me but is afraid I can't handle it, so he had Brother Zishu work with me to look out for me. So I discussed many matters with him. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. That's quite good, having an elder around can keep you in check. Otherwise you might end up clashing with waitstaff even during a meal, which is quite concerning. Ha ha. The crowd chuckled upon hearing this. Come on, let's not talk about anything else today, just enjoy the drinks and have fun, Ma Lauer happily called to the young ladies beside him. Go get me a few who can dance, I want a whole Latin segment. Qin Yu helplessly tugged at Ma Lauer, that's enough, you've already spent quite a bit today. Ma Lauer waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, what's the point of earning money if you can't spend it? To put it bluntly, I only ended up in this mess because of you running into Mingu, who was meticulous and willing to take on the case for me, otherwise I'd be done for. With my life on the line, what good is money? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was left speechless. I have 100 in my pocket today, and if I spend it all I won't regret it if I die tomorrow. Ma Lauer shouted nonchalantly, ladies get hyped. Treat my friends well, I'll throw 2,000 on the tea table later. Yo ho. Appa awesome. The girls cheered and screamed for Ma Lauer. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Yu smiled as he watched Ma Lauer, inwardly reflecting, some people claim they don't love money, they might be pretending or simply don't have any. But those who can be so carefree like him are rare in 20 years, and Ma Lauer is one of them. This person lacks refinement, his speech and conversation filled with a strong underworld vibe. If one were to scrutinize, he has countless bad habits, yet this genuine nature of his is indeed admirable. Living so freely is not an easy feat in a lifetime, whether in the previously peaceful times or the current chaotic era. Although Qin Yu had decent drinking capacity, he couldn't keep up with someone like Ma Lauer leading the pace. Within less than an hour he was completely drunk, supported by Zhu Wei and Guan Qi as they sent him back home. However, Lao Mao gradually got into the spirit. Since meeting Ma Lauer, it was as if he had found a soulmate, feeling an immediate affinity. As midnight approached, Lao Mao was also thoroughly intoxicated, being supported by a girl as he grasped Ma Lauer's hand and said, brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving. I'll go wash off the alcohol and tomorrow I'll treat you to a bath. Haha, you've had too much to drink. Alright, you go ahead, I'll settle the bill and leave as well. Thanks for the generous hospitality. Is that girl really good? Please give me a verbal report tomorrow. Sure thing. After their pleasantries, Lao Mao was taken away by the girl. 15 minutes later. After Ma Lauer and Lu Zishu settled the bill and were about to leave the entertainment club, they suddenly saw one of Yuan Hua's brothers shouting from inside the music bar, Donggu, offering 500. Damn, they're here too. Upon hearing the shout, Ma Lauer turned around and, spotting the people sitting inside the music bar, immediately squinted his bleary eyes. Upon seeing Ma Lauer in this state, Lu Zishu immediately urged, what does their presence have to do with us? Let's hurry back and rest. Who is performing today? Ma Lauer swayed slightly and asked a brother beside him. The enchanting lady. The one from Thailand. Yes, the brother nodded. Ma Lauer let out a burp and grinned at Lu Zishu, saying, let's go in and have a look. The last time I tried to meet her she wasn't available. It's getting late, we should head back. Lu Zishu frowned and said Yongdong is also there if we go. Damn, he can do his thing and I can do mine, what's the problem? Ma Lauer glared with wide eyes and shouted, the area of Tuzha Street is this small, I can't just avoid them every time I see them. Lu Zishu was left speechless. Come on, let's go in and take a look, Ma Lauer called out, leading the group into the music bar. The music bars of this era were not significantly different from before. Perhaps the only difference was that there was more emphasis on performances, meaning that people with special talents often came here to showcase. Most of the clientele leaned towards older ages as younger children lacked income. Moreover, in such an environment most people struggled to afford meals and there were not many wealthy young masters. On the stage of the music bar, a tall and alluring girl was performing a somewhat risque talent, maintaining a distinctly Thai style with quite a daring approach. Ma Lauer, being a man of varied tastes, was somewhat smitten with the performing enchantress. However, after 2 failed attempts to arrange a meeting and with the Ma family recently suffering a setback, he felt an unexpressed anger. So when the host announced the auction for the enchantress late-night snack, he unhesitatingly called out, "I'll bid 1,000. As his voice fell, the spotlight shone on the entrance and Ma Lauer grinned as he sat down at a nearby empty table waving at the enchantress. The boss at the entrance bids 1,000, the host shouted. Friends, there aren't many chances left. The enchantress will be performing in Fongbei next week, so it will be difficult to book her again. Wealthy patrons enjoy the momentary comfort. Come on, is there anyone willing to raise the bid? This kind of auction for late-night snacks was mainly intended to liven up the atmosphere. Most guests participated just for fun. Many of them did not truly wish to engage with the performers, and even if a performer went out to dinner or drinks with you, it didn't necessarily mean they would stay with you that night. Moreover, since the enchantress was a personal, Yongdong's side was purely playing around, wanting to show off after drinking too much. But once Ma Lauer appeared, the whole atmosphere changed inexplicably. Yongdong had been a brother to Yuan Hua for many years. He didn't participate in the ground-level competition but personally owned 2 registered companies holding many of the Yuan family's businesses, making him a strategist in the office. Thus he looked down on those from the grassroots like the Ma family. On the sofa, Yongdong adjusted his black-framed glasses and curiously asked a friend beside him, has that kid come out? Yeah, I heard it was Inspector Oldley who helped him, the friend nodded. He's lucky to have gotten a second chance, but he doesn't even know who he is anymore. Yongdong cheerfully waved his hand, saying, shall Lu go have some fun with him? The young man in front immediately raised his hand and shouted 1,005. 2,000, Ma Lauer replied without blinking. 2,005. 3,000. In less than 5 seconds the bidding had already reached 3,000, a figure that far exceeded the intended fun. The guests present all understood that both sides were quite serious now, no longer treating it as mere amusement. At the entrance, Lu Zishu frowned and reminded Ma Lauer, that's enough. Is 3,000 really worth it for a woman? It's not about the money. Ma Lauer, with his legs crossed, fixed his gaze on Yongdong, smiling as he shouted, hey, do you still have any bullets left? If not, I'll send her over for drinks. Meanwhile, the young man who had been standing in front walked back, bending over to ask Yongdong, brother, are we still bidding? No more bidding, Yongdong said with a dark expression. Let him show off if he wants to. 3,000, is there anyone willing to bid higher than 3,000? The host called out. No one in the room responded. Now let's invite the enchantress to toast the boss at the entrance. The host called out. Ma Lauer stood up and turned to Lu Zishu, asking, do you still have money? Lu Zishu was taken aback and said helplessly, you have no money, what are you shouting for? Is there any? Ma Lauer impatiently asked. Yes, Lu Zishu nodded. Ma Lauer immediately pointed at Yongdong and shouted to the host on stage, I won't be drinking, let the girl go to their table. That big brother has been shouting for a while, he must be a bit thirsty, ha. As his words fell, the room suddenly fell silent and even the experienced host didn't know how to respond. Yongdong sat on the sofa with an extremely ugly expression, remaining silent. Damn, a while ago you lost your shorts and now you come here to act tough. Suddenly a burly man leaped up from the sofa, grabbed a bottle from the table and hurled it toward Ma Lauer with a whoosh. Bang. The bottle shattered on the table and an inevitable conflict ensued. 7 or 8 people from the other side rushed over and a brawl broke out between them and Ma Lauer and his companions. Yongdong stood in front of the sofa shouting several times to stop the fight, but to no avail. At the entrance, having drunk to the point of being nearly intoxicated, Ma Lauer was fierce but unfortunately outnumbered. Additionally, the staff inside the entertainment city sided with Yongdong, so he quickly fell at a disadvantage. 3 or 4 people cornered Ma Lauer against the wall at the entrance and began to rain down punches and kicks. Lu Zishu was grappling with 3 of the venue's lackeys. Though he wasn't seriously injured, he was held back. The chaotic fight lasted about 7 or 8 minutes, ultimately ending with Ma Lauer being beaten up. The entertainment city manager hurried over to separate them and then turned to Ma Lauer, saying, what do you think you're doing here? We all know each other, you're causing trouble in my place, aren't you making it difficult for me? Ma Lauer wiped the blood off his nose and said nonchalantly, it's nothing, it has nothing to do with you. Damn, I just got beaten and am starting to sober up. Do you have a car? Should we go to the hospital to check it out, the manager asked. No need, what's there to see about this little injury? Ma Lauer smiled as he wiped the blood from the back of his hand. Though he seemed drunk, he rationally said to the manager, sorry for the trouble. I'm fine, but the boss might not be pleased. Just go wash up quickly. No need, I'm leaving, Ma Lauer said, waving his hand as he was the first to leave the entertainment city. In the car at the entrance, Lu Zishu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying what was the point of this? You spent money and got beaten up. If Uncle Ma finds out, he'll definitely scold you. Wasn't I just standing up for myself? I got drunk today. Ma Lauer crudely tore off a piece of tissue and stuffed it into his nose, saying, let's go, I'm going to sleep. Sai, when will you learn to avoid trouble? What's wrong? Yongdong asked with a tilted head. Yongdong had already decided to leave until the manager's words left him stranded, his pride wounded. He's actually trying to chase me. Ma Lauer is a hothead, he never backs down on Tuzha Street, the manager murmured in warning. He's had quite a bit to drink tonight, I'd wager he'll be back shortly. Yongdong silently cursed the manager for speaking out of turn, but he also knew Ma Lauer was a reckless, unyielding brute not worth tangling with. At that moment he felt cornered. To walk away would cost him face, as if he feared Ma Lauer, yet to stay risked trouble. After a long pause, Yongdong smiled and replied, no problem, I'll wait. If he doesn't show up tonight, I won't leave. Why provoke him at all? No problem, bring another round, we'll keep drinking. A serene, effortless smile played across Yongdong's face. Sigh. The manager sighed and rose to leave. The moment he was gone, Yongdong turned sharply to his friend beside him. Call home, send 2 people over. Tell them there's an emergency at the company. Once the medication took effect, Lu Zishu usually stayed near Tuzha Street, and within 10 minutes Ma Lauer had driven him home. At the roadside, Lu Zishu leaned out the window and instructed, go straight to bed, you've got work tomorrow. Call me when you wake up. Okay. Ma Lauer nodded. I'm off then. Drive safely, brother. With those final words, Lu Zishu turned and walked away. The young driver, watching Lu Zishu disappear, turned and asked, shall we head back? To the warehouse, Ma Lauer replied calmly, rubbing the dried blood crusting on his face. 20 minutes later, just as freshly poured wine touched the table, 2 youths rushed into the entertainment complex and strode straight to Yongdong. Brother, something's come up at the company, Director Yuan needs you back immediately. What's happened so urgently? Yongdong asked, deliberately loud enough for the manager to hear. We don't know, just that you must return right away. Even weekends offer no peace, Yongdong said with feigned exasperation, rising and frowning. Let's hold on to this wine, we'll go now. All right, the manager echoed, standing as well. If it's urgent, go ahead, don't delay. Seizing the pretext he himself had created, Yongdong stepped down from the awkward standoff with perfect grace, and flanked by his men strolled leisurely toward the complex's main entrance. Outside, tires screeched faintly over packed snow, halting at the curb. Ma Lauer led the 2 men he'd just beaten, both huddled deep in their coats, down from the car. Yongdong and his group had just emerged through the front doors, needing Ma Lauer hidden. Leaving already? Ma Lauer asked, his face still streaked with blood, reeking of alcohol. Yongdong froze. What the hell do you want? I want you. Ma Lauer yanked a gun from his coat and began striding up the steps. The complex manager burst outside, frowning sternly. Lauer, haven't you stirred up enough trouble? For my sake, please, stop this now. When I got beaten, where was your respect? Ma Lauer cocked his head, silencing the manager. Does this public street belong to your family too? Ma Lauer shoved the manager aside. Don't chatter, this has nothing to do with you. Stand clear. Yongdong stood motionless, his expression icy. Didn't last time teach you enough pain? Your old man Ma still dares not show his face. Do you even grasp how deep this runs? Ma Lauer raised the gun, pressing the barrel against Yongdong's temple. What number is it? 123. Or 456. Facing Ma Lauer, seemingly drunk beyond reason, Yongdong was utterly speechless. Let me give you a number, Ma Lauer growled, jamming the muzzle hard against Yongdong's skull, enunciating each syllable. 1, 2, 3. Either kneel and kowtow 3 times to me, or I blow your brains out. You're bluffing. Yongdong sneered. Ma Lauer, do you really believe no one can take you down? Yongdong's friend lunged leftward, grabbing for Ma Lauer's arm. Ma Lauer whirled the barrel and fired. Bang. The bullet tore through his friend's palm, blood gushed forth. Silence fell upon the steps. Ma Lauer seized Yongdong's collar, eyes blazing red. Do you know how many friends, how many relatives, were arrested, beaten or killed in that purge? Answer me, do you know? Yongdong stood stunned. Think I'm drunk? Ma Lauer slapped Yongdong's cheek. Fuck you, I'm using this gun and these bullets to speak to you, do you understand? Yongdong's face flushed crimson. Inwardly he cursed his ill fortune of all days to have crossed paths with such a reckless consequence-blind outlaw. Youngdong, today I ask nothing more than this: will you kneel and kowtow 3 times to me? Ma Lauer jabbed a finger at the ground and roared 1. Youngdong clenched his fist, staring wordlessly into Ma Lauer's eyes. 2. Ma Lauer's chest heaved, his index finger already hooked around the trigger. Youngdong's expression flickered, then glancing sideways at the onlookers he lowered his voice. Ma Lauer, 2 Jia Street is small. Can't you leave yourself some room to maneuver? Room? What kind of room? If I hold this gun now and don't put you down, if tomorrow you get to beat me, is that room? Ma Lauer bellowed like thunder. Will you kneel? The roar struck Youngdong like a physical blow, his head rang. Again his gaze darted sideways, to gauge the other's expressions. Stand up straight, I'll shoot you 3 times and send you off. Ma Lauer. Seeing the finger tighten, Youngdong instinctively slapped the barrel aside. Fine. I yield. Ma Lauer tilted his head, stepped half a pace back, and smiled at Youngdong. Youngdong's cheeks burned as if ready to bleed, his chest rose and fell violently. See that southern direction? Kneel there. Ma Lauer pointed left. Ha. Fine. Youngdong gave a brittle laugh, shoved Ma Lauer aside, and dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. Back rigid he bellowed, Big Brother 2, how's this posture? Satisfactory. Ha. Ma Lauer laughed, ruffling Youngdong's hair. Bow. Youngdong bent low, 3 sharp deliberate knocks against the pavement. Damn, your form's sloppy, but I'll take it. Youngdong, you do know how to read people. Ha. Ma Lauer slapped Youngdong's head twice, then turned and descended the steps, shouting, let's go. As the trio climbed into the car, the 2 companions withdrew backward, right hands tucked inside their coats. Once inside, Ma Lauer spat onto the road and grinned toward Youngdong. Go tell Yuan Hua, there's an old saying, don't mock the man in tattered clothes, for the rivers east and west shift in 10 years. The Ma family won't remain subservient forever, nor can Yuan Hua's luck last a lifetime. It's high time 2 Jia Street's feng shui changed. Minutes later, inside the car. The driver gripped the wheel, still shaken, turning to the drowsy Ma Lauer. You went too far, he is someone who holds weight in this district. If you think a thing through 3 times, that hesitation becomes inevitable. Ma Lauer tilted his head and scoffed, why overthink? Charge forward and dominate. If he refused to kneel, I'd have shot him. The gun's in my hand. What have I to fear? As long as one is human, one possesses both flaws and merits, the difference being that some are apparent while others require certain circumstances to reveal. Ma Lauer is the kind of person whose strengths and weaknesses are quite evident. He has a somewhat impulsive character and acts without considering the consequences, but from another perspective he is warm-hearted, never calculating with friends, and never petty, making him very trustworthy. If it were someone else after the incident with Youngdong, they might have chosen to lay low for a few days, avoiding the spotlight and discreetly observing the reactions from the other side. However, this fellow didn't even change his place of residence that night, returning to sleep soundly as if nothing had happened. The next day, early in the morning, Old Ma arrived at his nephew's place and kicked him right on the head. What the hell, who is it? Ma Lauer groggily woke up. Old Ma, arms crossed behind his back, his face flushed with anger, said, have you been drinking again and lost your mind? Who sent you to deal with Youngdong? Ma Lauer, bare-chested, sat up in bed, blinking and speaking with a hint of impatience. They struck first. Everyone at the music bar saw it. What could I do? Just sit there and say nothing? Do you think I am unaware? Would they have acted if you hadn't provoked them? Uncle, with what happened on 2 Jia Street, our Ma family has lost people. My little nephew has been caught and surely won't come back. We've lost so many people in one go. Ma Lauer said with red eyes, we make our living in the underworld. If we are constantly suppressed, who will work with you? 50 kilograms of drugs is enough to face the death penalty. The risk is the same for everyone. But those who work for the Yuan family have wine, meat and prestige, while what do you offer us? Not only do we have to worry about being caught by the police, but we also have to guard against being slapped in the face from the other side. Don't you feel frustrated? Old Ma felt somewhat moved by this. Last night I indeed lost control a bit, but you can't blame me. If they hadn't acted, I would have left. Ma Lauer said in a respectful tone, Uncle, I know what you want to say. I will be more careful in the future. Please don't be angry, alright? You should mature a bit. Matters on the ground are not just about fighting and killing. Old Ma sighed. Didn't Qin Yu tell you? Old Li has repeatedly reminded us to keep a low profile lately. If you cause trouble now, the higher-ups won't be able to help you out of it. I understand. Ma Lauer, nursing a hangover from the night before, looked quite disheveled, his eyes red and his face pale. Look at you, you look dead. Old Ma glanced at his nephew and frowned. Hurry up and wash your face. Come with me to the warehouse to check the goods. All right. Ma Lauer nodded eagerly. A drunken debacle quietly passed by. In the following week the streets remained quiet. It seemed that Ma Lauer's act of forcing Youngdong to kneel had not affected the Yuan and Ma family. On this particular afternoon at the small restaurant across from the police station, Qin Yu, dressed casually, led Zhu Wei inside. Hey Qin team, sit over here, sit over here. A young man in his mid-20s immediately stood up and waved his hand. Qin Yu glanced at him expressionless and walked over. Qin team, is it noisy? We can book a private room if you prefer. The young man asked humbly. Before, Qin Yu had not felt any convenience from the power he held, but after officially taking over as the leader of the third team, that subtle feeling gradually emerged. The young man in front of him worked as an intermediary for residency, primarily helping people from the planned areas apply for permanent residency in District 9. However, his background was average and he was involved in many illegal operations behind the scenes, hence a subordinate of his was recently caught by Zhu Wei. Later, this young man contacted Qin Yu through Lao Mao, hoping to seek his leniency. After sitting down, Qin Yu also greeted softly, "You guys sit too." Got it, got it. After sitting down, the young man immediately shouted, "Quick, bring us dishes for this table." Qin Yu crossed his arms and remained silent. "Qin team, you've been quite busy lately." "It's okay. Hey, I've heard there have been significant personnel changes in the police station recently. It seems that Elkison has been transferred. Recently he's been on field duty, so I'm not very clear." Qin Yu shook his head expressionlessly. At the table, the young man kept trying to find topics to discuss, but Qin Yu responded very briefly, making him feel somewhat awkward. But most importantly, he felt increasingly fearful of Qin Yu at this moment, as he could not understand the leader's attitude. After a brief silence, the young man took a gift box from his bag, grinning widely as he said to Qin Yu, "About that matter, I hope Qin Yu can lend a hand. We will definitely avoid making mistakes in the future. Also, Lao Mao knows about this and has scolded me. Sigh, in these times it's not easy for anyone to earn a bit of money." Qin Yu paused for a moment, pushed the gift box back and replied, "I don't want the gift." "Qin team, please don't. Let me finish." Qin Yu frowned and interrupted, continuing, "Since Lao Mao has put in a good word, he'll try to help you with that matter. But there's one condition: if you continue to buy residency for deceased individuals, falsify documents and sell them at high prices to others, you'll be in trouble." "Understood, understood." The young man nodded repeatedly. "What's your name?" Qin Yu asked. "You can call me Xiao Lu." Let's wait for news." Qin Yu nodded at him. All right. The young man cheerfully said, "Come on, let's eat." Less than 5 minutes later, Qin Yu had only eaten a couple of bites before he found an excuse to leave, but he specifically told Zhu Wei stay and discuss the case with him. Back at the police station, just as Qin Yu was about to call Qilin, Zhu Wei strolled back with the gift box that the young man had wanted to give Qin Yu tucked under his arm. "Why did you come back?" Qin Yu asked, somewhat confused. "Since you left, what else could I eat with them?" Zhu Wei replied with a smile, "Didn't you want me to stay and bring back the gift they sent?" Hearing this, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "What are you doing? How could you not understand such a simple intention?" "So? What do you mean?" Zhu Wei was also confused. "What valuable gift can a person who traffics residency and makes money by exploiting others give you?" Qin Yu replied with a frown, "I wanted you to stay so you could have more contact with him. In our line of work, we can't operate without some insight on the ground. Although he holds a low status, the people he interacts with are very diverse. If you use him well, it will make future case handling much easier, won't it?" "Ah, I see what you mean." Zhu Wei finally understood. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and took the box from under his arm, opening it to find a very ordinary watch in 2000 in cash. "Oh, they didn't skimp on this." Zhu Wei smiled when he saw the money. "If you don't accept his money, he will never gauge your worth. But once you do, in his eyes you are worth 2000 in a watch." Qin Yu casually tossed the box onto the table and stated bluntly. Zhu Wei thought for a long time before nodding. "That makes sense." Qin Yu took out the money from the box, kept 500 for himself and said, "I'll take this, the rest you guys can divide." "Don't you want to take the money?" Zhu Wei asked with a side eye. "Then why take 500? Nonsense, you got it back, how could I not want it?" Qin Yu shamelessly cursed. "Recently there's a little kid at home, I need to get him some medicine to help, his health money is tight." "What about the watch?" "You take that. Don't wear a new watch in the police station, it doesn't look good," Qin Yu gently reminded. "Sell it somewhere else." "Got it. Remember what I told you." Qin Yu sat back down in his chair and reiterated, "In the future, let's keep some clever people on the ground. We shouldn't take their gifts, but we can offer them some conveniences, understand?" Yuan Hua asked incredulously, "Can they really be that much cheaper than us?" "Yes, more than double the price difference." The bald man gritted his teeth in frustration. "I don't understand what that fool Lao Ma is thinking. If you want to compete, at least set a reasonable price. With this approach, won't they ruin the market? And I'm baffled, where are their channels? It's as if they're getting in without spending a dime." Yuan Hua glanced at the report again, feeling a bit anxious as he paced around the room, then said, "Notify the heads responsible for distribution, have them come to my office for a meeting immediately." By around 2 in the afternoon, over a dozen big shots responsible for distribution arrived at the meeting room, including Yang Dong, who had clashed with Lao Ma. At the head of the conference table, Yuan Hua smoked as he narrowed his eyes at the crowd and said, "Sales have dropped by 30%, tell me your solutions." After his words fell, a younger man broke the short silence, saying, "I got some news. It seems their supply chain has set a clear sales target for Lao Ma, over 250,000 units each month to purchase at a lower price. So now the Ma family's distributors are frantically accumulating performance. Because with lower purchase prices their commissions can be higher. That's utter nonsense. 250,000 units a month. Is Lao Ma trying to take over half the market on the Black Street? Another rough-looking man shouted angrily, if the market is hit like this next month it won't just be a 30% drop in sales for us, then we'll be out of business entirely. Why don't we just engage in a price war with them? Another person chimed in, we can lower our prices too. Yuan Hua immediately rejected selling at a lower price as something only a fool would choose to do. Not to mention that such competition will affect the market environment. Let's talk about whether the customers will accept it. For example, if someone used to buy medicine from you for $2 and suddenly you drop it to $1, how would the old customers think? They would hate you for it, feeling that you had ripped them off in the past. Thus, even if your prices match those of the Ma family, customers would still choose to buy from them and not do business with you. What should we do then? Lower our prices even below Ma's? The crowd fell silent. Is there a way to continue undermining Ma's side through official channels? The bald man suggested. That's hard to pull off. The young man shook his head in response. Last time Ma's family was hit hard and they are now very alert. They aren't even distributing on the dirt street anymore. All their previous storefronts have closed and they only privately contact their respective drug heads, distributing quotas layer by layer. Moreover, the transaction locations are always changing and the transaction amounts are small. They specifically tread the line of legality when selling. Even if you catch them, they would only get a year or so in prison. The crowd's expressions turned grim upon hearing this and the room fell silent once more. After 5 or 6 minutes, just as Yuan Hua was about to ask the crowd again, Yang Dong, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up first. Old Yuan, I just want to ask you one thing. Yuan Hua was taken aback. You say? Tell me first regarding this matter, do you want to take a hard stance against the Ma family or do you want to temporarily endure their market attack? Yang Dong frowned and asked. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Do we even need to say? Of course we must retaliate. Right. Isn't that a stupid question? If we let them continue to attack the market, we're done for. How can we make money? The distributors below won't follow you either. We must come up with a way to deal with them. The Black Street is only so big, and if they need 250,000 in sales each month, our pie will definitely shrink. Without Yuan Hua even needing to speak, the drug heads below had already voiced their opinions one after another. Because this matter concerns their absolute interests, when they saw the defeat numbers on the report, they had already turned red with anger. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment, then frowned and urged, if you have something to say, just say it, don't keep us in suspense. I have a way to get the Ma family out of the game immediately. Yang Dong said with a smile. The crowd was astonished upon hearing this. Then hurry up and tell us, the bald man urged. Yang Dong thought for a moment, stood up and said, this plan I need to discuss it privately with old Yuan. Yuan Hua was taken aback. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua let everyone take a short break while he and Yang Dong returned to the office. After closing the door, the two began to converse in low voices. You go ahead, how do we do it? We can do it this way. Yang Dong lowered his head and began to whisper to Yuan Hua. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, on the street of a living area in Songjiang North, Qin Yu, wearing a thick military coat, sat in the passenger seat and asked Lao Mao, does Lao Ma ask you out every day to show off? Lao Ma is a good person, Lao Mao praised without hesitation. Since I met him, I've hardly had time to put on pants every night. Qin Yu was speechless. I really don't know what to say. We're both men, I can understand some needs, but I've never seen anyone as thirsty as you. Can you handle it every night? I'm just as puzzled. Even with this daily affair, I'm not tired. Instead, I get more excited. Lao Mao responded shamelessly, look, even chatting with you gets me excited, isn't that strange? After half a moment of confusion, Qin Yu replied, you're the grandpa here, I'm impressed. I also want to hold back, but my strength just doesn't allow it. Don't talk nonsense with me, Qin Yu scolded. You need to have some restraint and stop seeking out Lao Ma every day. He's just taken charge of the drug line, everything needs his attention. Don't let your playfulness mess with business. That shouldn't be the case, right? Look, even though I play around, it absolutely doesn't affect business. I still show up on time, don't I? Lao Mao replied seriously. Not everyone is like you, some can't stop once they start having fun. Just try to control yourself, okay? Alright, I understand. Lao Mao nodded. Keep an eye on things, I'll go take a leak, Qin Yu said, throwing a line and pushing the car door open. Just then, on the road illuminated only by moonlight, a man with braids happened to get into a car right in front of Qin Yu and shouted inside. Qin Yu stood outside the car, momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. The sound of the engine vibrated as the car across the road drove away. What's wrong? Lao Mao asked from inside the car when he saw Qin Yu hadn't moved. Damn, that person looks so familiar, Qin Yu muttered back. Within the Grand Palace entertainment complex of Tuza Street, Yuan Hua returned to his living quarters on the top floor, dragging his somewhat weary body. He sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while before deciding to take off his outer garments, wash up and rest. Suddenly a knock echoed unexpectedly at the door. Yuan Hua paused for a moment and shouted, who is it? It's me, a familiar voice replied. Yuan Hua was taken aback, stepped forward to open the door, and upon seeing his younger brother Yuan Ke said, "Come in." "Are you going to sleep?" "Yeah, I'm a bit tired and I'm about to take a shower and go to bed." Yuan Hua closed the door. "Why did you suddenly come back today?" "I still have to return to the team later to work on a case." Yuan Ke took out a can of beer from the fridge and sitting on the sofa asked, "I heard you are planning to take some actions against the Ma family." Yuan Hua sat across from him, lit a cigarette and replied yes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ke immediately shook his head and said, "I disagree." "What do you disagree about?" Yuan Hua was taken aback. "I disagree with you continuing to target the Ma family." Yuan Ke took a sip of beer and added, "I think we can afford to wait." "Wait." Yuan Hua frowned in response. "Our sales have dropped by 30% this week. Do you know what that means?" "It means our entire pharmaceutical team's operational costs are skyrocketing." During the company meeting today, everyone else looked grim. "It's not just me who is anxious, the whole company is anxious, do you understand?" "These people aren't anxious for the good of the company," Yuan Ke countered, putting down his beer. "The old teamers around you only care about money. When sales drop, their share decreases, so they pressure you to act against the Ma family. But you are the boss, you can't view this issue from just one point of view, you need to look at the bigger picture. Last time we acted against the Ma family, our relationship with the police department was already strained. Now that the storm has just calmed down a bit, you're making moves again. What will they think? They won't think there are issues with the managers in the company, they will only question whether you have the capability to handle things." "Nonsense." Yuan Hua's mood was already low and now he was even more infuriated by his brother's words. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "In this day and age, can we still compare it to the past? In the past, if you made a mistake you might not even be able to escape a city, but now is it the same? Qilin killed someone and plunged into the plant area, do we have any way to deal with that? The struggles over interests on the ground are inherently bloody. You understand this, I understand this, and the upper echelons understand this even better. If you want to target the Ma family, you must be prepared to pay a price, it's only a matter of time and we must face it. Otherwise you'll be robbed of your market and have your living space devoured. Brother, your thinking has become problematic, you are still viewing conflicts of interest through the lens of the past." Yuan Ke firmly replied, "I have told you more than once, the 9 districts including the plant area will eventually have a complete system, and if we always demand a life and death struggle when encountering issues, that approach will eventually be eliminated." Yuan Hua crossed his arms and looked at his brother, asking, "Then tell me what kind of method won't be eliminated? Right now I want you to solve the problem of declining sales. You need to give me a reasonable plan immediately. We can let the Ma family develop and temporarily give up part of the market to allow them to expand quickly." Yuan Ke replied without hesitation. Yuan Hua was taken aback for a moment, incredulously asking, "Say that again, let the Ma family do what?" "Let them expand quickly and seize the market." "Nonsense." Yuan Hua shouted in fury, "If the market is seized, how will you get it back later? How much did we lose on the Black Street just to open the gate to the pharmaceutical line? You tell me to give up just because you touched your lips together. Are you joking or have you drunk too much?" "I am not talking nonsense." Yuan Ke responded with shining eyes, "If the Ma family seizes the market, who will be more anxious than you? Have you thought about that?" Yuan Hua was momentarily stunned. "Let me tell you, if the Ma family gets going in Songjiang, the most anxious parties will not be us but several pharmaceutical companies. Because once the suppliers producing drugs privately rise, it means that the pharmaceutical companies we cooperate with may face a shock in their business across all 9 districts, understand?" Yuan Ke spread his hands and shouted excitedly, "So we don't need to intervene with the Ma family, we just need to wait for them to expand rapidly, let the pharmaceutical companies get restless and then use their strong connections to take out the Ma family. In this way we won't have to deal with the Ma family ourselves, we just need to strike when the iron is hot and that will be enough to bring them to their knees. Moreover, if the pharmaceutical companies get too aggressive, they might even take out Oldly as well." Yuan Hua was taken aback for a moment and suddenly asked, "But if the pharmaceutical companies take care of the Ma family and Oldly and then think we perform too weakly in this matter, failing to make an effective counterattack, what if they directly switch partners? What will we do then?" "Trust me, the pharmaceutical companies will definitely guess our intentions, but they absolutely won't switch partners. Because our political connections in the area are unmatched, only by using us can they be completely hands-off, which will save them a lot of trouble." Yuan Ke insisted. Yuan Hua shook his head, "The method you propose is too risky, I disagree with that approach. If we lose the current market and reputation, we will undoubtedly be sluggish in the short term. Moreover, if the company does not make an effective counterattack now, the higher-ups below will not be satisfied and may even cause major issues. Because they are losing real money, and that is enough to turn things sour. Brother, you need to adopt a firm attitude. I told you before, while these old-timers helped you build your empire, they also brought many troubles. They always stick together, seemingly obedient to you, but that is based on the premise that you can bring them wealth." Yuan Ke was about to persuade him further. "This matter will not be discussed any longer, I will do it according to Yang Dong's method." Yuan Hua interrupted directly. Brother, don't be too stubborn. Stop shouting at me, I'm already very tired and don't want to argue with you. Yuan Hua slammed the shattered water cup and glared, shouting, can you let me sleep peacefully? Yuan Ke looked at his elder brother speechless for a long time and suddenly sighed, fine, I won't say anything more, you can do whatever you want. After saying this, Yuan Ke, filled with frustration, slammed the door and left without even changing his slippers. On the sofa, Yuan Hua let out a long sigh. Who can see my difficulties? Even his own younger brother doesn't understand. The next morning, while Ma Lao was sleeping, he received a phone call from a friend claiming that Lao San wanted to meet him to clear up the misunderstandings between the two families and discuss the pharmaceutical line issues. At home, Ma Lao groggily picked up the phone and asked, what does Lao San want to talk to me about? What do we have to discuss? I'm not sure either, but he just asked me to tell you that he wants to meet and have a chat. His friend replied softly. Ma Lao thought for a moment and immediately smiled, saying, all right, let's chat then. But I can't go looking for him. I'll give him an address tonight, you can have him come over. Great, I'll let him know in a bit. That's settled then. After a brief conversation, Ma Lao didn't think much of it and went right back to sleep. The street names in Songjiang are quite eclectic. While most are named in Chinese, there are also European-style names. This style exists because the entire 9th Special District is home to a diverse range of ethnicities and skin colors, thus providing a sense of belonging to the residents through such details. At 8:30 in the evening on Charlie Street in the South City, Lao San led two friends into a dilapidated building on the street. After climbing 3 floors, they arrived at a bustling game room filled with thick smoke where Ma Lao was sitting at a table on the inside wearing a cotton coat, smiling and waving, come sit down. Lao San grinned and walked over to sit opposite Ma Lao. Shall we play a couple of rounds? Ma Lao asked, fiddling with the mahjong tiles. Sure, let's play. Lao San nodded. Come on, let's get a couple of players to join us for a while, Ma Lao called out. Before long, 2 young men walked out of the game room and sat down at the table, and the 4 of them started playing mahjong. After playing a couple of rounds, Ma Lao didn't take the initiative to ask Lao San why he was looking for him, focusing entirely on the... Seeing that the other party wasn't discussing serious matters, Lao San had to start speaking first. The issues with Tuzha Street were supposed to be in the past. Both our families have suffered losses in the end. Look, when you return this time, we didn't say anything or cause trouble. Just a few days ago you handled Yangdong and Huagu, didn't say a word either, right? 30,000, Ma Lao replied, continuing to play without engaging. There's an old saying, harmony brings wealth. Lao San patiently continued, you've set the drug prices so low that once buyers get accustomed to it, everyone's profit margins will be squeezed. To put it bluntly, everyone in this business is chasing wealth, no one is aiming to save the world, right? If we keep competing like this, you'll have to hide your goods while we can't sell ours. In the end, wouldn't that be mutually destructive? He. Ma Lao laughed, looked up at Lao San and replied, at first we were willing to be your little brothers, willing to follow you to pick up the scraps, but you wouldn't allow it, insisting on pushing us to the edge. Now that you're hurt and in pain, you want to start talking again. Is that even possible? Sighed as Yuan Hua think of himself as a god, believing that only he can sing hallelujah in Songjiang. Lao San's face turned dark upon hearing this. What you just said is pointless. If we want to talk, it's for everyone's good. You really want to talk, huh? Ma Lao stretched his neck and asked. If I didn't want to talk, why would I come here to play mahjong with you? Lao San smiled wryly. Alright then, let me state the conditions. Ma Lao scratched his eye and looked down at the mahjong tile, saying the market in Songjiang is divided into 2 parts. The Black Street area along with Tuzha Street belongs to us, while the rest is yours. Don't let your people come in to sell their goods, and I'll raise the retail price to match yours. Lao San was stunned for a long time after hearing this. Are you joking? Why would I be so idle as to joke with you? Who's going to award me a prize for that? Ma Lao took a puff from his e-cigarette. Lao San glared at him. Do you really think we can agree to this proposal? The Black Street area is the most lucrative part of Songjiang, and Tuzha Street accounts for 70% of the Black Street's output. If we give you both, will I be left to starve on the wind? You're the one who insisted on negotiating, so if we talk, I must voice my thoughts, right? You can disagree, I'm not forcing you, am I? Ma Lao responded with a blank expression. Lao San gritted his teeth and fell silent. I'm just puzzled. Yuan Ke can't even call the shots on your side. What do you think you're negotiating with me? Ma Lao tilted his head, looking at Lao San with a mocking tone. If I ask you for $5, you have to report it up the chain. Tell me, what is there for us to talk about? Here's the deal, you go back and tell Yuan Hua that if he's truly sincere, he should come himself. How about that? What the hell do you mean? Lao San, insulted, stood up and shouted. Third brother, when will you grow up? Ma Lao looked up at him and asked, what's up? Do you still want to mess with me? Upon hearing this, Lao San felt a surge of frustration but recalled his purpose for coming today and could only endure. I'll repeat myself, if you want to talk, let Yuan Hua come personally to divide the territory. Ma Lao took a drag from his cigarette and pushed a tile, stating, I win all honors and a self-draw. Now let's settle the money before leaving. Lao San clenched his fists and pulled out his wallet. Ma Lao, you're really starting to look like a big brother now. Then why not follow me? I could use someone like you as a negotiation expert. You can go to hell. Lao San swore, tossing the money down as he said, I'll discuss what you said with Hua Gu. I'll be awaiting your news. Third brother Ma Lauer collected the money. A few minutes later, inside a police car, Lao San dialed Yuan Hua's number. Hua Gu, I met Ma Lauer. What did he say? He wants us to give him control over the Black Street and Tujia Street. What did you say? I didn't dare to make things too absolute, I just said I'd discuss it with you first. Lao San replied truthfully. Alright, I got it. Come back now. Okay. After that the two hung up. Inside the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua turned to Yangdong and said, this Ma Lauer is really getting carried away wanting the rights to distribute drugs in the Black Street and Tujia Street. He. Yangdong smiled. This fool might manage to be a thunder in the planning district, but in business and negotiations he's still far from it. What's the next step? Yuan Hua asked. Let old 3. Yangdong leaned in and began whispering to Yuan Hua. At the entrance of courtyard 88, Qin Yu locked up the motorcycle borrowed from old cat and brought some dinner to his doorstep. However, he hadn't even stepped inside when he heard some indecent sounds coming from within. Xiang, in the still of the night, my love for you is so deep. Come, let me show you your palm lines. Daya, let go of me. Little sister, don't push me. Outside the door, Qin Yu was momentarily dumbfounded by the sounds. Damn it, this kid's downright shameless. After eavesdropping outside the door for several minutes, Qin Yu flushed crimson and cursed under his breath, thinking to himself, if he didn't step in now, Daya might well have already crossed the line inside. Bang! Qin Yu yanked the door open and barked, open up. Who is it? Daya called out. Are you deaf? Open up, now. Qin Yu snapped irritably. Less than a minute later, Daya appeared at the doorway, flushed, bald-headed and grinning. Oh. Brother, you're back. Get out of the way. Qin Yu shoved aside Daya's round head and strode in, only to find a young girl seated on the bed blinking up at him with wide, curious eyes. Shangxiang, this is my elder brother, Daya introduced her. Shangxiang rose politely. Hello, elder brother. Whose daughter are you? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. She's Flower's sister's daughter. We've been getting along really well, Daya hastily interjected. Qin Yu lunged forward and kicked him square in the thigh. I can see how well you two are getting along. Elder brother, I'll be going now, Shangxiang said softly, her age nearly matching Daya's, and flustered by Qin Yu's presence she darted out the door in an instant. Little sister, I'll help you with your work tomorrow. Daya called wistfully from the threshold. Qin Yu aimed a sharp kick at Daya's waist, sending him stumbling sideways. What the hell is this, your hobby now? I haven't even found a wife yet, and you've already brought someone home to settle down. Have you completely lost your head? Hey, Daya scratched his scalp sheepishly, we only just met recently. Just met, and you bring her home already. She helped me clean. Look, see how spotless we've made the room together. Qin Yu turned and scanned the space. Indeed, the room was markedly cleaner and tidier than before. The cabinets and floor gleamed, even Qin Yu's soiled clothes and bedding had been washed and replaced. Moreover, Daya had somehow procured a single bed and placed it snugly against the inner wall. Did she do all this? Qin Yu frowned. I handled the heavy tasks, she did the light ones, we worked side by side. Though Daya's health had improved, he still carried himself like a streetwise irreverent rascal, yet he was unfailingly diligent. Whenever Qin Yu was away, Daya would quietly tend to whatever chores he could manage, sweeping snow from the doorstep, cleaning the outdoor latrine and more. Qin Yu shut the door behind him and stared blankly at Daya. How exactly did you meet this girl? Only Lin's sister's room has an indoor bathroom in this courtyard, the outdoor toilet's overflow is practically up to our backsides. So I cleaned it one day, just idly, and that's how I met her. Daya grinned. Xiangxiang's mother runs the meat shop, Flower's sister. She oversees 6 or 7 strong-willed women. During their daytime rest, Xiangxiang helps out, and we kept crossing paths. Eventually we got to know each other. Got to know her, so you drag her into the bedroom to read her palm. Qin Yu exploded. What in blazes is wrong with you, more restless than a tomcat? I didn't mean anything, I just wanted to chat a bit, Daya muttered, scratching absent-mindedly at his crotch. You're always bragging about your past life on the streets, so why act so unscrupulous now? Qin Yu admonished him sternly. Even a rabbit won't nibble the grass beside its burrow, let alone someone your age jumping straight into such matters. Listen carefully, keep yourself in check. She lives nearby, if you cause any trouble don't think I won't beat you black and blue. I understand, I won't, Daya replied with a faint smile. Let's eat. Qin Yu set down the dinner he'd brought home from work and walked straight to the table. Daya promptly unpacked the meal, laid everything neatly out, poured Qin Yu a glass of warm water, and then perched himself on a chair near the windowsill, balancing on one leg as he devoured his food with ravenous haste. Why'd you go over there? Come sit with me. Qin Yu called out. No need, I'm fine right here. Daya shook his head, mouth glistening with grease. When first rescued, the boy had worn tattered clothes and long matted hair, filthy and unkempt. Now with his head shaved and dressed in clean, well-fitting garments, he looked surprisingly handsome. His skin was fair, his eyes bright and alert, brimming with cleverness, and his slender delicate eyelashes lent him an unexpected, almost beguiling charm. Still growing, he stood nearly 172 centimeters tall at just 15, but his frame remained lean, far less muscular than Qin Yu had imagined. His bones were broad, yet his body carried little fat. As Qin Yu ate, his gaze kept drifting toward Dia, unconsciously observing him. He noticed that though Dia appeared boisterous and reckless on the surface, he behaved with quiet caution whenever interacting with Qin Yu. For instance, when reaching for food, Dia never touched the center of a dish, he only took morsels from the edges of plates or takeout containers. Though he chewed noisily, Qin Yu could sense he was consciously restraining himself, immediately correcting his habit the moment he realized he'd made a sound. Even in sleep, subtle habits emerged the moment Qin Yu climbed into bed. Dia, no matter how tired, would instantly switch off the light and move without a whisper. The more Dia behaved this way, the more unsettled Qin Yu felt. Yes, once again he saw his own reflection in the boy. Years ago, when the old man from the planning zone first adopted him, Qin Yu had mirrored Dia in posture, mindset, and mannerism, carved from the very same mold. Pretending strength while fearing abandonment at any moment, living under another's roof, walking on eggshells, every breath measured in advance. Qin Yu glanced sideways and suddenly barked, "Stop squatting over there, sit at the table." Dia froze, startled. "We can just chat, haha," Qin Yu smiled. "Chat about what?" "Whether you're still a virgin." Qin Yu studied him with playful curiosity. Dia stiffened, then flushed deeply. "Of course not, I lost it at 13, with an eagle." "Ha!" Qin Yu blinked, waving urgently. "Come here, tell me the details." Truly a boy with stories to tell. "I meant not the flying kind, I misspoke," got flustered. Dia shuffled over, mortified. "Ha, go on, tell me." Qin Yu lowered his gaze and placed 2 generous portions of meat onto Dia's plate, saying simply, "We're both men, act like one. No timid hesitations, no second guessing." "I'm not tense at all," Dia protested. "I'm easygoing with everyone, no exceptions." "Enough nonsense, let's hear about this eagle business. How exactly did you soar into the sky?" "I told you, it wasn't that kind of eagle." Black District to City Street. Yongdong sat in his car, turning to a young man beside him. "Observe him closely, note which days he's absent from the warehouse lately. Then call me immediately." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Yu focused his main energy on preparing for the upcoming secondary police exam at the end of the year. Li Si had clearly informed him that early next year he would be promoted to team leader, so before that he needed to learn how to write performance reports, deal with the examiners from the police department, and draft quarterly work reports, among other things. With Qin Yu busy, he entrusted most of the matters regarding the medicine line to Old Cat and Zhu Wei. Fortunately, Keek's team was quite professional and always delivered on time, so they didn't have to worry too much. At the official side, everyone had their own matters to attend to, and Old Ma Er was not idle either. He was still arguing with Old San, as the latter seemed genuinely intent on sitting down to negotiate rather than continuing the fight. That night around 9 o'clock, Old Ma Er sat in the warehouse holding the phone and saying to Old Ma, "Old San has been contacting me these days, wanting to sit down and talk again." Old Ma pondered for a moment and replied, "If we sell at a low price here, the sales on Yuan side will drop sharply. It's normal for Yuan Hua to be anxious. But it's surprising that he wants to negotiate." Old Ma Er retorted with a sneer, "What's so surprising? Yuan Hua is different from us. He has too many interests behind him and has to look at the faces of those above him for everything he does. But we have obtained the sales rights from Xiaoyu, giving us much more freedom than they have. To put it bluntly, as long as we can sell the goods, we don't need to inform Xiaoyu about the specific operational methods, so it's perfectly normal for Yuan Hua to be anxious right now. If he can't deal with us effectively, it means that sales will continue to decline, and when that happens, how will he account for it to those above? I think Yuan Hua might genuinely want to negotiate, but we should just drag him along and not say whether we agree or disagree. As long as we can buy some time, we can seize the market." Old Ma, who had been feeling a bit under the weather, coughed a couple of times before replying, "Don't simplify the problem too much. I know Yuan Hua's character. He is used to being domineering and absolutely will not allow a teen with a physique similar to theirs to snatch. Even if he appears a bit soft now, we can't be careless. Uncle, I think you're being too cautious. You've let the previous incident at Tuzha Street scare you." Old Ma Er frowned and argued back, "You need to understand that the pricing of drugs is currently in our hands. Our costs are lower than his, and Yuan Hua is backed by a large company with interests at stake. If his prices can't drop, he won't be able to compete with us. Therefore, I believe we shouldn't worry about them. We should boldly seize the market now. I mentioned in the meeting today that our 100 or so distributors each carry 200 grams of drugs a day, and individuals are not allowed to sell in bulk. Even if they want to make trouble through official channels, they won't find a way to do so. This method is indeed safer, but I still assert that even though they seem softer now, we can't let our guard down. With the new year fast approaching, it's best not to cause trouble for Old Li." Old Ma reiterated his advice. All right, I understand." Old Ma Er nodded and said, "You should stay home and recuperate during this time. You'll keep an eye on things out in the field, there won't be any issues. You also shouldn't be too careless, just stay in the warehouse and avoid giving anyone a reason to stir trouble." "All right. Okay, that's settled then. I have a headache and need to take a nap." "All right. After chatting for a while, the uncle and nephew ended the call. Late at night around 10 o'clock in the warehouse, old Maier wearing a military coat sat on a chair feeling a bit bored, fiddling with his phone and watching a live stream. The door opened and Lu Zishu stepped in, reminding him, "I've put in 2 more boxes of goods. There are less than 10 boxes left inside and they will run out this week. Should we notify Qin Yu to continue restocking? Xiao Yu has been busy studying these days and doesn't have time to manage this." Old Maier yawned and replied, "But I've already informed Old Cat, so the delivery will come in these days. You just need to be ready to receive it." "All right." Lu Zishu nodded. Old Maier watched the variety show on the streaming platform, taking a drag from his cigarette, and said, "Damn, this is so boring. Hey, why don't you bring a couple of people over to play some cards?" "No way, I have to go out in a bit." Lu Zishu shook his head while drinking water. "I've talked with a few agents in the suburban village and they want to stock up. I need to go check it out." "Then what should I do?" Old Maier was not the kind of person who could sit still. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't go out for a day. "Just stay here. I've been here all day, I'm getting bored." Old Maier took a puff of his cigarette, lowered his head to turn off the stream, and flipped through his phone book. Ding ding ding. Just then the phone rang. Old Maier's eyes lit up and he immediately pressed the answer button, saying, "Hello. Cat, are you missing me again?" "Where are you?" Old Cat asked. "I'm at the warehouse. What's up? Are you busy?" "Old Lu from the security team is here with me." Old Cat said softly, "If you're not busy right now, come over to settle a bill and he'll introduce you to some connections." "Huh? The captain of the security team?" Old Maier asked. "Yes." Old Cat nodded. "If you're busy you can come tomorrow. He has some business with me these days, so we've been in contact quite often." "I'm not busy at all." Old Maier stood up and said, "I'm feeling particularly restless. Where are you?" "I'll head over soon. At Erjia's place." "All right, wait for me." Old Maier hung up the phone and reached for his coat from the rack. Lu Zishu sat on the sofa and asked with a frown, "What are you going to do again?" "Old Cat wants to introduce me to the captain of the security team. I need to go over there." "You're just talking nonsense. You want to go drinking, right?" Lu Zishu asked, speechless. "Damn, making new connections is serious business." Old Maier hurriedly took small steps and rushed out of the room, shouting, "Xiao Chu, I'm heading out. Keep an eye on the warehouse and distribute the medicine according to the amount." "Aren't the keys with you?" a young man downstairs shouted. "I left them on the table. Just take them, but don't give them to others." "Okay, I got it." After hastily giving a few instructions, Old Maier left the warehouse and Lu Zishu himself had matters to attend to, so after staying for a short while he quickly headed to the living village. Close to 11 at night, a car hurriedly stopped on the street behind the warehouse. A young man got into the car and frowned, asking, "Did you bring the stuff?" "Yes." The driver replied, "Is he not there?" "No." The young man immediately ordered, "Unload the stuff at the back door and hurry up and leave." "All right." The driver nodded. 5 minutes later, the driver drove away with one hand on the steering wheel and sent a text message, "Boss, everything is settled.